Chapter 1. Traversing S7, the dice system. The horse's head is here. Steamed dishes from the horse's head. Oh my, the horse's head is incredible. Horse's head, horse's head, horse's head, horse's head. The cacophony of shouts erupted continuously, causing Xuan to awaken with a start. Where am I? Is that a dog barking I hear? Xuan, bewildered, glanced around and met the astonished gaze of the manager, known as Qi. Oh, it's you, Qi. Xuan was astounded. He never dreamed that Qi, the jungler for EDG, would be sitting beside him. What on earth was happening? Just as Xuan grappled with his confusion, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Suddenly, everything came rushing back to him. He had struck luck and traversed through time. That fateful night, Xuan had bought barbecue, filled his cup with beer, and eagerly tuned into the live broadcast of the match between T1 and TS in the Saudi Cup. He had anticipated an exhilarating battle, only to be met with a dismal performance. Both teams perfectly embodied their respective logos. That T1 wielded the whip, utterly dominating TS, reducing them to mere playthings. LPL was left as the laughingstock of the competition. Enraged, Xuan shut off the stream and descended to buy cigarettes. Instead of taking the stairs, he opted for the elevator. To his dismay, an unexpected incident occurred. A red truck sped past, crashing directly into him, propelling him back to the most promising year for LPL. The S7 season. In other words, I am now on the stage of the semifinals of the League of Legends S7 Spring Split. My current identity is a substitute top laner for EDG, known as King, also referred to as Xuan. As Xuan organized the memories within his mind, he gradually comprehended his current situation. After traversing, he found himself as the substitute top laner for EDG amidst the ongoing semifinals. EDG was facing off against RNG in a best-of format. The team that secures 3 victories first would emerge victorious. Currently, RNG led with a score of 21, holding match point. Should EDG lose another game, they would face elimination. In truth, being eliminated was not a catastrophic outcome. After the match, they would share their spoils, and when the sun rose the next day, everyone would forget the defeat. EDG remained a prestigious team with a plethora of fans. They could simply regroup and fight again in the summer split. However, at this moment, the original owner of Xuan's body stepped forward. Perhaps having lingered by the water cooler for too long, his thoughts had taken a peculiar turn. In a desperate bid for a chance to play, he had insisted on signing a betting agreement with EDG's manager, Abu. At such a critical juncture, if victorious, he would secure a spot in the spring split finals. If they claimed the championship, he would receive half of the prize money. Should they fail, he would owe EDG $3 million. It is worth noting that the championship prize was merely $1.5 million. Upon hearing such a demand, Abu was left grinning from ear to ear. Setting the championship prize aside for now, the current reality was that winning the semifinals was already a daunting task. With 2 losses under their belt, the psychological pressure on the players was immense. In the previous match, as the game progressed, the players' performance had deteriorated and their intended strategies had faltered. Conversely, their opponents were in peak condition. The outcome of this match has become nearly inevitable. Furthermore, the top lane position is rarely a decisive factor in determining the victor. Not to mention, a substitute top laner, who is more familiar with the water cooler's hot and cold buttons and the red and blue buffs in-game, is hardly a comforting presence. Upon hearing this request, Abu could only chuckle. He had encountered those who shifted blame, but never someone so eager to accept it. Without hesitation, Abu signed the betting agreement, allowing Xuan to take the stage as he had wished. However, as Xuan truly stepped onto the competitive arena, settled into the gaming chair, and grasped the mouse and keyboard, the thunderous cheers of the audience resonated. Around him, in that moment, rather than excitement, Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He steadied himself, fear gripping his heart. Regrettably, it was too late. The betting agreement had been signed, and he was already in the game. The match was about to commence, leaving no room for remorse. Should they lose, it would result in a staggering penalty of $3 million for a substitute like Xuan. Such a sum would be insurmountable, likely binding him to a lifetime of servitude to EDG, forever gazing at the water cooler with no prospect of escape. Overwhelmed, Xuan fainted, and when he regained consciousness, he was a changed man. Seriously? Him expected a shoulder, 3 million in debt right off the bat? Xuan pieced together the timeline. Utterly speechless, he truly grasped the adage that sometimes the machinations of a villain pale in comparison to the impulsive ingenuity of a fool. This was a quintessential example of self-sabotage, and indeed, he had managed to do just that. Yet, he found himself the final victim of this predicament. If it were merely a live-streamed match with a barrage of comments, Xuan would be unperturbed. Figures like Faker and Uzi would be inconsequential, mere passers-by in the grand scheme. Even the grandmasters had to practice. But this was a genuine competition relying solely on himself, left no chance of victory. The thought of losing and incurring 3 million in debt loomed large in his mind. In desperation, he began to shout internally, "Where is the system? Someone save me!" Ding! A time traveler detected. Binding system. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the dice system. Dice system? Xuan was momentarily taken aback. As the system's prompt echoed, he beheld a die radiating with golden light. It resembled an ordinary die with 6 faces, but instead of numbers, it bore peculiar inscriptions. The 6 faces, opposing each other, were inscribed with C, mix, and feed. The host can roll the die to achieve the corresponding effect specifically. Rolling a C grants a stellar performance. A mix maintains a neutral score of 000 while enhancing teammate status by 10 for each minute, and a feed boosts teammate status by 10 for each kill given away. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xuan grasped the die firmly in his hand. It felt warm and smooth. In other words, if I utilize this device before the match, I can obtain the effects as described based on what I roll. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuan shook the die vigorously. Heavenly spirits and earthly deities, system, reveal your power. Xuan shook his body while muttering to himself. Brother, are you all right? The factory manager beside him noticed Xuan's peculiar behavior and could not help but inquired. He could not see the dice in Xuan's hand. He merely observed a teammate driven mad by the betting agreement. Ignoring the manager, Xuan remained focused on shaking the dice in his grasp that a system notification chimed. Dice used successfully. Xuan promptly opened his palm, revealing a golden die inscribed with the letter C. What stroke of luck, AC? Xuan's heart swelled with joy. The system's prompt echoed once more. Congratulations, host. You have rolled AC that I in this match. You will transform into a master performer, a humanoid AI, and possess the reflexes of a hummingbird, sweeping across the battlefield. Chapter 2. The Dark Blade Demon. This war shall become my masterpiece. Xuan's strange antics not only caught the attention of the factory manager, but also piqued the interest of the commentators, who were discussing EDG's roster changes. When the camera panned to Xuan, he was seen clutching the dice, shaking his head as if possessed. Fortunately, being seasoned veterans, managed to stifle a laugh and remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the newly substituted top laner for EDG, King." Beeler added, "This marks King's debut on stage. We wonder if this young player can surprise us and withstand the pressure to rescue his team from peril." The audience within the arena largely ignored Xuan, fervently chanting the factory manager's name. To them, if anyone from EDG were to rise to the occasion, it could not possibly be Xuan. It could only be that manth factory manager. Only the star player from EDG, the invincible Yue Cai, could conjure miracles. Not only in the venue, but the live stream chat was also flooded with 777, 7777. It's already 7 o'clock. The wheel of 7 has descended. The factory manager is destined to roll AC. Why did EDG switch to a new top laner? I don't think it was the previous top's fault. This newly substituted player seems a bit peculiar. Shaking his head and muttering, is he perhaps invoking spirits? What good would invoking spirits do? Our RNG has a true deity. The battle of pigs and dogs commences today. The barrage of comments intensified as the audience engaged in fervent discussion. Yet, the spotlight remained fixed on a jungle player, the factory manager, and RNG's ADC, Uzi. Both were the soul of their respective teams, playing a decisive role in such a critical match. As for the newly introduced Xuan, the audience held little faith in him. Miller and Noah were not surprised by the crowd's reaction. They shared the same sentiment, that a newcomer who had never graced the stage could hardly be expected to perform in such an essential match. If the factory manager doesn't roll AC, EDG will be in dire straits. Both Handler thought in unison. They contemplated introducing Xuan further, but found scant information available about him. They could only vaguely recall that he had been a substitute for EDG for some time. As for the rankings in the Korean server, the expertise in certain champions is utterly unrecorded. It is as if one were a mere phantom, and barring any unforeseen events, it is likely that in due time, the individual will find themselves expelled from EDG, for life is filled with dreams, each person shining in their own unique way. All right, both teams are entering the BP phase, announced the commentator, with the screen transitioning to the BP segment. Miller added, in this match, EDG has opted for the blue side, which grants them the privilege of first selecting a champion. Could it be that EDG intends to rally around their jungler, Clear Love? The blue side, EDG, has banned Janna, Malzahar, and Varus. RNG, mirroring the previous game, has banned Orianna, Elise, and Kog'Maw. The selection phase has commenced. EDG has first chosen Rek'Sai for the jungle role, aligning with our prior predictions, indicating that Clear Love is indeed tasked with setting the pace of the game. As EDG locked in Rek'Sai, the crowd erupted in cheers, and the live chat began to flood with messages. Your jungle is where I raise pigs. We are all your piglets. Go, Clear Love, dance with fervor. The RNG coach, observing EDG's initial selection of Rek'Sai, furrowed his brow slightly and turned to his assistant, Mala Xiangwa. What do you think, Mala? Rek'Sai is merely a champion. She is not particularly dominant in the jungle. I shall select Jarvan 4. Mala responded, swiftly locking in the champion. The coach nodded. Jarvan 4 was Mala's signature hero, and he had previously secured victory with him through an unstoppable tempo. With his confidence soaring, selecting Jarvan 4 was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Following Mala's selection, RNG's mid laner, Xiao, chose Galio for team engagement, while Ming opted for the versatile champion Thresh. On the other side, EDG's mid laner, Scout, selected LeBlanc, while AD carry Zet chose his trademark champion, Ashe. As this was a critical match, each player brought forth their most beloved champions. The first round of selections concluded, and both teams began the second round of bans. EDG banned Vayne and Thresh, while RNG banned Kled and Makai. Wait, they've banned Makai? EDG's coach exclaimed upon seeing the ban. He had initially planned for Xuan to select Makai for a steady performance. With Makai banned, it significantly impacted the composition he intended to employ. Moreover, RNG, being on the red side, possessed the fifth pick, allowing them to counter EDG selections and choose champions that could effectively neutralize their picks. If the counter was based on composition, it would be manageable, but if it were a direct hero counter, it could severely hinder Xuan's landing phase, potentially leading to his demise in the top lane. He hoped that RNG would be lenient and not overly target Xuan, especially by selecting their top champion in the fourth slot. Just as Nove contemplated this, RNG locked in Fizz for the top lane. Wonderful, it's Fizz, EDG's coach exhaled in relief, with the opponent having already secured their top lane champion, as long as Xuan did not choose a fragile fighter and instead opted for a tanky champion. He would at least avoid being easily overwhelmed in lane. Even if he faced some pressure, it would not be a significant concern, as long as the jungle maestro, Clear Love, can establish his rhythm. There remains a glimmer of hope for EDG's victory. Select Poppy, urged the EDG coach, directing his gaze towards Xuan at this juncture. Choosing Poppy was undoubtedly the most prudent option. Not only could she exert a slight advantage over the Fishman in the lane, but she could also utilize her ultimate ability to deliver a long-range knockup to safeguard her teammates during the opponent's aggressive engagements. The director then shifted the camera to Xuan, whose expression was strikingly resolute, devoid of any smile. Under the scrutiny of countless spectators, both Braum and Aatrox were subsequently selected by EDG. Braum was immediately locked in, while Aatrox remained in a state of flickering uncertainty, yet to be firmly secured. What? Dark in Aatrox? Exclaimed the commentator, Wawa, upon witnessing EDG's selection. Miller, seated nearby, quickly interjected, it appears to be merely a display. Many players exhibit this habit. It seems that this player, King, has a particular affinity for Aatrox, and his teammates are merely assisting in showcasing it. Regrettably, Aatrox is ill-suited for competitive play and does not synergize with EDG's composition. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arises, it is likely that EDG will ultimately allow King to select Poppy on the side of RNG, Lemmy struggled to suppress a laugh until he noticed Doggo smiling, which prompted him to join in the laughter. This rookie top laner is putting on quite the show, asking Maliko to help him display Aatrox. If he has the guts, he should just select it, let him be thoroughly defeated. With unwavering confidence, Lemmy remarked that his jungler, Xuan, had chosen Jarvan 4 for this match-off fragile top laner, destined to perish under relentless pursuit. No sooner had he finished speaking than EDG promptly confirmed their champion selection, locking in Aatrox. Chapter 3. Solo Kill. Dominating Lemmy as EDG secured the formidable champion Aatrox, an unusual hush fell over the arena. In the next moment, however, a wave of fervent cheers erupted. This excitement was not merely due to the audience's anticipation for Xuan, but rather a welcome relief at the introduction of a new hero. The constant repetition of familiar champions had rendered the spectators weary. To everyone's astonishment, King had indeed chosen Aatrox. The commentator, Wawa, swiftly began to analyze the situation. Miller, standing beside him, chimed in, "It seems that EDG has some hidden strategies up their sleeves. Let us eagerly await the unfolding of this match." EDG's coach, Nof, was momentarily taken aback. He was unaware of any hidden strategies. Xuan's selection of Aatrox had completely caught him off guard. Initially, he had intended for Miko to secure Poppy for Xuan. However, Xuan had firmly insisted on Aatrox, as he had signed a betting contract, and the choice of champion had to adhere to his wishes. With no other option, Nof complied. Yet he questioned the efficacy of selecting Aatrox in this composition. The opposing team was laden with crowd control, and choosing a fragile champion raised concerns about engaging in team fights. Even with the passive ability to resurrect, should he enter the fray only to be swiftly eliminated, his revival would likely be in vain, as his teammates would likely perish in the process. Moreover, the prospect of being overwhelmed in the landing phase seemed all but inevitable. With a heavy heart, Nof resigned himself to the situation, the words escaping him as if forced through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Uzi from RNG was evidently more amused. This king fellow possesses some intriguing qualities, opting for Aatrox, a champion scarcely played even by dogs. "Hand me Caitlyn, and I shall dismantle him." Lemmy echoed his sentiments. Indeed, it appears EDG is keen to conclude the match swiftly. After all, one could have predicted the outcome with a rookie on the critical stage. As they engaged in banter, RNG secured Caitlyn for Uzi. On the EDG side, the jungler, Clearlove, looked at Xuan in disbelief. "Brother, are you serious? You invest 3 million only to select Aatrox and show off?" Xuan, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Rest assured, I will carry this game. Victory is assured." "Brother, do you think this is just a ranked match? Winning is not merely about securing kills. This is a competition involving team strategy, resource control, and awareness of support. It cannot be won solely through landing," he lamented. It doesn't matter. If we lose, you shall bear the blame." Scout, the mid laner for EDG, raised his hands in exasperation, his expression reflecting resignation. The bot lane duo remained silent, yet their thoughts mirrored Scout's. It appeared they would need to safeguard their KDA and hope the enemy jungler would refrain from frequent visits to their lane. As the match commenced, the crowd's cheers resonated throughout the venue. RNG, go! RNG, go! RNG, go! EDG, go! EDG, go! EDG, go! The screen displayed the heroes of both teams, poised for battle. The enemy forces are merely 30 seconds away from the battlefield. Crush them. The in-game voice echoed as the players from RNG and EDG deftly maneuvered their champions out of the fountain, hastening towards the river in the mid lane to secure vision and thwart any invasions into their jungle. "Xuan, maintain your position. I will finish clearing the jungle and come assist you at level 3, the coach said, glancing at Xuan. Despite recognizing the slim chances of victory in this match, the coach was still eager to give a try. "No need. You should head to the bottom lane. There is no necessity to reach level 3. After you finish the red buff, you can gank at level 2, Xuan replied calmly. This suggestion stemmed not only from his impression of RNG's Uzi, but also from the AI analysis that had been enhanced by the system. Utilizing big data models, it had scrutinized thousands of matches from Uzi's ranked games to competitive play, revealing that RNG's ADC, Uzi, possesses an aggressive landing style with formidable lane pressure, often opting to trade blows with opponents right from the onset. In this match, Uzi had chosen misfortune, starting with her trap ability, while Thresh would not acquire his lantern at level 1. Should the coach reach level 2 and proceed to the bottom lane while the opponent remained at level 1 without any mobility skills, he could at least force the enemy's flash spell. Very well, then may fortune favor you, the coach conceded, finding Lu Xian's confidence amusing and choosing to refrain from further argument. With the opposing team unresponsive, he felt there was little more to say. At this moment, all the coach hoped for was that Lu Xian would not fall victim to a solo kill. Simultaneously, the members of RNG were engaged in their own communication. Lemmy's voice resonated through the voice chat. Xianghua, once you hit level 3, come help me directly. I'll manage the lane. No problem. The top lane is the breakthrough point this match. Trust me, I'll sacrifice some jungle camps to ensure I can help you secure a kill. Playing Aatrox before me is not a sign of contempt for him, but rather for my prowess as a jungler, replied Malatang Xianghua with conviction. He was renowned for his GNK-focused style of play, famously employing a starvation strategy, preferring to forego jungle farming to assist teammates and establish an advantage. Typically, teams facing RNG would be wary of Malatang Xianghua, leading top laners to select tanky champions that could withstand pressure and tower dives, such as Yue Cai or Poppy. Choosing a squishier champion, in Malatang Xianghua's eyes, was an outright provocation. I will focus relentlessly on the top lane, he thought, maneuvering his Jarvan 4 towards the blue buff, awaiting its spawn. Lemmy felt reassured by Xianghua's words, skillfully controlling his fishman to the top lane, stealthily entering the brush. The first brush was secure. The second brush was safe. As he concealed himself in the third brush, he awaited the enemy's arrival to apply his W ability. Lemmy swiftly learned the W skill and guided his fishman into the third brush. Just as he entered, a crimson giant sword struck the fishman squarely on the head, causing his health to plummet instantly. His fellow was hiding here? As Lemmy regained his composure after being struck, he swiftly commanded the fishman to activate its W skill. The spear in the fishman's grasp shimmered with brilliance as the sea stone trident took effect, piercing the body of the sword demon. Thanks to the W skill's effect, this attack would inflict continuous damage upon Lu Xian's sword demon for the ensuing 6 seconds. With the skill successfully landing, Lemmy sought to disengage from Lu Xian, directing the fishman to retreat, intending to conclude the skirmish. However, Lu Xian had other intentions. Remaining concealed in the brush, he was determined to pursue Lemmy to the bitter end. Controlling the sword demon, Lu Xian charged forward, leveraging its remarkable attack speed to initiate a series of strikes. Another blow landed upon the fishman, further depleting its health. Surely, he would dare follow? Lemmy thought, his frustration boiling over as he witnessed Lu Xian relentlessly chase him down. Swiftly, he commanded the fishman to turn and retaliate against the sword demon. Yet, in that fleeting moment of the fishman's pivot, Lu Xian's sword demon, as if endowed with foresight, deftly evaded, nullifying Lemmy's attack. Lemmy found himself outmaneuvered by Lu Xian. A gasp erupted from the commentary booth. In this exchange, Lemmy had suffered tremendously, having taken 3 hits and losing half of his health. Indeed, Lemmy did not anticipate such fluidity in Lu Xian's gameplay, Miller remarked. Lemmy, realizing the precariousness of his situation, attempted to withdraw, awaiting the arrival of his ally. The spicy hot pot. Thinking of escaping? It's too late. Lu Xian scoffed as the sword demon leaped into action. Beneath the fishman, a circular red magic circle materialized. The dark-end sword demon unleashed its Q skill, Dark Jump, elevating itself into the air before crashing down upon the fishman with a colossal blow, sending it soaring. With one strike, it ascended, with the next it descended. As the fishman regained its footing, Lu Xian's sword demon landed 2 more strikes upon it, reducing its health to a mere whisper. Panic set in for Lemmy as he hastily retreated, hoping to create distance and escape to the safety of the turret. Yet, Lu Xian granted him no such reprieve, flashing directly in front of the fishman and delivering a decisive blow with his great sword. With a final gasp, the fishman collapsed. turning belly up. Let me screen turn black. He had been single-handedly eliminated by Xuan. Chapter 4. Reporting the Fishman. First Blood. EDG's king, the Dark-In Blade, has slain RNG's Let Me, the Tidecaller. The in-game voice chat resonated as Let Me returned to his senses, gazing at the screen in disbelief. He never anticipated being single-handedly defeated by Xuan in such a manner. It felt less like a competitive match and more akin to a casual ranked game. What on earth is happening? The seasoned player, Spicy Hot Pot, furrowed his brow. He had just finished the blue buff and was taken aback by Let Me's swift demise. No worries, I was careless. Rest assured, I haven't lost much in terms of minions, and I still have my teleport. Just come up to assist me normally in a bit. Let Me spoke while awaiting the Fishman's resurrection, preparing to teleport back into the fray. Meanwhile, Uzi's discontented voice echoed. Can you play a bit more steadily, brother? Can't you just wait for me to scale into the late game? All right. Let Me had no grounds to refute and hurriedly responded. He never expected First Blood to erupt so swiftly. The commentator chimed in, "It seems EDG has truly surprised us. Although the Dark-In Blade is not particularly functional, his dueling capability in the lane is undeniably formidable." Miller added, "Indeed, this is another hidden advantage an unconventional champion. The opponent may not fully grasp your stats and level strength." Continued, subtly attempting to defend Let Me. However, there is merit in his observation. If it were a more common champion, professional players would possess extensive knowledge of various builds and the resulting tankiness and damage from level 1 to 18, thereby eliminating any possibility of misjudgment. Let Me had merely underestimated the Blade's level 1 damage. Had he not turned back to attack, he would have only taken an additional hit and consumed a health potion. Nonetheless, in competitive play, there are no what-ifs. Death is death. The live stream's chat exploded alongside this solo kill. Wow, this Blade is quite impressive, taking a kill so quickly. I think it was just luck. Did you see any skill? It was merely basic attacks and a Q ability. I could do that too. Let Me was simply too weak. If it were Wee's top laner, 957, this Blade would surely have been the one to fall. I ask you, which other players dared to pick the Blade? Every day it's just tanks in the top lane. It's nauseating. Thankfully, the director rarely shows the top lane. This time, the director should show more of the top lane. This Blade might just go on a killing spree. In esports, inadequacy is the original sin. Although it was Xuan's debut, securing a solo kill right off the bat garnered him considerable support. On EDG's side, the team voice chat was filled with echoes of nice. This solo kill significantly bolstered their morale. Brother, play it safe. The enemy jungler is sure to target you. After I finish in the bot lane, I'll head up immediately. If necessary, just play defensively for a moment, the jungler, Clear Love, stated while guiding his pig champion towards the bot lane, addressing Xuan. Xuan nodded slightly, yet showed no intention of retreating to the city. The minions of the red side began to radiate a crimson wave of light. Let Me's Fishman activated the summoner's teleport skill, making his way back to the lane. At that moment, Xuan's sword demon was left with merely 1/3 of his health. However, he did not falter. Instead, he maneuvered the sword demon towards the landing spot of the Fishman. This exemplified the confidence of a true master. Did this fellow truly intend to duel with me? Let Me was taken aback by Xuan's audacity. This was tantamount to courting death. Let Me was at full health and had Ignite ready. A simple auto attack followed by a W skill to reset his auto attack, and then another Ignite would surely lead to Xuan's demise. Although the opponent had a passive ability to resurrect, it would still result in a loss of a life. In such a scenario, when the Spicy Hot Pot arrived, it would be the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Let Me mused. The Fishman had landed, yet he had not even had the chance to execute an auto attack. A red circle had already manifested beneath him. In the very moment the Fishman was about to touch the ground, Xuan commanded the sword demon to unleash his Q skill. As the Fishman landed, the Q skill activated, sending him soaring into the air once more. It was just like before. The Fishman had already endured 2 strikes from the sword demon upon landing. Furthermore, the sword demon's passive skill, Bloodwell, was now fully charged. Despite the absence of any attack speed items, the sword demon's attack speed had reached an astounding 111. The Fishman, wielding his trident, appeared as a novice before the might of the sword demon. With an auto attack and a W skill resetting his auto attack, the sword demon responded with 2 swift slashes. The fisherman's health plummeted once again. Let me hastily activated Ignite while pulling the fisherman back. However, a radiant glow of advancement ignited around Xuan. He had reached level 2. Not only did his health and attributes improve, but he also learned the E skill, Painful Blade, in an instant. The sword demon swung his blade fiercely, sending 2 slashes toward the fisherman. The effect of the E skill inflicted devastating damage, leaving the fisherman's health in tatters, while the 40 slow effect rendered him sluggish. Crawling forward like a turtle, Xuan directed the sword demon towards him, landing another strike upon the fisherman. The fisherman collapsed once again. The sword demon had achieved yet another solo kill. Indeed, this hero, when fully charged with passive energy, demonstrated an extraordinary attack speed. Let me needed to steady himself. Both Wawa and Mi Lu were left in a state of shock, unable to refute the situation. The livestream chat erupted with comments. Report this fishman for feeding. Unbelievable. Dying twice in 2 minutes. Surely he would be down 20 points immediately. If I encountered such a fishman in ranked matches, I would certainly disconnect. This is utterly ridiculous. Could it be that the sword demon is simply too formidable? Did you not observe the nuances of his play? Nonsense nuances, it's all about the numbers. I suspect other teams will soon begin to study this hero, in stark contrast to the optimistic chatter in the livestream. The atmosphere within RNG's team grew incredibly tense. Let me remain silent, his right hand gripping the mouse, trembling uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a wave of anxiety. Within a mere 2 minutes, he had been eliminated twice, an unprecedented occurrence in both his professional career and the annals of the entire league. To make matters worse, he had fallen prey to a rookie, an embarrassment he could hardly bear. Stay calm. Just focus on farming under your tower. I will assist in other lanes for now, advised his teammate, Mala Xianghua, who refrained from criticizing Let Me but had no intention of pressing further into the top lane. Given the current circumstances, venturing there would likely result in a double kill. Meanwhile, Uzi disregarded the situation entirely, unleashing his frustration in the team voice chat. To lose like this against a rookie is truly astounding. If you keep feeding, I may as well disconnect. As he spoke, Uzi maneuvered his Caitlyn forward aggressively, crossing the minion line to target the opposing Ashe, venting his indignation. Just as Uzi advanced across the river and pinned Ashe beneath her tower, a boar unexpectedly emerged from the riverbank. The jungler had arrived. Chapter 5. He consumed a blood bottle to his astonishment. There was indeed a reward. The factory manager maneuvered the boar maiden out of the river, brandishing the whip towards Uzi's female marksman. Previously, he had contemplated whether to heed Xuan's counsel. However, after Xuan single-handedly dispatched Let Me, the manager felt reassured. After finishing the red buff, he hurried towards the bottom lane. Little did he anticipate that before he could arrive, Xuan had already claimed Let Me's life again. It appeared that victory was within their grasp. The manager thought to himself as he guided the boar maiden closer to the marksman. Upon spotting the boar maiden's approach, Uzi reacted swiftly. However, he had advanced too deeply and had no choice but to flash away. The manager was determined not to squander this golden opportunity. As Uzi used his flash, he executed a Q flash. The boar maiden let out a fierce roar, and the wild boar beneath her charged directly at the marksman. A radiant glow enveloped Uzi's marksman as she was afflicted by the boar maiden's passive ability. Meanwhile, both Ashe and Braum were not idle, hastening to join the fray. Braum unleashed his Q ability upon the marksman, marking her with runes at her feet and activating his passive. Once the runes accumulated to 4, they would trigger a freezing effect. Ashe then flashed forward, using her W to apply a slow to the marksman, simultaneously stacking another layer of Braum's passive. The marksman attempted to flee, but under the influence of the slow, she was unable to move. In a desperate moment, Uzi quickly auto-attacked a low-health minion. The marksman managed to eliminate a minion, allowing both her and Thresh to reach level 2 simultaneously. Thresh, sprinting ahead, swiftly learned his W ability, the Lantern of Souls. The green lantern was promptly tossed beneath the marksman. Should Uzi manage to control the marksman to click on the lantern, it would trigger Thresh W ability, transporting her back to his side. However, just as Thresh threw the lantern, Brahm's passive stacked completely, activating a stun effect, rendering Uzi's marksman immobile and unable to act. "I can't reach the lantern," Uzi shouted in the team channel. The screen darkened. The marksman was besieged and fell to the ground. EDG's Clear Love 7, Fury of Winter, eliminated RNG's Uzi, Piltover's marksman. Was spectacular gank by the factory manager. A decisive level 2 ambush at the bottom lane. How audacious. The commentator exclaimed. Indeed, if this gank had failed, it could have severely affected the rhythm of the game. It appears that EDG's coaching staff had devised a strategy prior to this match, utilizing the top lane champion, Aatrox, for an impactful level 2 gank. Commentator added that if EDG could snowball their lead in the early game, they would likely secure victory. However, if the game drags into the late stages, once Uzi's items are fully developed, it may become a different story, he remarked, with an exchanging insights. In the EDG lounge, Abu and top laner Xuan cast admiring glances towards Coach Nof, who hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "It wasn't team me, truly not me." Could it be him? Nof couldn't help but recall the resolute gaze and stern countenance of Xuan as he selected the Sword Demon. A visage devoid of smiles belongs to those who yearn for victory. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the RNG side grew increasingly ominous. Within a mere 3 minutes, both the top and bottom lanes had succumbed, rendering the start of the game anything but auspicious. It was the spicy hot pot who shattered the awkward silence, stating in the team voice chat, "Xiaohu, I'll assist you in the mid lane. See if you can bait out the LeBlanc's W." In truth, the spicy hot pot was reluctant to venture into the mid lane. But given the circumstances, having been solo killed twice in the top lane and the bottom lane just recently falling, only the mid lane offered a glimmer of hope. A bold attempt was essential to secure a favorable outcome. Otherwise, the morale of his teammates would surely crumble and the match would be irrevocably lost. Upon hearing this, Xiaohu nodded, promptly directing Galio to clear the minions swiftly. Utilizing his passive ability and the area damage from his Q skill, he rapidly reduced the minions to a frail state. Meanwhile, Scout, eager to prevent the minions from reaching the tower for easier last hitting, employed his W skill to engage, thus applying LeBlanc's passive to the minions. Following this, he unleashed his Q skill. The execution was flawless, the elastic protein bouncing, as his Q skill danced between the minions, inflicting area damage. "I have used my W. I'll pull back and await my level 3 to learn W," he declared. Xiaohu, witnessing Scout's skill execution, felt a surge of excitement. He was on the cusp of reaching level 3. Once he attained that milestone and acquired the W skill, he could seize the moment to flash beside Scout, leveraging the taunt effect of the W skill in tandem with the prince, thereby significantly increasing the likelihood of securing Scout's life. Moreover, with the jungler absent, there was no one to rescue Scout. In the EDG team voice chat, Scout's voice emerged, laced with uncertainty. "Xuan, are you certain the prince is nearby? I was 70% sure before. Now I'm 90%, Xuan replied calmly, directing the Sword Demon to advance. Having returned home to purchase the Vampiric Scepter, Xuan didn't head towards the top lane, but instead made his way to the F6 position in his jungle. This position is typically where a jungler stands to safeguard their mid laner. "Oh, what do you mean?" Scout inquired, further perplexed. Xiaohu consumed the health potion. Xuan's voice resonated again. As a professional player, Scout instantly grasped the implication of Xuan's hint. Professional matches are not mere casual games. They revolve around resource management. From Dragon Soul contention to the utilization of a single health potion, all must be meticulously contemplated. Under normal circumstances, Xiaohu's health would be quite robust, and he would undoubtedly refrain from consuming the potion. The fact that he did indicated an impending action that would lead to health loss, necessitating an elevation of his health status. With EDG's jungler, the prince, just having returned to base in the bottom lane, he cannot possibly appear in the mid lane. This meant the opposing jungler was en route, and the spicy hot pot, along with Xiaohu, readied themselves to dive the tower. "Impressive," Scout's clumsy Chinese uttered. He harbored a certain admiration for Xuan. This was not a matter difficult to ascertain. but rather an intricate detail challenging to notice amidst the fervor of professional competition. The observer possesses clarity, while the participant finds themselves ensnared in confusion. Ordinary competitors are already consumed by tension and focus, rendering it arduous to perceive such subtleties, let alone in a life-and-death scenario. Particularly when EDG faced the precipice of defeat after 2 losses. Merely maintaining composure in the lane was a formidable task, leaving little room for awareness of these nuances. Then it happened. Lu Xian's voice resonated. On the screen, Xiaohu's Galio suddenly flashed forward, positioning himself closely beside Scout's LeBlanc. The W ability, Duran's Shield, was unleashed instantaneously, triggering the taunt effect and ensnaring Scout's LeBlanc. Simultaneously, a flag from the Debang army soared forth, landing upon Scout's LeBlanc. It was a success. Xiaohu and Mala Xianghua exchanged expressions of joy. Mala Xianghua had already commanded the prince to leap from the brush, as the dragon crashed towards the location of the Debang flag. In the fleeting moment the taunt concluded, Scout's LeBlanc would be launched into the air, awaiting the dual passives of the prince and Galio upon her descent. Even beneath the defensive tower, the fragile LeBlanc would meet her demise, with the passive clone also facing a certain death. At this juncture, who could possibly rescue Scout's LeBlanc? There was someone in D, my friend, standing at F6. The sword demon was poised and ready, and at the moment the prince took flight, a crimson magic array illuminated beneath the Debang flag. The tide of battle had turned. The sword demon descended from the heavens, and Galio, the prince, and LeBlanc were all sent soaring into the air. Chapter 6. The Fasting Flow and Double Kill. What? Both Spicy Hot Pot and Little Tiger's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the sudden emergence of a blade demon. Dude, you're supposed to be in the top lane. Why are you appearing in the mid lane, and from the F6 area no less? Is that even reasonable? Little Tiger and Spicy Hot Pot were bewildered. They attempted to withdraw, but it was already too late. As the prince dealt damage to the LeBlanc, the turret had already locked onto him. When Lu Xian's blade demon sent the prince flying, the turret's attack had already landed, inflicting a third of Spicy Hot Pot's health, and a second strike followed suit. Lu Xian, undeterred, commanded the blade demon to unleash 2 swift slashes while activating his E-skill. The prince's health plummeted, unable to withstand the turret's next assault. Aware that even using flash would lead to demise, Spicy Hot Pot refrained, ultimately falling to the turret, granting Lu Xian yet another kill. Little Tiger's Galio, having exhausted all his skills and flash to eliminate LeBlanc moments ago, found himself slowed by Lu Xian's blade demon, rendering him incapable of escape. Meanwhile, Scout was not idle. LeBlanc unleashed her E-skill, the Distortion Chain. The chain soared from LeBlanc and ensnared Galio, applying a slowing effect. After 5 seconds, the slow transformed into a root, leaving Little Tiger's Galio immobilized. Lu Xian's blade demon surged forward, wielding his blades with relentless precision. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, Little Tiger fell, and Lu Xian claimed yet another soul. This spectacle left the commentators and utterly astonished. They had never anticipated such an extraordinary roaming performance from the blade demon. S voice rang out, followed by indeed, assisting the mid lane from the top lane. This is a first in competitive play. The scoreboard now read 5-0, with 4 of those kills claimed by King's blade demon, propelling his development far ahead. The audience in the live stream began to flood the chat with Lu Xian's ID, showering the screen with King. This is exhilarating. This is the match I yearn to witness. Enough of the mundane strategies. Do you comprehend the essence of LPL? It's all about the brawls. This blade demon's initial 4 kills have rendered the fishman incapable of playing. The irony is that he can't even blame his teammates, having gifted 2 kills himself. Spicy Hot Pot, famously a fasting-style jungler, found this newly swapped top laner from EDG to be the epitome of a fasting top laner, abandoning minion waves to charge mid. If he and T caught them this time, they would have suffered tremendously. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within RNG had plummeted to an icy low. Even Uzi appeared flushed, struggling to find a target for his frustration. At a critical moment, Little Tiger stepped forward, addressing the team via voice chat. Everyone, stay composed. Let us drag this to the late game. After all, the enemy's Blade Demon is still a squishy target. When we engage in team fights, I'll focus on him and will burst him down first. Upon hearing this, Uzi felt a slight chill on his face. Wait for my trio of items. During the team fight, surround me and protect me. Let me remain silent, controlling his small merman tucked beneath the tower. He was pondering a pressing question. Was there still a chance for a team fight? At this moment, he dared not engage in normal lane combat. Opposing him was a sword demon boasting 4 kills, having acquired the Bilgewater Cutlass. He could only stand at a distance, soaking in experience, too fearful to approach the minions. The moment he ventured forth, the sword demon would unleash a devastating 5-star combo, reducing his small merman to mere sushi. Let us prolong this until the dragon fight. I'll wait for the puppy to develop. Let me thought, steadfastly maintaining his position under the defensive tower, too apprehensive to wander freely. Fortunately, after a while, good news arrived from the bottom lane. Uzi had sprung into action. Through a flawless synergy with Xiaoming's Thresh, they successfully eliminated EDG's bottom duo. Remarkably, both kills were secured by the Caitlyn. The scene shifted to a replay of the kill, as Doimb and Miller began their commentary. What a stellar performance from Thresh. His E-ability, Death Sentence, interrupted Braum's W skill, sending Braum plummeting from midair. Indeed, the collaboration between Thresh and Caitlyn showcased immense lane pressure, particularly with Uzi's Caitlyn displaying impeccable skill in placing traps. On EDG's side, the advantage that the jungler had established for the bottom lane was swiftly nullified. With 2 kills under her belt, Caitlyn would likely return home with a Storm Razor, making life even more challenging for EDG's bottom lane. As Caitlyn's development progressed, the upcoming dragon fight became increasingly uncertain. RNG held significant control, and as long as they could contain the sword demon, team fights would remain favorable for them. The 2 commentators engaged in a harmonious analysis of the current situation. With Uzi's double kill revitalizing the atmosphere within RNG, the mood brightened. Nice job, brothers. That was a perfect collaboration. Uzi beamed, the earlier gloom dissipating. Everyone, hold steady. Their bottom lane has fallen apart. Spicy Hot Pot, come help us with a countergank. The enemy jungler is likely on the way. However, RNG support, Xiaoming, disagreed, stating, I just saw the jungler heading up to the top lane. P.S. probably looking to dive the small merman. I'll assist him in a countergank. If he gets dove again, he'll be completely ruined. Lemmy felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing this, inching closer to the defensive tower. All right, as long as their jungler doesn't show up, we'll be fine. Afterward, we'll return to lane and continue to pressure. I'll strike directly with my Q. Uzi purchased his equipment, guiding Caitlyn toward the bottom lane. Xiaoming nodded, sharing Uzi's thoughts. Just moments ago, the Frost Archer and Braum were no match for them. Now with Uzi's Caitlyn holding an equipment advantage, a slight poke would suffice. As long as Thresh's Q landed, whether against Braum or the Frost Archer, a kill was assured. Meanwhile, on EDG's side, Zet's voice echoed with constant apologies. My bad. My bad. No worries. As long as we nurture the sword demon, we can build our strategy around him. The manager reassured, already guiding the pig girl towards the top lane. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lucian stealthily maneuvered the sword demon into the bushes, utilizing a teleportation to arrive at the position near the second tower in the bottom lane, and then proceeded towards the first tower. What is happening? I came to assist you in diving the tower, yet you have retreated? The manager was bewildered. It's fine, you can proceed as planned. Spicy Hot Pot will undoubtedly attempt a counterattack. I will support the bottom lane. Lucian spoke with utmost certainty, leveraging the super AI computing power of the system. Lucian swiftly assessed the situation. There was a high probability that Spicy Hot Pot would attempt a counter in the top lane, while Uzi would continue to pressure the lane. Although Lucian was not entirely certain about Spicy Hot Pot's actions, he had a profound understanding of Uzi, prompting him to decisively teleport to the bottom lane, once again entering a state of fasting. Chapter 7. He anticipated my anticipation, my friend. You were the top laner. The director's camera shifted to Lu Xian, precisely capturing the moment he teleported to the second turret in the bot lane. This Riven descended with an almost ethereal grace. Did he not? The commentator, Wawa, found himself momentarily at a loss for words regarding Lu Xian's maneuver. Fortunately, Miller quickly seized the opportunity to elaborate. He must have predicted that the enemy top laner would attempt a counter-gank. Though, this level of decisiveness is rather audacious, isn't it? Indeed, if the opposition failed to show up, it would result in a squandered teleport. Moreover, the jungler, Clear Love, was en route to the top lane. Had Spicy Hot Pot been lurking in the bot lane, EDG would have faced utter devastation. Who could argue otherwise? Yet, it appeared that the goddess of victory had chosen to smile upon EDG this time, as Lu Xian's prediction proved to be accurate. Not only were the commentators dumbfounded, but the viewers in the live broadcast also found themselves at a loss. The screen was flooded with question marks. This can't be real. It must be a setup. RNG wouldn't dare to win. Did Spicy Hot Pot make a deal with the opposition? This seems far too contrived. Even in a custom game, one wouldn't dare to play like this. Clear Love made his way to the river's tri-brush. What was the next course of action? He inquired through the team voice chat. Lu Xian's prior astute commands had prompted Clear Love to begin valuing his insights. Consider me as if I were in the top lane. Understand the empty city stratagem? Be wary of Spicy Hot Pot and the Fishman. If they emerge, just flee, Lu Xian directed, his Riven already nearing the first turret. Engage directly with Uzi in the bot lane. Ideally, we can bait Thresh beneath the turret, Lu Xian continued to instruct. Despite lingering doubts, the bot lane duo of EDG complied. After all, Lu Xian's Riven was currently 4-0, making him the undisputed leader of the team. One must heed the words of the captain. Zet, controlling Ashe, deliberately advanced a couple of steps, unleashing her W ability, Frost Shot, which rained arrows down upon Uzi's misfortune. Uzi, unable to tolerate such provocation, retorted, "Have you forgotten the last encounter? Do you dare to approach me again?" With that, he executed a reverse E ability, the 90 caliber net, swiftly closing the distance to Ashe. Such a maneuver would be unthinkable for an ordinary AD carry, who would typically reserve their E ability to evade potential ganks from the jungler or mid laner. However, Uzi was no ordinary player. He was renowned for his aggressive playstyle. For him, releasing the E ability in such a manner allowed him to land additional auto attacks on Ashe, an absolute necessity. As for the threat of a gank from the mid laner or jungler, it was inconceivable at this juncture. The mid laner, LeBlanc, was preoccupied with wave management, while the jungler had just revealed himself in the top lane. Just as Spicy Hot Pot had indicated, preparations were in place to ambush Letme's Fishman at his turret. In this moment, no one could hope to catch him. With the Stormblade in hand, Misfortune could easily whittle Ashe down to half health. Should Braum attempt to block, Thresh could simply hook him. Upon hitting Braum, he could then follow up with a trap, immobilizing him, and with just a few shots, Braum would find himself severely weakened. This exemplified Uzi's overwhelming dominance. In the online arena, there was virtually no rival. After a brief moment under the tower, a plan was devised to dive in. Uzi had already begun plotting his next move. "No problem," responded the support, Xiaoming, swiftly positioning himself behind Braum. The moment Misfortune fired her weapon, Braum unleashed his W skill, leaping onto Ashe, activating his E skill to raise his shield and block the incoming attack. Observing this, Xiaoming quickly acted, releasing his Q skill, Death Sentence, as Thresh Hook successfully latched onto Braum. Anticipating the positioning, despite being near the defensive tower, he would not attract its ire. Xiaoming promptly activated his second Q skill, propelling Thresh towards the ensnared Braum. Before launching, he hastily threw out his W skill, Lantern. Uzi rapidly clicked on the lantern, soaring alongside Xiaoming as planned. Once Thresh reached his destination, Braum's shield would dissipate. Thresh would then unleash his E skill, Flay, directly knocking back both Ashe and Braum, accompanied by a slowing effect. Uzi coordinated to place a trap, ensnaring Ashe and effectively immobilizing her in her weakened state. Without his E skill, Braum was utterly incapable of shielding Ashe, merely a spectator as she was eliminated. However, just as Thresh was about to pull Misfortune, nearing Ashe and Braum, a crimson circular glyph materialized beneath their feet. It was the Dark Leap. The Blade Demon had arrived. Wasn't he supposed to be in the top lane? preparing to dive with the factory director. Both Xiao Ming and Uzi were taken aback, never having anticipated that the Blade Demon would appear at this moment and in this location. Moreover, it appeared deliberate, as if he had come specifically for the two of them. The Blade Demon descended, his massive sword crashing down, sending Misfortune and Thresh soaring into the air. The ultimate skill, Bloodbath, was unleashed. The Blade Demon raised his colossal sword high, a radiant glow erupting from his form. With the enhancement of his ultimate, Lu Xian's attack speed and range saw a tremendous boost. The moment the ultimate activated, it also dealt damage, as Lu Xian's Blade Demon struck, simultaneously unleashing his E-skill. Pain's Edge. Upon Misfortune, she was left severely weakened. Upon landing, the Blade Demon struck again, ruthlessly slaying Uzi's Misfortune. What staggering damage! Uzi was left in shock. Meanwhile, Xiaoming's Thresh hastily attempted to flee, but was slowed by Lu Xian's Bilgewater Cutlass. The Blade Demon pursued, activating his W skill, Blood Recompense. His sword transformed to a brilliant blue. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. With fluid precision, the 3rd strike triggered an additional damage effect, swiftly claiming Thresh's life as well. Double kill. EDG's King, the Blade Demon, eliminated RNG's Uzi, Piltover Misfortune. EDG's King, the Blade Demon, also vanquished RNG's Ming, Thresh. The system voice echoed, leaving Let Me and Spicy Hot Pot utterly bewildered. The entire situation unfolded with startling abruptness, so sudden that they only began to comprehend it upon hearing the system's voice. But wait, how could the Sword Demon possibly be in the bottom lane? The factory director was still in the top lane, wasn't he? Indeed, weren't they both supposed to be under the tower? How did the Sword Demon descend? He had just been in the top lane moments ago. Could it be that he teleported down? Has he lost his mind? Let Me and Malatang quickly turned their gazes toward the factory director in the top lane. The factory director, controlling the Boar Maiden, had emerged from a brush and was now standing just a short distance from the defensive tower. The Boar Maiden wielded her whip with grace, while the wild boar beneath her swayed rhythmically, as if dancing. This spectacle nearly left the RNG team in a state of disbelief. The audience in the live broadcast was thoroughly entertained. It was a heart-wrenching moment. The factory director's dance was quite amusing. Indeed, the Sword Demon was impressive, and this king was utterly outrageous, seizing the opportunity in a manner that made it difficult to believe they were watching an LPL match. Could it be that LPL finally holds promise? Is this truly the year brimming with hope? Chapter 8. As Uzi's 3-piece set awaited, Let Me was momentarily bewildered by the kill. The camera zoomed in, capturing a close-up of the Sword Demon. Within the game, the Sword Demon's voice resonated. Every kill brings victory a step closer. Lu Xian directed the Sword Demon back to base. The commentary from Wawa and Miller echoed, noting the Sword Demon's arrival had dramatically turned the tide. Indeed, that previous play was pivotal. Twice, the Sword Demon's unexpected emergence had interrupted what should have been RNG's offensive, leaving them at a disadvantage instead. The Sword Demon had claimed 2 more kills, including Uzi's significant bounty, leading to an impressive upgrade in equipment upon returning home. As the 2 commentators spoke, Lu Xian had already returned to base, completing his purchases. The Bilgewater Cutlass had been upgraded to the Blade of the Ruined King, and he had also acquired a pair of boots and a Vampire Scepter. Lu Xian maneuvered the Sword Demon back to the lane, while Let Me's Fishman had just returned to the lane after purchasing his equipment. Upon witnessing Lu Xian's lavish gear on the Sword Demon, Let Me felt a twinge of despair. His Fishman possessed merely a burning gemstone, leaving him significantly behind in items. Yet, the disparity was not merely in equipment. Lu Xian's Sword Demon had reached level 8, while Let Me's Fishman languished at level 5, a full 3 levels apart. In the top lane, the difference in levels proved far more daunting than the gap in items. Furthermore, Lu Xian's lead in equipment was staggering. Steady now. Wait for Uzi's 3-piece, set to engage in team fights. Let Me keep an eye on the Sword Demon's position. If he disappears, alert us immediately, came the voice of Xiao from the RNG team. All right. Let Me could only respond with a wry smile, maneuvering his Fishman to nestle beside the turret, creating a protective zone. This time, Lu Xian did not roam further, but focused intently on the lane. However, He did not freeze the minion wave in the middle, as he had previously done to deny Let Me last hits. Instead, he swiftly cleared the wave, pushing it down to the turret. He getting cocky. Let Me thought, his expression brightening. With the minions under the turret, he would have the opportunity to farm. As long as the opposing jungler didn't arrive, his fishman would likely remain safe from a gank. However, this moment of hope quickly faded as Let Me's smile froze. As he moved his fishman forward to attack a distant minion, Lucian's sword demon wielded a sword that glimmered blue, striking directly at the fishman. The blood price effect activated, slicing away a fifth of the fishman's health. The turret's light flickered on, only to dim almost instantly. With exquisite control of distance, Lucian maneuvered the sword demon, avoiding the turret's attack. It's over, Kong Kong, hurry and help me. Let Me shouted in the team voice chat. At that moment, he realized he had underestimated Lucian. Not only was Lucian's awareness formidable, but his meticulous execution was remarkably sharp, exhibiting the poise of someone who had experienced loss before, as if he had tasted the bitterness of defeat. Let Me swiftly comprehended the intention of Lucian's incursion. It was not a mere whim, but rather a calculated attempt to breach the tower. He urgently called for Spicy Hot Pot's assistance. As Let Me's voice echoed, he was met with the impatient retort of Spicy Hot Pot. You hold your ground beneath the tower. Even if I ascend, I cannot eliminate him. I shall first assist Uzi with a gank. This fight hinges on Uzi's prowess. With that, Spicy Hot Pot disregarded Let Me, guiding his champion, Jarvan 4, toward the bottom lane. Meanwhile, the mid laner Xiaohu, having cleared his wave with Galio, approached the bottom lane, positioning himself to utilize his ultimate ability and soar to Uzi's side. In this moment, RNG converged with 4 members, determined to break through EDG's defenses in the lower lane. After all, Uzi held the advantage at this juncture. Aiding him in amplifying his lead would be pivotal for the ensuing team fights. Xiao Ming, commanding Thresh, once again cast his hook, striking true on Ashe. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward, unleashing his E-ability, Flay, to hurl Ashe back. Caitlyn followed up with a trap, unleashing a critical shot, but fortunately, Braum's timely intervention saw him shield Ashe from the bullet. Rather than retreating to the tower, Ashe remained steadfast, activating her Q ability to assault Thresh. At that very moment, a boar burst forth. Clearlove's Gragas had been lying in wait. The earlier successful gank had rekindled Clearlove's confidence, leading him to perceive this moment as an opportunity. However, RNG was not merely relying on Uzi and Xiao Ming's duo in the bottom lane. Concealed in the nearby brush, Spicy Hot Pot unleashed a swift EQ combo, lifting both the onrushing Gragas and Ashe into the air. In an instant, a magnificent golden magical circle appeared on the ground. Heroic entrance. Galio's ability was unleashed, descending from above, sending the airborne Gragas, Ashe, and Braum soaring. Upon landing, he activated his W ability, Shield of Durand, taunting all 3 members of EDG. Seizing this opportunity, Uzi unleashed a torrent of damage. Under the coordination of RNG's 4 players, all 3 of EDG's champions succumbed to defeat. Triple kill. RNG's Uzi, Caitlyn, eliminated EDG's Zed, Ashe, followed by the demise of EDG's Miko, Braum, and Clear Love, Gragas. RNG had finally discovered their rhythm, with Uzi's Caitlyn achieving a remarkable triple kill. The enthusiastic commentary of the casters and filled the air. Indeed, Caitlyn had accumulated 5 kills and maintained a lead in minions. Could Uzi become the savior of RNG? Just as their words settled, the game screen displayed yet another kill notification. EDG's king, Aatrox, had slain RNG's Let Me, Fizz. The broadcast shifted to the top lane, revealing that the fish champion was now sprawled beneath the tower. Yet, Lucian Sword Demon was in perfect health, relentlessly attacking the tower with astonishing speed. Unleashing a flurry of strikes, the defensive tower was reduced to a mere sliver of health before it ultimately succumbed to an explosion. Simultaneously, as RNG's top lane tower detonated, the 4 members of RNG swiftly demolished EDG's bottom lane tower. Astonishingly, he secured the first tower. However, it mattered little, as he urged his team. Just protect me during the team fight, and I will eliminate him. Uzi, controlling the misfortune, communicated in the team voice chat. All right. The members of RNG responded in unison, while Letme's voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty. He was still replaying the moment of his recent demise in his mind. He could hardly comprehend the sword demon's damage. He was obliterated before he could even unleash his E ability. Caught in a lethal combination of Q and E interspersed with basic attacks. Chapter 9. The Pure Damage Sword Demon. The Canyon Vanguard's decisive team, Fight the Sword Demon, is on the brink of achieving a godlike status. The voice of the commentator, Dada, resonates. Indeed, it is fortunate that he is not a tank hero. RNG possesses ample control. If they can initiate and secure the Sword Demon during the team fight, focusing their fire to eliminate him swiftly, RNG's chances in the battle remain viable. Miller follows up with his analysis. At this juncture, the Sword Demon is likely to acquire a defensive item upon returning home, as the competition for the Rift Herald in the upper lane is imminent. Without sufficient durability, he is prone to being swiftly taken down in team skirmishes. Although the Sword Demon's passive allows for resurrection, inflicting damage becomes exceedingly challenging. What? The Sword Demon has opted for the Devourer Hydra? Dada is astonished by Lu Xian's choice of items. This decision demands impeccable timing from the player, as the margin for error is alarmingly narrow, making him susceptible to untimely demise. Miller expresses his skepticism regarding Lu Xian's build. Viewers in the competition's livestream react to Lu Xian's itemization with a flurry of comments. While this Sword Demon is audacious, a pure damage Sword Demon, it's either you die or I do. However, this is a professional match. While ranked games allow for individual expression, competitive integrity is paramount. RNG will undoubtedly keep a vigilant watch on this Sword Demon. Indeed, from an objective standpoint, EDG's advantage rests solely on the Sword Demon. Should he fall, their chances in team fights will be drastically diminished. LeBlanc finds herself countered by Galio and Jarvan, while Ash's damage output is insufficient to make a significant impact. The audience remains unconvinced by Lu Xian's itemization, perceiving it as overambitious. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xian is oblivious to the commentator's insights and the live chat's barrage, maintaining an expression of serene indifference. Even if he were aware, he would merely scoff at the criticisms, treating them with disdain. Presently, Lu Xian has drawn an ace, embodying the essence of a true master of his craft. What defines a master of their craft? It is not merely the repetition of hundreds or thousands of games with the same hero. Rather, it is a profound understanding of the hero itself. From skills to landing, itemization to team fights, from the game's inception to its conclusion, they are capable of devising optimal strategies based on the game's progression and circumstances. Exceptional mechanics are merely the foundation. A master possesses insights that sometimes defy conventional wisdom. While commentators and spectators alike believe Lu Xian's build renders him vulnerable to swift extinction in team fights, he harbors an entirely opposing perspective. If victory is to be attained, he must assert himself, and the opportune moment to do so is the forthcoming Rift Herald skirmish. To attack is to defend most effectively. Lu Xian guides the Sword Demon towards the upper river, his colossal sword shifting from blue to crimson. The W skill is deactivated. Blood Price transforms into Bloodthirst. At level 2, Bloodthirst allows the Sword Demon to regain 25 plus 0, 25 times his attack power and health with every third attack. Moreover, this effect is amplified by 200 when the Darkened Sword Demon is below half health. With the dual lifesteal effects of the Blade of the Ruined King and the Ravenous Hydra adorning the Sword Demon, his regenerative capabilities will reach an astonishing level. Let's initiate a counterattack, came the voice of the team captain from the voice chat. He continued, Iceborne and LeBlanc should seek opportunities to harass more. Brown, keep a close watch on the prince's position. The little fish is underdeveloped, so do not concern yourselves with it. Miko responded promptly, no problem. The voices of Scout and Zet followed suit. All right. Understood. Just as the strategy was about to be confirmed, Lu Xian proposed a completely contrary opinion. Do not counterattack. Let's take the initiative. Watch my position and unleash all your ultimates. The captain and the others were momentarily taken aback, and before they could voice their doubts, Lu Xian's voice rang out again. The opposing Caitlyn is far too fed, and her attack range is extensive. We cannot afford to trade blows. If LeBlanc dares to engage, she could easily be taken out if hooked by Thresh. With Lu Xian's words, silence enveloped the team voice chat. Indeed, the captain had also noted this issue. Uzi's Caitlyn was exceedingly fed. Although LeBlanc possessed high burst damage, she was equally fragile. If she advanced with her W, she was quite likely to be hooked by Thresh. Two critical strikes from Caitlyn, combined with the damage from RNG's other teammates, could very well reduce LeBlanc to a mere shadow of her former self, or even eliminate her outright. As for Master AI's harassment, it was inconsequential and should be disregarded. Is this feasible? The captain remained apprehensive. It seemed a tad too reckless. And if Lu Xian fell, the team fight would be lost, tipping the scales in RNG's favor. Rest assured, I've invested 300,000 into this, Lu Xian quipped, lightening the atmosphere within the team. At such crucial moments, it was vital not to burden teammates with pressure. A more relaxed approach often leads to superior performance. On the RNG side, they were also strategizing for the impending team fight in the canyon. Uzi seized command, proclaiming loudly in the team chat, "Keep an eye on the sword demon, protect me, and fight around me. If LeBlanc dares to approach for harassment, eliminate her immediately. Let me. Your fish lacks damage and cannot penetrate their backline. Stay back to protect me. Xiaohu, position yourself beside me and be ready to unleash your W. Xianghua, find the right moment to engage. I will provide the damage. Fresh, keep me safe." The voice chat was dominated by Uzi's commands. Understood, came the responses from the other RNG members. Let me, do not perish in the team fight. We cannot afford to lose all our kills to you, Uzi chided, guiding Caitlyn toward the river while continuing to relay instructions in the team chat. Didn't you also gift 2 kills to the sword demon down bottom? Let me thought to himself, refraining from challenging Uzi in the voice chat. In the game, both EDG and RNG were making their way toward the top lane. The voices of the commentators, Wawa and Miller, echoed. We could see both EDG and RNG advancing toward the upper river. Indeed, this upcoming Rift Herald fight has the potential to be the decisive battle. Wawa, which side do you think will prevail? I hold a strong belief in RNG, as Uzi's prowess in team fights is formidable. Moreover, the protective capabilities of this composition are exceptional, allowing for ample output space for the ADC. Indeed, with 5 kills attributed to her, the ADC has acquired an infinity edge at this juncture, delivering considerable damage that even the stalwart defenses of EDG's Braum and Alistar cannot withstand. EDG is likely to engage in preliminary skirmishes, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The timing of Aatrox's entry into the fray is crucial. Should he succeed in creating a late-game scenario, his harvesting capacity in the aftermath of battle remains quite formidable. As Doimb and Miller engage in their spirited analysis, the members of RNG and EDG have fully converged near the Rift Herald. The clash is imminent. Chapter 10, Transcendence, Pinnacle. Violence as elegance. The RNG team gathered, emerging from the brush near the mid lane, intent on seizing vision around the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, on the EDG side, Clearlove led the charge, with Brown following closely behind to secure vision. "Protect me," rang out Uzi's voice over the team communication as he maneuvered his Caitlyn forward to target the Rek'Sai. With his passive fully stacked, a critical hit landed, amplified by the Infinity Edge, swiftly shredding through the Rek'Sai's health. As we previously discussed, Caitlyn's damage is exceedingly high at this stage. Honestly, EDG is in a precarious position, remarked the commentator Doimb. Miller added, just as Doimb analyzed earlier, Uzi's team fight output remains formidable. I believe EDG might consider conceding the Herald, allowing Aatrox to split push, thereby placing greater pressure on RNG. Just as Miller's words faded, Lu Xian guided Aatrox out from the brush. What is this Aatrox planning? Uzi was baffled by Lu Xian's reckless action. Shouldn't he have concealed himself, waiting for RNG to exhaust their crowd control before revealing himself? By exposing his position, he would no longer instill fear. As Uzi pondered this, Lu Xian executed an even more absurd maneuver. The Aatrox boldly advanced towards the RNG players. Has he lost his mind? Xuan was taken aback. This was tantamount to handing over a free kill, with Galio and Jarvan possessing crowd control. Walking directly into them seemed like an invitation for disaster. This kid is far too arrogant. Ma Xianghua could no longer stand idly by. He activated his E ability, Damation Standard, dropping it directly onto Lu Xian's Aatrox, simultaneously pressing Q for Dragon Strike, charging towards Aatrox. Just as Jarvan was about to strike, a radiant glow enveloped Aatrox. Flash. Arcane Shift. As Jarvan's spear was on the brink of connecting with Aatrox, he blinked away, slipping seamlessly past Jarvan, evading the knockup entirely. This guy's incredibly confident. Ma Xianghua marveled at Lu Xian's execution. With Galio present, Ma Xianghua aimed to conserve his flash and refrain from using the guaranteed EQ flash combo. He never anticipated that Lu Xian would opt for an arcane shift. Moving forward, even professional players cannot guarantee a flawless arcane shift in ranked games, let alone on the competitive stage. Moreover, utilizing it at the last moment, while visually impressive, typically yields minimal impact. A timely flash could have facilitated an easier evasion of enemy skills. However, there exists an exception when one intends to flash forward, which was precisely Lu Xian's situation. By arcane shifting to dodge Jarvan's assault, Aatrox flashed forward, closing the distance between himself and Uzi's Caitlyn. The crimson glyph illuminated, and Aatrox ascended, descending like a blade into the fray, directly plunging into the midst of RNG players, launching Galio and Thresh, who stood at the center of the glyph. Skyward, bloodbath was unleashed. The sword demon directly inflicted damage upon the 4 members of RNG, causing the blood well of the sword demon to surge dramatically. With the blades of agony and the retribution of blood, the sword demon wielded his colossal sword, unleashing devastating slashes while simultaneously landing basic attacks on the marksman. This sudden onslaught caught Uzi off guard. He believed he would be safe under the protection of Thresh and Galio. However, to his astonishment, both Galio and Thresh were sent flying. The sword demon's decisiveness was overwhelming as he flashed forward without hesitation. The Devourer and the Blade of the Ruined King were activated almost simultaneously by Lu Xian, resulting in the marksman's health plummeting. By the time Uzi reacted and attempted to flash away, the sword demon's final strike had already been delivered. Uzi managed to escape, but ultimately succumbed to the ground. The sword demon's burst damage was absolutely staggering, nearly instantaneously eliminating the marksman. As Galio and Thresh regained their footing, they swiftly restrained the sword demon. It was too late to alter the outcome of Uzi's demise. "Protect me," Uzi cried desperately over the team voice chat, his face visibly flushed with disbelief. He had never anticipated the sword demon would be so audacious, nor could he have fathomed the extent of the sword demon's damage. In full view of the RNG team, he was dispatched as if in a realm devoid of opposition. With Uzi down, the prospect of victory in this team fight for RNG grew increasingly dim. Commentator Dada was taken aback by the rapidity of this turn of events. This sword demon is exceedingly confident, exuding the sense that everything is within his calculation. Added commentator Miller, "Wow, this is ferocious, as if in a world without barriers," exclaimed Miller. "This is how the sword demon should play. One must dare to engage to achieve such effects." The sword demon, King, undoubtedly emerged as the supreme sword demon, with this remarkable display positioning him as the world's finest in his craft. As the live broadcast filled with comments proclaiming King, Lu Xian quickly amassed a legion of admirers through his formidable skills and aggressive style. "First, we must eliminate the sword demon," thought the remaining 4 members of RNG in unison. Galio's taunt had activated, rendering the sword demon immobile and forcing it to attack Galio. Meanwhile, Thresh Q ability, Death Sentence, ensnared the sword demon, binding it in place. In haste, the fishman unleashed his ability, Shark Assault. With the cry of the shark, a circular water vortex appeared beneath the sword demon. After 1.5 seconds, a colossal shark would surge forth, dealing immense damage to the sword demon. With the sword demon's health reduced to a mere quarter, it appeared on the brink of collapse. At that moment, the sword demon regained mobility. his blue sword transforming into a crimson hue as the bloodthirsty desire activated. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, rapidly executing auto attacks. The fully stacked passive of the blood, escalated the sword demon's attack speed to an extraordinary level. Harnessing the effects of bloodthirsty desire, he swiftly replenished a significant portion of his health. As the shark erupted from beneath him, the sword demon was knocked aside, yet he remained standing, sword in hand, unyielding. The rest of EDG soon arrived, joining the fray with their own assault. The factory chief, Pig's sister, brandished her pig whip, unleashing her ultimate skill, the frigid abyss. The spinning whip struck the prince from the spicy hot pot, triggering a freezing effect that ensnared him in place. Braum raised a shield and slammed it down, releasing his ultimate ability as a glacier shot forth, hurtling towards the members of RNG. Alongside this, Ash's ultimate was cast, launching a magical arrow of ice. Scout's LeBlanc swiftly followed suit, weaving her hands over the keyboard to unleash her skills upon the RNG team. Not only did RNG fail to anticipate Lu Xian's audacious advance, but the members of EDG were equally taken aback by his decisive charge. By the time they registered the unfolding events, Uzi had already fallen. The low-health sword demon continued to inflict damage, his sword swinging increasingly rapidly, each strike activating the effect of the Kraken Slayer and dealing area damage. With the dual lifesteal from his equipment and the effect of W Bloodthirst, he quickly regained health. Lu Xian dispatched Thresh, restoring his health to half. He then eliminated the Fishman, bringing his health back to 2/3. After slaying the prince, his health was fully replenished. Lu Xian pursued Galio, striking once, twice, thrice, until Galio collapsed. The voice of a legendary pentakill echoed, signaling a total annihilation. The fully restored sword demon stood triumphantly over the fallen bodies of the RNG team. His voice resonating, "Violence is elegance." Chapter 11. A stalemate in Game 2-2, once again shaking the system dice. The voice of the commentator resonated, "Violence is elegance," a phrase that perfectly encapsulated the remarkable performance of Player King. Commentator chimed in, "Who says unconventional heroes cannot take the stage? Who claims fragile top laners cannot engage in team fights?" Player King demonstrated through his exquisite maneuvers that not only could they fight, but they could do so with remarkable flair. The audience in the live broadcast was utterly captivated by. To finish a team fight at full health, can you believe it? The champion is indeed like this. I often use it to fish in silver rank. What you did was fishing in silver. This is a professional match, one might argue. However, you are not wrong. King's performance indeed resembled fishing, boldly declaring who truly carried for EDG. Who could disagree? After that team fight, the top lane's economic advantage surged by nearly 5,000. Can I have your account? Just let me play for 5 minutes. EDG emerged victorious in the team fight, their morale soaring. The team leader turned to, seated beside him, and remarked, "Brother, with skills like yours, you should have taken the stage earlier. We could have swept them 3-0. Impressive, Scout succinctly expressed his thoughts. Zed also drew upon his lifelong learning. Incredible. Miko, maintaining composure, suggested, "Let us finish this match first. The opponent will surely target you next game." In stark contrast to the uplifted atmosphere of EDG, the mood on the RNG side had plummeted. Each face reflected deep concern. Particularly, Uzi's complexion was flushed, rendering him speechless with fury. The subsequent match time had devolved into a mere formality. S led EDG on a triumphant march. With an overwhelming equipment advantage, the champion's damage was nothing short of extraordinary, leaving RNG utterly defenseless. 10 minutes later, S struck the nearly depleted base of RNG. As the sound of the bass exploding echoed, it heralded the conclusion of this match. The commentator announced, under the leadership of Player King, EDG has leveled the score to 2-2, setting the stage for the decisive match. Commentator added, "Indeed, EDG will likely tailor their BP strategy to target Player King. I doubt they will allow to be available. Right, I wonder if Player King will surprise us with something else." Let's take a brief respite before we embark on today's final battle in this BO5 showdown. Who will emerge victorious? We shall see. Inside the EDG lounge, Manager approached with a beaming smile, patting him on the shoulder. You've worked hard. However, remain nonchalant. Not at all. Don't forget the payment. Stung by his retort, refrained from reacting. There was no choice. They were still relying on to secure the victory. Moreover, the betting agreement had been signed, leaving him no avenue for regret. Before took the stage, had thought him mad. Now, it appeared that was not the one who had lost his mind, but rather it was who had fallen into a trap. 750,000 is no small sum. For most youth training candidates, a monthly salary barely reaches a few thousand, while 500,000 represents the annual salary of a top-tier player. There are even reports that some clubs send trial players away with merely 50 yuan. Nevertheless, securing victory in the upcoming match is of paramount importance. If they lose the next game, elimination is inevitable. What do you think for the next round? Coach Nof inquired, glancing at Xuan. In the previous match, Xuan not only overwhelmed his opponent in lane, but his strategic support plays were nothing short of miraculous, leading commentators to believe it was all part of Nof's plan, causing Nof to feel a bit embarrassed by the praise. Yet, Nof was self-aware enough to recognize that the brilliance stemmed entirely from Xuan's individual prowess. As they approached the decisive game, Nof refrained from making reckless decisions and instead opted to consider Xuan's perspective. The rest of EDG turned their attention to Xuan. Equally impressed by his previous performance, Xuan remained silent, reaching into his pocket to retrieve the system dice. He had previously tested this item, which was visible only to him, alleviating concerns about its discovery by others. As he held the dice in his hand, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Reward calculation in progress. The host successfully completed AC rank in the last match, increasing the probability of drawing AC rank by 1. Is that all? Xuan chuckled at the system's reward. It paled in comparison to the outrageous rewards found in fantastical novels, yet it seemed somewhat decent. With a 1 increment each time, after achieving C rank 100 times, wouldn't he be able to draw a C rank every single time, transforming it into a guaranteed success? Calming his thoughts, Xuan closed his eyes and began to shake the dice ceremoniously. The team captain had witnessed this peculiar behavior before and was no longer surprised. While the other EDG members gazed at Xuan with curiosity, Abu furrowed his brow, questioning, what is going on? Is he invoking a spirit for the match? I'm not sure. Perhaps the pressure is overwhelming, Coach Nof speculated. There must be a reason behind Xuan's actions. Let us wait and see, Miko added. As the EDG members exchanged puzzled glances, Xuan finally ceased his shaking. He opened his palm, and the system prompt resounded once more. Dice usage successful. Congratulations, host. You rolled send 1. For each kill given away in this match, teammate status increases by 10. Congratulations indeed. Xuan stared at the prominent word send on the dice, utterly speechless. He had hoped to achieve another C rank. What did you get? The team captain asked, noticing Xuan had stopped his ritual. You're all adept at playing. Xuan replied with a hint of resignation. Do I really have to give away kills? However, upon further reflection, he considered that this might indeed lead to victory. If giving away 1 kill elevates teammates' abilities by 10, then giving away 10 would amplify their strength by 100. As professional players, the disparity wouldn't be insurmountable, especially with 4 teammates. If everyone were to unleash their full potential, victory in this match would not be beyond our reach. With this thought, a smile suddenly graced Xuan's face. Indeed, let us engage in the style that you excel in. Together, we shall overwhelm our adversaries. After having dominated the previous match, what harm is there in offering a sacrifice this time? Xuan mused, already eager to witness his teammates' performances while contemplating which hero to select. The battle anthem, Silver Scrapes, resonated through the air as the final game of the BO5 in the S7 Spring split commenced. The 5 members of EDG and the 5 members of RNG once again took to the stage, initiating the ban and pick phase. Chapter 12. Captain Timo is facing death. The voice of the commentator echoed. Welcome back, esteemed viewers. You are now watching the quarterfinals of the League of Legends Summer Playoffs. I am your commentator, Doll, and I am Miller. In this match, RNG has chosen the blue side, while EDG stands on the red side, and both teams have commenced their ban pick phase. RNG swiftly banned Aatrox. As anticipated, Aatrox's performance in the previous match was remarkably outstanding, and RNG could not afford to let King's Aatrox see the light of day again. Additionally, RNG has banned Varus and Malzahar. On the other hand, EDG has opted to ban Kled, Gragas, and Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw's ban rate this season remains notably high, when paired with a support like Lulu. He can yield impressive results in both landing and team fights. Let us now observe the champion selection phase. RNG has promptly secured Caitlyn, allowing Uzi to seize a formidable champion. As for EDG, they have swiftly locked in Graves. It seems that Clearlove's Graves has not been utilized frequently in competitive play. This match appears to hold significant implications, as EDG seems to have prepared extensively for this decisive round. In the EDG player area, Clearlove glanced at Xuan with uncertainty, asking, "Is this champion truly viable?" I still think we should go with Sejuani. He had performed admirably with Sejuani in the previous match, while his Graves experience was limited to a few games, yielding average results. Without a substantial economic lead, it's challenging to make an impact. Just as Clearlove finished speaking, Xuan promptly locked in Graves. "It's all right, I believe in you," Xuan thought to himself, adding silently, "Just trust the system." "Not the issue, my friend. The real concern is my own self-doubt," Clearlove lamented, yet having already locked in the champion, he felt powerless to change it. Meanwhile, in the RNG player area, Letme was frowning, contemplating the implications of the opposing Grave selection. It should not be top lane, right? He had yet to recover from the haunting shadows cast by Xuan in the previous match. Now, everyone appeared to him as a potential top laner. It cannot be. It must be the jungle. King is likely to opt for champions like Fiora or Echo, fragile champions that can dive in. You should also play Fishman and stabilize early. "I'll assist you with ganks," Spicy Hot Pot analyzed earnestly. Originally, he had intended to select Graves for the jungle, but fate had other plans. "No choice. We must prioritize securing champions for Uzi. Do not fret. Last match was due to insufficient protection. This time, safeguard me, and I shall carry. Xiaoming, you should also select Thresh and continue to dominate your lane." Uzi's voice rang out. Xiaoming complied and selected Thresh. Spicy Hot Pot then chose Elise. Having devised a strategy targeting the top lane aggressively to prevent Xuan from gaining any farm, intending to execute tower dives in tandem with Fishman, EDG then revealed Ashe and Karma. The second round of bans commenced. RNG has banned Zed and Kennen, while EDG has opted to ban Jace and Xuan. As EDG selects their champions, the support player Miko has chosen Thresh, one of his favorite champions. On the side of RNG, Letme, following Uzi's advice, has picked Fizz, while Xiao Hu has ultimately chosen LeBlanc. The only remaining player for EDG, Xuan, has yet to make his selection. One wonders what kind of surprise King will bring to the table. Indeed, he is still in the counter position. Will he opt for a champion that counters Fizz? What about Lissandra? This champion seems to have some merit, as previously demonstrated by Saint, who used her with notable success. It is difficult to say, but King is likely to select a warrior-type champion, perhaps Riven. The commentators and delve into analysis as the audience in the live stream eagerly anticipates Xuan's final choice. Did you notice the ban rate for Aatrox? 0%, haha. King is truly remarkable, having immediately pushed Aatrox into the ban phase in the first match. Let us rally once more, King's team. As long as you refrain from selecting a tank, I shall support you forever. The chat in the live stream is abuzz with speculation about what hero Xuan will choose last. Captain Teemo stands ready. The confirmation voice for the champion selection resonates. And amidst the collective anticipation, Xuan selects Teemo. Is this a joke? Who is this child? Who brought this pick to the table? The audience in the live stream is baffled, as they never anticipated Xuan would conclude with Teemo. Is this truly a viable choice for competitive play? Setting aside competitive integrity, I would consider quitting even in a casual match upon encountering him. Aside from laying mushrooms to annoy opponents, he seems utterly ineffective in team fights. He is rather useless, with his only potential utility being his innate taunt. Typically, once selected, he is scorned by teammates and relentlessly targeted by enemies. According to incomplete statistics, Teemo has already perished 300 million times this year, averaging 8 million deaths daily. He is on the verge of evolving from Teemo to a million deaths. Could it be that King is a master of Teemo? However, Teemo struggles against Fizz, as he is too fragile and lacks burst damage, making him susceptible to being swiftly eliminated by Fizz. Let S reserve judgment for now. The audience in the live stream begins to anticipate Lu Xian's performance in this match. The voice of commentator echoes. Once again, an unexpected choice has emerged. In this decisive game, King has indeed chosen Teemo. The director has provided data, noting that the last time Teemo graced the professional arena was 4 years ago, boasting a record of 1-13. The director even zoomed in on the statistics. One wonders if King will create a miracle today, achieving a positive record with Teemo and leading EDG to victory in this match. And now, the match officially commences. The scene transitions to both teams entering the battlefield. The enemy will arrive in 30 seconds. Let us crush them. The in-game voice chat activates. Let Me from RNG let out a sigh. He was unfamiliar with Lu Xian's proficiency in using Teemo, yet it was evident that this champion lacked the lethality of the Sword Demon. Be cautious. Once I reach level 2, I will assist you in capturing him. My opponent has opted for an aggressive start, said Spicy Hot Pot. He could not help but remind Let Me of how swiftly he had fallen in the previous match, which had thrown his rhythm off kilter. Do not worry. I will manage the lane and refrain from engaging in skirmishes with him. Let Me replied as he maneuvered the fishman toward the top lane. Before he could even reach the tower, Lu Xian's Teemo had already made an appearance beneath RNG's top lane tower. With a series of unsettling chuckles, Lu Xian controlled Teemo, provoking a surge of anxiety as he stood beneath the RNG tower. Having ventured within the tower's attack range, the structure emitted a radiant glow and unleashed a wave of energy towards Lu Xian's Teemo. Chapter 13. The System Activation. Teammate Status soars. The defensive tower unleashed its assault, striking Teemo and causing his health to plummet by nearly half. Lu Xian, undeterred, continued to control Teemo under the tower, emitting a maddening cackle. Ha ha ha. It was infuriating. Observing this, Let Me was incensed and swiftly maneuvered his fish champion to the tower's vicinity. The tower's third strike was imminent. Should it hit, Teemo would surely perish. In response, Let Me hastily learned his E-skill and executed an E-flash, aiming to preempt the tower's assault and eliminate Lu Xian's Teemo. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. The tower's attack landed first on Teemo, rendering the damage from the fish champion's E-skill ineffective, and he failed to secure Lu Xian's kill. Ignore him. He's just trying to mess with your mindset. Play normally and wait for me, advised Spicy Hot Pot, keenly aware of Let Me's potential frustration. After all, he had learned the E-skill upon entering the game and had wasted his flash. Maintaining composure was no small feat. On the EDG side, the team leader glanced at Lu Xian and offered counsel. Brother, I know you're strong, but do remain steady. This is the final decisive match. All right, Lu Xian replied casually, providing no further explanation, instead quietly observing whether his teammates exhibited any changes. He was not about to gift away this kill. It had been meticulously orchestrated. According to the system, as long as he surrendered 1 kill, his teammate status would increase by 10. It did not specify that the kill had to be given to the opponents. After all, defensive towers could claim kills as well. While Lu Xian was deeply engrossed in observation, the team leader spoke again. This match, I'll start at the enemy blue. Please keep an eye out for me. The enemy jungler will likely begin at my red. So Lu Xian, be cautious. Is the system truly in effect? Lu Xian pondered, recalling that the team leader was not typically one to make such choices. Just as uncertainty enveloped him, the system notification chimed. Host has successfully surrendered a kill. Teammate status increased by 10. It worked. Indeed, it was effective. Lu Xian felt a surge of joy. With this, he had already elevated the status of 4 teammates by 10 at the start of the game. This intentional death was akin to the equipment effects of Ornn, and notably, Ornn was absent from this version. His strategy of sacrificing Teemo was unparalleled. I seem to be growing fond of this sensation of surrendering kills, Lu Xian mused, guiding Teemo back toward the lane. He aligned himself with a minion wave, presenting himself in the top lane. Intentionally, Lu Xian maneuvered Teemo past the minions to engage the fish champion, creating an opening to entice a kill. However, each time he advanced with Teemo, the fish champion would retreat in fright, denying Lu Xian the opportunity to secure the kill. This Teemo certainly had a strategy, otherwise, it would be implausible for him to press so aggressively. As let me observe the ferocious Teemo, his heart raced, and his hands trembled involuntarily. This reaction was hardly surprising, for who could have anticipated that this Teemo was merely a harbinger of death? Indeed, this Teemo was quite fearsome. Just look at how it frightened the little fishman, who dare not approach to farm minions. The sight of the fishman cowering before Teemo was utterly hilarious. It seemed he had yet to recover from the previous match's lane confrontation. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments erupted in laughter at this scene. Should I simply run under the tower to yield myself? Wouldn't that be too conspicuous? Surely, the officials wouldn't suspend me outright, would they? Lemmy pondered seriously. This notion had never crossed his mind before. However, he had witnessed some outrageous performances in previous matches, where players seemed to be playing as if they had purchased their results. Yet, even those players would never recklessly run under the enemy's tower to concede kills. That would be an exaggeration indeed. Who knew that yielding kills could be such an art? After some contemplation, Lemmy decided against the idea of running to the tower to concede a kill. Moreover, his teammates' performance had improved by 10, and they should be able to hold their ground. Just as he was mulling over a reasonable way to yield a kill, the sound of first blood suddenly echoed within the game. EDG's Zet, Ash, had slain RNG's Uzi, Caitlyn. Uzi fell? Was it a lane kill? The EDG bot lane was remarkable, managing to take down Uzi in a head-to-head confrontation. What do you know? This Zet is a master of Ash. With Ash, he is the Emperor of the Frost. Wasn't he also Ash last match? He got annihilated by Uzi's Caitlyn. It seemed Uzi had merely misstepped and was caught by a Titan's hook. The live chat erupted into a fervent discussion. Who would have thought that Uzi, renowned for his fierce lane dominance, would be slain by EDG's bot lane, conceding the first blood? The voice comms from the RNG team echoed with Uzi's furious shout. What the hell, Thresh? Can't you block for me? Why are you standing behind me? Are you supposed to support me, or am I supposed to support you? RNG support, Xiao Ming, scratched his head. They hit level 2 first. We shouldn't have engaged there. Ash still has significant damage. Uzi was unconvinced by Xiao Ming's explanation. I said we could fight, so we should fight. Stand in front of me and protect me. Will you? All right. Xiao Ming realized that further explanation was futile and chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, the EDG team was filled with cheers of nice. Mikio remarked, "That was a great play." Zet nodded in agreement, though he remained silent, feeling somewhat peculiar, as if a sudden clarity had overtaken his mind. During that 2v2 engagement, he felt remarkably lucid, even certain that he could successfully eliminate Caitlyn. His teammates were performing admirably. Truly, they were professional players, and a 10 improvement was already commendable. Beside him, Lemmy smiled, feeling reassured. If this continued, all he needed to do was yield a few more kills, and his teammates could undoubtedly secure the victory. Someone, please come and kill me. Lu Xian, feeling rather bored, engaged in a duel with the little fish man. No matter how much Lu Xian taunted him, the fish man dared not approach to strike. Be cautious, their jungler is on the move. I'll be there shortly. The voice of the captain resonated through the team voice chat as he maneuvered Graves towards the top lane, having spotted the enemy spider peeking out. Excellent. You needn't worry about me. Go assist elsewhere, Lu Xian replied, his heart lifting at the thought of the spider finally approaching. All right, just be careful not to get tower dived, he cautioned. Upon hearing this, the captain chose not to press forward, but instead continued to farm the jungle. As long as Lu Xian obediently returned beneath the tower, it would be quite challenging for the enemy team to execute a successful tower dive at their current level. Moreover, the spider was particularly formidable in the early game. A 2v2 involving Teemo and Graves might not be able to outmatch the combination of the fishman and the spider. Conversely, it was prudent to refrain from engaging and instead focus on jungle farming to bolster levels. If the spider returned empty-handed, the captain's team would gain a significant economic advantage. Just as the captain contemplated this while controlling Graves to continue farming, Lu Xian did not heed his expectations. Instead of retreating to the safety of the tower, He boldly crossed the minion line and launched an attack on the little fish man. Chapter 14 Hee hee, ha, ha. Hurry back to the tower. The spider is coming. The factory chief could not help but shout into the team voice chat upon witnessing Lu Xian's actions. As his voice echoed, the spider appeared. Their skill was unleashed, transforming from spider form to human form, while simultaneously the E-skill, cocoon, was activated. A flurry of white silk shot forth from the spider, successfully ensnaring Timo and rendering Lu Xian's Timo immobile. Immediately thereafter, the spider unleashed the W-skill, self-destruct spider, sending a sparkling little spider darting towards the stunned Timo. The humanoid spider reverted back to its arachnid form, executing its Q-skill, venomous bite, which sank its fangs into Timo. Go, go! Malatang, Xianghua exclaimed, noticing that Let Me had yet to arrive. Upon hearing this call, Let Me felt as though he had awakened from a dream and hastily maneuvered his fish champion towards Lu Xian. A flurry of skills was unleashed upon Timo. Timo's health plummeted, and he fell with a cry. RNG's Let Me, Fizz, eliminated EDG's king, Timo, claiming the kill. Did I just kill him? Timo's dead. Let Me exclaimed in exhilaration, momentarily disbelieving as he pressed the tap key. Seeing Timo's 0-2 record against his own 1-0, Let Me breathed a sigh of relief, his hands steady once more. Watch me carry this game. I will obliterate this Timo. Let Me regained his confidence. On the EDG side, the factory chief's voice resounded in the team chat. Bro, why aren't you returning to the tower? Didn't you hear me just now? I pressed the wrong button. It's nothing, Lu Xian casually replied, unable to disclose to the factory chief that he possessed a system and was intentionally feeding to empower them. He could only silently endure and bear the blame. Successful feed. Teammate status increased by 10. The system notification rang out, and Lu Xian's smile grew almost uncontrollable as he opened the in-game store to shop. He promptly upgraded his boots of speed to Berserker's Greaves, commonly referred to as the 5-speed boots. With the W skill, Little Mo's quick run activated, combined with the newly upgraded 5-speed boots. He swiftly raced back to the top lane. This scene left the commentators utterly astonished. The voices of Wawa and Miller filled the air. Why did this Timo opt for 5-speed boots? Is it to traverse faster when planting mushrooms later on? That's a possibility, but it seems more prudent to first acquire the mask. This build lacks damage, especially with the enemy fish champion already gaining momentum. Viewers in the live broadcast were equally bewildered. Report this Timo for feeding. With such a build, it's clear he has no intention of playing properly. Exactly. I usually build like this when I'm trying to sabotage in ranked matches. In 15 minutes, I can at least feed 20 kills. What's your game ID? I'll report you right now. The match is underway. Let us see how many kills this top lane Timo can gift away. The live stream chat was ablaze with viewers expressing their dissatisfaction towards Timo. Some of the more fervent fans of King were the most vocal in their criticisms. Lu Xian, unable to see the chat or hear the commentary, remained blissfully absorbed in the joy of securing kills. This was an experience unlike any he had encountered before in his life. Surely, the small fish man must have the audacity to strike against me now, Lu Xian mused, guiding Timo towards the minion wave. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the small fish man displayed significantly more courage than before, not only daring to attack the minions, but also boldly crossing the line to assault Lu Xian's Timo directly. Furthermore, there was another piece of delightful news. The spider had returned. After Ma La Xianghua had just slain Lu Xian, he had intended to farm his blue buff, only to find it claimed by the factory director's graves. Spotting Lu Xian back in lane, he hastened to assist Let Me once more. The scene was a striking reenactment of the earlier encounter. The spider descended from the skies, using its E ability to cocoon Timo, leaving him stunned. With a swift QRQ combo unleashed, the neurotoxin inflicted damage as the giant spider sank its fangs into Timo. This time, Let Me did not need to call out. The small fish man's spear swiftly dispatched Timo. Alas, Timo's health plummeted, and he fell with a pitiful cry. RNG's Let Me, title Trickster, claimed the kill on EDG's king, Swift Scout. I got him again. This game is ours. Let Me exclaimed excitedly over the team voice chat. Barely had his voice faded when Uzi's furious shout echoed. You're so loud it's affecting my gameplay. Damn it. As Uzi's voice resonated, kill notifications flashed across the screen. EDG Zet, Frost Archer, eliminated RNG's Uzi, Piltover Enforcer, and subsequently claimed Ming, Prison Warden, as well. In the instant of Teemo's demise, EDG's bot lane had surprisingly executed another kill. Zet's Frost Archer now boasted 3 kills. "I'm heading to bot lane. Don't worry," Ma La Xiang quickly stated. Uzi remained disgruntled. "Couldn't you have come sooner? If you had shown up even a moment earlier, I would have annihilated them." He pondered that the opposing jungler had not intervened either. However, the team voice chat responded with, all right. Ma La Xiang found himself puzzled as to why Uzi had been so badly beaten. The opposing Zet was not particularly skilled either. Although he wielded his signature Frost Archer, it was generally understood that Frost Archer was countered by the Enforcer. Bewildered, Ma La Xiang finished clearing a set of jungle monsters and hurried towards the bot lane. Upon arriving, he found the bot duos of RNG and EDG embroiled in a fierce skirmish. What a splendid opportunity. Observing the chaos, Ma La Xiang activated his E-skill to soar into the air, landing to target the Frost Archer with a decisive bite. Despite the apparent advantage of 4 kills and superior equipment held by the ice, it was the explosive prowess of the spider and the control provided by Thresh that enabled RNG to triumph in this skirmish of 3 against 2. However, the reality was that the factory manager's Graves emerged from the underbrush. With a swift activation of his E ability, he charged into the fray, simultaneously deploying his W ability. Smoke screen directly beneath the spider, depriving it of vision. His Q ability, Collateral Damage, was unleashed with a barrel pressed firmly against the lips of the AD carry. The damage was immediate and devastating. As the AD carry attempted to retreat, Graves had already activated his R ability. Ultimate Explosive, with a resounding boom. The AD carry was eliminated in an instant. The spider and Thresh were left severely weakened. Ice delivered the finishing blows, while Nautilus provided crucial crowd control. Thresh and the spider fell lifeless to the ground. Triple kill. EDG's Clear Love, Graves, dispatched RNG's Uzi, Caitlyn, followed by the demise of RNG's MLXG, Elise, and RNG's Ming, Thresh. In this sequence, the factory manager's Graves secured a triple kill. The camera then shifted to the top lane, where Lu Xian's Teemo stood beneath his tower, emitting a peculiar laugh. Hee-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha, hee-ha-ha. Chapter 15. The Clever Fishman Battling the Air. The thrill of sacrificing oneself, the commentator's voice echoed. The director has shifted the camera to Teemo, and his smile is rather endearing. Indeed, in this match, EDG is flourishing across the board. Just moments ago, the jungler secured a triple kill, establishing a significant lead for EDG's jungle and bot lane. Commentator Miller added, though he did not directly mention Teemo, the implication was unmistakable. As long as Teemo does not falter in this match, EDG can leverage their advantages in the jungle and bot lane to clinch victory. On the RNG team voice chat, the illustrious Uzi exclaimed, "I can't believe this. What are you doing? Can't you control the opposing Graves?" Spicy Hot Pot remained silent, but his expression darkened noticeably. Beside him, Lemmy could no longer contain himself. Teemo on the opposing side is utterly useless. I've already taken him down twice, establishing a substantial lead. Can you please hold steady? Wait for me to carry the game. Uzi, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed. What will you use to carry? You've only killed him twice because the jungler assisted you. If the jungler had come to the bot lane earlier, I would have already obliterated their bot lane. Do you have any damage for the late game? You're just waiting for me to build my 3 items for team fights. Come on. You are the one feeding now. You've already died 4 times in the bot lane. Lemmy regretted his words immediately, but felt there was no turning back. What did you say? I'm feeding? I was pressuring him. That was a support error. Uzi's voice grew louder. The team voice chat was filled with his shouts. Lemmy fell silent, choosing not to speak further. All right, let us just wait for the team fight. Teemo won't be useful in team fights, effectively making it a 4v5. The opposing side has only a support as a front line, and in a team fight, they cannot match us. Xiaohu hastily intervened to ease the tension. Uzi scoffed, refraining from further shouting, yet the color of his face remained flushed with indignation. In contrast to the discord on the RNG side, The atmosphere in the EDG camp was markedly harmonious. The voice of Nice resonated in the team chat. Captain, I've noticed your Graves is quite formidable today. Miko couldn't help but comment, feeling as if the captain had transformed into a different person. Is that so? Perhaps I'm just in the zone this match. The captain replied, swiftly executing a quick draw with Graves, relishing the thrill of his recent triple kill. He found it odd, as the more he played, the better his state seemed to be. After finishing the fourth match and returning to the break room, he had felt rather fatigued, yet now he felt invigorated, devoid of any weariness. I'm also finding it quite smooth playing Ashe. My last hitting and positioning feel exceptionally fluid, Zet chimed in. He was known for his prowess with Ashe, yet even when selecting her during matches, he often felt nervous and unable to perform at his peak. In the previous match, a moment of hesitation during a team fight led to him missing crucial damage output. However, during the recent skirmish in the bot lane, he exhibited not a hint of hesitation, evoking the sensation as if he were playing in a master-tier match, effortlessly. Did anyone else feel an itch on their scalp? Scout remarked, furrowing his brow, his right hand incessantly scratching his head. Upon hearing this, the captain also perceived an itch on his scalp and began to scratch as well. Miko and Zet, observing nearby, similarly frowned and mimicked the action. Only Xuan could not help but chuckle. It's indeed an itch. It signifies the need for more intellect, Xuan whispered softly. What did you say? The captain did not catch the words clearly but sensed that Xuan had spoken. Xuan quickly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, I meant to say the state is right. We are on the path to victory. Yes, let us all strive together and maintain our momentum. The captain communicated through the team voice channel, refraining from commenting on Xuan's earlier blunder. After all, what has done is done. Another death wound team matter much. In this match, EDG could secure victory through their advantages in the jungle and bot lane. Moreover, pressuring teammates could lead to frustration. Often, if a teammate is not inclined to make a mistake, merely pointing it out may provoke them into doing so. However, Xuan was different. He truly was feeding. Allow me to inject some energy into you, he thought, as he maneuvered Teemo to the wave without last hitting, merely orchestrating Teemo's antics. He cackled, hee haha 1 2 3 4. I shall scout ahead. Teemo's nonsensical cries only heightened Letme's irritation. Yet he refrained from advancing with the fish champion, opting instead to eliminate Teemo. This Teemo's acting is utterly feeble. It's evident the enemy jungler is nearby. Letme mused, maintaining his composure. Beyond this reasoning, he could conjure no other possibilities. In this position, Teemo would not dare to linger here without the jungler's support unless he had resigned himself to feeding. I want to be fooled, Letme resolved. Initially moving to last-hit minions, but now retreating to a safe distance by the ranged minions, ready to fall back to the tower. Xuan, witnessing this, was left speechless. Come on, my friend. Are you truly going to forfeit a free kill? He directed Teemo to step forward a couple of paces, landing a Q ability to blind and poke the fish champion. Indeed, I was right, Letme thought, observing Teemo's actions, affirming his suspicions, and promptly commanded the fish champion to retreat, nearing the safety of the tower. Letme, what are you doing? Can't you hear me calling you? The enemy Graves has invaded my jungle. The urgent voice of Spicy Hot Pot echoed through the team channel. Only then did Letme react, hastily glancing at the minimap. He assumed that the Graves behind Teemo was currently assaulting their blue buff, reducing the spider to a sliver of health. What on earth is happening? Letme was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he had been engaging in a battle of wits with the air all along. He hurriedly directed the little fish man towards his own blue buff, but alas, it was too late. The marksman swiftly unleashed his E-skill, closing in on the spider and firing a bullet from his gun, finishing off the spider with a basic attack. EDG's Clear Love, the outlaw, had slain RNG's MLXG, the Spider Queen. I've had enough. I should have heeded Uzi's advice and avoided the top lane, sighed Malatang as he gazed at the darkened screen, feeling a sense of helplessness. I didn't mean to, it wasn't me. Letme was on the verge of exasperation, but found himself at a loss for words, as his attention had indeed been captivated by Xuan's Teemo. His mind was still filled with Teemo's infuriating laughter. I'll take you down. Let Me was utterly enraged, commanding the little fish man to execute a mischievous Q skill, launching towards Lu Xian's Timo. Finally, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you. Lu Xian beamed with anticipation as he saw the little fish man charging at him, showing no intention of fleeing. He had been looking forward to this moment for quite some time. As soon as he was slain, his teammates' morale would surge once more. Lu Xian had unconsciously fallen in love with this exhilarating sensation. It was far more gratifying than the taxing endeavor of carrying a game. Chapter 16. The Self-Destructing Truck Timo. Defecating all over the canyon, the little fish man surged towards Timo, unleashing the W. The harpoon in his grasp gleamed with brilliance, piercing Timo's form. The E-skill was activated, propelling him into the air, where he landed forcefully upon the harpoon, striking Timo once more. Following this, two swift basic attacks ensued, ultimately bringing an end to Timo's nefarious existence. Let Me exhaled deeply. Despite having vanquished Timo, a sense of joy eluded him. The meager bounty from Timo's demise had diminished with each subsequent death. At this rate, slaying him a few more times would yield less than that of a super minion. In stark contrast to Let Me's despondency, the slain Lu Xian could hardly conceal his glee. The system had once again issued a notification, indicating that with Lu Xian's death, his teammate status had improved by an additional 10. Lu Xian could distinctly perceive that his teammates' fervor had intensified. Their minds had become sharper, their skills and mental state had improved, and their advantages had swelled. Was this the sensation of an effortless victory? Delightful. No, I am not merely coasting to victory. I'm diligently sacrificing myself for the team. Lu Xian quickly corrected his thoughts. He was indeed contributing significantly. Sacrificing oneself was an art form in itself. Fortunately, his comrades remained oblivious to his inner musings. Otherwise, they would be infuriated, particularly Let Me, who was likely on the verge of exasperation. Despite establishing a significant lead in the lanes, his teammates in other areas had crumbled. Against misfortune, he would likely be annihilated in a single combo. It was time to seek opportunities for picking off enemies. Let Me's resigned voice echoed in the team chat. All right, let's coordinate soon and take down Timo first. Xiao, who was the first to respond, noting that they could barely contend with EDG in a 5v4 situation. They would have to rely on picking off enemies one by one, and Timo was undoubtedly the most vulnerable target, although his value had diminished. Eliminating him could at least yield resources and allow for pushing the tower. Fine, Let Me quickly replied. Xiao Hu swiftly cleared the mid-lane minions, guiding the LeBlanc towards the top lane, preparing to tower dive Timo alongside Let Me. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the recently deceased Timo had yet to respawn. What was happening? Had he gone for a gank? That seemed implausible, given his current state. He was equipped with nothing but a pair of boots. Xiao Hu found himself perplexed by the situation. It was not until a shout from Uzi echoed from the bottom lane. Where is everyone? They're outnumbering us 4-2. What are you all doing? 4-2? Xiao Hu gasped in shock, quickly shifting his view to the bottom lane. At a glance, he spotted Timo fleeing from the oncoming danger. Lu Xian was maneuvering Timo with determination, charging directly towards the tower where the Caitlyn and Thresh stood. Behind him, Karma granted Lu Xian a shield and a burst of speed, propelling Timo even faster. Upon reaching the tower, Lu Xian unleashed his ultimate ability, tossing a mushroom into the vicinity of Caitlyn and Thresh. The mushroom was deployed, and as the minions passed by, they triggered its explosive effects. The female officer and Thresh were also affected, and although the damage was not substantial, the slowing effect was exceedingly vexing. Timo dealt damage, naturally drawing the attention of the turret. The turret locked onto Lu Xian's Timo and unleashed an attack. Brothers, I'll tank the turret, Lu Xian shouted into the team voice chat. The EDG team, momentarily bewildered, finally regained their composure. They had been just as confused as RNGS players. As Scout had intended to provide support to the bottom lane, without any thought of diving the turret directly. Unexpectedly, a Timo burst forth, charging straight towards the enemy turret, akin to a self-destructing truck. The members of EDG had no choice but to follow suit. Karma immediately executed her RQ combo, launching her empowered Q skill, Spirit Fire. The female officer and Thresh were slowed by Teemo's mushrooms, unable to evade in time, suffering a significant drop in health, further slowed, with a fiery circle appearing beneath them, signaling imminent second-stage damage. Ash and Titan hurriedly pursued, unleashing various skills at the female officer and Thresh. What about the turret? Attack them! Uzi exclaimed in exasperation. The turret was indeed firing vigorously, yet its target was the virtually harmless Teemo. Teemo's health rapidly diminished, but he still managed to withstand 3 turret hits. By the time Teemo fell, RNG's female officer and Thresh had already been eliminated. More frustratingly, despite a 2-4-1 exchange, the value of Teemo's kill was negligible. A significant loss for RNG. Is Teemo abandoning the top lane minions? Let me pondered in confusion. Just then, the factory director S. Graves appeared beneath the turret, joyfully farming, devouring an entire wave of minions and enjoying a bountiful development phase. Is this EDG's strategy? Teemo serves as a smokescreen, sacrificing his economic gain for his teammates to carry the game, the commentator remarked. Indeed, this Teemo is playing as a support. No wonder he opted for the boots of speed, allowing for rapid assistance to teammates and quicker vision control, making mushroom placement more convenient, Miller added with thoughtful analysis. The live chat in the broadcast was in disarray due to Lu Xian's maneuvers. The principle is clear. I've come to understand. I'm moved to tears. This Teemo is demonstrating to us the essence of teamwork. 10 years from now, will you truly understand why King selected Teemo in the decisive match? Aside from such comments, there are also numerous accusations of match-fixing and insults. Lu Xian asserted he had not overthought it. He merely wished to expedite his demise. Let Me was too timid. Even after being taunted by Teemo, the little fish dared not advance. Lu Xian was left with no choice but to sacrifice himself under the guise of supporting teammates' ganks. Nonetheless, the outcome seemed rather favorable. One commentator noted that Lu Xian indeed began deploying mushrooms. Having reached level 6, Teemo ceased returning to the top lane, instead roaming across the map. Whenever his mushrooms cooled down, he would place them. With newfound wealth, he refrained from purchasing damage items, opting entirely for cooldown reduction gear. In a brief moment, the canyon was inundated with the mushrooms planted by Lu Xian's Teemo. Uzi's Caitlyn, upon emerging from her second turret, inadvertently stepped upon one of these fungi, causing a significant drop in her health and a subsequent slow. How can there be mushrooms everywhere? Uzi exclaimed, his frustration palpable, feeling more repulsed than if he had stepped in something unspeakable. How is this even possible? Came the exasperated voice of Spicy Hot Pot. Earlier, in an attempt to minimize damage from a jungle monster, he had inadvertently lured it onto one of Lu Xian's mushrooms. The explosion annihilated the already weakened creature. Not only did Spicy Hot Pot miss out on the experience and gold from the monster, but he also suffered a reduction in his own health. EDG's King, Swift Scout, eliminated RNG's Let Me, Title Trickster. Let Me was on the brink of madness, after narrowly escaping a confrontation with Graves. He was caught off guard by a mushroom hidden within the brush near his own top lane turret. As he maneuvered his little fishman into the area, he unwittingly triggered the mushroom's explosion, resulting in his demise. Everyone switched to scan. Let us hunt down this Teemo, Uzi declared, having already swapped to a red scan that could reveal invisible units. Chapter 17, Not a Chance, my friend. After all you've given, you still wish to command? A voice resonated through the RNG team's communication channel, that of Xiaohu. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp sound echoed in his headset. A Teemo's Q ability. The blinding dart. Suddenly, a Teemo appeared next to the LeBlanc. Damn it, Xiaohu fumed. The damage inflicted by Teemo's abilities was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. Even Xiaohu found it intolerable. He commanded LeBlanc to unleash her W skill and charge forward. Bang! He landed squarely on Teemo's mushroom. Lu Xian's Teemo swiftly activated his W ability, moved quick, dodging to the left and evading LeBlanc's E-skill tether, escaping right under her nose. Realizing he could not catch up, Xiaohu decisively recalled LeBlanc to base. Upon arriving at the fountain, his first action was to exchange his trinket for a red ward. All 5 members of RNG replaced their trinkets with wards. They traversed the canyon with trepidation, activating wards in the river, in the jungle, and even on the top lane where no minions resided. There was no choice. Lucian's Teemo was simply too abstract. Instead of collecting minion waves, he scattered mushrooms across the entire map, thoroughly unsettling the RNG team's mentality. Meanwhile, EDG was flourishing. Through Lucian's relentless sacrifices, EDG grew bolder, with the screen consistently displaying notifications of EDG players eliminating RNG members. Although Lucian had given away a fair number of kills, EDG's pace was swifter. They dominated in resources and economy. Notably, Captain's Grave secured 6 kills and, bolstered by Lucian's assistance, farmed several waves of top lane minions, leading the economic tally by nearly 5,000 gold. At just 23 minutes into the game, he boasted attack speed boots and 3 major items, an upgraded jungle item, the Duskblade of Drakthar, and the Black Cleaver. He was primed for a dragon fight to conclude the match. Let's gather for the dragon. Lucian's voice echoed in the EDG team. Not a chance, my friend. After all you've given, you still wish to command? The EDG members momentarily paused upon hearing Lucian's voice, but quickly steered their champions towards the Baron Pit. This was EDG's most formidable moment. They feared no adversary, even in a 4 versus 5 situation. If they delayed any longer, allowing their opponents to grow stronger, the outcome could be precarious. EDG chose to assemble at the Baron, evidently preparing for a decisive confrontation with RNG. Indeed, it remains to be seen if RNG will accept the challenge. At this juncture, avoiding conflict might be the wiser option. If Uzi's Caitlyn can farm a bit more over the next 10 minutes, RNG would undoubtedly have the upper hand in team fights, the commentator remarked. It appears RNG has decided to engage, followed in the commentary by. A gasp escaped as the screen displayed RNG's heroes advancing toward the Baron Pit, armed with wards. Unable to contain their urge to confront EDG head-on, the opposing Teemo has fallen, and Graves has amassed considerable wealth. Focus on Graves. If we can eliminate him swiftly, victory in our team fight will be assured, stated RNG's mid laner, Xiaohu, in the team voice chat. Indeed, let's target Graves first. Thresh and the Spider Champion can initiate the attack. Miko from the opposing team appears quite timid and reluctant to engage, added Malatang in the team communication. Prior to the match, he conducted thorough research and is well acquainted with the playstyle of EDGS players. Although this particular game deviated slightly from his analysis, the essence remained intact, especially regarding the recent skirmish in the bot lane over the dragon, where Miko's hesitance prevented a full engagement. Otherwise, RNG would be in a significantly worse position now. With the strategy established, the members of RNG made their way to the vicinity of the Baron Pit. Xiaoming, controlling Thresh, took the lead, placing a control ward in the central bush. The control ward illuminated the area, revealing the presence of EDGS players. To Xiaoming's astonishment, Miko's Thresh was positioned at the forefront. This was not what he had anticipated. What transpired next was even more astonishing. To the shock of both RNG and EDG, Miko initiated the fight. His ability locked on a Thresh, and he flashed to position himself in front of the ADC, the Misfortune. The Abyssal Voyage was unleashed, sending a shockwave from the feet of Thresh, striking Uzi's Misfortune first before rapidly moving towards Thresh. Uzi was propelled away by the shockwave, leaving him with no opportunity to react. By the time he gathered himself, the call from an had already echoed. The jungler Graves, threw a smoke bomb at Misfortune's feet, quickly drew his gun with his E ability and executed his combo, directly targeting her vital points. Misfortune, at full health, was instantly eliminated, and the remaining members of RNG suffered substantial damage as well. Ashe's enchanted arrow was already launched, striking Thresh directly. Although the stuns were brief due to the short distance, it was sufficient. Scout's Karma unleashed her R and E abilities, granting the entire team a speed boost as EDG's 4 members pursued RNG's 4. They executed a flawless 0 for 5 exchange, subsequently securing the Baron. The synergy between Miko and the jungler was exceptional, leaving RNG with no chance to respond. The commentator, Wawa, was left speechless. Miller, beside him, added, "Indeed, The Graves, who has transcended time in his development, inflicts such outrageous damage. If given the slightest opportunity to output, it becomes devastating for RNG. Not only the commentators, but also the viewers in the live broadcast were left in disbelief. Is that Thresh truly played by Miko? And is that Graves genuinely controlled by the jungler? Without obscuring their IDs, it would be impossible to guess, let alone concealing their IDs, even if they were displayed. Would anyone believe it? In the EDG lounge, Abu and Coach Nof were equally astonished, forgetting to cheer and merely staring wide-eyed at each other. Is this Mikio you taught? Abu looked towards Nof. Nof hurriedly waved his hand and retorted. Did you perhaps criticize the jungler too harshly just now? By the way, where is Teemo? The two individuals reacted swiftly, as if they had not noticed Lucian's presence as Teemo during the team fight. A voice resonated through the EDG team's communication. Brothers. Splendid. Quickly gather in mid lane. We shall make our push. Not so fast, my friend. Why are you taking charge again? Just a moment ago, you instructed us to engage in the dragon fight, and now you claim you won't join? The members of EDG turned their gaze towards mid lane, where Lucian's Teemo had obliterated the minions with mushrooms, leading the wave towards RNG's high ground. Observing this, the EDG members swiftly regrouped, pushing aggressively alongside the mid lane minions. Instead of attacking the tower, Lucian maneuvered Teemo to a position beside RNG's fountain, indulging in a whimsical chuckle. Ha ha. Chapter 18. Post-match interview. In an exhilarating turn of events, Uzi from RNG was the first to revive, locking on to Teemo with fervent determination. Clear the minions. Ignore that, Teemo. Xiaohu's urgency was palpable over the team voice chat, almost bringing him to tears. Yet, Uzi seemed oblivious. His face flushed like a ripe apple as he relentlessly assaulted Lu Xian's Teemo. Just as Teemo's health dwindled, poised to be slain by Uzi, RNG's crystal shattered in a spectacular explosion. The final bullet from Caitlyn soared into the void, while Lu Xian's Teemo stood triumphantly in place. Victory. In the EDG lounge, Abu and Nof erupted into cheers. Although Lu Xian's last performance with Teemo was somewhat abstract, the match had been won. EDG triumphed over RNG with a score of 3-2, securing their place in the spring finals. A system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have successfully delivered a kill. The next time you achieve a kill, each head taken will enhance team member states by 11. Lu Xian removed his headset, the roar of the audience crashing over him like a tidal wave. The heat in the air stirred excitement within him. Was this the feeling of winning a match? His heart raced. On such a grand stage, Lu Xian could not fathom why some claimed that merely reaching the top constituted success. Surrendering before the battle even began seemed unfathomable. The value of fighting to the bitter end, even in the face of certain defeat, was undeniably rising. Esports only recognized champions, and it appeared that LPL was losing its tenacity. No wonder they were mocked. Shaking off his thoughts, Lu Xian stood up, joining the chorus of cheers from the audience as he and his EDG teammates made their way toward RNG. They exchanged fist bumps with the players as they departed. Uzi, while tidying his keyboard and mouse, cast a contemplative glance at Lu Xian's retreating figure, the warmth in his expression having dissipated. He pondered whether, had he not attacked Teemo those last 2 times and instead focused on the minions, RNG might have salvaged a glimmer of hope. Let Me, meanwhile, was utterly flabbergasted. Despite Lu Xian's reckless play, they had emerged victorious, rendering his own substantial advantage on the lane irrelevant. Upon returning to the EDG lounge, both Abu and Nof exchanged bewildered glances at Lu Xian. His performance had left them utterly astonished. To be precise, the collective display of the EDG players in that final match was entirely beyond their expectations. Is this really the head coach I know? Is this truly the EDG team I am coaching? They exchanged knowing looks, each holding back a plethora of questions. How could they directly inquire of Lu Xian why he had given away kills? How could they ask the head coach why he played so aggressively? How could they question Miko about his newfound audacity to initiate team fights? Such inquiries felt too profound, and Abu and Nof feared that probing too deeply might disrupt the team's current momentum. Though the team felt somewhat peculiar, victory had been achieved. And as long as they won, All other issues paled in comparison. All right, everyone, you've worked hard today. Let's take a moment to rest. We'll go out for dinner later. My treat, to celebrate, Abu declared to the EDG members. The room erupted in cheers. Occasions when Abu's splurge were indeed rare. The crowd began to tidy up as Abu declared that they would set off once the post-match interviews concluded. Following this, the members of EDG commenced gathering their belongings. Meanwhile, Xuan and Miko received notification that they would be interviewed shortly. Traditionally, after a match, a significant portion of the audience would vanish from the live stream. However, even several minutes post-match, the viewer count remained unchanged as they eagerly awaited the interview segment. The barrage of comments continued unabated, even more fervent than during the match. Unexpectedly, EDG emerged victorious. Surely the MVP should be awarded to the manager, right? Nonsense, it must be Miko. Was it Miko who initiated that final pivotal play? I think Timo performed admirably too, driving the RNG players to madness. Just look at how the ADC lost composure in the end. The unexpected top laner brought in by EDG was indeed peculiar, making blunders yet maintaining an enigmatic state. We shall see what the post-match interview reveals. Can you just confirm whether they won or not? Speak up, detractors, as comments flew in abundance, while some focused on the MVP of the match. Many were more keenly anticipating the post-match interview. Amidst the collective anticipation, Xuan and Miko finally appeared on screen, with Xuan conducting the interview. Xuan, let us greet everyone. Miko, hello everyone. I am Miko, the support for EDG. Xuan, I am King. As soon as Xuan spoke, the comments erupted. Ha, this is hilarious. Have you all seen One Punch Man? This new top laner from EDG reminds me of King from that series. The synergy in this match was remarkable. King in the anime also thrives on teamwork. Some speculate that King possesses immense true strength. Perhaps they have indeed met their match. As comments continued to surge, Xuan initiated the standard interaction segment. She began by interviewing Miko. Miko, everyone knows that your Thresh is your signature champion, and your performance in the last match was outstanding, particularly in the final team fight. What was going through your mind at that moment? Miko hesitated, his mind momentarily blank. He struggled to recall his thoughts at that time, feeling somewhat perplexed. Did I truly execute that play? Wasn't it a bit too risky? With uncertainty gnawing at him, Miko opted for a safe response. It was simply that everyone coordinated exceptionally well, seizing the opportunity to secure the victory. Xuan smiled, though inwardly, she felt a tinge of disappointment. His response was rather mundane. She had prepared several follow-up questions, but now found herself at a loss and turned her attention to Xuan. Noticing Xuan's composed demeanor, Xuan felt a surge of anticipation and promptly inquired. As it is your first time on stage, King, your champion selections in both matches were quite unexpected. In the first match, you withstood the pressure with Aatrox, while in the second was the choice of Timo due to overwhelming stress. What level of questioning is this? That inquiry was far too direct. The pressure is palpable as the players take the stage, truly remarkable. Regardless of whether the comments are from critics or supporters, everyone seems to acknowledge Xuan's professional prowess. Xuan, however, maintains an air of indifference, clearing his throat before calmly addressing the camera. I believe Timo performed better in the second match than in the first. You might think I'm just feeding the enemy, but there is a strategic intent behind it. My deaths are not random. They are calculated sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Xuan nearly fumbled the microphone. Wait a minute. Are you trying to cause chaos? His response shattered the atmosphere. Xuan's mind was racing. She had not anticipated that it was not Xuan who was succumbing to the pressure, but rather herself. One can only imagine the uproar that would ensue, particularly from RNG upon hearing Xuan's remarks. Claiming that a complete match of feeding was a strategy is an outright insult. It blatantly disregards the dignity of the RNG players. Where are the security personnel? Someone, please intervene. Chapter 19. Xuan's ambition. The live streaming chatroom exploded with fervor for the underappreciated Dashima. Explode. This is what King said. RNG is filled with nothing but useless players. Even when given opportunities, they falter. Such remarks from a player are bound to attract criticism. It is likely that the detractors have multiplied significantly, especially following Timo's disastrous performance, with fans of Miko and the coach already unleashing their wrath. The ire is not confined to EDG. Even Huang Zhao must face the backlash. One can only hope he withstands the pressure and does not collapse under it today. Yet, Lu Xian remained unfazed, continuing, "Has the interview concluded? Can we wrap this up? I'm feeling a bit hungry." His humor was infectious. Was he suggesting that RNG was simply too appetizing to ignore? It seemed the players were famished from the competition. I believe this is a reasonable statement. After such a lengthy match, I too am left famished. Wasn't Timo's last game insufficient to sate our appetites? It was hard to fathom how such a person could even have fans. As Lu Xian spoke, the chat erupted once more into a heated debate. Xuan, noticing the escalating tension, hastily brought the interview to a close. Lu Xian and Miko returned to the EDG lounge, where Abu and Nof wore expressions of dismay. Lu Xian's interview had been excessively explosive, leaving them at a loss for words. "What's wrong?" Lu Xian inquired, glancing at Abu. "Nothing, let us go eat. Is there anything you wish to have?" Abu sighed inwardly. "I'm not sure, but I do not eat beef," Lu Xian replied. Abu was speechless, thinking to himself, "Is this kid hinting at me?" In truth, he had misinterpreted Lu Xian's comment. Lu Xian merely had an aversion to beef. After their departure, Abu treated everyone to a meal. Following dinner, Lu Xian returned to his rented apartment, lying on the bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. Although Abu had invited him back to the base, Lu Xian ultimately declined, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. He needed to ascertain how much money he currently possessed. Having agreed to a 3 million wager with Abu, he figured even if he didn't have the full amount, he ought to have at least 300,000. Lu Xian swiftly logged into his mobile banking app, covering the balance with his hand, and began to pray silently. "Please, let there be more zeros." With that thought in mind, Lu Xian started to scratch off the prize. He eagerly anticipated reaping the benefits of those who planted trees before him. The first digit was 0. The second digit was also 0, followed by 6934. Is this it? Just this? Lu Xian was dumbfounded. His bank card held a mere 4,396. A fallen victim to a capital scheme. Lu Xian felt defeated, tossing his phone aside. How could he have dared to sign a wager with Abu? It seemed he had spent too long by the water cooler, leading to a distorted perception. If he lost, he would have to sell himself to EDG and live a life of servitude. No, I cannot become a servant. I must rely on the system to win the matches. I need to devise other means to earn money. With renewed determination, Lu Xian's mind raced. Real estate development? Marrying a wealthy heiress? Seeking angel investors to deliver eggs to Dongzi? The bloodbath on Wall Street? Aspiring to become a titan of capital? It seems somewhat belated, and my expertise is rather misplaced. Prior to this, Lu Xian had spent his time either playing games or watching live streams. Live streaming. I could embark on my own streaming journey, emulating the styles of renowned hosts to create engaging content for profit. Furthermore, I could seize the opportunity to sign emerging streamers before they gain fame, establishing my own MCN company and reaping the rewards effortlessly. Lu Xian resolved to take action, swiftly opening a live streaming platform to scout for talent. The evening prime time was upon them, with major streamers broadcasting across various platforms. He navigated to the League of Legends section. The top-ranked streamer was Yue Cai, followed by Sao Pig and Xuan Fafa, an all-star lineup, yet all were languishing in obscurity. Gazing upon these familiar yet unfamiliar faces, Lu Xian felt a pang of nostalgia. One must remain grounded. While entertaining the masses is commendable, one must never deceive them, for there exists a fundamental line that should not be crossed. Where was the esteemed teacher Dama from the Greater Bay Area? Despite scrolling down to the 10th-ranked streamer, he found no trace of Dama. Was he not streaming? No, that couldn't be right. This individual was quite dedicated. Feeling a surge of excitement, Lu Xian opened the search bar and typed in Dama. A live stream popped up. The #1 mantis in the national server was currently engaged in a high-stakes match against Faker in the Korean server. He clicked in, only to find the game's graphics disappointingly subpar. "I'm going to make a play in the mid lane." Dama's voice resonated in the stream, accompanied by the crackling noise of static. This was the ancient Dama, still untransformed, still uncelebrated. Xuan noticed that Dama's stream had only a few hundred viewers, and his spirits lifted instantly. At this time, Dama was still drawing in passers-by with his title as the national server's top mantis. However, since he was engaged in a high-level match, he had to focus intently, leaving little room for interaction with the audience, let alone any entertainment value. Thus, his popularity remained lackluster. After all, most viewers tuned in for enjoyment, not to learn skills. Fortune seemed to smile upon Xuan. He promptly clicked the recharge button and sent 3 large gifts, instantly grabbing Dama's attention. This was the first time Dama had received such a generous gift, and all at once. Thanks to the airplane sent by Li Shizhen, Dama remarked, furrowing his brow as he read Xuan's ID. After that, there was no further interaction, nor did he provide commentary on the game, remaining focused on controlling the mantis for a mid-lane gank. Meanwhile, Xuan left a message for Dama in the background. I believe you possess immense potential. Would you be interested in joining my team? Here is my phone number, 152-387-XXXXXX. After leaving the message, he closed Dama's live stream and began contemplating how he would respond if Dama reached out to him. Holding his phone, Xuan waited for nearly half an hour. Suddenly, the ringtone pierced the silence. It was happening. His heart raced with excitement as his trembling hand pressed the green answer button on his phone. Xuan, have you given any thought to returning to the base? Training at the base would be much more convenient. On the other end of the line, it was not the familiar voice of Decima, but rather that of Abu. I have something urgent to attend to. I'll speak later. Xuan hastily ended the call. What's going on? Abu inquired, perplexed. What could possibly be more significant than returning to the base? In his recollection, Xuan had frequently expressed a desire to return for joint training, even for something as trivial as monitoring the water dispenser. Is he reluctant to come back? The director asked with concern. After finishing a meal, the director and a few others from EDG had played a ranked match and encountered a team of professional players. They were utterly overwhelmed. Apart from the top laner, the rest of the EDG team felt unusually off, sensing a significant dip in their performance. Hence, the director suggested calling Xuan back to play a few matches and regain their rhythm, especially with the finals approaching. Regardless of whether it was for regular rank play or training matches, they wanted Xuan to participate. I don't know. He said he had something urgent. Abu shook his head. What could be more pressing than returning to the base? He didn't even have time for a few more words. Moreover, why has a substitute suddenly become so crucial? Meanwhile, Xuan's phone rang again. This time, he checked the number. It was unfamiliar. Upon answering, a familiar voice greeted him. Hello, I am Wu Decima. Chapter 20. Come on, do you even have any pride left? The call had arrived. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Xuan forcibly suppressed the surge of excitement within him. Having lived 2 lives, particularly after experiencing a stroke of fortune with the backing of system, Xuan's psychological resilience was remarkably high, and his mind began to race with thoughts. In the past, he might have launched into a self-introduction, expressing the sincerity of his intentions and hoping that Decima would become one of his artists. However, at this moment, Xuan chose a different approach. The very fact that Decima had made the call indicated his interest in joining Xuan's team. What Xuan needed was to present something genuinely enticing, something that could truly captivate Decima. What does a person need most? When hungry, they seek food. When thirsty, they desire water. When financially strained, they yearn for wealth. In moments of loneliness, they crave love. And what about Decima at present? He was a beleaguered streamer, having persevered for quite some time, yet still lacking any significant achievements. What he needed was a spark, something to ignite his passion and propel him into prominence. Xuan gathered his thoughts and spoke slowly. I have watched your live streams. You possess considerable potential, yet there are significant issues as well. I wish to sign you, but my partner is not entirely satisfied. Silence enveloped the other end of the line, creating a brief pause. A wave of anxiety washed over Xuan. Had he perhaps overstepped? If he scared Decima away, it would be a substantial loss. Do I really have potential? Decima's voice finally broke the silence, tinged with uncertainty. He had been streaming for an extensive period, enduring nearly zero income, and had run out of savings. He was on the brink of giving up and preparing to seek factory work. It was precisely this desperation that had driven him to reach out to Lu Xian upon receiving his message. When Lu Xian remarked upon Decima's potential, the latter felt a flicker of disbelief. Initially, he had believed in his own potential, having been a coach and ranked first in the national server, able to hold his own against professional players in high-tier Korean matches. Yet, after starting his streaming career, he realized the reality was far from his expectations. Despite his relentless efforts, he had made little headway. Decima's hope was dwindling. Indeed, you possess great potential. If you're willing to join my media company, I will ensure that your potential is fully unleashed, Lu Xian gently coaxed, sounding like a master of success principles to anyone unaware of his true intentions. All right. With what seemed like a decisive resolution, Decima's tone was resolute. Tomorrow, come to Magic City, and we shall meet. We can discuss specifics in person. I will send you the address shortly. I have another call coming in. I must hang up now. Without waiting for Decima's response, Lu Xian ended the call. Opening his messaging app, he sent Decima the meeting address. This is the EDG training base. Decima stared at the address in bewilderment. He had been left puzzled when Lu Xian hung up, but upon receiving the text, all his confusion dissipated. The address left by the other party is the training base of EDG, indicating a connection with the renowned team. EDG is indeed a premier team in League of Legends. It would be absurd to deceive a relatively unknown streamer. Meanwhile, Lu Xian found the phone number of Abu and made a call. The line connected swiftly, and Abu's voice came through. Lu Xian, have you finished your tasks? What was so urgent earlier? You didn't even have time for a few words. Just a little business, Lu Xian replied calmly. Abu nearly dropped the phone in shock. Hold on, buddy, is that something you can say outright? Have you no shame? However, it was indeed urgent. Lu Xian's bluntness left Abu speechless, unable to pursue the matter further. You mentioned I should return to the base? Great, please prepare my room. I'll be back tomorrow. Sure, no problem. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Abu felt a wave of relief. As soon as the call ended, he hurriedly arranged for someone to tidy up Lu Xian's room. With the finals approaching, everything had to be prioritized for that event. Winning the match was of utmost importance. As long as Lu Xian returned and trained alongside them, everything else was secondary. With matters settled, Lu Xian tossed his phone aside. Although there were some discrepancies, things were still progressing according to his plan. He had long contemplated how to gain the trust of the esteemed Dashima, and it hinged on leveraging the reputation of EDG. By flaunting the EDG name, he could dispel any doubts Dashima might have regarding a dubious company or deceptive MCN. It was akin to playing a game. One must adeptly utilize all available resources. The following day, Lu Xian packed lightly and arrived at the EDG training base. Standing at the entrance, he pulled out his phone and called Abu. Abu, come down and fetch me. You have legs, don't you? Walk up yourself, Abu replied, somewhat exasperated. I don't have access, Lu Xian countered, and the line went silent. A moment later, Xuan emerged. As a legitimate top laner for EDG, Xuan held no malice or resentment towards Lu Xian, who clearly posed a threat to his position. Instead, he was more curious. Abu sent me to fetch you. Sure thing, kid, Xuan greeted Lu Xian with a smile. Lu Xian, always respectful, reciprocated the friendliness. Under Xuan's guidance, they entered the base. Ugh, I played ranked all night yesterday, and something still feels off. I always try to step up, but it doesn't seem right. Do you have time to teach me how to play, Kane? I saw you play him the other day. You were incredible. Xuan looked at Lu Xian with envy. He had always played tanky champions and longed to exhibit the violent beauty of a character like Kane, as Lu Xian had demonstrated. Of course, I'll teach you whenever I can. You can practice him before our finals B05. With me around, we're sure to become champions, Lu Xian said with a smile. Xuan thought he was joking and joined in the laughter. In the final match, practicing with heroes seems rather absurd, doesn't it? Yet, recalling Lu Xian's earlier game with Teemo, it appeared as though he was merely honing his skills. As he entered, the members of EDG were already seated, with Abu and Coach Nof standing to the side. Hurry up, we've been waiting for you. We've scheduled a scrimmage with RNG, Abu said, his enthusiasm directed towards Lu Xian. A scrimmage? I never mentioned my intention to participate in one. My prior agreement with you was solely for the semifinals and finals. Lu Xian replied, hesitating to approach and take a seat. Abu was taken aback by this response, and Nof, along with the rest of EDG, were equally perplexed. Wait, as a substitute, you carry yourself with such arrogance. We're offering you a chance to play in a scrimmage, which indicates we are preparing for you to start, and yet you act as if you're above it. Are you certain you want to participate? Abu's irritation was palpable. Seeing Abu's agitation, Lu Xian pondered for a moment before responding, I can participate, but it will come at a cost. Chapter 21. The Arrival of the Grand Marshal. The deceptive Lu Xian, is there a fee? How much? Abu was taken aback, for this was merely a training match, not a paid gaming session. Allowing Lu Xian to take the stage, was it truly to enhance the gaming experience for the manager and others? 100,000 per match. Excuse me? Upon hearing Lu Xian's quotation, Abu was rendered speechless. 100,000 per match? For a training game? How much would it cost to visit the Mo family South Mechanism Road? This price was rather steep. Abu began to doubt whether inviting Lu Xian back was indeed a prudent decision. This was not merely engaging a substitute. It felt as though he had summoned a sovereign. It was his first time encountering a charge for a training match. The contracted team seemed like mere novices in Lu Xian's presence. Abu contemplated asking Lu Xian to leave. Yet he understood the wisdom of the adage. It is easy to invite a deity, but difficult to send one away. With EDG at a crucial juncture, he could not afford to create chaos. Very well, I shall discuss this with the boss. You take a moment to rest, Xuan, you're up. Ultimately, Abu opted to sidestep Lu Xian's brilliance and diverted the conversation. All right, feel free to contact me if needed. For matches, one complimentary. As Lu Xian spoke, he swiftly departed, guided by the staff back to his quarters. One must admit, the accommodations at this base were vastly superior to his shabby rented room. The space was ample, the bed generous, and the essential amenities were commendable. Each day, someone was there to clean, wash clothes, and prepare meals. Reclining on the bed, Lu Xian chose not to observe the training of the EDG members, instead preparing for the arrival of the Grand Marshal. As for that outrageous quotation, it was but a part of Lu Xian's strategy. His prowess in competitions relied not on skill, but on the system. Lu Xian had previously tested this mechanism. It only functioned effectively in genuine professional arenas. It was utterly unnecessary for training matches. To pit his current skills against professional players in a training match would only serve to gift them easy kills. The risk of being criticized for such blunders loomed large. Was it unreasonable to demand a form of mental compensation? Moreover, participating in a training match bore little significance. The synergy with the other EDG members could not be forged merely through training games. The true nature of their competition depended on what Lu Xian rolled in that decisive moment. The dice in Lu Xian's hand represented the authentic bond between them. As time passed, the EDG members were drenched in sweat from their training. While scrolling through a live stream, Lu Xian inadvertently dozed off on the bed. It was not until a knock on the door that he stirred from his slumber. Lu Xian, someone is looking for you, came the voice of a staff member from outside. The Grand Marshal has arrived, Lu Xian thought to himself, quickly rising to leave his room. Upon reaching the entrance of the base, he beheld the weary figure of the Grand Marshal. The visage before him seemed more weathered than Lu Xian had remembered. Indeed, one could see the toll of hardship reflected in the Grand Marshal's demeanor. Seeing the Grand Marshal, Lu Xian could not help but let out a sigh. It was evident that the Grand Marshal had endured considerable struggles and felt unfulfilled in his pursuits. Lu Xian approached the Grand Marshal, extending his hand with a warm smile. Greetings, I am Lu Xian, a partner of the Dream Chasers Guild and a professional player for the EDG team in League of Legends. The name of the guild was a spontaneous creation by Lu Xian, inspired by the classic film Dream Chasing in the entertainment circle. Although the film itself was rather lackluster, the phrase dream chasing resonated deeply, particularly for the Grand Marshal, who felt a powerful psychological suggestion from it. Upon hearing Lu Xian's introduction, the Grand Marshal's eyes sparkled with interest, and he quickly shook Lu Xian's hand. Hello, I'm the Grand Marshal. Let's find a more suitable location to converse. As Lu Xian spoke, he began to walk ahead, seemingly unconcerned. Aren't we going inside? The Grand Marshal was somewhat taken aback. We are in the middle of a training match. If we lose, they'll surely blame me. Lu Xian casually replied, not wishing to disclose the details of his contract with the Grand Marshal just yet. With so many eyes around, he was wary of unforeseen complications. As for his identity, his departure from the EDG base and his EDG uniform served as ample proof. Rest assured, one can escape a monk, but not the temple. I have no reason to deceive you. Feel free to look it up. I just led EDG to victory against RNG. Upon hearing this, the Grand Marshal felt a bit awkward, yet swiftly took out his phone to search for the match between EDG and RNG. Witnessing Lu Xian's exceptional performance as the Sword Demon, securing a stunning pentakill, left him utterly astonished. The subsequent clips of the mischievous Teemo only intensified his astonishment. It was the first time he had seen someone in a professional setting demonstrate such innovative prowess, akin to creating the I-13 filled with technological might. This is my style of play. What do you think? Whether it's black, white, or mixed pieces, everyone enjoys it. The essence of gaming is to have fun. Isn't it? Lu Xian led the Grand Marshal to an exclusive venue reserved for the elite, where he generously ordered 2 glasses of refreshing lemonade. Handing one to the Grand Marshal, he said, "Here, I prefer something else, so please don't mind." The Grand Marshal was unbothered by such trivialities. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of signing with Lu Xian and the prospect of unleashing his latent potential that Lu Xian had previously mentioned. After a prolonged period of streaming without significant impact, he was on the verge of giving up, had it not been for Lu Xian's unexpected outreach. What you mentioned about unleashing my potential and increasing my popularity, is that truly attainable? He asked earnestly, holding the glass of lemonade. Lu Xian took a substantial sip of his drink, savoring the refreshing taste, then exhaled contentedly. Delightful. Of course, I never deceive. Turning his gaze to the Grand Marshal, his expression turned serious as he continued. Your primary issue at present is that your streaming content is too sophisticated. Playing high-level matches daily does not attract many viewers. Upon hearing this, the Grand Marshal felt as if a spark had ignited in his brain, as though something within him had been awakened. Though he felt he grasped the concept, it remained elusive. Lu Xian's simple words had provided him with profound inspiration. First, review the contract. If you find it satisfactory, I shall proceed with your signature, after which I will provide you with further guidance. Lu Xian refrained from delving deeper and instead presented the contract. This document had been meticulously crafted by Lu Xian, drawing inspiration from various sources online, tailored specifically for Decima. After all, even among brothers, clarity in financial matters is paramount. One must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against potential deceit. What if Decima were to vanish after receiving direct counsel? Thus, the contract serves as the foundation. Although Lu Xian does not aspire to be its sovereign, he will not allow anyone to dismantle the bridge he has built, even if that individual is Decima himself. Decima received the contract from Lu Xian, noting its resemblance to the signing agreements he had encountered while researching various streaming guilds online, albeit with superior terms and greater flexibility. For the initial 6 months, a guaranteed monthly compensation of 8,000 is established, with the potential for a high commission settlement based on platform earnings exceeding this baseline. This stands in stark contrast to other guilds that exploit their members mercilessly. Should you find any discrepancies, feel free to voice them now. Initiating the final phase, securing the agreement. Such matters cannot be delayed. Procrastination may lead to unforeseen complications. Chapter 22. Excrement. Indeed delicious, very well, I shall sign. The Grand Marshal was not one to hesitate. He promptly grasped the pen on the table and, with swift strokes, inscribed his name upon the contract. Observing this, Lu Xian followed suit and affixed his own name. One copy of the contract was secured by Lu Xian, while he handed the other to the Grand Marshal, saying, "Here you are, keep it safe. It is a duplicate. May our collaboration be fruitful." The Grand Marshal accepted the contract and shook hands with Lu Xian. May our partnership be prosperous. At last, having secured the Grand Marshal's agreement, Lu Xian exhaled in relief. Forget about stock market legends like Warren Buffett or the wolves of Wall Street. Lu Xian's investment strategy promised virtually limitless annual returns. No wonder numerous individuals were drawn to establishing live streaming guilds, A single prominent streamer could yield bountiful rewards. Moreover, unlike other live-streaming guilds, Xuan's offered a commendable arrangement. Their minimum guarantees were dismally low, and even the platform share would be siphoned off by the guilds. This was still the better scenario. Some would earn tens of millions through streaming only to find themselves indebted to the company by 100 million. In comparison, RNG's contract could be considered quite reasonable. You may now enlighten me, I presume? The Grand Marshal inquired earnestly of Xuan. He remained concerned about how to excel in live streaming. It is quite simple. Abandon the high-tier matches of Honor of Kings and instead engage in mid to low-tier gameplay, focusing on educational streams for heroes. Xuan gazed at the Grand Marshal, imparting the essence of his future streaming style. The Grand Marshal appeared taken aback. This was a path he had never contemplated before. Noticing the Grand Marshal's momentary daze, Xuan continued to elucidate. Consider the reality. How many genuine experts in the league exist outside the streaming realm? And how many of them actually watch streams regularly? Even if they do, would they be inclined to watch your instructional streams on high-tier matches? The typical viewers are players whose ranks fall below Diamond, many even lower. They seek entertainment rather than education. Can one truly learn from mere observation without any guidance? You must prioritize interaction with your audience, engage in lower-tier matches where your skills can shine, allowing you the opportunity to teach through interaction. Xuan paused, allowing the Grand Marshal time to absorb this insight. He was confident the Grand Marshal would comprehend, for this would become the essence of his future streaming content. The Grand Marshal's brow furrowed, then relaxed, only to furrow again as he suddenly stood, looking at Xuan with earnestness. I apologize, but I must decline. This is not the type of streaming I aspire to. My purpose in streaming is to educate, to share the insights of a coach and the techniques of high-tier matchups, to assist others in climbing the ranks. Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The Grand Marshal, so serious before him, seemed a stark contrast to the persona he had previously known. I will find a way to manage the penalty fees, the Grand Marshal stated as he prepared to depart. Xuan swiftly stepped forward, blocking his path. Is there a conflict here? Is teaching in lower-tier matches not teaching at all? Can players in bronze and silver not learn from you? Are struggling students not students? Xuan pressed, challenging the Grand Marshal, holding him firmly in place. After a brief silence, Decima turned to Xuan and spoke again. I apologize, but I wish to persist a little longer. I am a #1 mantis in the national server. I do not wish to become the #1 clown. Upon hearing this, Xuan was utterly convinced. Come on, brother, you're already live streaming. Why are you still fixated on this and that? Isn't it sufficient for the audience to enjoy themselves and for you to find joy in your streaming? Must you always seek value and intensity? Xuan's thoughts raced, and his expression suddenly shifted as he fixed his gaze on Decima, saying, You claim to be the #1 mantis. Let me challenge you. What are the lines of the mantis? The mantis's lines? Decima was momentarily taken aback. He had played this hero over 1,000 times, focusing primarily on builds, rhythm, and skill damage, without paying attention to the mantis's voice lines. However, at Xuan's prompting, several lines came to mind. Fear the void. Eat a little more, and I could defeat Ultraman. In this world, the delicacies are endless. Various mantis voice lines floated through Decima's mind. Yet he was perplexed by Xuan's intention. Suddenly, a small boy clad in suspenders dashed over, performing a dance routine between Decima and Xuan. With rhythmic movements, he chanted, Poop is delicious. How impressive is your brother Xuan? A middle-aged woman quickly rushed over to pull the boy away. Decima watched the boy's retreating figure in a daze, his mind echoing the mantis's most classic line. Change is a good thing. Change? Must I truly change? Decima recalled his first encounter with League of Legends. He fell in love with the game from his very first match. Climbing ranks, competing, and coaching. He had invested immense energy into it, yet the results were far from satisfactory. Subsequently, Decima transitioned into streaming, seeking change. Driven by his passion, he chose to become a League streamer. Yet, results remained elusive. Reflecting on his streaming content and Xuan's earlier words, Decima finally grasped the feeling he had initially overlooked. As Xuan had articulated, he indeed needed to embrace change. Previously, he had focused solely on high-rank play, which had only led to isolation, merely finding excuses for his failures. The monotony of daily repetition, appearing as diligent persistence, was in reality a fear of change. The apprehension of not streaming high-level matches and the inability to grow his audience in lower tiers left him without excuses, leading directly to utter failure. I understand now. I will heed your advice and give it a try, Decima stated formally to Xuan. Rest assured, you will come to cherish that feeling. Xuan replied with a smile, relieved at last. He had not anticipated that, in the end, it would be an unforeseen moment that would solidify Decima's resolve. Brother, let's not be so tense. Soon, we'll be making great money. Let us smile, Xuan said as he draped an arm around Decima's shoulder, and they exited the ice cream shop together. Wait a moment. Standing at the entrance of Yue Cai City, Xuan instructed Decima to wait momentarily. He then casually approached a passerby, asking, "Could you assist us by capturing a photograph?" The stranger, somewhat perplexed, took the phone and sought confirmation from Xuan. Unfamiliar with him, the passerby assumed he was merely a tourist and found it peculiar that someone would choose to commemorate their visit at Yue Cai City. Surely, a Starbucks would be a more fitting backdrop. "Indeed, I appreciate it," Xuan replied with a smile, positioning himself alongside Decima. The two posed for the camera, flashing a peace sign. "How's it look?" The passerby inquired as he handed the phone back to Xuan. Xuan glanced at the image before passing it to Decima. After scrutinizing it for a moment, Decima remarked, "Wow, the little boss has quite the talent for photography." Xuan responded with a carefree smile, "It's all about the aura. Soon I shall be a world champion. And you, my friend, will rise to become the foremost figure in League of Legends streaming. Today we may be nameless, but in the future, our names will resonate across the world." Chapter 23. The Master of Skills Duo Q. Polar Chaos? Are they both mad? A passerby shook his head and quickly ran away. Xuan remained unfazed. Decima scratched his head and turned to Xuan, inquiring, "Is there anything else you would like to guide me on?" Xuan shook his head and replied, "No, let us go. I will join you for a live stream to help you garner some traffic." Upon hearing that Xuan would assist in drawing an audience, Decima's eyes instantly lit up. After all, Xuan was a professional player, and his streaming popularity would undoubtedly surpass his own. Collaborating with Xuan would inevitably enhance his exposure. If the show proved entertaining enough, it could attract a good number of Xuan's fans to his streaming channel, converting them into his own followers. Many major guilds often employed this tactic, pairing established streamers with newcomers to facilitate audience growth. Thus, under Xuan's guidance, Decima and Xuan departed from Yue Cai City and arrived at an internet CAF. "Are you certain about streaming here?" Decima stood at the entrance of the CAF, incredulous as he looked at Xuan. Though he frequently visited internet CAFs to play games, he had never contemplated, let alone attempted, to stream from one. The environment was typically noisy, and the equipment was subpar, which could significantly hinder the quality of the live broadcast. "But this place is quite good," Xuan observed Decima's uncertainty and continued, "Sometimes, the impact of the stream lies in its uniqueness. Only by being different can one be memorable. What's wrong with an internet CAF? The #1 Draven in the national server often streams from here." As he spoke, Xuan had already stepped inside the CAF. Decima, observing Xuan's retreating figure, felt as though he had entered a shell company. The interview had taken place in a 5-star office building, but upon employment, he found himself in a residential area. And now he was dispatched to the outskirts. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is truly a professional player from the EDG team. That alone is sufficient. Decima dismissed the tumult of thoughts in his mind and followed Xuan into the CAF. Upon entering, a familiar scent enveloped him. The heavy odor of smoke mingled in the air. Spending even half a day, there would leave one marinated in the aroma. Xuan handed Decima's identification to the front desk and reluctantly secured a double room. It was not that the room offered a better environment, but rather that the main area was fully occupied. It would be impractical for him to reside in area, while Decima was in area F, separated by B, C, D, and E. As they entered the room, both Xuan and Decima powered on their devices, launching League of Legends. However, upon reaching the login screen, Decima found himself in a predicament. He turned to Xuan and asked, do you have a lower-ranked account? Xuan replied, no, just use your own account. Hearing this, Decima was a bit bewildered. Wasn't Xuan supposed to guide him in a lower-tier match? Using his own account meant he would be playing at the rank of a king. Could it be that, under the guise of a professional player, he intended to attract an audience using the identity of a number 1 Kha'Zix in the national server? Yes, that must be it. Decima thought to himself as he logged into his account. Xuan also logged into his game account. Having added friends, the live stream commenced. On Decima's side, as before, only a handful of devoted fans entered the stream. However, on Xuan's side, as soon as he began his broadcast, an avalanche of viewers surged in, over 10,000 in an instant. The host actually started streaming at this moment. Wasn't he supposed to be engaged in a practice match? What a trivial practice match. Given the final performance of Teemo and the post-game interview, he must have been benched by EDG, perhaps even expelled. What's the background of this streamer? It looks oddly familiar, yet it doesn't resemble the EDG base. Goodness, a Cyber CAF. Surely, the streamer hasn't truly been kicked and transformed into a Cyber CAF king. Serves him right for dragging down the coach. Serves him right for outshining Uzi. The barrage of comments flew wildly, leaving Decima utterly astonished. It was his first encounter with such a complex audience in a live stream, where the comments were overwhelmingly chaotic. The detractors far outnumbered the supporters, and even the trolls were lost as to their own identities. Xuan remained unfazed. He had anticipated that the final performance with Teemo would incite ire from both the coach's followers and Uzi's fans. However, he had not expected such a massive turnout. Indeed, the coach and Uzi remained top-tier figures. Nevertheless, this was a positive development. Seeing the viewer count continue to rise, Xuan smiled broadly. Regardless of whether they were detractors or supporters, as long as there were eyes upon him, it sufficed. He swiftly modified the title to indicate he was duo queuing with the number 1 Mantis in the national server. Simultaneously, he selected the game mode and sent an invitation to Decima. Arctic Showdown. Decima was momentarily bewildered upon receiving Xuan's invitation. Since their acquaintance, every move Xuan made had been unexpectedly surprising. With no alternative, Decima reluctantly accepted and joined Xuan's team, feeling as though he had boarded a pirate ship. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within. Xuan had already begun searching for a match, and the barrage of comments in the live stream grew even more fervent. EDG's top lane king is finished. Indeed, the master of unique heroes was banned, resulting in a catastrophic defeat. That Teemo was merely fortunate to benefit from his teammates' circumstances. Who could argue otherwise? Just moments ago, he commanded thunder and lightning on the competitive stage. Yet now he could only seek solace in a chaotic showdown. Too intimidated to face ranked matches. And duo queuing with the number 1 Mantis in the national server. It turned out to be a duo in a brawl. How amusing. Some viewers from Xuan's live stream even began to flood into Decima's stream, urging him to distance himself from Xuan. Others, while deriding Xuan, simultaneously insulted Decima. In the face of these comments and the influx of viewers, Decima exhibited remarkable composure and skill in live streaming, calmly introducing himself. My name is Golden Medal Hong Kong Style, the number 1 Mantis in the national server. I will now team up with EDG's strongest top lane king to battle in the Arctic. Ha 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 ha. Initially, Decima maintained a serious demeanor, but as he spoke, he could not help but laugh himself. Who is this person? I have never heard of him. The esteemed master of the gold medal. Is he not the illustrious lecturer? What does it signify? A gathering of the same ilk, a mere whisper of reports. Many viewers paid little heed to what the Grandmaster was articulating, opting instead to report both Xuan and the Grandmaster in unison. Meanwhile, a segment of the audience, driven by curiosity, chose to remain. The occurrence of the dual extraordinary talents engaging in a chaotic battle is indeed a rarity. They too wished to witness whether Xuan and the Grandmaster could summon their unique skills. Upon invoking their distinct abilities, would they be able to unleash devastation in the chaos akin to deities descending upon the canyon? Chapter 24. Tears in the eyes, a little theater soon. They found themselves in line. Xuan and Decima entered the hero selection interface. In this chaotic battle, Heroes were chosen at random. Xuan was assigned to Sword Demon, while Decima received Teemo, along with their other 3 teammates, Bear, Cardmaster, and Yasuo. Upon seeing Xuan randomly selected the Sword Demon, the viewers in a live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, King may not excel at the game, but his luck is remarkable. He immediately drew his signature hero, the Sword Demon. Indeed, the Sword Demon should perform quite well in this chaotic battle. Perform well? It's a squishy character. He'll be swiftly taken out by the opponents. In a chaotic battle, one must rely on some luck. The comments were abuzz with anticipation for Xuan's performance as the Sword Demon, yet he furrowed his brow. His partnership with Decima was not to showcase skills, but to promote Decima. Undoubtedly, the spotlight of this livestream should be on Decima. Without hesitation, Xuan utilized the dice within the game to swap heroes. The streamer isn't playing the Sword Demon. The viewers were left astounded by Xuan's decision. As Xuan rolled the dice, the Sword Demon was returned to the public pool, and he selected a new hero, the Void Reaver, Kha'Zix. Wow, the streamer is sacrificing his hero for his teammate. It's heartwarming. I didn't expect the streamer to have such integrity, not hoarding the dice for himself, but instead letting it be random for his teammate. Oh no, the streamer's hero was stolen. As the comments flooded the stream within the game, Xuan's teammates swapped Yasuo for the Sword Demon. Is this what you wish to play? Should I help you with another random selection? Decima inquired, glancing at Xuan. Not necessary. Just give me Teemo, Xuan replied with a smile. Are you certain? Decima recalled Xuan's legendary Teemo from their previous matches and couldn't help but ask. Xuan demonstrated his intent through action, opting to exchange heroes with Decima. Realizing the situation, Decima agreed, handing over Teemo to Xuan while he claimed his beloved hero, the Mantis. The viewers in the live stream erupted once more as Xuan acquired Teemo. So, the streamer actually intended to play Teemo all along. I'm impressed. The streamer is about to unleash his creativity once more. Last time, he ended with a record of 1-16. Will he break that record this time? As the comments flew by, the viewers, particularly those who had witnessed the previous match between EDG and RNG, were well aware of Xuan's terrifying capabilities with Teemo, leaving a trail of bodies scattered across the Summoner's Rift. As the countdown concluded, they officially entered the game. In this frosty melee, all players began at level 3. Xuan evenly allocated points to his Q, W, and E skills, purchased the recommended items, and briefly surveyed the opposing lineup. Bombardier, Lux, Leopard Woman, Fan Lady, and Zyra. What a purely chaotic lineup. Upon seeing this formation, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but laugh. Oh no, the opposing team has an overwhelmingly powerful lineup. Our side is all squishy characters and will struggle to withstand the onslaught. The only somewhat effective Yasuo has been replaced, yet with the wind wall still in play. It allows for a deft maneuver against the opposition, such as Fate. Let us all await the innovations of the streamer. ISNT the streamer, accompanied by the top Kha'Zix in the national server. Can this Kha'Zix defy destiny? The barrage of comments is fervent. Meanwhile, Xuan's teammates have begun to type and engage. The small theater in the lower left corner begins its performance. Cardmaster, Darkin Blade survive. Cardmaster, Darkin Blade survive. Darkin Blade. What's wrong, darling? Cardmaster, I already told you to pick Yasuo. This choice is utterly useless. Darkin Blade, you've changed. Now you curse at me every day. Darkin Blade, you used to refrain from scolding me. Cardmaster, it's my fault, darling. I was mistaken. Thunder Roar, simp. Cardmaster, you deserve to be scolded long ago. Thunder Roar, Warwolf. Upon witnessing this scene, Xuan chuckled. He had only seen such banter online before, and now he found himself among the live audience. Where does the streamer find such actors? They are quite impressive. In a chaotic brawl, where did these performers come from? The dark streamer has lost his mind. It's quite dull. Soon, they will likely be reduced to mere fools by the opposition. As the comments fill the screen, Xuan's team has already commenced hostilities. Just as the comments have suggested, the enemy's champions in this brawl appear overwhelmingly powerful. There is but a single path, with a plethora of skills indiscriminately flung, achieving a remarkably high hit rate. This has transformed Lu Xian's team into a game of dodgeball, as they continuously maneuver their champions to evade the skills hurled by the enemy. The moment one dares to approach for a last hit, they're swiftly reduced to a sliver of health. They can only rely on the card master to hurl a few skills and slightly clear the minion wave. However, as time progresses, the situation begins to improve. The renowned Kha'Zix, having played cautiously, reaches level 6 and can now evolve his skills. With Kha'Zix at level 6, he can evolve his W skill, allowing him to coordinate with the card master to prevent the enemies from pushing too aggressively. Indeed, regardless of whether one is a master or a challenger, even if the top player from the national server participates in a brawl, a poor composition will inevitably lead to being dominated by the opposition. Who could argue otherwise? This is quite uninteresting. I shall take my leave. The streamer is not innovating. After all this time, the small theater at the beginning was far more entertaining. Just as the viewers in the live stream anticipated the evolution of Kha'Zix's W skill, he surprisingly chose to evolve his E skill, Leap. The evolved E skill enhances the distance of the ability, and kills or assists will reset its cooldown. Is this truly the understanding of the top Kha'Zix? Evolving the E skill is utterly futile. Can you even fly over? Alas, he truly did take flight. As the barrage of comments questioned the evolution path of Kha'Zix, the evolved E skill allowed him to soar directly from the brush, instantly reaching the bombardier. With a basic attack followed by a Q skill, he inflicted terror, executing a seamless AQA combo while simultaneously applying Ignite to the bombardier. The bombardier, realizing the peril too late, hastily flashed away, but it was too late. The final ticks of Ignite's damage swiftly claimed his life. The Mantis E skill refreshes, allowing for a remarkable escape with a combination of the E skill and flash, traversing an extraordinary distance to evade a barrage of enemy abilities. Such adept maneuvering showcases a mastery of the Mantis, and the damage calculations seem impressive. Yet, one might argue that these calculations are merely a stroke of luck. If one possesses genuine skill, they should strive for a pentakill. My dear friend, this sentiment borders on the humorous. Achieving a pentakill in a chaotic brawl is no trivial feat. This Mantis exhibits far greater prowess than King S. Teemo, who is merely laughing in the background. The viewers in the live stream turn their attention to Lu Xian's Teemo, who hides in the bushes, munching on a foul-smelling four, producing an exasperating ha 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 that sends blood pressure soaring. Lu Xian, upon witnessing the barrage of comments, can only feel speechless. He never anticipated being caught in the crossfire, illustrating how deeply ingrained prejudices can be. Although he has not given away any kills this match, he has been diligently playing. Chapter 25. The Phantom Blade Unleashed. The battle rages on, with Lu Xian's Teemo having ascended to level 6. Utilizing the synergy of mushroom placement and card manipulation, his wave-clearing capability has notably improved. However, the opposing team's composition remains overwhelmingly formidable. A single barrage of abilities obliterates the minion wave. Despite Lu Xian and his allies' relentless efforts to push, the minion waves remain persistently suppressed. The presence of the Bombardier hero, leveraging his passive to damage turrets, exacerbates the situation as each activation inflicts substantial harm upon the defenses. In a swift turn of events, Lu Xian's first turret is demolished, erupting in a cacophony of destruction. Fortunately, they have managed to prolong the engagement long enough for everyone to reach level 11. The Mantis has evolved his Q ability, procuring both the Dusk Blade and the Umbral Glaive. The Grizzly has also acquired 2 pieces of tanky equipment, positioning himself to absorb damage at the forefront. He then types into the public chat, "Brothers, let us charge forward in the next wave. I can no longer contain the primal power within me." Having endured a barrage of enemy abilities for too long, the Grizzly is eager to unleash his fury. He is not alone. Both the Blade Demon and the Card Master echo his sentiments in the chat with an enthusiastic okay. Meanwhile, Lu Xian has stealthily positioned himself in the brush behind the enemy, remaining undetected. The great general surveys the opposing formation, keenly seeking an opportune moment to strike. Upon witnessing his teammates' agreement with his plan, the Grizzly hesitates no longer, unleashing his Q ability, Thunderous Charge. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he accelerates toward the enemy, flashing in front of the luminary, lifting her high before crashing her down. Simultaneously, the E ability, Supreme Roar, and the R ability, Thunderous Claw, are unleashed. The surrounding minions scatter in fear, and the luminary is ensnared in a slow chain lightning erupts from the Grizzly's hands, striking both the luminary and the nearby minions. However, thanks to the Grizzly's tanky build, his aggressive maneuvers yield merely 250 damage. The luminary, fortified by her W shield ability, finds her health diminished by only a fifth. With the Grizzly's W ability, Wild Fury, fully charged, he sinks his fangs into the luminary, inflicting a slight drop in her health. Yet, as he relentlessly assaults her, the luminary's allies fixate their attention on the Grizzly, hurling various abilities in his direction. Although he is resilient, he soon finds himself losing his passive, and the Storm's Choice begins to restore his health rapidly. Brothers, I can't hold on much longer. The Grizzly types in the chat. Xuan admires the Grizzly's tenacity. Even as he struggles, he finds time to type. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xuan commands his teamo to emerge from the brush and commence mushroom placement behind the enemy. The Blade Demon and Cardmaster, having followed closely, retreat alongside the Grizzly. Unfortunately, they are but fragile beings, unlike the Grizzly, who can regenerate health through his passive. As they flee, a colossal red circle materializes beneath them, marked by a skull insignia. Quick, conceal yourselves. The Bombardier unleashes his R ability, and a massive bomb descends from the heavens, landing precisely on the skull's location, striking the wounded Blade Demon and Cardmaster. In a devastating double strike, he secures a double kill, eliminating both the faltering Cardmaster and Blade Demon. Is this considered a tragic end? The Grizzly has retreated beneath the turret, continuing to type in the public chat. This match is over. As the audience in the live broadcast room beheld this scene, they were convinced that defeat was imminent, for the team composition was undeniably lacking. At that moment, however, Decima's Mantis soared into action, landing upon Lux, executing a swift AQA combo that secured Lux's demise. With the E skill, Leap Strike refreshed instead of retreating, he boldly advanced towards the Bombardier. A single auto attack, followed by an immediate activation of W skill, Void Spike, sent sharp projectiles flying from the Mantis towards the Bombardier, inflicting damage while also slowing him down. The Q skill, Taste of Fear, had cooled down, enabling yet another AQA combo that severely wounded the Bombardier. In a desperate bid, the Bombardier tossed down a W skill, Point Target Detonation, beneath him and promptly activated it once more. The explosion sent both him and the Mantis flying apart, increasing the distance between them. Meanwhile, Zyra and several other champions rushed in, unleashing their skills upon the Mantis. In this perilous moment, Decima began an impassioned commentary. You think you can kill me? Not a chance. With my ultimate activated, I become invisible. The Mantis unleashed his R skill, vanishing from the enemy's sight. They think I will flee? Not at all. This time, I shall attack. The Mantis reappeared before the retreating Bombardier, executing another AQA combo that dispatched the injured foe. With a press of the E skill, the Mantis ascended into the air, landing beside Zyra. Zyra hastily cast her E skill, but Decima, as if endowed with foresight, preemptively activated both the Spirit of the Lich and his ultimate, granting the Mantis a surge in speed as he entered stealth. With the Ghost Blade activated, invisible. Evade, thrust. Decima narrated while deftly maneuvering the Mantis, successfully dodging Zyra's E skill, Root Collar, as well as the Q skills from Nidalee and Fiddlesticks. The Mantis deftly returned to Zyra's side, unleashing another AQA combo that eliminated her. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Decima's infectious laughter echoed as the Mantis soared once more, landing atop Nidalee. The most dangerous places are often the safest. Reverse psychology, they cannot react in time, Decima remarked. In midair, the Mantis executed an AQAW combo that swiftly dispatched Nidalee, refreshing his E skill. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, the Mantis ascended again just before landing, mirroring the dragonfly's grace, as he flew to Fiddlestick's position, delivering a final blow that claimed her life. Pentakill, the in-game voice announced triumphantly, as Decima's Mantis achieved the coveted 5 kills. Well, what can I say about this play? The chat erupted with comments proclaiming him as the #1 mantis in the national server. "Heh, you recognized me," Decima quipped as he initiated the classic barrage of comments. The audience, captivated by the recent display of skill, was left in awe, having witnessed not only the powerful post-production edits, but also the seamless execution of gameplay while providing commentary, achieving a flawless pentakill for the very first time. Moreover, Decima's laughter and commentary were irresistibly enchanting. Some viewers who initially intended to create a series of clips featuring Xuan swiftly began to edit the remarkable actions of Decima. This material is simply exquisite. Whoever is the first to release, it will undoubtedly attract a myriad of viewers. "How do you find my commentary?" Decima turned to Xuan with a smile. The previous sequence of actions seemed entirely effortless, as if it were a natural expression. It was simply a spontaneous utterance. "Brother, you are destined for greatness," Xuan said earnestly while gazing at Decima, feeling a sense of relief for successfully signing him. "After today, the realm of King S glory will lose an inconsequential player, while a new superstar in the streaming world is poised to rise. Indeed, Decima is the true sensation." Chapter 26. The Rise of Dashima. Is EDG going to dismiss Xuan? The ensuing match became a personal showcase for Dashima. Under his formidable skill, the already over-equipped Mantis unleashed a slaughter mode. Another swift assault culminated in Mantis achieving a pentakill, leading to the obliteration of the opposing base. "We are champions," Xuan shouted excitedly in the live stream. "Not quite, my friend. How is this related to you?" "It has always been the Mantis wreaking havoc," someone quipped. "In a chaotic brawl, one might think you single-handedly secured the victory." The streamer had been ousted from EDG, rendering any claims of triumph hollow. "This year's S Championship must belong to my Uzi." The audience in the live stream flooded the chat with comments, and under Xuan's exuberant outburst, many flocked to Dashima's stream. After all, compared to Xuan, Dashima's live streaming prowess and gameplay were vastly superior. Numerous viewers came to criticize Xuan, but ended up pleasantly surprised by Dashima's performance. Xuan glanced at Dashima's screen, noting the rapid increase in viewer count, which eased his mind. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. After all, he was not relying on streaming for income at the moment. Instead, he aimed to elevate Dashima's profile and drive traffic to his channel. As for public perception, Xuan was unperturbed. In esports, talent speaks volumes. As a professional player, attaining results was paramount. Principles could be defended by the scholars. In the following period, Xuan continued to duo with Dashima in the era mode. As the live stream progressed, Dashima's performance improved significantly. His witty banter flowed effortlessly, and through his captivating showmanship, he converted numerous fans of the critical Xuan and Uzi into loyal followers of his own channel. The stream was inundated with gifts, raking in a staggering 50,000 in revenue from gift distribution alone, a figure that was once unimaginable for Dashima. This concludes today's stream. "I will see you all tomorrow evening at 7, Dashima announced as he closed the stream. Beside him, Xuan also ended his broadcast. Dashima, filled with excitement, turned to Xuan and said, "Brother, you were right. I truly need to evolve." Beyond the gifts received, Dashima was more concerned with the newfound potential of his streaming career. It was his first experience with such a large audience. The interaction during casual games was far more enjoyable than he had anticipated, even surpassing his previous teaching sessions in ranked matches. Stay grounded. This is merely the beginning. However, the influx of viewers may not be as pronounced in the coming days, Xuan advised earnestly. The surge in viewership was primarily attributed to Dashima's extraordinary performance in the earlier matches, when he carried the team like a divine presence against 5 foes. And when he faltered, he did so spectacularly. Additionally, the opposing team featured the highly popular players, the captain and Uzi. Most of these viewers had already tuned in today. Once the hype subsided, the traffic would likely diminish. However, it matters not. I shall divert traffic your way after I conclude the spring finals. Xuan remarked with a smile. The spring finals against we are imminent. Although he does not boast superstars like Uzi and the factory director, the team's following is still considerable. A fanbase of 60 is no trifling matter. provided that Xuan delivers a commendable performance. The number of spectators attracted may very well surpass this occasion. All right, I shall take my leave for now. Feel free to reach out at any time. Decima bid farewell to Xuan and embarked on his journey home. Seated on the train, gazing out at the passing scenery, he felt a surreal sensation envelop him. He had come with a spirit of finality, yet unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged. Today we are but nameless individuals, yet in the future, our names shall resonate throughout the world. Reflecting on Xuan's earlier words, a smile returned to Decima's face as he clenched his fist, silently encouraging, "Keep going, brother." At that moment, Decima's phone rang. Upon answering, he was greeted by the voice of a young woman. "Hello, is this Woohoo Decima? I am from Jack Media. Would you be interested in joining our streaming guild? We are a top-tier organization in the industry, offering exceptional benefits. With numerous prominent streamers under our banner, signing with us could lead to a tailored plan for your rise to fame." The woman spoke rapidly, her sincerity palpable. "I'm sorry, but I have already signed a contract," Decima replied before promptly hanging up. Meanwhile, Xuan returned to the EDG base. Upon entering, he was met with the disheartening expressions of the team members, particularly that of manager Abu. With a furrowed brow, Abu directed his frustration towards the factory director. "Why didn't you unleash your ultimate ability?" The opposing F4 didn't use theirs, resulting in a wasted opportunity. "Why didn't you use yours at the high ground?" The factory director stood aside, momentarily bewildered by Abu's barrage of questions. After a brief pause, he shrugged and replied, "The enemy barrel was in our jungle. Why should he head to the tower? The bot lane kept calling me over. How could I go when they were constantly invading my jungle?" Xuan observed this exchange in astonishment. Was this not the classic bear shrug? He never anticipated witnessing it unfold before his eyes, and if memory served him correctly, this was not an event from this year. An incorrect timeline, yet the right individuals and circumstances. Xuan hastily retrieved his phone to document this iconic moment. However, the flash was overly bright, and the phone sound was not muted. The click resonated sharply in the quiet conference room, causing the factory director to instinctively shut his eyes against the glare. "What are you doing?" the factory director inquired, irritation evident in his tone as he glanced at Xuan. "Just recording life," Xuan replied nonchalantly. "Why are you recording your life by filming me?" The factory director responded, exasperated. Given the awkward atmosphere, he was reluctant to dwell on the matter with Xuan. "What did you do today? Do you realize we lost the training match all day?" Abu suddenly directed his attention to Xuan. Confronted by Abu's inquiries, Xuan retorted, "Who am I?" Abu, taken aback by the question, scrutinized Xuan closely before confirming, "Xuan, right?" Xuan proceeded to inquire, "What is my identity?" "The substitute top laner for EDG." Abu replied, now even more perplexed. "Indeed, I am merely a substitute. If the water cooler runs dry, I concede it is my fault. But how does your loss in the scrims concern me? Was I even on the field?" Xuan unleashed a barrage of words at Abu, then turned promptly to ascend the stairs, returning to his room. "You mean him?" Abu stammered, pointing at Xuan's retreating figure, rendered speechless by anger. For the first time, he felt his status and position were called into question and threatened. Is cursing the manager a breach of contract? Can I terminate his contract and demand compensation? Abu glanced at Nof beside him, contemplating a show of authority. "Is anyone there, brothers?" Chapter 27. The Unchosen Xuan and the study of the Brawl videos. Is it possible for him to be analyzed? Yes. He is a substitute and was promoted from the youth training squad. Even if he violates the rules, the maximum penalty would only be 20,000. Nof pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. 20,000? Is it truly that low? Abu was at a loss for words, but after a brief moment, he composed himself. Nof was indeed correct. The compensation was linked to the players' salaries. Xuan currently earned only a few thousand, so a penalty of 20,000 was already considerable. After all, no one is foolish. You cannot pay someone a mere few thousand a month while expecting them to shoulder a breach of contract worth millions. Not everyone is a star player. Individuals like Uzi and Clear Love, who command high salaries and hefty penalties, remain a rarity. 20,000 it is. Let us terminate the contract immediately. Abu declared with a fierce expression. Observing Abu's flustered demeanor, Nof reminded him, "You signed a betting agreement with Xuan, and he must participate in the finals. If you terminate the contract now, you would owe him 3 million. I'll pay him. Not a chance." Although Abu vocally dismissed the idea, he was clearly softening. He had never anticipated that one day he would find himself at the mercy of a player's contract. After uttering these words, he ceased to mention Xuan. Unable to select Xuan, Abu shifted his focus to the other members of EDG, unleashing his fury as he began to dissect the previous training matches. In stark contrast to EDG's turmoil, we was celebrating with champagne. They had just triumphed over OMG, securing their place in the spring finals. A victory against EDG would grant them the championship title and the coveted LPL Spring Trophy. Coach Homie addressed the Wii players, saying, "Well done, everyone. Your performance against OMG was commendable. If we maintain this momentum, we will surely conquer EDG." The jungler, Kong Di, chimed in, "EDG is nothing. They are even weaker than RNG. We can take them down effortlessly. I will execute a flawless kick with Lee Sin, sending them all flying." As he spoke, he mimicked a spinning kick, his expression radiating confidence. He had been studying Clear Love for several days, convinced that if he could disrupt Clear Love's F6, it would render him ineffective. The mid laner, Xia, smiled at Kong Di. "Do you dare to perform that move during the match?" At this, Kong Di snapped to attention, his demeanor turning serious. "I fear a warning from the Muay Thai referee." The other members of Wii erupted in laughter. Coach Homie continued, "Let us refine our 4-Protect-1 strategy. This composition is highly effective against EDG, known for their reluctance to engage in team fights and their lack of ability to close out the game." The Wii players nodded in agreement, having watched numerous EDG matches alongside Coach Homie. In previous games, EDG had even squandered a 10,000 gold lead, falling victim to comebacks. Against such a team, employing the 4-Protect-1 strategy would suffice. They merely needed to wait for their AD carry to become fully equipped before striking. "I harbor some concerns regarding the top laner across from us. He appears rather peculiar." 957, seated beside Kong Di, could not help but voice his thoughts. As the top laner for Wii, he had never faced Xuan before, having consistently contended against Mouse during their match against EDG. If it were Mouse, 957 would have no worries, for Mouse's champion pool primarily consists of tanky heroes, posing no significant threat to Wii's 4-Protect-1 composition. However, if it were Xuan, the situation would be quite different. Although Teemo had successfully developed I-13, it was the Sword Demon that left a more profound impression on 957. To respect one's opponent is to respect oneself. This aggressive, kill-oriented top laner was a first for 957 in the professional arena, and he dared not underestimate him. Do not panic. The enemy is evidently a master of his craft. If we ban the Sword Demon, he will likely falter, remarked Wii's mid laner, Shi, maintaining a hopeful outlook regarding Xuan. "By the way, I heard EDG faced RNG in a scrim today. Do you have any insider information?" Kong Di shared what he knew, but he only had information about the scrim itself, unaware of the outcome. Coach Hongmi wore a complex expression. "Yes, they did play, but Xuan did not participate. Mouse took the stage instead, and they lost. The composition was rather standard, offering little to analyze. Given that the finals are approaching, are they truly not planning to field him? Or is he perhaps engaged in some form of meditative training?" 957 inquired, increasingly intrigued. At that moment, Mystic, who had been engrossed in his phone, suddenly interjected. "Look at this. ISNT that king." As he spoke, he waved his phone in front of the Wii members. They quickly leaned in closer. Mystic's phone displayed a clip from the live stream of the renowned streamer, Decima. The moment the Mantis activated his Ghost Blade, it was as if he vanished. The Teemo corpse lying on the ground was indeed Xuan. Moreover, the title of Decima's stream confirmed Xuan's identity. This individual, during EDG's scrim, had been engaging in duo Q in the chaotic brawl mode. Coach Hongmi found himself at a loss. He had intended to gather data on Xuan for thorough analysis. How was he to conduct such research now? Should he base it on the performance in a chaotic brawl? Wasn't he that absurd? Formal competitions are not akin to rolling dice. The composition is meticulously crafted from the drafting phase, where every detail is designed, emphasizing tactical synergy and skillful execution. Comparisons to Chaotic Brawl are unfounded. Even ranked matches in King S Canyon cannot be equated. Could it be that EDG truly dismissed him? After all, his developmental prowess is immensely potent, making his presence at EDG an underutilization of talent. Analyzed 957, his brow furrowed in contemplation. There's indeed a strong possibility, Kong D concurred. With the remaining time, it will be prudent to delve into a thorough analysis, particularly focusing on the previous two matches and scrutinizing his performance in the Chaotic Brawl, noting any peculiarities, especially regarding the champions he played. After some contemplation, Homie resolved to further investigate Lu Xian, for aside from Lu Xian, there was little else of significance to study within EDG. Thus, in the ensuing days, we dedicated their efforts to practicing their composition while simultaneously examining Lu Xian's performances in the Arctic Brawl. Yet, their research yielded little understanding. The level of play was astoundingly elementary, akin to that of a primary school student. As for the champions, it appeared that Lu Xian exhibited no particular preferences, simply rolling the dice and playing whichever champion he randomly landed upon. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, the finals of the spring split had arrived. Chapter 28. The Spring Showdown begins. A devastating BP, the fervor surrounding the spring finals, is palpable. Whether it be the fervent supporters of the renowned captain or the devoted 60 fans of Wii, anticipation for this match is at an all-time high. Fans of EDG are eager for their team to continue its legendary journey, aiming to defend their championship title after last season's summer triumph. Conversely, Wii fans yearn for the coveted spring championship even more. Since their victory at the 2012 IPL 5 World Finals, this team has not tasted the sweetness of championship glory again. Moreover, the rivalry between EDG and Wii stretches back to ancient times, steeped in history. The phrase fish die and nets break. We shall go tonight resonates profoundly among seasoned League of Legends enthusiasts. Before the match commences, both teams unveil their promotional posters on their official social media accounts. WE's poster features a majestic steed soaring through the air, symbolizing the captain's stellar performance with the Centaur champion in last year's World Finals. As the ADC Ashe prepares to unleash her ultimate in an attempt to ensnare the captain, he deftly maneuvers away, only to collide with Ashe's ultimate ability. Not to be outdone, EDG showcases a poster of the chubby pig champion performing a dance at the city gates, harkening back to a moment from ancient encounters when EDG celebrated a team fight victory by dancing before the Smile Tower. The tension between the two teams is palpable, charged with anticipation. Even more electrifying are the various cosplayers congregated outside the venue. The camera swiftly captures glimpses of champions like Ezreal, Yasuo, and Graves. Meanwhile, the alluring cosplayers are portraying Ahri and Janna, flaunting their long legs and ethereal beauty, receive lingering camera attention, showcasing their most captivating angles. The live chat is flooded with compliments for the production crew. Lu Xian nudges Scout beside him. Stop staring. Adjust your aim. If you keep looking, you might get reported. Scout shoots him a disapproving glare. I'm not. Don't spread rumors. Besides, you've been ogling since we got off the bus. Lu Xian retorts, I was appreciating art. You know, a holistic admiration, examining if they embody their characters accurately. Look at that Ahri. She is not quite there, too much coverage. How can she charm enemies with her E-ability? He gestures toward the nearby Ahri cosplayer, playfully critiquing her. Flushed with embarrassment, the Ahri cosplayer quickly scurries away. Wait, don't leave. I excel at Ahri. I can teach you one-on-one. Lu Xian continues his playful banter. Of course, it's all in jest. He is not one to take frivolous risks. Players who revel in fan interactions often find themselves in precarious situations, a reality that is all too common. Most importantly, Lu Xian fears encountering a fervent admirer. A chaotic encounter with a devoted fan is no laughing matter, and he certainly cannot withstand that. Lu Xian and the EDG team make their way into the competition venue, first heading to the backstage lounge. EDG's manager, Abu, and coach, Nof, commence their pre-match preparations. Guang, you're up for the first game. Abu informs the nearby player. Me? Xuan, somewhat incredulous, pointed at himself. His previous performances in competitions and scrimmages had not been stellar, and the opposing top laner, 957, was widely regarded as a formidable player, even more challenging than RNG's Let Me. Xuan had anticipated that Abu would prefer to let Xuan take the starting position. Observing Xuan's reaction, Abu furrowed his brow and insisted, "If I say you go in, you go in." Reluctantly, Xuan acquiesced, casting a pleading glance towards Xuan. Xuan, however, appeared unfazed. After all, the betting agreement had already been signed. Regardless of Abu's displeasure towards him, he was guaranteed a spot on the stage. Moreover, it was imperative that Xuan played during the decisive match when the opposing team had secured a match point. Hence, in any tiebreaker, it was essential for Xuan to take the field. All right, everyone relax. Let's showcase our true potential, unite our efforts, and win this match. Abu rallied the EDG players. Let us go. The EDG team echoed in unison as Xuan emerged from the resting area, making his way towards the competition stage. Meanwhile, the Wii players also exited their resting area and spotted the EDG team. Their first matchup featured Xuan. 957 quickly focused his gaze on Xuan, feeling a tinge of regret, yet predominantly relief. To be frank, he preferred facing Xuan over Xuan. Xuan epitomized the standard top laner for EDG, typically opting for conventional champions, predominantly tanks like Yue Cai. It seemed the opposing team intended to test the waters, concealing their true strategy. They were keeping their cards close to their chest, opting not to reveal Lulu or Kog'Maw in the first match. WE's coach, Hongmi, pondered for a moment and stated, "In a BO5 series, the tactical preparation of a team is put to a greater test than in a BO1. The more strategies one has at their disposal, the easier it becomes to secure victory. Conversely, if one only prepares a couple of lineups, they become vulnerable to targeted counterplays. Revealing all your strategies too early can spell doom for the remainder of the series." The Wii players nodded in agreement, acknowledging Hongmi's insights. The scene transitioned. Both teams were now in position. Welcome to the LPL League of Legends S7 Spring Finals. I am commentator Wawa, and I am commentator Milo. The players entered the BP phase. Amidst the voices of the commentators, EDG and we engaged in strategic discussions regarding champion selection. We, play from the blue side, opted for a composition featuring top laner Thresh, jungle Lee Sin, mid laner LeBlanc, AD carry Jhin, and support Malzahar. The red side, EDG, selected a lineup comprising top laner Yue Cai, jungle Elise, mid laner Ryze, AD carry Varus, and support Zyra. As expected, the opposing team had indeed chosen Yue Cai. 957 felt a surge of joy upon seeing EDG lock in the tree, aligning perfectly with his predictions. Thus, he faced minimal pressure in the lane. Play well. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, this match is already in the bag. Coach Hongmi motivated the Wii players once more. In terms of the BP strategy, he felt they had decisively outclassed their opponents. Furthermore, while EDG's composition appeared solid, they lacked significant damage output in team fights. Zed did not acquire Frost and Callista. Consequently, his Varus inflicted no damage whatsoever. As for the captain's Vi, based on Hongmi's analysis, it is unlikely to achieve any significant impact. After all, this champion does not align with the captain's temperament. He is not one to engage in high-risk decisions, nor does he initiate team fights decisively. More often than not, he resorts to outrageous maneuvers to preserve his KDA. The notion of EDG's unyielding resilience in team fights is, in truth, a manifestation of timidity. This underscores the importance of BP design and the necessity of studying one's opponents. The same composition can yield entirely different outcomes when employed by disparate teams. Thus, continuous analysis of adversaries and tactical adjustments according to their specific circumstances is imperative. Undoubtedly, Hongmi executed a flawless strategy in the first match, pushing several members of EDG to the precipice from the very outset. This composition is doomed. In the lounge, Abu, upon observing the lineups of both teams, felt a chill of apprehension. He could not help but glance at Xuan, hoping to see if he was already stifling a laugh. To his surprise, Xuan was sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep. Chapter 29. A turn of fate. The enemy forces are a mere 30 seconds from the battlefield. Crush them. The game's voice echoed. The players of Wii and EDG emerged from their respective fountains, hastily making their way to the river for positioning. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, unlike the orchestrated chants of team names we hear today. Instead, fans from both sides spontaneously shouted the names of their teams, the intensity of the atmosphere palpable in their voices. Neither team engaged in a level 1 skirmish at the river, opting instead to return to their lanes as the minions appeared and buffs were about to respawn. However, on the Wii side, the jungler, Kundi, initiated a blue buff start, stealthily advancing into Clearlove's jungle after finishing. He took position in the brush beside the red buff. For days, Kundi had meticulously studied Clearlove, analyzing his jungle path. It was highly probable that after clearing the blue buff, Clearlove would head directly for the red buff before moving on to the F4. As anticipated, after a brief wait, Clearlove's Vi appeared at the red buff, commencing her assault. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Oblivious to the absence of wards, she remained unaware of the lurking monk. Just as Clearlove reduced the red buff to half health, her own health precariously low, a sonic wave suddenly burst forth from the brush, striking her squarely on the head. Kundi executed a perfect combo, sonic wave, resonating strike, and the monk lunged from the bushes, delivering a swift kick to Vi's face. Taken aback by Kundi's audacious counter-jungle, Clearlove hastily attempted to finish off the red buff, but Kundi was well prepared. With a deft use of his E ability, he unleashed a devastating area of effect damage on both Vi and the red buff, following up with a basic attack and smite to secure the buff. Realizing the dire situation, Clearlove scrambled to escape, but Kundi's second E ability, Cripple, had already been activated, slowing Vi's speed to a crawl, leaving her with no chance of evasion. Kundi pressed forward, his passive ability, Storm, Rain, in effect. His fists fell upon Vi like raindrops, reducing her to a sliver of health. Clearlove quickly assessed the situation. If he flashed, Kundi would undoubtedly follow suit. Thus, he decided against it, ultimately succumbing to the monk's onslaught. First blood. W's Kundi, Lee Sin, struck down EDG's Clearlove Vi. Kundi's cunning plan bore fruit, demonstrating his thorough preparation against Clearlove, leaving the latter in a state of disarray. The commentators remarked on the scene, noting how this death not only cost Clearlove a red buff but also disrupted his rhythm. Given that Vi requires rapid leveling to 6, the impact was significantly greater than for other junglers. How disappointing. He died so easily? He truly is like the Clearlove I know. Invincible in internal battles, yet faltering in external ones. I dare say he falters even in internal skirmishes. The spectators in the live chat began to unleash a torrent of criticism upon Clearlove. With the passing of the team leader, the morale of EDG has evidently suffered. Particularly affected is the bottom lane duo, where ZS Varus has repeatedly failed to land his Q skill, with the sole successful attempt thwarted by the shield of Wheel Mom, which inadvertently aided her in regaining mana. In stark contrast, Wheel Mom's Q skill consistently grazes the EDG bottom lane duo with every weapon she hurls. Meanwhile, Scout S Rise finds himself at a disadvantage in the mid lane, tussling with Wii S Xie and his LeBlanc, who is particularly ferocious today. The fans of WE are left astonished by Xie's remarkable performance. In the top lane, 957's Thresh and a Guang S Tree are locked in an unyielding stalemate, two hulking figures engaged in close combat, with neither showing signs of faltering. At this rate, defeat seems inevitable. Abu shakes his head at the scene unfolding before him. The overwhelming advantage of the opposing lineup has triggered a chain reaction, coupled with the player's sluggish performance, leaving all but the top lane in a state of disadvantage. It matters not. I shall intervene. A sudden voice from Lu Xian breaks the tension. You're awake? Abu glances at Lu Xian with a mix of disbelief and exasperation. At such a critical juncture, he manages to remain unfazed. It is worth noting the loss in this match would cost Lu Xian 3 million in compensation, effectively binding him to EDG for life. Do not panic. It is merely the first game, and the BO5 has only just begun. Lu Xian remains unruffled. Abu studies Lu Xian closely, confirming that he is not putting on an act, but genuinely believes in this sentiment. A sudden respect for Lu Xian's mindset wells up within him. Could he truly be an extraordinary talent? Abu muses. What is the most crucial trait of a genius player? Is it intellect, skill, or awareness? In truth, it is none of these. They are merely the fundamental attributes of a prodigy. The defining difference between an ordinary talent and a true genius lies within their mindset. Without an unwavering belief in oneself, one can never become a true esports master. Why do many players perform adequately domestically, yet falter abroad, especially in major tournaments? It is a matter of mentality, an overwhelming fear of failure, and the dread of blame. Last year's performance of EDG exemplified this. But today, will EDG change because of him? Abu ponders as he watches Lu Xian. We are destined to lose. Lu Xian's voice suddenly resonates, catching Abu off guard as he hastily turns his attention to the screen. To his shock, the game has progressed to the 20-minute mark, with both EDG and we congregating at the Dragon Pit, making a team fight seemingly unavoidable. ZS Varus is poised, charging his Q skill, the piercing arrow. Once charged, he releases it, yet it sails through the gaps between We's Blind Monk, LeBlanc, and Thresh, failing to hit any target. Meanwhile, the team leader Vi is aimlessly wandering, ostensibly seeking an opportunity to initiate a fight, but in reality, merely scrolling through WeChat. We seizes the initiative to commence the engagement. Condi's Blind Monk lands his Q skill on Janna, and then launches into a second Q, propelling himself forward. In midair, he suddenly employs a W to gain vision, landing directly before Varus. R-Flash, spinning kick. A perfect strike. A magnificent dragon's tail swept through the crowd, sending Varus sprawling. The Titan cast its hook, clearing the path, while the colossal hook ensnared Varus. Simultaneously, the ultimate ability was unleashed upon EDG's support, Janna. The Enchantress swiftly followed up with a flurry of damage, executing Varus with a seamless combination of skills. Wilmom promptly activated her ultimate, granting a surge of movement speed to her teammates from Wii, who charged directly at the EDG players, shattering their formation. Scout attempted to retreat with his ultimate, but Matza's own ultimate was unleashed first, effectively immobilizing Scout's Wandering Mage. Wheelmom unleashed a relentless barrage of damage, leaving EDG with only a Guang's Treant remaining. Although the Treant was resilient, it lacked offensive power and was soon overwhelmed by concentrated fire from Wii. This resulted in a staggering 0-for-5 exchange. Seizing the momentum, we claimed the Infernal Dragon and followed up with the Baron. A decisive team fight solidified their advantage, and within 10 minutes, they dismantled EDG's base. Let us commend Wii for securing the first victory, as the commentary from the host resonated in the air, signaling a brief respite before the commencement of the second match. Chapter 30. The appearance of Lu Xian, mixing it up as the first match concluded. The members of Wii returned to their lounge. Coach Homie embraced everyone, exclaiming with excitement, "Well done. That victory was decisive. Our pre-match analysis was not in vain. I told you, my Lee Sin kicked the enemy jungler right back home." Jungler Condi began showcasing his Muay Thai spinning kicks, expressing his feeling that EDG seemed off today. Perhaps they suffered from food poisoning before the match. Xia couldn't help but comment, noting that during his lane against Scout, he perceived Scout's strength to be significantly lower than he remembered. Could it be that we were simply too strong? Chuckled top laner 957. With the first match secured, his previous concerns had dissipated. Throughout the game, it indeed appeared as Xia suggested. Today's EDG was nowhere near the caliber they exhibited in their last match against RNG. It felt as if there were two entirely different teams. The only notable difference was that EDG's top laner, Lu Xian, had given away a kill. Was he perhaps angered by Teemo? Did Hongwen's fury erupt? Homie found it rather peculiar. His brow furrowed as he contemplated whether to ban Teemo should Lu Xian be selected by the opposing team. In stark contrast to Wii, the atmosphere within EDG was one of despondency. The players were visibly disheartened, unable even to engage in a proper review. Typically, they could deflect blame, but in this match, there was no scapegoat to find. The burden lay heavy on each of their shoulders. The jungler had been thoroughly outplayed. The bot lane duo was eliminated in their lanes. and mid laner Scout was pressured relentlessly by LeBlanc, failing to provide any support, while LeBlanc countered EDG's assaults with timely interventions. As for the top lane, what could one expect from a Treant? Were they truly relying on him to initiate a fight and eliminate the enemy's tank? Had their minds been clouded by some contagion? Abu erupted in a furious tirade. Not only had they lost, but the manner of their defeat was particularly disgraceful. While he begrudgingly acknowledged the impact of a failed draft strategy, the players' performance had plummeted even below that of their practice matches. What happened to the state you showcased against RNG? Aren't you the one who excels at initiating team fights, jungler? Why did you falter this time? Zet, you can't play without Ashe and Callista, can you? And Miko, as a support, why do you always linger behind the AD carry? You have the advantage over Scout. You're all invincible. Abu's outburst left the EDG members speechless, for he spoke truths they could not contest. Yet within their hearts, the jungler and others felt a lingering sense of confusion, sensing something was amiss. Observing the dejected expressions of the jungler and his companions, Abu sighed, deciding not to press further. After all, the match was still ongoing, and prolonging the discussion could shatter their morale entirely. Must Xuan truly take the stage to make a difference? Abu glanced towards Xuan, who sat on the couch, absorbed in his mobile phone, appearing completely detached from the situation. Wang, you take a break. Xuan, you're up next. Abu glanced at Xuan beside him. Xuan put away his phone and stretched lazily. No problem. If we finish early, we can leave work sooner. Leave work? What do you think this competition is? Abu looked at Xuan's nonchalant demeanor, suddenly questioning whether it was wise to have Xuan on the team. However, the words had already escaped his lips, and there was no turning back. Soon, the second round of the match was about to commence. As the members of EDG took the stage, Abu quickly grabbed Coach Nof and whispered, "Ban his Teemo first." There was no denying it. Abu was genuinely afraid of Xuan's prowess. Coach Nof signaled an okay with his hand and hurried off to the stage. Upon arriving at EDG's side, he noticed that Xuan was nowhere to be found. Where is he? Coach Nof searched around, only to spot Xuan on the wee side. "Hey buddy, that's my spot," 957 said, standing behind Xuan, looking somewhat helpless. He hadn't expected that during a brief trip to the restroom, Xuan would seize his seat. "My apologies." Xuan quickly got up and dashed back to EDG's side. This scene brought amusement to the viewers in the live stream. Is this guy really king? The trump card of EDG? I think he has more of a laughingstock. Alas, it's this very humor that led to your downfall against RNG. Can you accept that? Unfortunately, they couldn't witness the sword demon, but they looked forward to some spectacular strategies. The chat room was abuzz, with most viewers lacking faith in Xuan. It was impossible to overlook how absurd Xuan's previous performances had been. His exceptional skills dazzled the audience, while even his nonchalant plays managed to capture attention. Finally, both teams entered the BP phase. EDG chose the blue side while we opted for the red. The commentator, Wawa, began to narrate. "Don't forget to ban Teemo," reminded W's coach, Hongmi. To their surprise, before the words had settled, EDG had already banned Teemo. Apparently, they too feared Xuan's Teemo. Seeing this, 957 couldn't help but laugh, and the atmosphere in the team became more relaxed and jovial. EDG banned Teemo, Lee Sin, and Graves, while we banned the sword demon, Kennen, and Jace. Indeed, we had done their homework on King, as evidenced by their ban on the sword demon. Were Kennen and Jace champions they anticipated King might use? The commentator, Wawa, began to analyze seriously. Indeed, both of these champions perform admirably in the current version, whether in top lane duels or team fights, Miller added. Unbeknownst to them, these two champions had been selected by Hongmi after observing Xuan's chaotic brawls throughout the day, deeming them suitable for Xuan's style of play. With limited options, they had to proceed with their assumptions. What should we pick? Coach Nof inquired, turning to the players for discussion. The members, including the jungler, instinctively looked towards Xuan. At this moment, Xuan closed his eyes, resembling a mystic in a trance. He held the system dice in his hand and shook it vigorously. A notification resonated. "Congratulations, host. The dice have been successfully utilized." Xuan swiftly opened his hand. It was neither the anticipated C-grade weapon nor a complimentary one. Instead, a prominent character for Chaos appeared on the golden dice. Congratulations, host! You have drawn a Chaos weapon. Please maintain your record at 000. For every continuous minute, your teammate status will improve by 10. A Chaos weapon seemed rather promising, although not on par with a C-grade weapon. It was certainly superior to a complimentary one. Xuan contemplated earnestly, compared to recklessly sacrificing himself. Maintaining a record of 000 appeared to be a more strategic way to secure victory. After all, if one did not manage to die well, they might inadvertently create a formidable opponent. In contrast, playing it safe would eliminate such concerns. The question then arose, whom should he choose? Xuan surveyed the array of heroes displayed on the screen, finally locking his gaze on one. It shall be you, he decided. Chapter 31. The lineup remains unchanged. No matter who you are, never dismount from Scout. Xuan prepared to select the hero that Guang had used previously, the formidable Treant. Maintaining a flawless record of 000 with this champion is relatively straightforward. What will you choose? Time is running out, urged the manager beside him. Let us go with the same lineup as last match. I'll secure the jungler for you, Xuan declared, locking in vibe before the manager could retort. Are you certain? The manager was taken aback by Xuan's audacity. It is not that one cannot utilize the same lineup consecutively. Rather, such a tactic is typically reserved for moments of triumph, when one's confidence is soaring. In the event of a loss, a change in strategy is expected. One would never stubbornly attempt the same approach again. Moreover, this is the finals, not just rank play. Losing in ranked matches allows for a comeback, but a defeat in the finals signifies that the championship for this spring season would be claimed by another. Rest assured, I am on the field now. Victory is inevitable. If you possess no confidence, what is the point of competing? We might as well enter the game and idle by the fountain, awaiting a 20-0 surrender, Xuan stated earnestly, gazing at the manager. The manager and the others believed Xuan was making a reckless choice, yet he was far from arbitrary. Following their previous loss, the team had been mired in a state of despair, their morale plummeting and psychological fortitude crumbling. It was imperative to regroup immediately. The best course of action is to rise from where one has fallen. If they were to win with the same lineup as before, the morale of EDG would swiftly rebound, making it easier to secure victory in the subsequent matches. After all, this was only the second game. Xuan's words reignited the manager's fighting spirit. All right then, if we lose, so be it. It doesn't matter much in the grand scheme. The other members of EDG turned to Coach Nof. Let us heed Xuan's advice. Coach Nof responded. Thus, EDG proceeded to secure Rise and Varus. On the other side, we was taken aback by EDG selections. Were they not disheartened? Did they intend to try again? Coach Homie remarked upon seeing EDG's choices. Let us beat them again, ensuring they lose with conviction. As he spoke, he locked in Lee Sin. Very well. We shall also select the same lineup as before, Coach Homie declared. He relished the opportunity to face EDG once more with the same composition, albeit with a change in the top lane. Homie did not believe that a single Treant could stir significant upheaval. The other members of EDG could not possibly return to the waiting room and suddenly attain enlightenment. This match is rather intriguing. Both teams have chosen the same lineup as last time, commented the commentator, Wah. Indeed, it seems this is a first for the entire spring season, added commentator Miller. While the champions on the battlefield were mostly those favored, some variations could occur. However, to see both sides remain unchanged is truly unprecedented. It appears the manager has yet to be awakened. Kong D, could you give the manager another nudge? EDG certainly knows how to play, selecting a formidable tree for King while banning Teemo. Surely, he cannot be further developed this time around? We has regained momentum, and it seems that this year's spring championship is destined for them. After many years, we is poised to establish its dynasty once again. The fervor among WE's fans is palpable, while those supporting EDG appear somewhat disheartened. Can EDG not consider changing their coach? After last match's disheartening defeat, must they continue with this strategy? Once again, they have chosen to play with clear love on Sejuani. Does he truly comprehend the gravity of this choice? Indeed, Banning the signature champion of the masterful player led to their demise, making it seem as if they would have been better off with Xuan. What relevance does the previous loss have with Xuan? The comments in the live broadcast are a flurry of chaos. In the EDG lounge, Abu was taken aback by the unfolding events. Their strategy appears fundamentally flawed. How could they possibly play this way? Abu is in a state of frantic concern. It feels utterly powerless. The match officially commences. The enemy forces will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds, ready to crush them. The game sounds resonate as both EDG and we gather at the river. As before, no explosive team fights erupt. As the jungle monsters near respawn, the junglers from both teams head to their respective zones. Clear Love from the blue team opens with the red buff, while the red team Candy opts for a similar approach. Remarkably, Candy chooses to start with the red buff once more. Could he be planning to invade Clear Love's jungle? Commentator Wah observes this scenario and quickly explains, the only lesson humanity has learned from history is that it never learns from history. Candy's move may be a gamble, banking on Clear Love's belief that he would refrain from invading. Miller promptly adds his commentary. Meanwhile, Xuan is engaged in a stalemate with the opposing 957, trading blows without yielding. Successfully maintaining a score of 0-0-0 triggers a system effect, enhancing team member status by 10. As time progresses, system notifications chime in. Just as this notification concludes, Scout, who was initially in the mid lane, suddenly makes his way to the upper river, assisting Clear Love by placing a defensive ward. Should Candy attempt an invasion, this ward will reveal his presence. What timely placement by Scout, preventing Candy from encroaching on Clear Love's jungle, comments Wah. Miller adds, it appears that EDG has genuinely learned from their past mistakes. Many viewers in the live stream express their astonishment with question marks. Is this truly something Scout is capable of? Such teamwork from Scout, am I dreaming? Regardless of one's allegiance, no one could have anticipated that the notoriously individualistic Scout would sacrifice his minion wave to aid Clear Love in placing a defensive ward. Not only the fans, but even Scout himself seems momentarily bewildered. Upon returning to the mid lane, he cannot help but glance at Clear Love beside him. Originally, I intended to inform the manager about the detrimental impact of his vision placement on the minion wave, suggesting that he assist me. However, as the words nearly escaped my lips, Scout suddenly felt an awkwardness and instead said, Manager, be cautious of the opposing jungler. Feel free to call on me if you need assistance. Upon uttering these words, Scout was momentarily taken aback. The manager, equally surprised, nodded slightly before resuming his focus on farming. After a while, I finished clearing the blue buff and decided to assist you in the top lane. As the enemy jungler was likely to attempt a gank, the manager turned to Xuan beside him and remarked, there's no need, focus on the mid and bot lanes. And leave me be, I can handle myself in the top lane. Xuan hastily declined the manager's offer. It would be absurd to disrupt his current farming spree. Should the manager engage and a skirmish ensue, resulting in kills, the benefits from the system would diminish, leaving only a mere 10 enhancement. In Xuan's view, such a boost was insufficient to secure victory in this match. For the sake of the team, he felt compelled to continue farming for a while longer. Very well, but do exercise caution, the manager said, refraining from insisting further and preparing to initiate a gank in the mid lane. After all, nurturing the mid laner proved to be more advantageous than supporting the top laner. Meanwhile, in the Wei camp, the mid laner, Shi, alerted Kong Di about Scout's vision placement. Kong Di, feeling somewhat frustrated, chose not to retaliate in the manager's jungle, but instead farmed his own upper jungle to reach level 3. He then moved to the tri-brush in the top lane, ready to coordinate with 957 to attempt a gank on Xuan. Chapter 32. Is this still EDG? Xuan, do you harbor a grudge against them? Push the lane a bit forward, and I will assist you in capturing him, Kong Di remarked in the team voice chat. 957 nodded, directly commanding Thresh to advance, utilizing his passive ability to immobilize Xuan's tree in place. Activating his W skill, Titan's Wrath, a shield enveloped him, and his attacks dealt area damage. The E skill, Tidecaller's Blessing, was unleashed, releasing 3 explosive water columns outward from Thresh Center. Xuan was not idle. He employed his E skill, Sapling Toss, to hurl a sapling at his feet. As the sapling detonated, he activated his Q skill, Arcane Smash, which pushed Thresh back while simultaneously executing an auto attack that triggered his passive, Grasp of the Undying, replenishing a significant portion of his health. Both sides executed their maneuvers, unleashing a flurry of skills, yet only superficial damage was incurred, with a mere fifth of their health depleted. Nevertheless, 957's objective was accomplished. The minions had been sufficiently cleared by his abilities, and the wave began to push toward Lu Xian. As the minions advanced, Lu Xian's vision diminished, obscuring the farthest brush from his sight. Seizing this opportunity, Kang Di's Li Xin stealthily entered the vision, awaiting the chance to ambush the jungler or find an opportunity to eliminate Lu Xian. When the next wave of minions arrived, Lu Xian's skills were ready. Just as he prepared to engage with Thresh, an alert from the system echoed. Warning, abnormal skill release frequency detected from the opposing Thresh, indicating wave-pushing behavior. Data analysis suggests a 71.83 probability that the opposing jungler is in the upper brush. Please exercise caution, host. Upon hearing this alert, Lu Xian swiftly retreated. Whether the probability was 71.83 or even 43.96, he did not hesitate. He was unable to defeat Thresh, and his most pressing concern was to farm. What was going on with this tree? Why did it suddenly dash toward the tower? Kang Di had initially planned to sneak on a Thresh, coordinating with him for an attack, only to be taken aback as Lu Xian abruptly turned and fled. Had he spotted him? That shouldn't be possible. From his previous position, he could not have seen him. 957 was equally bewildered. Viewers in the live stream, possessing a goddess eye view, were astonished by the scene. What was up with this tree? Was he hacking? Could he have sensed Li Xin lurking there? Nonsense. How could one hack in professional match? Do you think inserting a USB would suffice? Could it be the observation hockey? Has King awakened his observation hockey? The barrage of comments in the live stream grew increasingly absurd. Yet one could not deny that Lu Xian's retreat to the tower was remarkably astute. Had he not turned back, but instead engaged with Thresh, as he did previously, he would undoubtedly have been ambushed by Li Xin, which could have resulted in a flash being expended or worse, his demise. After all, he had yet to build substantial tankiness in the early game, and Thresh crowd control was formidable. However, there were no what-ifs. Lu Xian was now safely under the tower, gaining experience and gold. This top lane was indeed peculiar. Observing this, Kang Di furrowed his brow, deciding against lingering in the upper lane any longer, and promptly returned to base, preparing to farm in the lower jungle. This wave of zero gains had already begun to disrupt his rhythm. As the voice of Xie resonated through the Wii Team's voice chat, he expressed a desire to secure a kill while diligently exchanging blows with the enemy champion. He harbored no fear of the jungler's intervention, confident in the mobility of his champion, LeBlanc, and the availability of his flash ability. Moreover, based on Xie's understanding of the jungler's tendencies, he surmised that the jungler would likely refrain from engaging until reaching level 6. With the earlier placed ward still active near the F6 camp, he felt entirely safe. However, just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden movement caught his attention. Vi emerged from the brush in the river below. Shocked, Xie realized that the jungler had bypassed the F6 camp entirely to pursue him. With his W ability recently used, his only avenue of escape was to utilize Flash. Deciding to delay that option, he attempted to maneuver LeBlanc towards safety under the turret. Just as he turned, Vi unleashed a quick Q ability, executing a flash to close the gap. Caught off guard, Xie was unable to evade the incoming blow and was struck directly. In a seamless follow-up, Scout swiftly used his flash to engage, ensnaring LeBlanc with his W ability, effectively trapping her in place. At this moment, Xie found no opportunity to use his own flash. Vi's ability, Vault Breaker, was unleashed, resetting her auto attack, which triggered the W passive, dealing devastating damage. The combination of her third hit and Scout's spell damage culminated in the demise of Xie. First Blood. EDG's Clear Love has slain W.E. Xie. The crowd erupted in astonishment at the jungler's prowess, witnessing a level of execution they had not anticipated. As the audience processed this unexpected display of skill, chaos erupted in the bot lane as well, with EDG Zet securing 2 kills against WE's Mystic and Ben. The camera shifted to the bot lane, revealing Zet's Varus at nearly full health while Janna was gravely injured. Curiosity peaked among the spectators. The broadcast cut to a replay of the earlier skirmish. "Let's take a look at this replay," the commentator announced. In this sequence, it was Miko's Janna who initiated the engagement. He continued, finding an opening against Ben's champion. As Ben attempted to poke, Miko landed an auto attack that broke his shield, followed by her E ability to ensnare him. Indeed, another commentator chimed in, and that ability triggered the seed effect, summoning a plant that dealt considerable damage early on. Notice how Varus' arrow struck true, eliminating both the weakened champions in one fell swoop. "Did you catch that subtle detail?" one commentator inquired, glancing at his colleague. "Oh, what detail might that be?" came the inquisitive response. The commentator continued to elucidate. At the moment the arrow of the piercing virus was launched, Wilmama had actually activated her E skill in preparation for a block, but it was preemptively disrupted by Janna's Q skill. Miko's Janna had been patiently waiting with her Q, anticipating the precise moment Wilmama would deploy her E. The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing the commentary and witnessing the replay, were left utterly astonished. Could it be that such a maneuver was executed by Miko? The auxiliary player, Miko, had the audacity to position herself ahead of the AD carry? I stand corrected. Miko truly is the premier support of the LPL. The barrage of comments began to flood in with various apologies and playful jests. Yet even with their own eyes witnessing the spectacle, the fans of both teams remained incredulous, struggling to believe that such a feat was achievable by Miko and Zet. They had perceived the most significant disparity between EDG and We2B in the support position, only to witness a reversal resulting in a double kill. Simply unbelievable. In the EDG lounge, Abu was equally taken aback by the scene, as it diverged entirely from his expectations. He turned to his companion, Xuan, with a somewhat complex expression and inquired, "Xuan, may I ask you something? Please do not deceive me. Do you harbor a grudge against them?" Chapter 33. Soaking in the spring water, dragging. No, there's nothing. Xuan glanced at Abu beside him, his face contorting into a smile more grotesque than tears. He understood the implication of Abu's words. Previously, when he took to the stage, the EDG team appeared utterly defeated and timid, their crystal shattered in an instant. Yet, when Xuan stepped in with the same lineup, the coach and the others seemed as if they had taken a stimulant, their morale skyrocketing as if transformed entirely. Scout was no longer hesitant. The coach dared to make plays, Zet's skill accuracy soared, and even Miko found the courage to engage. Through the method of controlling variables, it became apparent that the sole variable was Xuan himself. If they had utilized different hero compositions, one could argue it was a matter of hero proficiency. Had it not been on the same day, one might attribute it to a variance in gameplay. However, with identical lineups and opponents, merely separated by one match, it was evident that they were putting on a performance for him. Turning to Abu, Xuan could not help but ask, "Is it possible that I have been set up by the capital? They're all playing me." Abu, recalling the betting agreement with Xuan, felt an unsettling premonition that they might indeed win this spring championship. The match continued, and the camera suddenly shifted to Xuan. Xuan's Treant was leisurely soaking in the spring water. What was happening with his Treant? Was it stuck? It seemed he had been in the water for nearly a minute. Was he waiting for gold to purchase items? Looking at his inventory, he possessed only a Doran shield. This was quite pathetic. How many minions had he lost waiting? Did he even know how to play the game? Viewers in the live stream could not help but criticize Xuan for his inaction. While his teammates were diligently trying to carry the game, this Treant was lounging in the fountain, which was infuriating. Moreover, there was no real necessity to wait for gold to buy items. What mattered most in the top lane was experience. As long as he was not significantly behind in level, a slight equipment disadvantage could be overlooked. What they did not realize was that Xuan was deliberately stalling for time. He could not see the opponent's movements, but AI analysis suggested they were likely gathering to ambush him. After all, he had yet to reach level 6 and lacked his ultimate ability. If the enemy executed a 3-on-1 or even a 4-on-1 gank, he could easily be taken down onto the tower. Losing gold was a minor issue. The real concern was that it would hinder the entire team's performance, preventing his teammates from gaining momentum, which would be troublesome. For the sake of the team, I must soak a little longer, Xuan thought to himself, disregarding the external opinions, and continued to remain in the spring water. Meanwhile, the Wii team had all moved to the top lane, preparing to dive King's tower. However, it seemed unlikely they would succeed. The commentators observed the Wii jungler and bottom duo heading towards the top lane, shaking their heads in dismay. If Xuan were under the tower, this gathering could yield some results. Yet the crux of the matter was that Xuan was still lounging in the fountain. How could they possibly execute a dive? Would they storm into Xuan's home, charging into the spring water? That would be utterly absurd, even if they could capture the upper tower. EDG's other lanes were already advancing, resulting in a net loss for Wii. Goodness, King's observation hockey is astonishingly impressive. It has reached a level of prescience. What a display of observation hockey. This is simply indicative of match fixing. You might think King is merely lounging, but in reality, he is skillfully evading risks. This maneuver has left Wii at a severe disadvantage. Honestly, did he learn this in Uzi's streaming room? It seems he actually gained some insight. A bold move indeed, but one must be wary of divine retribution. The comment section was ablaze with reactions. Xuan's Tree of Life finally emerged from the fountain. As a warning of inactivity flashed across his screen. It turns out there are such warnings in matches. Xuan, feeling helpless, realized he needed to leave or risk being forcibly removed from the game. If that were to occur, he would likely face immediate suspension. Exiting his home, Xuan hurried towards the top lane, only to suddenly turn back halfway. Oh no, he forgot to purchase items. Xuan vowed that this was not a ploy to waste time. He genuinely forgot. I must admit, this top laner seems a bit disoriented. It appears that in EDG, one merely needs to play Tree of Life to succeed. Even this version can compete. Just look at how well his teammates are performing. EDG has already secured the match. The audience in the live broadcast was once again astonished by Xuan's actions. Such perplexing maneuvers are unparalleled in the entire professional scene. In the EDG lounge, Abu was equally stunned by the scene. Could this guy really win? Abu found himself questioning it too. Meanwhile, Xuan remained unfazed, returning home to purchase equipment before heading back online. He glanced at the manager beside him, who was flushed and visibly agitated, smoke billowing from his CPU. Xuan was taken aback, quickly realizing that the match had already reached the 15-minute mark, meaning the energy levels of the EDG team had surged by 150. Their energy consumption would increase correspondingly, leaving them in a state of hyper-excitement. If they pushed beyond this threshold, they risked surpassing their limits, potentially causing a mental shutdown. It seemed this was their current limit, Xuan mused, as he hurriedly maneuvered the tree towards the top lane, intending to surrender a kill and prevent the manager and his team from further enhancing their state. Upon seeing the tree charge forward, 957's Thresh immediately retreated. There must be someone behind that tree. 957 thought, swiftly casting a Q to clear the path, snagging the distant wall, and making his escape. He couldn't believe that Xuan, who had been cautious and hiding under the tower for so long, would suddenly act aggressively in an unguarded situation. Goodness, he isn't even willing to gift the kill. Help me, someone please. Xuan, feeling helpless, dashed towards the tower. There was no choice. If he didn't surrender a kill soon, the manager and his teammates would become even more formidable, and soon they would be in dire straits. They were about to dive my tower. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, 957 quickened his pace, abandoning his position beneath the tower and hastening towards the second tower. Yet, still feeling a twinge of anxiety, he opted to return home on foot. As he approached the fountain, the sound of a kill resonated within the game. Xuan's Tran had fallen victim to the defensive tower. What on earth was happening? 957 found himself utterly perplexed. Every maneuver executed by Xuan was beyond his anticipation. This EDG rookie substitute was truly astonishing, having yet again surrendered to the tower. Could it be that he was indulging in the legendary sacrificial playstyle? With teammates offering themselves to the heavens, their magic boundless, he seemed to be sacrificing his own well-being. It appeared he had lost his senses. This treant was in dire need of a vaccine. The spectators in the match's live stream were left in stitches by Lu Xian's antics. The most disheartened, however, were the fans of Wii. Despite the outrageousness of Lu Xian's treant, the remaining 4 members of EDG were playing with such ferocity that it felt inhuman, driving Wii to the brink of despair. This match was likely slipping from their grasp. Chapter 34, A Decisive Choice. Is this truly Z Emperor's Vel'Koz? As Lu Xian's control over the treant was thwarted by the defensive turret, system notifications resonated. Host performance metrics altered, enhancement effect locked. In this match, Ally's enhancement effect is 160, lasting until the conclusion of this game. With 2 consecutive alerts echoing, Lu Xian hastily glanced at the nearby coach and his teammates. Although their faces remained flushed, the steam no longer emanated from their heads. Clearly, their minds were operating under a sustained high load, yet they posed no immediate danger and could still endure. The match needed to conclude swiftly. Lu Xian mused. Free from the constraints of the system, he began to engage earnestly. Undeniably, the treant champion was remarkably straightforward. Build a tanky setup, activate W during team fights to ensnare the enemy carries, then unleash the ultimate, awaiting the incoming damage. Especially as Lu Xian's teammates held a significant lead, he felt no need to concern himself with the minutiae. A mindless approach sufficed. Moreover, Miko had proactively initiated several advantageous skirmishes. As time progressed, WE's disadvantages became increasingly apparent, with the economic gap widening to 10,000. Lu Xian directed through the team voice chat, "Let us take the Baron." Upon hearing this, Coach immediately expressed dissent. "There is no necessity for us to engage the Baron. We should simply continue to snowball, seize resources, and push for the high ground. Attempting the Baron poses a risk of it being stolen, which could lead to a turnaround." This apprehension was not unfounded, as Coach had previously studied WE's jungler, Candy, known for his exceptional dragon-stealing prowess. In earlier matches, we had relied on Candy's steals to reverse their fortunes, earning him the title of Son of the Dragon. Engaging the Baron was merely a tactic to lure them out, with the intent of eliminating the enemy regardless of the Baron's health. Lu Xian persisted. Indeed, prolonging the match guarantees victory. Yet he worried that Coach and the others might not withstand the strain for much longer, especially with 2 more matches looming ahead. Exhausting their energy in this encounter would pose problems. All right, Coach nodded in agreement upon hearing Lu Xian's reasoning, and the rest of EDG concurred as well. After briefly organizing the lanes, EDG gathered towards the Baron. EDG seemed poised to engage the Baron. At this juncture, there appeared to be no necessity for such a move. On the commentary desk, the casters, including Wawa, observed this scene with confusion. Perhaps EDG wished to avoid prolonging the match further, as WE's wheelchair mother was nearing full build. Once equipped, her damage output could be devastating. Commentator Miller attempted to justify this decision, but shared the same concerns as Wawa, doubting the wisdom of EDG's Baron attempt. Viewers in the live stream reacted strongly, criticizing the move. EDG was faltering again. Why attempt the Baron when leading by 10,000 gold instead of breaking the high ground? I've always said that no matter how great the advantage, EDG fails to capitalize. Just wait and see. Candy, the Son of the Dragon, will snatch the Baron, and we will turn the tide. The comments flooded in. The members of Wii, observing the movements of EDG near the Baron pit, swiftly gathered around the vicinity. Upon arriving at the Baron pit, EDG commenced the assault on the Baron itself. Once their health is diminished, we will engage, creating a diversion while I seek an opportunity to secure the Baron, spoke Kandi, deftly maneuvering his Lee Sin into a position above the pit, planting a control ward to assess the Baroness' health. Miko S. Zyra, leveraging the vision from a true sight ward, promptly eliminated the control ward. Nevertheless, we could still estimate the situation. "It's about time, let us go," directed we S mid laner, Xia, through the team voice chat. As he activated his LeBlanc SW, dashing forward, securing vision of the Baron, its health dwindled to below 2,000. Kandi, poised and ready, seized the moment and executed a sonic wave, striking the Baroness' head. Once its health diminished further, he planned to follow up with a resonating strike and contest the smite with the jungler, Clearlove. Meanwhile, the support champion, Lulu, activated her ultimate ability, providing acceleration to the members of Wii as they advanced towards the pit. Whose Baron will it be? The commentator, Wawa, held his breath, intensely observing the unfolding scene. Condi has secured the Baron, Miller exclaimed in astonishment. In the footage, as the Baron approached the kill threshold, the Lee Sin player executed a second Q, soaring into the air to unleash his smite, claiming the Baron decisively. I got it, Condi shouted joyfully. Securing the Baron not only granted an influx of gold, but also strengthened the minion waves, affording Wii a moment to breathe and an opportunity to prolong the game. However, this elation was fleeting as Condi's smile abruptly faded. EDGSZ, the arrow of retribution, eliminated Wii's Xia, LeBlanc. EDGSZ, the arrow of retribution, dispatched Wii's 957, Nautilus. EDGSZ, the arrow of retribution, struck down Wii's Mystic, Sivir. EDGSZ, the arrow of retribution, vanquished Wii's Ben, Malzahar, achieving a quadra kill. The in-game voice chat resonated with excitement as ZS Varus claimed the 4 kills, his bow seemingly smoking from the intensity of the assault. In a climactic moment, EDG forsook the Baron and boldly initiated a team fight, charging directly at the members of Wii. My heavens, what a decisive choice. Wawa and Miller were left in utter disbelief. Is this truly the EDG we know? With no signs of hesitation, they relinquished the Baron solely to pursue the fight. They were not alone in their astonishment. The viewers in the live broadcast were equally captivated. Goodness, this Varus is extraordinarily powerful. Is this really Z? Did they summon Uzi to their team? Where is Uzi now? Which bathhouse is he in? Let us not bring Uzi into the conversation during the semifinals. Besides, does Uzi even play Varus? The comments began to revolve around whether Uzi could indeed play Varus. Meanwhile, many were left curious about how Z had suddenly become so formidable. It is widely acknowledged that Z Emperor has been criticized for his striking output capability, which is on par with his survival skills. His performance on Varus is reminiscent of the legendary Red and White Blades Phantom Wind. There were instances when he was outclassed by a staggering damage gap of 20,000. Even the damage inflicted by his support, Miko, was nearly double that of his own. What a perplexing situation. The Emperor of the Realm found himself bewildered. The most exhilarating moment in a match is seizing the Baron, while the most tragic scenario unfolds when, after claiming the Baron, all teammates meet their demise. At that moment, the Emperor's mindset was precisely this. He hastily maneuvered his Lee Sin to escape, desperately seeking to preserve the sole remaining dragon. However, at that juncture, Lucian's Alistar made his entrance. With a W ability, he ensnared his target, simultaneously unleashing his Q ability, Arcane Barrage, sending a shockwave from Alistar that propelled Lee Sin back. ZS Varus flashed forward, and with a basic attack combined with a Char Q ability, Piercing Arrow, he pierced through Lee Sin's body in a single shot. A pentakill for Varus. The members of EDG chose not to retreat for replenishment, but instead surged forward triumphantly alongside the mid-lane minions, breaching WE's high ground and dismantling their front tower. Although WE's members revived, it was to no avail. The moment they emerged from their fountain, EDG had already detonated WE's nexus. Let us extend our congratulations to EDG for reclaiming a victory and take a brief respite before promptly commencing the third match. Chapter 35, A Shift in Strategy. And against all odds, EDG emerges victorious. Can a mere tree in the top lane truly triumph? If that is the case, I could do it too. This match clearly showcased the tree alongside its 4 companions. It was as if the teammates had suddenly awakened to a ferocious intensity. Is EDG embroiled in internal conflict? Are they intentionally underperforming with Aguang? With EDG clinching the victory, the barrage of comments in the live stream exploded with fervor. The team's performance was a stark contrast to their previous match, appearing almost miraculous. The top laner seemed to be playing whimsically, while the others played like seasoned professionals, raising suspicions that they might be deliberately throwing for Aguang. If that were not the case, Why did the others falter so drastically when Guang took the stage? Upon returning to the backstage lounge, Abu did not rush over to embrace Lu Xian and the others as he usually would. Instead, he regarded them with a complex expression. "What's going on? You two seem off," remarked the factory manager, noticing the unusual glances exchanged between Abu and Guang. Abu and Guang's smiles grew more bitter in response. The real mystery lay with them. They were curious about why Lu Xian's arrival seemed to transform everyone else into entirely different individuals, as if they had awakened a fifth persona. "Did you notice anything unusual during the match?" Abu finally inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "My head feels a bit itchy," Scout suddenly spoke up. "Yes, it's somewhat itchy. It feels much better now," Miko added, scratching his head. Abu pondered. "How about you give it a try next match?" He turned to Guang, who quickly waved his hands in refusal. He was apprehensive, fearing that if he played again, the factory manager and others might once again struggle. Solidifying his role as a variable he was not yet prepared to accept. "All right, everyone take a moment to rest. Let us prepare for the third match. Lu Xian, you'll be back in," Abu stated, not pressing further and looking over at Lu Xian. "That's fine with me," Lu Xian replied casually. However, since Abu had permitted him to play, he did not remain idle. He took out the system dice and began to mutter incantations, fervently hoping to roll a favorable outcome for the next match. Meanwhile, in the wee backstage lounge, the atmosphere was markedly different. Have you all noticed something strange? The performance of these EDG players is completely different from before. Wee's coach, Hongmi, observed, his brow furrowing in concern. Prior to the match, he had meticulously analyzed the EDG team, allowing him to exploit their weaknesses from the very beginning and secure a victory in the first game. Yet, despite employing the same strategies in the second match, they had inexplicably lost to EDG. Could the mere presence of Lu Xian have such a profound impact? Furthermore, the trio's performance was even less impressive than in the previous match. Was this merely a trick of the eye, or was EDG intentionally orchestrating this? Beside him, she could not help but voice his thoughts. Redmi, non-committal, shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and asserted, "Let us adopt a 4-protect-1 composition for the next round. Meeting change with consistency. This match should merely be an anomaly." The members of We nodded in agreement. Soon, the break concluded and the third match commenced. Welcome back to the live venue of the LPL Spring Finals, where EDG faces off against We, currently tied at 1 apiece. I am commentator. The teams officially enter the BP phase. As the voices of the two commentators resonated, We and EDG begin the third round of bans and picks. The blue side, We swiftly banned Timo, Aatrox, and Makai. Banning Aatrox again means we get to witness any exceptional plays from him. Upon seeing Aatrox banned once more, a wave of dissatisfaction rippled through the live chat, with many viewers expressing their disappointment. "Bro, this is the finals, not a casual exhibition. Who would dare to let that through?" Some attempted to reason with the dissenting voices, yet a sense of regret lingered. Such is the nature of a signature champion. After one match, they are usually secured in the ban phase, rarely allowed to be played again. Unless one possesses numerous signature champions, the opposing team can hardly exhaust all the bans. However, that is an unlikely scenario. With talent and extensive practice, managing to master even one signature champion is commendable. On EDG's side, the first bans included Kha'Zix, Rek'Sai, and Xuan. The selection phase began, with We prioritizing the lock on Karma. EDG responded by selecting the bottom lane duo of Thresh and Kalista. Seizing the opportunity, We picked Lulu and Jhin. Are they aiming to protect Jin's damage output? Coach Nof of EDG sensed something amiss and instinctively glanced at the side, seeking Lu Xian's input. Noticing Nof's gaze, Lu Xian turned and said, "Let the jungler take Ivern. I will carry this game." "Ivern? Are you certain? I feel I should stick with Rek'Sai. I performed decently last match," the jungler interjected. "Fine. If we lose, you take the blame," Lu Xian replied calmly, causing the jungler to hesitate momentarily. "All right, I'll trust you this time." The jungler acquiesced, no longer clinging to his initial choice. Lu Xian was not surprised by the jungler's reaction. This was the player he had come to know. Just before the match commenced, Xuan had utilized the dice system, rolling a C this time. Without the state enhancement, the jungler reverted to his usual self. If he were to play Rek'Sai again, he would likely end up wandering the river aimlessly. The choice of Ivern was pertinent to the champion Xuan intended to select next, as this champion, in synergy with the small flower, could effectively neutralize Jhin. Following Xuan's counsel, the jungler locked in Ivern. In the second round of bans, we eliminated Twisted Fate and Galio, while EDG banned LeBlanc and Poppy. How about I pick Fishman this match? I'll strive to secure an advantage in lane. As 957 observed that the three formidable champions in the top lane had been banned, and his favorite champion, Renekton, had also been restricted, he remarked very well, "The Fishman is a solid choice. I shall play Lee Sin. The three of us can adequately safeguard our ADC." Kong Di, seated nearby, concurred with 957's assessment. Ko Chang-mi also nodded in agreement. With EDG's top laner yet to be revealed, selecting the Fishman would not easily expose them to counter strategies. Moreover, as Kong Di pointed out, even in the absence of a top laner, this composition would sufficiently protect the ADC. Thus, we secured Lee Sin and the Fishman. Subsequently, EDG opted for the Talia. Only Xuan remained, yet to make his champion selection. One could only wonder if he would unveil something peculiar. The members of We fixated intently on the screen, while the EDG team too was curious about which champion Xuan would choose to counter the ADC. Amidst the heightened anticipation, Xuan promptly locked in Garen. With the champion present, the tower stands. Chapter 36. Something seems amiss with Garen. The player king has locked in Garen. Moreover, it was a swift lock, indicating that EDG has prepared extensively for this BO5. Commentators, and, upon witnessing Xuan's selection, could not contain their astonishment. It was the first time in their careers that they had seen the champion Garen on the competitive stage. The viewers in the live broadcast were equally bewildered. What on earth is this, Garen? Can this even be played in a match? This mindless champion is utterly useless. Have you forgotten, my friend? Have you forgotten the days when you first played League and used Garen against bots? Garen does not disdain your lack of skill. You are the one who scorns Garen's simplicity. It's not disdain, it's genuinely ineffective. Let's not even talk about professional play. High-tier solo queue players avoid this champion altogether. Almost no audience members had faith in Xuan's Garen. However, a few astute viewers noted that EDG's selection of Ivern seemed to complement Garen in some capacity. Yet, this insight was fleeting, quickly drowned out by the cacophony of other comments. Are you sure about this Garen in the top lane? Kong Di glanced at 957, his brow furrowing slightly. To be honest, he was uncertain about Garen's potency, having not encountered him in the game for quite some time. He had seen every champion, and since Xuan dared to select him, there must be a rationale behind it. Nevertheless, it was likely that the top lane would devolve into a stalemate. Just assist me in the early game, will you? 957 did not underestimate Xuan's Garen, especially considering Xuan's previous performance as Aatrox. However, as he stated, he did not believe a mere Garen could affect any significant change. Even if he could flash in and target the ADC, he would pose no threat against the triple protection provided by Lee Sin, Karma, and Lulu. To put it plainly, he remained a substantial meat shield, merely engaging in a stalemate in the top lane. Meanwhile, within the EDG team voice chat, Xuan began to outline their strategy. Factory Director, once you reach level 2, come help me set up a gank. In the early game, be my support. You must help me grow. Don't let the mid and bot lanes fall. Wait for me to carry. Hearing Xuan's directives, the EDG members were taken aback, particularly the Factory Director. Hold on, is this really how direct we're being? However, compared to Xuan's straightforwardness, the Factory Director struggled to envision how Xuan would carry the game. After all, Garen, at his core, is just a semi-tank, lacking the carry potential exhibited by Aatrox. Xuan did not elaborate further. As the game unfolded, they would inevitably perceive Garen's formidable nature. This combination of Garen and Ivern was no random selection. It was a homage to the classic synergy of Adam's Garen. That match was won precisely through the collaboration of Adam's Garen and Ivern. With 30 seconds remaining until the enemy reached the battlefield, the call to crush them echoed. As the in-game sounds resonated, the champions of Wii and EDG materialized in their respective fountains, hastening toward the river. As in the previous two matches, no team fights erupted. Both sides exchanged a series of gestures before returning to their lanes. Observing Garen's talent and itemization, Doran's blade and warpath. What on earth is this? Kong Di noticed Garen's exceptional build and quickly alerted 957 nearby. Was there a mistake in the itemization? That shouldn't be the case. Or was he indeed preparing for a damage-focused Garen? 957 was somewhat perplexed. He had assumed they would engage in a mutual exchange of unyielding strength, but unexpectedly, Lucian's Garen was utilizing a war enthusiast build. With such a setup, would he not be vulnerable to the incessant pokes from the little fish champion? As for pure damage, Garen would be as fragile as paper, unable to withstand the heat of battle. Returning to the lane with lingering doubts, 957 accompanied the minion wave to the top lane and was about to strike the minions when Lucian's Garen suddenly emerged from a brush. With unwavering resolve, Garen unleashed his Q ability, Decisive Strike, raising his mighty sword and charging directly at the little fish champion. 957 was caught off guard by Lucian's stealthy ambush. It had been ages since he last encountered such a bush-dwelling Garen, and he swiftly retreated. However, Garen's position was alarmingly close to the little fish, and with the acceleration from his Q ability, he barreled straight into the little fish champion, with Damash's might propelling him to leap and deliver a powerful strike upon the little fish's head. The little fish's health plummeted dramatically. Such overwhelming damage? 957 had initially planned to wait for Garen's silence to dissipate before activating his W ability to trade health. But upon witnessing this, he refrained and continued to withdraw. Lucian, however, was relentless, following up with a basic attack before retreating back to his minions. This exchange had proven highly advantageous for Garen. The scene inevitably evoked memories of the infamous trio of bush campers. Commentators Wawa and Miller chuckled at the sight, though they merely jested. It was merely a level 1 trade, yielding a slight advantage. The little fish champion consumed a potion, and his health would soon be restored. Lucian, controlling Garen, secured 2 minions before once again retreating into the brush. 957, growing increasingly frustrated by Lucian's antics, decisively placed a false ward in the top lane brush, revealing Garen's position. As for the impending gank from the enemy jungler, the little fish champion remained unperturbed. He had already instructed Kong Di to assist him promptly, and he was on the verge of reaching level 2. With the acquisition of his E-ability, Trickster, he could effortlessly evade Ivern's abilities, and Garen possessed only his silence, lacking any additional crowd control to hinder him. Not revealing himself despite being spotted by the ward, Lucian's Garen remained hidden in the brush, swaying his sword in a dance. As the minions on the little fish's side became weakened, Garen emerged to finish them off, thus reaching level 2. The little fish champion also glimmered with light as he too achieved level 2. Swiftly, the little fish learned his E-ability and activated his W, preparing to strike at the Garen standing nearby. Yet at that moment, Lucian's Garen activated his Q ability once more, leaping in place to strike the little fish's head. Fortunately, the little fish had preemptively activated his W, successfully triggering its effects and accumulating a stack of unyielding. Just as 957 believed that Garen would refrain from unleashing his E-skill and instead conserve it for wave clearing, Lucian's Garen commenced a relentless spin, activating his E-skill, Judgment, while colliding with the minions. With such a multitude of minions in my assaults, you are bound to suffer considerable losses. Observing the reckless display of Darius, 957 shook his head and simultaneously directed his fishman to harass Darius with auto-attacks. His fishman had chosen the Unyielding Grasp, a semi-tank build, and, at level 2, in conjunction with a significant wave of minions, exchanging blows should have been entirely feasible. However, as 957 pondered this, he realized something was amiss. He was unable to land hits on the spinning Darius. Chapter 37. The dexterity displayed by Garen was truly remarkable. Lucian's mastery of Damash's champion was evident as he expertly controlled the distance, using his E-skill to graze the fishmonger while maintaining maximum distance. making it impossible for the latter to retaliate. With the fishmonger's attack nullified, Xuan gained a significant advantage in the exchange. He even ignited the fishmonger's head, marking a dire turn of events. Realizing the precarious situation, 957 quickly activated his E-skill, the elusive escape maneuver. However, just before he could execute the skill, he was struck by Garen's basic attack, which had been unleashed during the spinning animation. Although the ignited fishmonger managed to create some distance with his E-skill, he ultimately succumbed to the flames upon landing. First Blood, EDG's king, Garen, claimed the life of WE's 957 fishmonger. What a ferocious Garen! His prowess is astonishing. Some viewers exclaimed, "This is no skill. I merely witnessed a numbers game. He just used QE to ignite and dispatch the fishmonger with ease. I could do that too." When did 957 become so incompetent? The live chat filled with comments from players who expressed their disbelief at 957's performance. "What's going on?" asked Kong D, who was nearby, surprised that 957 had already given up First Blood while he had barely finished clearing his jungle. "It's nothing, just a lapse in judgment. I didn't have flash," 957 replied, steering his fishmonger towards the top lane. Was it mere coincidence or genuine skill? 957 found himself uncertain. If it were a fluke, it could be excused. But if it were indeed skill, it was rather outrageous. After all, his fishmonger was in constant motion. Even a master could not maintain perfect distance while following an enemy champion. Upon returning to lane, Lucian's Garen had completed his items and rejoined the fray. The two champions resumed their duel. However, 957 refrained from engaging Lucian in further exchanges. Instead, he positioned himself near the minion wave, only last hitting the minions, and retreated upon seeing Garen approach, awaiting Kong D's assistance. Thus, they engaged in a period of peaceful farming. Finally, the jungler arrived, but it was not Kong D. It was the director. Previously, 957's trinket had been placed in the top lane brush, neglecting the river vision, leaving him unaware of the director's movements. By the time the director appeared, it was too late. The director's Q skill, rooted in nature, struck true before the fishmonger could leap with his E-skill. The fishmonger was ensnared, and Lucian's Garen was already prepared to unleash his Q skill, Decisive Strike. "Charge!" Garen bellowed, taking advantage of the effect of the director's Q skill to instantly close the gap to the fishmonger. He leapt high, delivering a powerful strike to the fishmonger's head. With a basic attack followed by his E-skill, Judgment, Garen spun once more. The fishmonger's health plummeted, leaving him with barely half remaining by the time he could act again. The little fishman swiftly unleashed his E-skill, cleverly maneuvering the harpoon to leap away and create a safe distance, successfully retreating to the safety of his tower. However, Lucian had no intention of letting the little fishman escape unscathed. After clearing the already sparse enemy minion wave, Lucian's minions advanced directly to the little fishman's tower. This was troubling. 957 discerned Lucian's intentions. He aimed to dive the tower alongside the jungler. While such a tactic might pose significant risks with other champions at this level, these two champions felt no pressure, especially since the little fishman had just expended his E-skill, leaving him trembling beneath the tower. "Are you still not done clearing?" 957 called out in team voice chat. Kong D quickly glanced at the minimap, startled to see the jungler in the top lane. How is he clearing so fast? Kong D was bewildered. Although Ivern could clear the jungle swiftly due to his passive, it shouldn't be this rapid, unless the jungler had left some camps unfinished to initiate a gank. And indeed, that was the case. Under Lucian's persistent urging, the jungler abandoned his beloved F6 to gank the top lane. Tracing back, it became evident that from the moment Lucian first encountered the little fishman, particularly while he was concealed in the brush, he had been orchestrating his strategy. When the little fishman placed a ward in the bush where Garen stood, his demise was already sealed. Of course, a crucial prerequisite was that the jungler's Q skill needed to hit the little fishman. Despite Kong D's earnest rush to the top lane, he was ultimately too late. Women and children may arrive late, but a jungler cannot afford such delays. As the minion wave reached the tower, Lucian's Darius charged towards the little fishman. Ivern, the jungler, bestowed Darius with an E-skill, granting him a protective shield. As Garen approached the little fishman, the shield detonated, inflicting damage and slowing the little fishman. While the tower's focus shifted to Ivern, the jungler absorbed the tower's wrath, while Lucien's Garen unleashed fierce damage, leaving the hindered little fishman to suffer. As 957 hesitated to use his flash, Garen's skill became available once more. Another combo of Q and E silenced and pierced through defenses, draining the little fishman's already meager health to the brink. The bloodied Ivern withdrew from the tower's attack range, redirecting its focus onto Garen. Lucien activated his W skill, Courage, enhancing his shield and damage mitigation, allowing him to safely retreat from under the tower. By the time Kong D's Lee Sin arrived at the top lane, Garen and Ivern had already returned to their own tower. With a heavy heart, Kong D could only salvage a few minions that had entered the tower. The commentators, Wawa and Miller, chimed in. The synergy between Ivern and Garen in this play was extraordinary. It appears that EDG has truly practiced this composition. Ivern's Q skill enabling his allies to reposition effectively resolved Garen's mobility issues, allowing them to secure the kill on the little fishman without even using flash. Now, the little fishman faced significant challenges. With Garen's newly acquired Frostfire Gauntlet, his wave clearing would accelerate. What? He purchased a pickaxe? The commentator Wawa exclaimed, astonished that Lucien's Garen would opt for a pickaxe so early. What kind of build was he planning? The level of commentary is rather subpar. It is evident that a build towards Infinity Edge is imminent. A critical striking Garen awaits. A barrage of comments fills the livestream chat. Yet the majority of viewers are left in disbelief. This itemization seems excessively extravagant, leaving no room for error. Lucien initially intended to acquire Trinity Force, but due to an unexpectedly smooth early game, he boldly opted for Infinity Edge instead. Since he is already playing a damage-focused Garen, maintaining an aggressively powerful state is imperative. Lucien once again brings Garen online, while 957's Fizz has already perished twice, causing him to hesitate in confronting Garen directly, relegating him to lurking behind the minion waves for experience. Steady now. We shall regroup for team fights shortly, as I maintain an advantage in the bottom lane. At this crucial moment, Mystic's voice resonates through the We Team's communication. Chapter 38, as Mystic aptly stated, the combination of Kog'Maw and Lulu is exceedingly formidable. The pressure exerted by these two champions in the lane is nothing short of terrifying, rendering Miko and Zet utterly powerless. Fortunately, both of them have reverted to their original forms this match. Despite the relentless pressure, their robust survivability has prevented Kog'Maw from securing any kills. Lucien observed this unfolding scene with a sense of detached understanding, harboring no undue concern. He had not anticipated significant contributions from a bot lane in this game. Survival itself is the greatest contribution one can make to the team. Moreover, in a certain sense, Zet and Miko possess a degree of counterplay against Mystic and Ben. Zhao Huang's survivability is as remarkable as his damage output, being a marksman transition from mid lane, with exceptional gank avoidance capabilities. As for Miko, he remains steadfastly positioned behind Zhao Huang. The advantage for Wei has merely translated into a slight upper hand. Kog'Maw has not yet surged ahead in terms of development. As the landing phase continues, 957's Fizz reaches level 5, while Lucien's Garen, having capitalized on the previous two waves of advantage, ascends to level 5 ahead of Fizz. Upon Fizz reaching level 5, Lucien maneuvers Garen closer to him. Is he about to engage in a trade? Observing Lucien's movements, 957 hastily commands Fizz to activate his W ability, preparing to strike Lucien as he approaches. He can no longer contain his impatience, having not triggered his grasp of the Undying for quite some time. With his health nearly full, he doubts that Lucien could possibly eliminate him at this point. However, just as Garen approaches Fizz, a brilliant light suddenly envelopes Garen. He has leveled up. Garen's level surges to 6. Before 957 can fully comprehend the situation, Lucien delivers a decisive blow to Fizz's head. The moment his basic attack lands, he follows up with his Q ability, rendering Fizz silenced. Garen unleashes his E ability, Judgment, spinning ferociously while igniting Fizz. As the silence effect subsides, he unleashes his our ability, Dalmatian justice. With a resounding shout, Garen brings forth a colossal sword from the heavens, crashing down upon Fizz. In an instant, Fizz's health bar is completely obliterated. EDG's king, the power of Dalmatia, has slain WE's 957, the title trickster. Dead? 957 gazes at the screen in disbelief, astonished by the sheer lethality of Lu Xian's Garen. He had not anticipated such a high execution threshold, nor the precision of Lu Xian's damage calculations. This was no mere coincidence. From the moment Lu Xian approached with Garen, he had meticulously calculated every move. All abilities were executed flawlessly and with remarkable fluidity. Garen is truly a force to be reckoned with. Another solo kill. This match is proving to be quite challenging for 957. Commentators Dada and Miller exhale in astonishment, equally surprised by the damage output of Lu Xian's Garen. They are not professional players, and their thoughts are not as intricate as 957's. They simply find Garen's damage to be exceptionally high. In the live broadcast of the match, viewers were stirred into excitement by the unfolding scene. For Dalmatia, they cheered, as Garen, the hero, showcased his prowess as the ultimate top laner. I must hasten to log in and play a match. Someone exclaimed. Is there anyone still claiming Garen is weak? Weakness indeed. It's merely a matter of level suppression. To be frank, it was simply that 957 lacked skill, failing to notice that Garen hadn't even reached level 6 yet. In the EDG lounge, Abu and Nof exchanged glances. Did you let him choose that? They both queried in unison, shaking their heads. Could it be that this lad practiced secretly while we were asleep? Abu couldn't help but remark. Lu Xian had not participated in any training matches and spent his daytime engaged in chaotic skirmishes. During his years at EDG, Abu had never witnessed Lu Xian play Garen before. Yet now, this astonishingly skilled Garen, displaying such extraordinary proficiency, was clearly the result of extensive practice, not something that could be achieved in a single day. The only plausible explanation was that Lu Xian had been diligently honing his skills out of sight. We misjudged Lu Xian. He is, in fact, the most dedicated among us, Abu sighed. Nof nodded in agreement, adding, his absence from training matches may be to prevent the opponents from discovering his champion pool. This young man possesses remarkable courage and the ability to endure solitude. No wonder he can achieve such remarkable feats. Regardless of the outcome after today, his name will be etched in the annals of LPL history. As Abu gazed at the spirited Lu Xian on the screen, he couldn't help but exclaim. The match continued, time progressing. Following the pickaxe, Lu Xian unveiled the Stormblade. Was Garen truly aiming for an infinity edge? How affluent. At this pace, it seemed Garen could craft the infinity edge before the 12-minute mark. Commentators Wawa and Miller were taken aback upon seeing Garen wield the Stormblade. The little fishman, on the other hand, was equipped with only 2 rings, a pair of boots, and a corrupt potion. While it seemed substantial, the total barely equated to that of a single greatsword. Moreover, Lu Xian possessed not only the greatsword but also a Doran's blade and a pickaxe. The little fishman was utterly outmatched. Subsequently, Lu Xian demonstrated through his actions that their assumptions were correct. He maneuvered Garen, not directly approaching the lane, but rather taking a slight detour through the river. By the time the little fishman noticed, Garen had already cut off his escape route. 957 quickly activated the fishman's ability to flee, but as he landed, Lu Xian's Garen pursued with his Q skill. A strike landed on the fishman's head, followed by the execution of E skill, as Garen spun once more. The fishman, who had just entered the lane with full health, saw his health plummet dangerously low. Fortunately, 957 frantically pressed flash and escaped just as the silence ended. Otherwise, he would have faced another demise at the hands of Garen. This little fishman was rendered nearly unplayable. It's all about the stats. Garen is becoming invincible. One commented, I wouldn't be so sure. The team fight ahead will tell a different story. The viewers erupted again in excitement as Lu Xian began to clear the waves with Garen. After eliminating several low-health minions, Lu Xian controlled Garen to venture into the jungle area of WE's upper lane, eager to ascertain whether the little fishman had returned home. Should he still be present, Lu Xian intended to escort him on his way, as his ultimate ability was ready and needed to be utilized promptly. The sooner it was used, the sooner it would cool down. As Garen approached the blue buff, drawing near the brush by the turret, he suddenly spotted the blind monk engaged in slaying a frog. Upon witnessing Lu Xian's Garen encroaching upon the jungle, Candy's first instinct was to confront him. However, after taking a step forward, he quickly reassessed the situation. This Garen was on a rampage. He hastily commanded the blind monk to retreat. Yet, as he attempted to withdraw, Lu Xian's Garen executed a swift Q flash, closing the distance to the blind monk. He positioned himself directly in front of him, casting his Q ability to silence, followed by activating his E skill to spin, canceling it to deliver a basic attack. The moment the silence dissipated, he unleashed his R ability, Damation Justice, which struck down the retreating blind monk attempting to place a ward. The blow was decisive, leading to his demise. EDG's king, the power of Demacia, eliminated WE's Kundi, the blind monk. Candy gazed at the somber black and white screen, his expression steeped in frustration. The bloodlust of this Garen was rather excessive. Chapter 39. Do not underestimate our bonds. Lu Xian, after vanquishing Emperor Kong, opted not to seek out the little fishman, but instead chose to return to the city, simultaneously conveying through the team voice, "Wait for me at the bottom lane, director. Accompany me to assist down there." Alternatively, should we continue to pressure the top lane? Director could not help but interject. Support the advantageous, do not assist the disadvantaged. The bottom lane is currently at a significant disadvantage, and Director fears that should we go, we might fall prey to an ambush from the enemy, thus relinquishing our prior advantage. Once again, the bottom lane was occupied by Lulu, while the opposing mid laner was a teleporting Karma, renowned for her exceptional protective capabilities, making her a formidable target to capture. "Hurry, I'm already en route," Lu Xian declared, guiding Garen towards the bottom lane. Observing Lu Xian's unwavering determination, Director had no choice but to follow suit towards the same direction. 957 returned to his lane and, noticing Garen's absence, promptly stated in the team voice, "The enemy top laner is missing. Could he be roaming? Highly probable, most likely heading to the bottom lane." He previously utilized the same strategy with his sword demon. Xia's voice resonated within the Wii team voice. He held a vivid recollection of Lu Xian's sword demon, which had been relentlessly aggressive, and had it not been for Lu Xian's roaming, EDG would have crumbled long ago, with Garen holding a substantial advantage. It was likely, as 957 had suggested, that he was indeed making his way to the bottom lane. "Exercise caution at the bottom lane. I am moving in that direction. Kong Di, you should also come over for counter ambush. Our priority is to eliminate Garen, who currently lacks defensive equipment. Be wary of his W skill's damage reduction," Xia advised, rapidly advancing the minion wave. He simultaneously activated his E skill for a burst of speed, feigning a retreat to the safety of his own tower, all the while stealthily heading towards the bottom lane, while Scout was oblivious. Kong Di maneuvered his Lee Sin into the bottom lane. The Wii bottom lane was applying pressure, and Lee Sin plunged into the first bush. With a vision ward placed by his Lulu in the brush, he remained unconcerned about the enemy's sight. Why is there no connection at the bottom lane? Kong Di pondered, observing the Callista and Thresh furrowing his brow. Has Callista forgotten to contract with Thresh? As Kong Di contemplated, Directors Ivern emerged from the river, directly approaching Lulu and the ADC. Their skill, Little Tree, was unleashed, summoning a Stone Guardian. Together, Little Tree and Ivern launched an assault against the ADC. "They're coming, protect me," Mystic remarked, calmly maneuvering the ADC to retreat, simultaneously unleashing his E-skill, Void Sludge, which hurled a mass of goo towards Little Tree and Ivern, significantly slowing their advance. In tandem, the Q skill, Caustic Spittle, was spat directly onto Ivern's visage. The W skill, Bioarcane Barrage, was activated, enhancing the attack range of the ADC dramatically while adding extra damage based on maximum health. Meanwhile, Ben's Lulu was not idle. With her W skill, Whimsy, and E skill, Help Picks, she bestowed all her support upon the ADC. Instantaneously, the ADC was enveloped in a thick protective shield, with both movement and attack speed substantially increased, and each attack dealt additional magical damage. Can you withstand this? The plight of the jungler, Ivern, became increasingly dire as the health of the champion, Kog'Maw, plummeted rapidly. In a moment of urgency, he retreated, simultaneously laying down a patch of brush on the ground. This exemplified the oppressive synergy of Kog'Maw and Lulu, rendering a jungler like Ivern virtually inconsequential when he approached alone. However, this time he was not alone. Garen accompanied him. Suddenly, Lu Xian's Garen emerged from the brush that Ivern had planted, accelerating forward with his Q ability towards Kog'Maw. Having just unleashed their abilities, Kog'Maw and Lulu found themselves unable to hinder Garen's advance and had no choice but to retreat hastily. Yet, the speed of Garen was insurmountable, and he quickly caught up. A decisive Q ability struck Kog'Maw, shattering his shield and reducing his health significantly. With his E ability, Judgment, Garen spun into action, causing both Lulu and Kog'Maw's health to dwindle rapidly. Observing this, Kong Di rushed in, unleashing his Q ability, Sonic Wave, upon Garen, followed by a second Q that propelled him forward, culminating in a powerful R ability, Dragon's Rage, that sent Garen flying. With Garen incapacitated, the duo of Lulu and Kog'Maw found a moment of respite. Just as Kong Di exhaled a sigh of relief, Ivern's Q ability was unleashed, striking the blind monk. Garen, having been launched away, surged back into action, entering the range of Ivern's Q in an instant. With a basic attack that triggered a critical hit, Garen thrust his mighty sword forward, piercing the blind monk's throat and depleting a portion of his health. After delivering a blow to the monk, Lu Xian shifted his focus to Kog'Maw, pursuing him relentlessly, for Kog'Maw was his primary target, while the attack on the monk was merely incidental. Z and Miko were not idle either, joining the fray. Although their damage output was modest, their crowd control effectively hindered the retreat of the Wii members. The air was filled with exclamations of excitement as scouts Azir soared into the fray, launching an ultimate ability that propelled the incoming Shia's Karma away. Another team fight erupted, with the teleportation of the fishmen illuminating the battlefield. On the Wii side, all champions rallied to protect Kog'Maw, allowing him to unleash his damage. Every additional second of output from Kog'Maw increased WE's chances of victory. Meanwhile, EDG sought to breach WE's formation. If they could swiftly eliminate Kog'Maw, victory in the team fight would be within their grasp. Yet, WE's defenses were formidable, with Karma and Lulu providing shields, acceleration, deceleration, and polymorphs. EDG lacked any assassins, making this team fight a daunting challenge. The commentator, Wawa, observed this scene and felt that EDG's chances had dwindled. Indeed, while Garen possessed significant damage, he lacked flash, and Ivern's Q ability was still on cooldown, preventing him from reaching Kog'Maw. Commentator Miller added that those who doubted the utility of this champion were mistaken, challenging anyone to let Garen leap into the fray. The majority of the viewers in the live broadcast echoed similar sentiments. However, a few astute observers began to recognize something unusual. Is Garen the one bound to Callista? Garen was pulled back, then flew out again, colliding with Mystic's massive jaws. My goodness, not only the viewers in the live broadcast room, but also the commentators, and were left in awe. While everyone was focused on the chaotic team fight, only a select few noticed the ethereal connection between Garen and Callista. From the very beginning, Callista had not pledged her allegiance to the Titan, but to Garen, controlled by. Now, utilizing her ultimate ability, Fate's Call, she drew Garen back from the clutches of the blind monk and Karma, propelling him towards the nearby jaws of the enemy. He crashed into them, sending them flying. Do not underestimate our bond, you scoundrels. Seized the opportunity, almost instantly releasing his Q ability as he regained control, striking the nearby jaws with precision, and then unleashing an AE combo, spinning once more. Save me, Mystic shouted, watching as the health bar of the jaws dwindled dangerously low. Meanwhile, having regained her action, quickly aimed at Garen and cast her W ability, Whimsy. When cast on allies, this skill boosts their movement and attack speed. But when cast on enemies, it transforms them, rendering them unable to attack or cast spells. Garen was turned into a purple squirrel with two tails, yet he continued to spin. What? Useless? Ben was left dumbfounded. Chapter 40. EDG strategy of 4 protect 1. Ben was taken aback. Even though Lu Xian's Garen had been transformed into a small creature, it continued to spin. He had thought this transformation would better save the ADC, yet it inadvertently led to its demise. As Garen's judgment damage persisted, the severely wounded ADC was swiftly eliminated. EDG's king, the power of Demacia, vanquished WE's mystic, the Abyssal Mouth. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement upon witnessing this moment. Where do we find the support? Transforming into Garen? Or are they thinking? A shield for the ADC would have sufficed. Is Garen's E really that outrageous? Can't the transformation be countered? Seriously, have you never played Garen? Isn't this common knowledge? With a flurry of comments flooding the screen, Ben's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He genuinely did not know. The truth was he had never encountered Garen while playing Lulu. In professional matches, the same few champions were frequently used, leaving him unfamiliar with Garen. Meanwhile, at the commentary desk, Wawa quickly clarified, Garen's ability is mandatory and cannot be interrupted by any effects, except by Garen himself canceling it in advance. Upon hearing Wa's explanation, many viewers were left speechless. It was one thing for casual viewers to lack understanding, but even players were not immune to such ignorance. Perhaps it was genuine unawareness, considering there were still players who could purify and negate knockups. After Garen eliminated the ADC, the latter did not immediately fall. Instead, it triggered the passive effect of Arcadia's surprise, causing the corpse to charge towards Garen. In 4 seconds, it would explode, capable of claiming Garen's remaining health. However, at that moment, the jungler, Ivern, had already readied his Q ability, with the Q skill firmly entrenched. A mass of thorns was hurled from Ivern, successfully hitting the nearby Lee Sin. Garen, aided by Ivern's Q effect, instantaneously blinked to Lee Sin's side, brandishing his colossal sword and thrusting forward, landing another critical hit. He secured the kill on the wounded Lee Sin. The ADC's body sought to reach Garen, but time ran out, resulting in a detonation that inflicted no damage on Lu Xian's Garen. With this maneuver, EDG could safely retreat. Wawa's voice resonated, noting that while we had lost both the ADC and Lee Sin, the Fishman had teleported down, and alongside Lulu and Karma, they still had considerable potential to salvage the situation. After all, several members of EDG were left in precarious health. A retreat now, resulting in a 0-4-2 exchange, was evidently the optimal outcome, aligning with EDG's strategic style. Unfortunately, this did not align with Lu Xian's approach. Forward he charged. The voice of Garen echoed in the game. Lu Xian immediately commanded Garen to activate his Q skill and dashed towards the remaining members of Wii. EDG was still intent on fighting. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. They shared Wawa's initial thought that EDG would withdraw. This wounded Garen was vulnerable. A simple empowered Q from Karma or a large attack from the Fishman would surely spell his doom. The audience in the live broadcast was utterly astonished by Garen's remarkable maneuvers. Lu Xian's Garen was more exaggerated than the steps themselves, skillfully dodging the Fishman's ultimate with the acceleration effect of his Q skill, weaving left and right, and subsequently evading Karma's enhanced Q. In an extremely confined space, he artfully sidestepped all incoming abilities. Approaching Lulu, he was only grazed by her basic attack. With a swift combination of AQE, Lulu's health began to plummet rapidly. Observing this, the Fishman hastily unleashed his Q skill, but alas, Ion's E skill was ready and provided Garen with a protective shield, negating the Fishman's QW damage. Not only did the Fishman fail to inflict harm upon Garen, but he also inadvertently suffered damage from Garen's E skill, causing both him and Lulu to experience a rapid decrease in health. As Lu Xian's Garen initiated the assault, the rest of EDG swiftly followed suit. While the EDG team is not inherently weak, they are undeniably timid. If anyone were to step up, their overall strength would undoubtedly ascend to a higher level. Now, with Lu Xian taking the lead, the others were emboldened to join the fray without fear or blame. With the absence of Kog'Maw, we essentially lacked any damage output. Moreover, the first wave of damage was entirely evaded by Lu Xian's Garen. Although the health of EDG's members was less than optimal, we still had no one capable of executing a comeback. Ultimately, under Lu Xian's guidance, EDG achieved a flawless 0-for-5 exchange. We suffered defeat in this match. Garen's performance was astonishing, his positioning utterly outrageous. One wonders how many games one must play to perform at such a level in a professional arena. Behind it all lies relentless effort and sweat. The viewers in the live broadcast were left dumbfounded, never anticipating that EDG would annihilate Wei, nor could they have foreseen the terrifying prowess of Lu Xian's Garen. Like a sharp sword, he cleaved through We's impenetrable formation. Miller, did you notice that EDG also employed a 4-protect-1 strategy? After witnessing that last team fight, commentator Wa suddenly had a revelation. How so? Miller had indeed observed this, but responded with a question. Wawa continued, stating that EDG was protecting Garen. During that engagement, the support and mid laner disregarded the AD entirely, focusing solely on controlling enemies near Garen. As for the jungler, QW and E skills were utilized to assist Garen's movement, provide cover, and even grant shields. Even the AD relinquished lane dominance, channeling the ultimate onto Garen. Had it not been for that decision, it's debatable whether EDG would have emerged victorious. You raise a valid point. Moreover, it seems that EDG's protective strategy is superior to We's. Miller, having found Wawa's analysis thorough, refrained from adding further commentary. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast exploded once more. Indeed, it was a true 4-protect-1 scenario, King and his 4 guardians. The King must be accompanied by guards. This maneuver by Galen is truly magnificent. I find myself questioning whether there is indeed discord within EDG. In the previous match, the entire team erupted, allowing King to run rampant. Yet in this match, they all seem to serve as mere pawns for him. When has Guang ever enjoyed such preferential treatment? Are you suggesting a 4-protect-1 strategy for tank? Do not jest. Apart from King, who else in the entire league embodies such a brutal top-lane playstyle? They are all but a heap of refuse. The barrage of comments flies by. In the EDG backstage, Guang, and Nof exchange glances, each displaying a resigned gesture. To be honest, this version of EDG appears utterly perplexed. Chapter 41. Abu's Apology. Listening to Lu Xian was indeed correct. The ensuing match transformed into a personal exhibition for Lu Xian's Garen. As the commentator Dao aptly noted in this round, the entire EDG team functioned solely to support Garen. They resembled a more extreme version of the 4-protect-1 strategy. Furthermore, Lu Xian's Garen delivered impressive results. At the onset of each team fight, Garen would emerge from seemingly nowhere, executing a swift combination of Acker followed by Ignite, instantly melting down the enemy ADC. With the ADC eliminated, we found themselves devoid of damage output. This exemplifies the inherent flaw of such a distorted composition. Once the ADC perishes, the team struggles to engage in fights, left only to await their adversary's harvest or to flee in disarray. As time progressed, EDG's advantage grew increasingly substantial. We could hardly engage in fights, and by the 30-minute mark, they faced another total annihilation at the hands of EDG. Under Lu Xian's formidable leadership, EDG surged forward, decisively demolishing We's nexus. Let us once again extend our congratulations to EDG for securing the match point, pushing Wei to the precipice of defeat. With the commentator's voice resonating, the third game concluded, bringing the score of this best-of-5 series to 2-1. Similar to the scoreline when Lu Xian had just awakened, yet this time, it was under his guidance that EDG reached match point. With just one more victory, the championship of the Spring Split, along with a monetary reward of 750,000, would be theirs. In the EDG backstage lounge, as Lu Xian entered, Abu rushed towards him and enveloped him in an enthusiastic embrace. What on earth is happening? Is Nantong experiencing an explosion of emotions? Lu Xian, caught off guard by Abu's sudden attack, quickly pushed him away. Abu looked at Lu Xian, flashing a sheepish smile as he admitted, "I apologize, I got a bit too carried away." He was indeed overly excited, astonished that EDG had so effortlessly claimed victory in this match. Should they secure another win, EDG would clinch the spring split championship, significantly enhancing the commercial value of the entire club. Moreover, Xuan, I must extend my sincerest apologies. I wrongfully accused you earlier. Abu regarded Xuan with a serious expression. Continuing, it turns out you have been enduring hardship for the team, quietly honing your skills, biding your time. All for this moment to shine. Upon hearing Abu's words, Xuan quickly realized the misunderstanding but chose not to correct him. Instead, he replied in agreement, indeed, it is all about effort and perseverance. Success is never handed to anyone on a silver platter. I have already contacted the owner. Once the spring split concludes, we will renegotiate the contract. Feel free to voice any demands you may have. Abu looked at Xuan earnestly, saying, let us finish this match first. Xuan responded ambiguously. He had contemplated the possibility of joining other teams, but after much consideration, he felt that none compared favorably to EDG. Whether it was the management's unreasonable demands or the treatment of players reminiscent of the Japanese, EDG still appeared to be the better option. However, the decision to continue the contract with EDG ultimately hinges on the sincerity they can demonstrate. Once I have the means, I aspire to establish my own team. Xuan contemplated. When the time is right, he too wishes to create a squad. Moreover, who says a team owner cannot take to the field? The first in the national server with a flawless win rate. Who does not know of him? Let us prepare for the upcoming match. If we lose, it would render the coach's analysis of MSI opponents futile. Xuan shifted the topic, lightening the atmosphere within the team. This individual is undoubtedly a natural leader. Abu thought as he observed Xuan. With just a few words, he eased the tension among his teammates, proving himself unafraid to take the blame in previous matches and leading the charge. How did I not notice such talent sooner? Abu sighed, wishing he had recognized Xuan's prowess earlier. Had he done so, he would have included him in last year's SS tournament. And perhaps they could have claimed the championship for EDG. Nevertheless, it is not too late. Let us start with the spring championship, Abu mused. As for the lineup for the next match, Abu decided once again to send Xuan into the fray, a choice that elicited no objections from Xuan, who would enjoy the prospect of effortlessly securing a championship. Although Xuan would undoubtedly overshadow him, Guang was self-aware enough to recognize that had he taken the field, he would likely succumb to Wei. He could only serve as a shield, not as the sharp spear capable of piercing through the opposition. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere at EDG, the ambience in WE's lounge was tense and somewhat stifled. They had anticipated an easy victory over EDG, having thoroughly analyzed the team. The first match had validated Hongmi's research. However, with Xuan's entry, the tide had turned, and EDG had seized a match point first. Coach, do not worry. We will surely win the next match, Shi reassured Hongmi. He understood Hongmi's predicament. It was not his fault, but rather that the opposing top laner was exceptionally formidable. They had little data to work with, aside from the 2 matches against RNG, which had devolved into chaos. How can one prepare under such circumstances? Hongmi waved his hand dismissively, indicating he bore no blame, and addressed the Wei team. At this juncture, let's cast aside any mental burdens. This match is not on us. For the next, we will continue with Lulu and Kog'Maw. I have faith in you all. Let us give it our all. Let us give it our all. The Wei team rallied together, regaining their confidence. Their journey to the finals of the Spring Championship had been fueled by an indomitable spirit. Soon, the match resumed, and both teams took to the stage once more, entering the BP phase. In this round, EDG was the blue side, while we was the red side. The first round of bans commenced. EDG banned Elise, Kled, and Rek'Sai, while we banned Garen, Aatrox, and Teemo. They had intended to ban Xuan's peculiar Tran as well, but there were simply no bans left. What should they choose? The factory director cast a glance towards Coach Nof, who in turn looked at Xuan. With his eyes closed, Xuan swayed gently in his seat. A system prompt echoed, announcing, "Congratulations, host, your dice has been successfully utilized." Xuan swiftly opened his palm, revealing yet another C. Upon seeing the symbols on the die, a surge of joy coursed through him. Let's start with Pig's sister, he mused aloud, already contemplating his choice of hero, though he wished to observe the opposing team first. All right, the factory director nodded. locking in Pig Sister. We opted for Lulu and Kog'Maw. Coach Nof was taken aback by WE's selection, although he had speculated about it. He had not anticipated that we would indeed follow through. This signified that we was prepared to go all in. This match would undoubtedly be more challenging than the last. Chapter 42. Only I can lead us to victory. I will take LeBlanc to restrict the opponent, Scout remarked, his confidence now apparent. Coach Nof did not respond directly, instead casting a glance at Xuan. Xuan felt a bit exasperated by the persistent gaze. Come on, you're the coach. Why do you keep looking at me? He thought. Let's go for a wheel mother in the bot lane. We can initiate an assault. Xuan suggested, laying the groundwork for his hero choice. Thus, EDG secured both Wheel Mother and LeBlanc. Meanwhile, we opted for a choice of Makai. Is we seizing instead of banning? They clearly do not wish for EDG to acquire Makai, the commentator noted upon observing WE's decision. It seems we intend to protect their ADC, Kog'Maw, added commentator. The presence of Makai in the top lane undoubtedly provides superior protection compared to Fizz, rendering WE's formation nearly impenetrable. Coach Nof, observing WE's selection, felt a wave of tension, glancing at Xuan once more. However, Lucian's expression was not as grave as Nof had anticipated. Rather, he wore a smile. What was he so pleased about? Nof pondered, unable to decipher Lucian's intentions. As the second round of bans concluded, the selection phase began. Suddenly, a deep male voice resonated through EDG's headsets. Only I can lead us to victory. The player king selected Draven, a champion renowned alongside Garen. Surely he wouldn't choose Draven, the commentator commented just as Xuan confirmed his choice, locking in Draven. The arena erupted in cheers, and the live chat was flooded with messages proclaiming, Noxus, similar to Garen. Draven is a relatively unconventional hero in competitive play and represents the rival factions of Demacia and Noxus within League of Legends. One symbolizes the might of Demacia, while the other embodies the hand of Noxus, both carrying an overwhelming sense of destiny, with gameplay that is notably straightforward and aggressive. Following Lucian's performance with Garen in the previous match, many viewers anticipated his selection of Draven, and to their surprise, he indeed made that choice. Contrasting the excitement of the audience, Coach Nof wore a serious expression. After all, this was the finals of the spring split, and a critical match at that. If they were to lose this game, EDG's morale would undoubtedly plummet. The choice of Draven was fraught with risk. His short legs made him susceptible to being kite, and his effectiveness in team fights would diminish in the late game, thriving only in the early and mid-game phases. The opposing team had a solid 4-protect-1 strategy around Kog'Maw. Unless they could decisively overpower their opponents early on, they would struggle in the later stages. Given the current pace of the match, it was highly likely they would be dragged into the late game. Is this truly a viable strategy? The EDG coach could no longer restrain himself and turned to Xuan, who remained remarkably composed and replied, Fear not, for Nasus are adept at felling trees. The Wii team, upon witnessing Xuan lock in Nasus, was taken aback. They had anticipated Xuan might select a champion more suited for aggressive advances in the top lane, such as Camille, yet he opted for Nasus instead. Do not panic. Let us adhere to our own rhythm. Coach Homie promptly reassured the team, orchestrating the selection of Karma and Kha'Zix as previously strategized. WE's composition seemed superior to the last match, as they did not require an overwhelming performance from Jhin, as long as they could weaken the opposing team. Kha'Zix will be poised to reap the rewards on the battlefield. Is Nof's skill level truly that lacking? This draft phase has been utterly dominated by Hongmi. Should he not allow them to draft freely? The comments in the live stream began to criticize the EDG coach vehemently. From this draft alone, it appeared that EDG was doomed to lose, reminiscent of the first match. With their final choice remaining, under Lucian's insistence, Mikio secured the pick of Echo. This champion synergized well with Nasus, indicating that EDG had indeed come prepared. Despite the commentator D's words attempting to maintain optimism, he did not hold high hopes for EDG's composition, seeking to soften the criticism. Commentator Lu echoed this sentiment, noting, indeed, the Time Guardian's ability can grant Nasus increased speed, somewhat alleviating his mobility issues. However, like D, he believed that Nasu's excels primarily in the early game. During team fights, unless he is significantly ahead in items, he becomes largely ineffective. Even with the speed boost, he will be severely hindered by the opposing team's formation, rendering him no different from charging in with boots of speed only to perish. While the optimism was commendable, it served little purpose. Some viewers expressed their intention to leave for a while, planning to return for the fifth match, as watching a match they believed to be a guaranteed loss seemed futile and only led to frustration. However, the overall viewership did not decline significantly, as the match was generating immense excitement, attracting a considerable number of spectators. Enemy forces will arrive in 30 seconds. Crush them. With these words echoing through the in-game voice chat, the match officially commenced. As before, both teams engaged in cordial exchanges at the river, merely exchanging gestures without igniting a full-blown skirmish. As the jungle monsters neared respawn, both sides prepared to engage. Having learned from prior experience, 957 refrained from hiding in the brush and instead positioned himself alongside the minion wave, content to farm. However, Xuan had no intention of allowing 957 to farm peacefully. He had chosen Nasu's with the intent to dominate 957 and assert overwhelming pressure. Xuan boldly maneuvered Nasu's out of the brush, advancing past the minion line towards 957's towering champion. With minions in tow, he delivered a decisive axe blow to the great tree, simultaneously activating his W skill, inflicting grievous wounds which slowed and bled the target. He then relentlessly pursued the tree, landing another strike. 957, controlling the tree, hastily unleashed his Q skill, Arcane Smash, to repel the warrior, followed by a basic attack to trigger his passive before retreating. What he presumed would be a brief encounter turned out to be anything but, as Xuan pressed on, undeterred, landing yet another blow upon the tree. 957 was taken aback. He had never encountered such an audacious champion, one who disregarded all caution. With 4 stacks of bleeding affliction already upon him, another axe strike would surely send him into a blood rage. Quickly, 957 activated his flash to create distance. Xuan, without a moment's hesitation, mirrored the action, flashing beneath the turret. At the very instant the turret was about to unleash its assault, he swung his axe and retreated, evading the turret's range just in time. The turret merely flickered momentarily before settling back into silence. The tree, standing beneath the turret, sought to return home. Yet the lingering bleed from the champion thwarted his recall, forcing him to wait for the effect to dissipate before attempting to retreat once more. What ferocity exhibited by this champion! His intent was clear from the outset, to fight to the bitter end. The commentator was left astounded by the scene. Like 957, he had not anticipated Xuan's aggressive playstyle at level 1. This was a professional match, and had that last assault caught the tree under the turret's fire, it could have resulted in instant demise. Such confidence was remarkable. However, the outcome was unmistakable. In that wave of minions, not only did the tree fail to secure any last hits, but he also gained no experience whatsoever, placing immense pressure upon 957. What he did not realize was that the nightmare for 957 had only just begun. Chapter 43. Solo Kill. The Surge of the Storm Rider, the Formidable Tree, 957. Returned home to replenish his health and swiftly teleported back to the lane. Meanwhile, Xuan's Draven had already reached level 2, whereas 957's tree remained at level 1 with 0 experience. Aware that Draven lacked his flash ability, 957 felt emboldened. Despite the pressure from the minion wave, he cautiously maneuvered his tree forward to secure last hits. After all, possessing the Q skill allowed him to repel Draven, and with the durability granted by his Doran shield, he felt adequately protected. As long as he remained vigilant, Draven wouldn't be able to eliminate him. The confrontation continued, and Xuan's Draven finished off the low-health minions before retreating into the brush, seeking an opportunity. Upon reaching level 3, he finally spotted his chance. Unable to resist the temptation of the weakened cannon minion, 957 stepped forward. Seizing this moment, Xuan's Draven emerged from the brush, activating his ghost to charge directly at the tree. Yet, 957 remained composed, finishing off the cannon minion before commanding his tree to retreat. Just as Lu Xian's Draven was nearly upon him, he utilized his Q skill, Arcane Smash, to push Draven back while continuing his retreat. Despite the acceleration from Ghost, Lu Xian's Draven managed to catch up to the fleeing tree, landing an AW combo on him. The W skill, Grievous Wounds, inflicted a slow on the tree, and with Ghost still active, Draven relentlessly pursued him. At this distance, I can surely make it back to the tower safely, 957 mused, calmly guiding his tree toward the safety of the turret. This position had been meticulously calculated in advance. It was sufficiently secure for him to attempt the last hit on the cannon minion. Now that Draven had expended both his flash and ghost, 957's tree could safely farm and perhaps even summon his jungler for assistance. Yet, he felt a tinge of inexperience in Lu Xian's eagerness to prove himself. It reminded 957 of his own early days in competition when he too was schooled by his seniors. Now, he felt compelled to impart a lesson to Lu Xian about respecting the veterans and avoiding the reckless choices of champions ill-suited for the competitive arena. However, as 957 pondered these thoughts, Lu Xian's Draven unleashed his E-skill, Whirling Death, and Extreme Range, pulling the tree towards him. Simultaneously, he executed his Q skill, Spinning to Strike. The EQ combo was perfectly timed, and the tree was instantly afflicted with blood rage, while Draven's axe spun once more, delivering another W strike upon the tree. Surprised by Lu Xian's mastery of skill range, 957 remained unfazed as he was nearing the tower. His health was sufficient to withstand the impending 5 stacks of blood rage, coupled with a single auto attack from Draven. The effect of Ghost had subsided, leaving Draven with only one auto attack to deliver. The tree had already been hurled away, and advancing further would lead to Draven being stunned and slowed. Not only would he fail to eliminate the tree, but he would also risk being slain by the turret. Yet, just as 957 contemplated this, Lu Xian's Draven surged forward with unexpected speed, relentlessly pursuing once more. Even with 957's tree's E-skill detonating on Draven, it failed to significantly diminish his movement speed. Was this fellow equipped with the surge of the Stormrider? 957 was taken aback, realizing at that moment the remarkable talent of Lu Xian. He had initially assumed that Lu Xian was fueled by a fervor for battle, never anticipating that his reliance on empiricism would lead to his downfall. Had he scrutinized Lu Xian's abilities more closely, he would have avoided such a fundamental blunder. Yet, there are no what-ifs in this game. The swift and explosive movements of the hand of Noxus unleashed a devastating combo, striking the Treant once more. Though he sustained an attack from the turret, he managed to retreat unscathed. In contrast, 957's Treant succumbed to the relentless assault beneath the tower. First blood was claimed by EDG's king, Noxus' hand, who eliminated WE's 957 Twisted Treant, allowing Lu Xian to secure the first kill. The impact of the Stormrider's surge was indeed pivotal. As commentator Wawa remarked upon witnessing the event, commentator Miller added, "Indeed, it is evident that Lu Xian deliberately preserved a skill set, waiting for the acceleration to trigger the Stormrider's surge. If he inflicts damage equivalent to 30 of an enemy champion's maximum health within 5 seconds, he gains a 40 increase in movement speed and 75 resistance to slow effects. It was precisely this resistance that diminished the slowing effect of 957's saplings. Otherwise, it is highly likely that this hand of Noxus would have been felled by the turret." The tension among the Wii team escalated upon hearing the news of 957's first blood. They could not help but feel the weight of anxiety, as Lu Xian's previous Garen had exerted overwhelming pressure, leaving them fearful of another rapidly evolving Noxian champion. "Stay calm, I will assist you shortly," said Kong Di over the team voice chat. "Do not worry, I will not provide him with another opportunity to eliminate me," 957 reassured, guiding his Treant back to the lane. True to his words, he positioned himself at a distance to soak up experience, utilizing his ability to collect a few low-health minions, awaiting Kong Di's assistance. 957 was unconcerned about his development, as long as he maintained parity in levels and could endure until the late game. Even with slightly inferior items, he would still be able to withstand damage thanks to his ultimate ability. Conversely, if Noxus were to reach the late game, his impact would certainly pale in comparison to that of the Treant. Furthermore, Kong Di would soon finish his jungle route and come to assist him. If they could eliminate Noxus in a single engagement, the pressure would dissipate significantly. Observing the Treant's cautious play from behind the minion wave, Xuan was unperturbed, focusing instead on farming and awaiting level 6. Upon reaching that milestone and acquiring his ultimate ability, it would not be as simple for the Treant to stabilize his position. "Do you need me to come to the top lane for a gank?" asked the jungler, factory manager, in the team voice chat. "No, just assist in the mid and bot lanes," Xuan replied, shaking his head. Given the Treant's current level of caution, comparable to his own in the first match, the jungler's presence would be of little consequence now. It would be more beneficial to help other lanes establish an advantage, even if it meant stifling the opposing AD's development. "Very well, take care of yourself," factory manager responded, ultimately conceding and directing his attention back to the jungle, eager to clear his beloved F6. As time passed, Lucian's Draven reached level 6, acquiring the ultimate ability, Noxian Guillotine. Opposite him, 957's Treant stood at level 5, while Kong Di's Kha'Zix stealthily approached, poised to ambush Lucian. "You go ahead and bait him," commanded Kong Di from the brush, intending for the Treant to draw out Lucian's abilities. After all, Draven's combo could inflict devastating damage. 957 nodded, maneuvering the Treant forward, feigning an attempt to secure the low-health vehicle. Anomalous behavior detected in the twisted Treant. The enemy jungler may be nearby. Please exercise caution, host. The system's alert echoed, and Lucian discerned the Treant's ruse. Yet, rather than retreating, he chose to play along, guiding Draven forward. Chapter 44, Double Kill. I report a bug as 957 observed Lucian's Draven approach. A surge of joy filled his heart. Unperturbed, Lucian marched directly to the great tree, initiating his assault with a basic attack, seamlessly executing a series of Awaka combos. In an instant, he inflicted 5 layers of fury upon the tree. 967 quickly commanded the tree to retreat, attempting to create distance. Kong Di's Kha'Zix remained concealed in the foliage, refraining from making an immediate move. Given their current positioning, they were perilously close to Draven's turret, making it all too easy for him to escape back to safety. With the tree fully stacked with fury, should Kha'Zix emerge now, he would undoubtedly receive a devastating blow from Lucian's axe, instantly maxing out the fury effect. Patience was key. He needed to await the tree's further retreat. Indeed, 957's tree was pulling back, rapidly unleashing his Q ability, Arcane Shock, to repel Draven, while simultaneously casting his E ability. A sapling shot forth from him, racing towards Draven and successfully hitting him, thereby applying a slow. The tree and Draven established a safer distance between them. Lucian's flash was off cooldown, yet he refrained from using it immediately. Should he flash in now, the tree would undoubtedly evade, and if the enemy jungler was nearby, this proximity posed a significant risk of being countered. Lucian was biding his time, awaiting an opportune moment, an unexpected chance. He intended to strike the instant the tree's fury diminished. The tree and Draven continued their dance, with the minion wave advancing towards the tree's turret. This position was nearly perfect. Once the tree's fury faded, he would make his move. Kong Di's Kha'Zix lay in ambush, patiently awaiting Lucian's Draven to take the bait. "My fury has 1 second left," 967 remarked in the team voice chat, manipulating the tree to advance, deliberately feigning a weakness to lure Lucian's Draven forward. Yet, to his surprise, Lucian's Draven did not advance, but instead retreated. What was happening? Had he caught on? Kong Di's Kha'Zix froze at this unexpected turn, as did 957. Had Lucian been playing along with their ruse all along? Just as they were momentarily distracted, Lucian's Draven, who had been retreating, suddenly illuminated with a white glow. A Q flash propelled him directly before the tree. This move was utterly unforeseen. As the damage from Draven's Q skill landed, 957's realization dawned upon him. Nevertheless, he felt little trepidation, for the Fury effect had already dissipated, and the Q skill would merely inflict a single stack of bleeding damage. The damage from solitary bleeding effect was not substantial, and with Kong Di by his side, it was clear that this round of wits had favored him and Kong Di. Their acting had proven superior. In the moment of Draven's Q-flash, the Kazakhs hidden in the bushes sprang forth. Both Kong Di and 957 shared the same thought. Draven was already doomed. Before the Fury could stack again, they were confident in their ability to combine forces and eliminate him. However, Lu Xian delivered a harsh reality check to both 957 and Kong Di. The damage for Nasu's Q skill triggered a full stack of blood rage. What? What is happening? 957 was left in bewilderment, and so was Kong Di. The two had witnessed the blood rage effect on the Treant vanish before their eyes. Thus, Nasu should only have one layer of bleeding effect, and it was impossible for him to regain the previously accumulated rage. While they were momentarily stunned, Lu Xian's Nasu's commenced his subsequent maneuvers. The W ability, Crippling Strike, struck the Treant, followed by an auto attack into his ultimate. Noxian Guillotine. Nasu's leapt from the ground, wielding his colossal axe to cleave into the Treant. The full stack of blood rage doubled the damage of Nasu's ultimate. In an instant, 957's Treant was felled by a single blow. Simultaneously, Nasu's ultimate refreshed. Noxian Guillotine was unleashed once more, this time directed at the nearby Kazakhs, who, with 5 layers of bleeding effects, was reduced to half health. Kazakhs was also afflicted with 5 layers of bleeding, entering a state of blood rage. The Storm Rider ability of Nasu's activated, resulting in a sudden surge of movement speed. Although Kong Di's Kazakhs immediately cast W to slow Nasu's, he was still pursued relentlessly. Nasu's W, Crippling Strike, landed on the Treant in a state of blood rage. The cooldown of W was merely 3 seconds, and it was now ready again, landing another crushing blow on Kazakhs. Kazakhs, slowed, attempted to flash away. However, Nasu's E ability, Ruthless Pursuit, had already been unleashed, pulling Kazakhs towards him. A killing spree commenced. The EQ combo was inevitable. Kazakhs, launched into the air by the E skill, was unable to execute his flash in time. By the moment he managed to flash, he was struck by the outer circle of Nasu's Q skill, leaving him in a state of near death. The camera focused on the beleaguered Kazakhs retreating to the safety of the turret. The weakened Kazakhs could not withstand the full-blown bleeding damage from blood rage. Within 3 seconds, he fell lifelessly to the ground. Double kill. EDG's king, Nasu's, claimed the life of WE's 957, Twisted Treant, and WE's Kundi, Void Predator. Lu Xian's Nasu's executed a double kill. This sequence unfolded at an astonishing speed. From the audience's perspective, Lu Xian's Nasu's Q flash forward, executing a seamless series of actions, effortlessly achieving a double kill against 2 opponents. Yet, many viewers shared the same doubts as 957 and Kong Di. Was it a bug? The blood rage on the Treant had vanished moments ago. And how did Nasu's EQ prevent Kazakhs from escaping? Those upstairs are foolish. How could one flash while being knocked up by E? As long as Nasu's does not click the ground while E is active, he can release his Q the moment it connects, ensuring it hits. Please refrain from making baseless claims. Nevertheless, this bleeding effect is indeed perplexing. Could it truly be a bug? The chat room during the live broadcast was ablaze with discussion about Nasu's recent maneuvers. While undeniably impressive, if the bleeding effect on the Treant had not disappeared and then instantly become 5 layers, it is highly likely that Nasu's would have perished in this exchange. Amidst the crowd's confusion, the match abruptly came to a halt. What a surprise. Could it be a bug? It seems we must revert back. Initially, I believed it to be the exceptional prowess of Draven, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the mischievous antics of a bug. I have always maintained that Draven is merely a reckless champion. What intricate maneuvers could he possibly execute? Just now, fortune favored him as he encountered a bug. Had there been no such glitch, Draven would undoubtedly have met his demise. Upon witnessing the sudden pause, the barrage of comments intensified. At that moment, the commentator's voice resonated. The match is paused. We have received reports from the front line regarding an in-game issue raised by WE player 957. Our staff is currently verifying and investigating the matter. Please bear with us for a moment. Chapter 45. On-site instruction. The Spring Championship Finals of the League of Legends unfolded amidst palpable tension. 957 gestured towards the computer screen, addressing a nearby staff member as he recounted the recent events. My tree's fury has vanished, and just moments ago, the champion Draven executed a Q flash, immediately applying 5 stacks of his passive. Kong D chimed in, adding, indeed, and I also failed to execute my flash as Kha'Zix. Surprised that Kong D was unaware of Draven's guaranteed EQ combo, 957 shot him a glance and promptly replied, that detail is inconsequential. It's not a bug. You should research it online. It's not a bug. Kong D paused, taken aback. He genuinely did not know, primarily because he had seldom faced Draven before. This was his first experience of being unable to escape the grasp of a champion. However, having heard 957's assertion, Kong D chose not to press the matter further. After all, 957 was not only a fellow top laner, but also one of the finest in the game. He couldn't possibly be mistaken. Let us investigate that Fury incident. It must be a bug, Kong D urged, redirecting his focus. Like 957, he was more concerned about the earlier Fury incident. Had it not been for the sudden accumulation of Fury, Draven would not have secured a double kill, and instead, they would have vanquished him, reversing their prior disadvantage. Now, with Draven having achieved a double kill, 957 found himself in dire straits. All right, let us conduct a thorough investigation, the staff member promptly replied, initiating their research. However, despite perusing various materials, they failed to uncover any definitive explanation. Could it truly be a bug? The staff members exchanged uncertain glances. If it were indeed a bug, they would have to consider whether the player had maliciously exploited it or had inadvertently triggered it, and whether a rematch was warranted. Yet, discerning the nature of the situation proved challenging. Communication among the staff yielded no conclusive results. Observing the video alone made it difficult to classify Draven's actions. There was a retreating motion, but he had also actively Q-flashed into the fray. Crucially, this occurred at the moment the tree's fury dissipated, leaving open the possibility of a misjudgment of the situation. Unlike other bugs that require specific conditions to manifest, such as an instant kill on the Baron, which is unmistakably an exploitation of a game flaw, this was far less clear-cut. Let us consult the opposing player directly, the team concluded, deciding to speak with Xuan first. I'll accompany you, 957 offered as he rose from his seat. Very well, the team agreed, recognizing that having a knowledgeable player present would facilitate a clearer investigation. Moreover, as the incident had transpired with 957, direct communication would yield better results. Thus, they approached the EDG side, locating Xuan and articulating their purpose. Wait, are you serious? You didn't know about this? Xuan exclaimed, astonishment etched across his features as he regarded 957. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized the context. This was still Season 7, a time when the League of Legends community was burgeoning, yet not necessarily teeming with the absolute elite players. Currently, the instructional videos for heroes are exceedingly simplistic, merely offering a rough outline of item builds and lane strategies, failing to delve into intricate details. In contrast, there exists a plethora of comprehensive hero tutorials, replete with nuances readily accessible at a mere search. Even professional players cannot master every hero in their entirety. Well then, allow me to impart a lesson. So pay close attention and learn diligently, Xuan casually remarked as he glanced at 957 and the others. Upon hearing this, 957 and the staff were momentarily taken aback. Nearby, the EDG manager and his team were equally astonished. Are you seriously conducting a live tutorial at the competition venue? During the spring finals, no less? The most outrageous tutorials they had previously encountered were those recorded by high-ranking players in Korea, often accompanied by post-production voiceovers. Yet here was Xuan opting for a live tutorial during the spring finals. Impressive indeed. The staff promptly secured the necessary equipment and established a custom room. Xuan selected the champion Darius, while 957 chose Malphite. Let us stream this for the viewers to witness, so I want to be subjected to online criticism later. Xuan suggested to the nearby staff. After a brief discussion, the staff acquiesced to Xuan's request. With a vast audience as witnesses, the proceedings were evidently more equitable. Meanwhile, 957 couldn't help but internally scoff. If you were truly concerned about criticism, you wouldn't have chosen Timo to feed. Thus, Xuan commenced his live stream on the stage. What is happening? A Darius tutorial? Top-notch details, with EDG's top laner king teaching you how to play Darius? A live tutorial, in an arena where the ranks are not high. During the spring finals, the viewers were utterly bewildered. Witnessing a live tutorial at the finals was a first for them. On the screen, Darius and Malphite had already arrived in the top lane, both heroes reaching level 3. Pay close attention, dear viewers, as I present the most essential teachings of Darius, Xuan announced, guiding Darius towards Malphite. In a bid to test a bug, Malphite stood still, awaiting Darius' approach. First, the EQ combo must land unerringly, Xuan instructed, seamlessly executing Darius' E skill, Decimate. When activating E, be wary not to click the ground, lest your Q skill becomes gray and unusable. He first demonstrated the incorrect execution. Just as he had stated, after using E on Malphite, clicking the ground rendered Q gray. It is imperative to execute EQ directly, followed by a ground click to reposition. This allows for the Q skill to be unleashed while the opponent is airborne, ensuring that they cannot act until the damage from Q is inflicted. As Xuan elaborated, he continued demonstrating the technique. So that is how it works? I've learned something new, noted the Wii player, Kong D, as he began taking notes. Just as Xuan mentioned, during the airborne state, Malphite could not activate any skills, and by the time he regained control, Darius' Q had already been unleashed. Next comes what you refer to as a bug. I shall name it sudden blood rage. This is not a bug, but rather a matter of mechanical finesse. Xuan spoke, directing Draven to advance and reduce the tree's health to 5 layers of fury. He observed the buff bars on both myself and the tree. As he commanded Draven to retreat slightly, he positioned himself perfectly to execute a Q flash that would strike the tree. My fury duration would exceed that of the tree by half a second. Suddenly, Xuan's voice resonated as the tree's fury dissipated. In an instant, Draven dashed forward with his Q flash, flawlessly replicating the maneuver from the earlier match, and the tree was once again afflicted with fury. How astonishing! My goodness, this king is remarkably meticulous. Impressive. I always believed Draven thrived on skillful execution. King Xuan has not misled us. He truly excels at playing Draven. The viewers in the live stream were left in awe, suddenly realizing the disparity between themselves and a masterful player. Their understanding of these champions was far beyond that of an ordinary gamer. If you consider this a flaw, then take it up with the designers, Xuan remarked, casting a glance at the staff and 957 with a nonchalant tone. His tutorial had concluded, and the outcome was now left to the judgment of the officials. Chapter 46. A Cowardly Act. I shall not show leniency. The staff exchanged glances and commenced their deliberations. The viewers in the live stream also engaged in fervent discussions. This is a bug. That king is clearly cheating. Above my foot. You look like a bully. This is evidently a hero mechanic. The enemy can see the bleeding status on Dr. Mundo. Who are you blaming for not paying attention? Go ahead, cut them all down. If you turn every hero into a super minion, will you be satisfied? As the barrage of comments flew by, most spectators did not perceive this as a bug. Soon, the staff reached a conclusion. Based on our assessment, this does not constitute a bug. The personnel turned to Xuan and 957. This verdict was derived from an analysis of all previously encountered bugs and aligned with the principles designed by the creators of the heroes. The designers intended for greater strategic interplay and confrontation among heroes. Whenever a hero deviated from this principle, they would face consequences. The 0.5-second bleeding effect that Dr. Mundo possessed over his opponent clearly did not fall under this category. It was not a bug. Do you have any objections to the ruling? The staff inquired of 957. Continuing, if there are concerns, we shall report to the tournament committee for further investigation. I have no objections. Please proceed, 957 replied promptly. He was not one to shy away from defeat, and he believed this did not qualify as a bug. He merely lamented his previous lack of understanding. It seemed he needed to delve deeper into the nuances of various heroes. With a sigh, 957 acknowledged that he had diligently analyzed the competition and studied opponents. Yet each day, he encountered the same familiar tactics. The outcome hinged on the selections made during the bandpick phase and the players' performances. He had not anticipated facing someone like Xuan, a rival who transcended conventional boundaries. With an extraordinary repertoire of skills, this individual was virtually untargetable. How much effort must this fellow have invested? 957 mused, casting an admiring glance at Xuan's retreating figure. Seeing that 957 had no objections, the staff promptly rendered their decision, and the match continued. Before long, a skirmish erupted in the bot lane. As we found themselves cornered, their bottom lane duo stepped up. Indeed, Lulu and Kog'Maw executed a double kill, with both kills claimed by Kog'Maw. It seems this match is far from straightforward, the commentator, Wawa, announced. Unexpectedly, no sooner had he finished speaking than news of another kill came through. EDG's king, Dr. Mundo, has slain WE's 957 Treant Protector. The tree had once again succumbed to Dr. Mundo's axe, even beneath the safety of his turret. The rapidity of the turn of events left Wawa and Miller momentarily speechless. The most disheartened of all was undoubtedly 957, who had sought refuge beneath the turret only to be felled by Dr. Mundo. As Lucian's Dr. Mundo advanced with a minion wave into the turret, he strode directly towards the tree. Okar, blood rage at lightning speed. With a mighty swing of his axe, full health equated to a lethal strike. The tree was severed into two pieces. Moreover, the wind-triggered Nasu's was impervious to deceleration. After striking, he swiftly retreated from the turret. Stay calm. If things go awry, we could take a moment to regroup and let the outer tower fall, Mystic remarked in the team voice chat. It had been a long time since he had uttered such words. The last occasion was during ranked matches before he stepped into professional play, when he had to console his teammates after they were overwhelmed, fearing their morale would shatter. To his surprise, he found himself repeating that phrase once again in the finals of the Spring Championship. There was no choice, even without facing Nasu's directly. Merely glancing at the fallen tree beneath the turret filled him with a sense of the immense pressure 957 was currently under. Moreover, they could not afford to send the jungler for assistance, as that would surely lead to a double kill. Even calling upon Karma from mid lane might result in a disastrous trade, further inflating Nasu's economy. It was best to delay, or if an opportunity arose, to coordinate a 5-man ambush on Nasu's. Only then would they have a chance. All right, 957 replied with a hint of resignation, beginning to roam in an effort to aid his teammates. The moment Lucian noticed the tree was absent from the lane, he discerned the tree's intentions. With the tree missing, he might be attempting a gank. Stay vigilant, Lucian cautioned in the team voice chat. He refrained from joining the roam, opting instead to continue his vigorous farming in the top lane. His summoner spells were not yet ready, making him ill-suited for gank. And he had yet to acquire the Bloodthirster, which meant he was not at his peak strength. Lucian aimed to rapidly secure the Bloodthirster and Trinity Force, then devise a plan to create opportunities for team fights. Thus, the tree roamed while Lucian farmed. Lucian's Nasu's quickly demolished the outer turret, while 957's tree did not yield any significant results from his roaming attempts. After all, this was a professional match, where discipline was far more stringent than in ordinary ranked games, especially in the finals of the Spring Championship. Thanks to Lucian's warning, the EDG team remained exceedingly cautious and strategic. This was where the true resilience of the EDG squad shone, as despite being pressured in every lane except top, they managed to avoid conceding any further kills. As time progressed to the 23-minute mark, Lucian's Nasu's updated his gear, equipping himself with Trinity Force, Mercury Treads, and Bloodthirster. He held the highest economy and level in the match. Besides the previously accumulated kill advantages, his lane farm had remained uninterrupted, and he had also claimed a few jungle camps. Lucian had no intention of encroaching upon Clearlove's jungle, but when passing by, the monsters insisted on attacking him. Could he simply refrain from retaliating? Let us gather for the Baron and push for a decisive play, Lucian suggested in the team voice chat. All right, no problem, responded the EDG team, who had now firmly acknowledged Lucian's leadership. Upon hearing his command, they began to converge towards the Baron. The commentator seized the moment to elaborate. At this point, EDG is experiencing one of Nasu's most potent phases. We will likely opt to avoid confrontation. Avoiding conflict is the wisest choice. If we can prolong the game until the 35-minute mark, they will surpass Nasu's peak strength, allowing for a fully realized Kog'Maw to emerge, significantly enhancing their chances. As the commentator Miller continued, realization struck him. Wait, something seems amiss. We intend to engage. All members have converged upon the upper river area, lying in ambush within the triangular brush. This spot is an inevitable path for the arriving Draven. With his current equipment, Kog'Maw is well equipped for this encounter, and there lies the opportunity to eliminate Draven swiftly. Should they succeed in taking him down, EDG's chances in the ensuing team fight would be severely compromised, allowing Wu to seize the Baron and equalize the economic disparity. Wu is ready to make their move. The commentators, Doimb and Miller, delivered their fervent analysis as viewers in the live broadcast eagerly fixated on the screen. Just as Doimb articulated, Draven would undoubtedly traverse the brush where we lay concealed, potentially falling victim to a swift execution. If he were to be eliminated, all early advantages gained would be rendered null and void. Don't go in, the audience shouted in anxious unison, but their voices were lost through the screen. Lucian's Draven pressed forward, on the verge of entering the brush. Detection indicates that all heroes on the minimap have vanished for an extended duration, suggesting a potential ambush near the Baron pit. Caution is advised. The likelihood of an ambush in the upper triangular brush is 43, while the probability in the brush behind the dragon pit stands at 28. The system's alerts blared, warning Lucian of the high probability of an ambush in the brush ahead. At this juncture, retreat would undoubtedly be the wisest course of action. Yet, Lucian remained undeterred, opting to venture into the brush without any visual confirmation. With Draven under his control, he boldly advanced into the thicket. I shall not tolerate cowardice. Chapter 47, A Reckless Fury, The Moment of Reckoning. The voice of Mystic resonated through the Wii team's communication as they braced themselves, their focus unwavering, their eyes fixated on the screen. The formidable champion, Draven, was perilously close to the brush. They only needed to wait for him to enter before unleashing their full arsenal of skills upon him. This was a treacherous moment for Draven. The commentator, Wawa, felt a surge of tension as he observed the unfolding scene. The audience was on the edge of their seats, their hearts racing. Lucian's Draven stepped into the brush, igniting the imminent clash. The Wii team seized the initiative, launching every skill they possessed towards Draven. His health plummeted in an instant. It seemed that Draven was doomed. Wawa sighed, believing that Lucian's champion was destined for defeat. Just as he thought the end was near, Lucian's Draven miraculously evaded the encirclement of Wii. Thanks to the activation of his Bloodthirster effect, he had narrowly escaped death. With a burst of speed, Draven turned back, charging towards the Wii team instead of fleeing. Was he truly going to take on 5 opponents alone? Wawa gasped in astonishment. Lucian's actions confirmed his suspicions. This was indeed his plan all along. Prior to entering the brush, despite the lack of vision, he had anticipated that the Wii team would be lying in wait. In his estimation, bolstered by the shield from Bloodthirster, the collective damage from Wii was insufficient to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Now, it was time for retaliation. Draven hurtled towards the Wii members, unleashing his E-skill, Whirling Death, at maximum range, ensnaring all 5 opponents. The entire Wii team was caught in a whirlwind of control. Sent flying, his Q skill, Spinning Axe, was unleashed with precision, the axe slicing through the ranks of Wii, restoring a significant portion of his health. The W skill, Crippling Strike, struck Lulu, who was already at half health, triggering the effect of the Storm Rider-esque surge, allowing Draven to gain a sudden burst of speed, creating distance from the Wii team. As we pursued, they were intercepted by the arriving EDG team. Miko, give me a speed boost. Lucian shouted excitedly in the team voice chat, feeling an exhilarating rush. Miko, in a moment of panic, disregarded his own safety and cast the E skill, Time Winder, on Lu Xian's Draven. His speed surged once more. Zet's Sivir quickly activated her R skill, Huntress, further augmenting Draven's velocity. Draven raced forth like a streak of lightning towards the Wii team. The cooldown for his Q skill had expired, and he spun once again, striking 4 opponents and restoring his health to 3/4. He then unleashed his R skill, Noxian Guillotine, locking on a Lulu, who stood beside the colossal Kog'Maw. With a powerful leap, Draven brought his axe crashing down upon Lulu's head, sending her crumpling to the ground. His ultimate skill refreshed, the Bloodthirster effect activated. "Run!" Mystic exclaimed as he withdrew Kog'Maw, no longer daring to continue his assault. However, in a fit of bloodlust, Lu Xian had already locked onto his target. With a single axe, strike upon the great creature. He leapt into the air. Noxian Guillotine. The Berserk champion cleaved wildly. The creature was instantly slain, and the bloodlust of the Noxian champion surged anew. In a frenzy, he pursued relentlessly, his speed rendering the members of Wii unable to escape. In an instant, he caught up to the Mantis, delivering another vicious strike. Noxian Guillotine. The Mantis fell before him. The Storm Rider's surge was triggered, and the champion accelerated, closing in on the fleeing Karma, who had shielded herself. With a ruthless strike, Karma staggered momentarily. Noxian Guillotine. The champion leapt once more quadra-kill. Only the final tree remained. The tree was ensnared by the piglet, already in a precarious state, while the wheelchair mama stood by, hesitant to engage. Now, with Bloodlust activated and a 4-kill streak, the champion feared he might accidentally slay the tree, prompting Lu Xian to swiftly retaliate. Without hesitation, Lu Xian charged toward the tree. The ultimate ability unleashed once more. The tree was mercilessly cut down. Pentakill. Legendary. The system's voice echoed as the bloodthirsty champion stood triumphantly over the bodies of Wii, resembling a deity. Lu Xian gazed at the EDG players on the screen, feeling an insatiable urge for more. This display by the Noxian champion was simply extraordinary. A desperate counterattack, a 5-fold cleave in Bloodlust. This was the dream of every Noxian player, especially on the professional stage. The commentators, Wawa and Miller, were left astounded by Lu Xian's prowess. The live chat exploded with excitement. Did you see that? This is the dominion of the Noxian champion. Professional players ought to practice diligently, instead of fixating on their lackluster champions. What value is there in a match devoid of combat? Day in and day out, merely focusing on strategy. Have you ever outmaneuvered the LCK? Stop aspiring to merely imitate. Strive to surpass. Witness what it means to be a true powerhouse. King embodies the hope of LPL. Not only the fans of EDG, but even passers-by and supporters of We Were Moved. Lu Xian's performance as the Noxian champion was simply too remarkable. Even the opponent's fans could not help but admire him. Had the top lanes been swapped, we might have secured a 3-0 victory by now. The match continued, but the outcome was already foregone. Taking advantage of the momentum, EDG seized the Baron, and following that quintuple kill, the Noxian champion's growth became increasingly formidable. With the acceleration from the Chrono Keeper and Wheelchair Mama, combined with the innate effect of Storm Rider's surge, the Noxian's mobility issues were elegantly resolved. WE's steadfast formation crumbled like paper beneath the champion's mighty axe. Compared to the previous match with Garen, this was far more challenging to counter, especially as the Noxian had built semi-tank items. Each use of his Q ability was impeccably timed, striking multiple enemies at once, dealing astonishing damage and recovery. With Bloodlust stacking, he unleashed a flurry of cleaves, decimating Wii. The crystal explosion at the Wii base left the team in a state of profound turmoil as they gazed upon the formidable figure of Nocturne standing before the fountain. They had never anticipated that defeat would come in such a manner. It was not merely a loss to EDG, rather, it was a defeat at the hands of Lu Xian. I might need to consult a psychologist, 957 remarked with a wry smile, his mind still echoing with the haunting cries of Nocturne. He feared that if he did not seek help soon, his dreams would be plagued by visions of Nocturne's bloodthirsty fury. Take me along, chimed in Kong Di, equally dazed by Lu Xian's relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, The commentary booth erupted with excitement as Wawa exclaimed, "Let us extend our congratulations to EDG. They have triumphed. Rising from the ashes of their previous defeat at the S Championship, they have once again forged their own dynasty. King, true to his name, shall lead EDG to MSI, ready to confront the LCK once more." Chapter 48, Spring Championship Triumph. Post-match interview sparks classics. The barrage in the live broadcast room was a chaotic amalgamation of reactions. "Goodness, EDG actually won? What did I miss?" exclaimed a longtime fan of King, who appeared uninvited. The captain did not deceive us. He not only aimed for the Spring Championship, but also set his sights on MSI. "I wager this year will undoubtedly be the most promising for LPL." "Not necessarily," another countered. "EDG is notoriously weak in international competitions. Their top laner may dominate domestically, but he is likely to falter against the LCK. Mark my words. If EDG clinches the MSI title, I will abstain for a year." "Brother, I've noted your ID." The discussion in the broadcast room then shifted to speculations about EDG's potential performance at MSI, with numerous instances of their past shortcomings being recounted. Nevertheless, some spectators believed that Xuan might alter this trend. Meanwhile, Xuan had already begun to walk toward the stage with the Wii team members. Fortunately, Miko promptly restrained Xuan, startling the Wii players in the process. "Wait, buddy, your blood rage is still active? You didn't get your fill in game and are still chasing after it?" The Wii team swiftly made their exit. Xuan looked at Miko in confusion. Miko quickly clarified, "There's still the trophy presentation and post-match interview." "Oh, right." Xuan finally realized that such formalities indeed existed. Miko was astonished by Xuan's performance. He was nothing like an actor, truly an anomaly. "I've seen players pop champagne mid-game, but never one who forgot to claim the trophy after winning." Miko found Xuan utterly inscrutable. Together, Xuan and Miko returned to the main stage where the other EDG members, coaches, and managers were already gathered beside the trophy. Upon seeing Xuan and Miko approaching, they parted to create a pathway. "Go ahead, lift our trophy." Miko stepped aside. All eyes were on Xuan as the entire EDG team awaited him to be the first to hoist the cup. Undoubtedly, the team believed that under Xuan's leadership, they had achieved this hard-fought spring championship. Without Xuan, they might have succumbed to RNG in the semifinals. Without Xuan, they could not have triumphed over Wii with a 3-1 victory. Xuan was the MVP. Moved by the moment, Xuan approached without hesitation, raising the trophy high above his head. "EDG, King! EDG, King! EDG, King!" The audience's cheers surged like a tidal wave, enveloping Xuan in their fervor. Standing on the stage, he reveled in the glory that was rightfully his. Meanwhile, the members of Wii stood in a corner of the stage, somewhat stunned as they watched this scene unfold. They had surged through the Spring Championship, but ultimately found themselves bested by EDG. Xuan descended upon them like a divine warrior, shattering their dreams of victory. At that moment, the members of Wii bore expressions of dejection. They had yet to inherit the will of their predecessors and reclaim the glory that belonged to Wii. However, there remains the Summer Championship. We shall certainly reclaim our honor then. Coach Homie provided solace to the Wii team, his own emotions a complex tapestry. The sense of loss extended beyond Wii. Many others shared in this sentiment. For instance, Uzi of RNG stared blankly at the screen, where Xuan was triumphantly lifting the champion's trophy. Since his debut, he had been hailed as a prodigious talent, the world's foremost AD carry. Yet to this day, he had not secured a championship of his own. The title of king without a crown may sound illustrious, but who does not yearn for the true coronation? The Summer Championship awaits. "I vow to lead RNG to victory," Uzi silently pledged, shutting off the match broadcast to commence ranked practice. Such is the ruthless nature of competitive sports. Only champions are immortalized in memory. Even if one secures second place, they remain a loser, destined to fade from recollection. There are, of course, exceptions, such as the perennial runner-up Zoneway and Faker's backdrop, Yulun. Now, however, the new king had been crowned. Xuan placed the trophy into the hands of Coach Nof as the EDG team gathered around, collectively raising the trophy once more. The camera flashes incessantly illuminated this historic moment. Gazing at the lights, Xuan was reminded of the photographs taken with Dashi Ma at the entrance of Mishua. Though only a few days had passed, it felt like a lifetime ago. I wonder how Dashi Ma is faring now? Xuan mused, eager to generate another wave of attention for him. The fame from this championship would undoubtedly surpass that from their victory over RNG. Dashi Ma was his first streamer, brimming with untapped potential that must be nurtured. Alas, the awards ceremony and post-match interviews awaited. Xuan was undeniably named the FMVP of the spring finals. The interviewer was none other than the familiar Xuan, who approached him with a smile to commence the interview. "Let us greet everyone," she prompted. "Hello, I am King, the top laner for EDG, winning the spring championship. How do you feel at this moment?" "Relaxed and joyful, I suppose," Xuan replied casually. After exchanging pleasantries, Xuan delved into game-related inquiries. Xuan's first match with the unconventional tree champion was so outrageous that Xuan chose to sidestep it, focusing instead on the hero selections in the latter two matches. "The champions you chose in the final two games were your signature heroes, albeit rare in the competitive arena. Was that decision yours, or did it come from the coach?" Xuan inquired. "It was the coach's decision. All our hero selections and tactical arrangements are crafted by Coach Nof. He is an exceptionally talented coach, and Manager Abu also provides us with guidance," Xuan replied, his demeanor steady and unflinching. "Firstly, it serves to elevate the profiles of Nof and Abu, which bears no detriment to Xuan. Secondly, with the imminent MSI competition approaching, various teams are bound to scrutinize EDG. This strategy can effectively divert attention, achieving a sleight of hand." In the EDG lounge, upon hearing Xuan's words, Abu and Nof exchanged a glance, their faces flushing slightly, and together they shrugged in a playful manner. Especially Abu, who found himself utterly perplexed. "Come on, my friend. I've already transitioned to manager. How does this concern me?" The interview continued, and Xuan inquired, "This MSI will see you face your old rival, Faker, the three-time champion now revered by fans as a deity. Do you have confidence in leading EDG to triumph over his SKT?" Upon hearing this question, Xuan's expression sharpened, and addressing the camera, he proclaimed that timeless phrase, "Indeed, I shall prove that even deities can bleed." Chapter 49, Champions Bonus. Penguin official set to launch new skins. Upon hearing Xuan's words, the audience erupted in cheers. "Goodness, the top laner from EDG is astonishingly handsome. This is a quintessential hero's journey, leading EDG from the brink of despair to seize the spring championship, followed by a divine reckoning at MSI. Brother, step aside. Let me star in a couple of episodes, particularly the one where I single-handedly defeat Faker." "Spare me. You think you could take down Faker? How would you do that? Bumping into him in the offline arena?" The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. Initially, after EDG's victory over RNG, Xuan's remarks had already seemed outrageous. Little did anyone expect that his post-championship interview would be even more sensational. While some spectators felt that Xuan was getting a bit carried away, the majority were filled with anticipation and excitement. The continuous failures of the LPL on the international stage had led many viewers to lose hope. What was once touted as the most promising year had devolved into mockery and derision. The LPL region had consistently disappointed, never failing to let down the audience, as they faced a series of disheartening defeats that drained their spirits. Rather than analyzing the matches, the focus turned to post-match divisions and how to return from the venue. Now, however, a player like Xuan had emerged, boldly declaring his intent to defeat Faker and conquer SKT. As for reckoning, that would come only after a loss. But should victory be achieved, Xuan's acclaim would surely soar even higher. Soon, the interview concluded. Xuan and the EDG team left the arena, not returning to their base, but heading directly to an upscale hot pot restaurant, where the owner, Eju, had reserved a table to celebrate their victory. The advantages of a major city. Xuan glanced at the menu, noting that the prices of the signature dishes surpassed even the output of their coach. At that moment, he truly experienced the allure of wealth, and this lavish meal was merely the tip of the iceberg. Let's raise a toast to Xuan. thanking him for securing yet another championship for our EDG team, proclaimed Zhu, lifting his glass. The others followed suit, turning their gazes toward Xuan. With a smile, Xuan reciprocated the gesture, and they all downed their drinks in unison. Subsequently, Zhu began expressing his gratitude with eloquent words, even going so far as to request Xuan's bank account number. In front of the EDG team, he directly transferred 25 million to Xuan. 750,000 is for the contractual agreement between the team and you, while the additional 500,000 is your bonus for being the FMVP of the Spring Championship Finals. The championship prize of 500,000 for the FMVP will be awarded, while the remaining 1 million will be distributed among the other team members, as previously agreed upon. It's clarified. Upon hearing this, the EDG members were filled with joy. This meant they would still receive a substantial portion of the championship bonus, a considerable sum for each of them. Naturally, they envied Xuan for receiving 25 million all at once. The collective motivation surged, heightening their anticipation for the upcoming MSI tournament. Upon hearing this, Xuan couldn't help but admire the magnanimity of AI+. Otherwise, how could the EDG team generate profit? When employees are compensated with real money, which employee would not strive diligently? Some teams are solely focused on restricting player contracts, unwilling to offer fair wages, and naturally, they do not achieve commendable results. This phenomenon is not limited to league teams. Numerous companies adopt a similar approach, demanding endless dedication from their employees while hesitating to provide even a modest raise. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You all seem to be somewhat restrained in my presence, AI+, remarked before rising from his seat. I'll see you off, Abu said, following suit. No need. Your duty today is to ensure they are well entertained. AI+, declined Abu's kind gesture and departed alone. As AI+, exited, the atmosphere at the dining table became more vibrant. Laughter and banter ensued, dispelling the previous tension. Abu, possibly under the influence of alcohol or perhaps feigning it, candidly expressed his feelings to Xuan. Xuan, I have always believed in you, and you have not disappointed me. I have already informed the boss that no matter the cost, we must retain you. If you have any requests, feel free to list them in the contract. As long as they are not excessive, the club will accommodate them. I also owe you my gratitude. After the match, you helped both me and Nof, and the boss has granted us both a raise. Of course, I ensured you weren't at a loss either. The MVP bonus was something I negotiated with the boss. Nof, come over. Let us raise a toast to brother Xuan. Abu, clearly inebriated, insisted on toasting Xuan alongside Nof, alternating between laughter and tears. Indeed, the world of competition is not merely about conflict. It is also about human connections. Xuan felt a sense of reflection. He had not anticipated that his earlier assistance to Abu and Nof would yield such unexpected rewards. Following the celebration, everyone returned to the EDG base. Xuan lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, engrossed in thought. The events of the day had profoundly impacted him. AI+'s extravagant generosity sparked a twinge of envy within Xuan, reinforcing his resolve to explore streamer opportunities and delve into the MCN realm for financial gain. As for competition, he was determined to pursue it with even greater fervor. Money and honor are not mutually exclusive. Rather, they complement one another. Xuan desired both. Reflecting on his accomplishments since his rebirth, he had secured the Spring Championship title and earned the FMVP in the finals. Financially, he had garnered 25 million in prize money, and his contract was soon to be upgraded, enhancing his market value. Yet beyond these accolades, Xuan was most concerned about the system and his personal business strategy. The probability of drawing a C-grade card had increased by 4, and the foundational bonuses for both a mixed match and a dedicated match had risen to 11. He wondered how Decima was faring now. With that thought in mind, Xuan swiftly picked up his phone and opened Decima's streaming channel. Wow, so many viewers already? He exclaimed, startled by the surge in popularity. In just a few days, Decima's viewer count had escalated from hundreds to thousands, although there remained a significant gap to the top streamers. This development was a clear indication that he was beginning to soar. Xuan hastily exited the live stream and messaged Decima, expressing his desire to duo with him for promotional purposes. Upon opening the chat window, he discovered several unread messages from Decima. "Brother, I've gone viral. Good luck in the competition. We won the championship. Amazing." Each message was succinct, yet conveyed a sense of genuine concern. This exemplified the camaraderie between men. "Fly over tomorrow morning to meet me. I'll help you with promotion," Xuan replied to Decima. To his surprise, Decima responded almost instantly, "No problem. Rest early." After closing the chat with Decima, Xuan was about to retire for the night when he suddenly received a message from Abu. "Are you asleep? Someone from the league's official side wants to speak with you." "Me? What is going on?" Xuan felt a bit bewildered upon reading the message. Before he could respond to Abu, another message arrived. "They want to discuss designing 2 new skins and are seeking your opinion." "Design 2 new skins? Surely. It can't be for Nasu's and Draven," Xuan speculated, increasingly convinced that given Tencent's character, they might indeed pursue such an endeavor. After all, the player base for these 2 champions is substantial, and Xuan had just led to victory using them in the Spring Championship. If these were indeed the champions in question, he would possess significant insight. The howls of wolves and I are but a colossal wave sweeping across the realm. Xuan had heard such echoes far too many times before. Chapter 50. Teaming up with the Grand General again. Is this MSI instruction? No problem. Just ask if they'll pay for consultation. Upon seeing Xuan's message, Abu was taken aback. This lad has become exceedingly arrogant, even daring to request consultation fees from the authorities. Although at ISNTA championship skin, being involved in its design is still an honor. Furthermore, with the prestige of the Spring Championship victory, this skin will undoubtedly become closely associated with him. Whenever players use this skin, they will be reminded of him. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Other competitors would cherish this chance, even if it required monetary investment. At the very least, if a player were to win with this hero in the future, Xuan could directly select the skin he helped design without the need to submit a formal request for approval. Now, this opportunity has been bestowed upon Xuan, and yet he is audaciously asking the officials for a consultation fee. This is utterly ridiculous. He is not a professional. What constructive feedback could he possibly provide? Abu thought to himself and continued messaging Xuan. "I have arranged for them to come to the base at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Please prepare accordingly." Before long, Xuan replied, "Tomorrow 1T work. It marks the 3rd anniversary of my QQ pet S passing, and I must pay my respects. Let S do the day after. I promise to be there." Upon reading Xuan's response, Abu was left speechless. However, recalling Edward Zhu's admonitions, he suppressed his frustration and replied, "Then it's settled for the day after, at 10 a.m. Do not let me down. Rest assured, my reputation is quite good. Don't forget to inquire about the consultation fee." Xuan quickly responded. Abu, upon reading Xuan's message, furrowed his brow. This kid is far too arrogant and needs a reality check. Otherwise, MSI will be in jeopardy. He thought of the numerous similar cases he had witnessed. He needed to devise a strategy to ground Xuan. Meanwhile, Xuan had already peacefully drifted into slumber. The following day, Xuan met with the Grand General at their usual spot, the Internet CAF's private room. Once they set up their computers, they simultaneously began their live stream. Although it was morning, the viewer count on the platform paled in comparison to the peak evening hours, yet a substantial number of viewers flocked to Xuan's stream. The numbers surged rapidly, soon exceeding 100,000. Xuan was not surprised by this turnout. On one hand, it was due to his stellar performance in the Spring Championship, and on the other, his iconic remarks following the matches. Such factors were bound to attract a multitude of viewers, though this surge would likely not last long. He anticipated that the next live stream would see the numbers halved. Furthermore, as the frequency of his streams increased, the audience would dwindle unless he showcased remarkable prowess or possessed extraordinary charisma as a streamer. While Xuan had numerous bold ideas in mind, he was reluctant to pursue them, finding them too exhausting. As for streaming talent, he lacked it, imitating contemporary hotshot streamers. He acknowledged that he could never rival the likes of Yue Cai, who remained resilient. It would be wiser to follow the current path. supporting fellow streamers under the Grand General's guidance, and ultimately enjoy the profits effortlessly. Effortless, yet immensely profitable. This is precisely why Xuan was eager to commence the live stream with Decima. It was imperative to swiftly direct this wave of traffic towards Decima. Otherwise, as the fervor wanes, should Xuan delay his broadcast for a few days, such a magnificent spectacle would be unattainable again. The livestream chat was a flurry of activity, inundated with the word king. Various gift effects sparkled incessantly on the screen. 100 airplanes and 500 rockets were launched as if they cost nothing. The most audacious, the advertisement brother and sister, initiated a barrage at 99 per group, all vying for a taste of the traffic Xuan had garnered. Although Decima's audience could not rival Xuan's, it swiftly surpassed 10,000. Wow, is Teacher Ma live so early today? Such dedication, truly remarkable. Let us get to the teaching. I can hardly wait. The audience in Decima's live stream was more expressive, yet their comments echoed a singular eagerness to witness Decima's teachings. Decima glanced at Xuan beside him and chuckled. Brother, your previous advice was spot on. Ever since I shifted from high-tier games to teaching mid to low-tier matches, my livestream has skyrocketed. It truly embodies the saying, a day of guidance from a benefactor surpasses 6 months of self-exploration. Xuan casually replied, rest assured, this path is undoubtedly correct. And we are merely at the beginning. Your potential has yet to be fully uncovered. How could not be? Xuan had simply provided Decima with the script that was rightfully his. Now, Decima had only just embarked on his teaching journey, and even outside prime time, he already boasted over 10,000 viewers. As time progressed, he was destined to become a top-tier streamer, with Xuan offering behind-the-scenes strategies. Combined with his rebirth experience and the prestige of league honors, Decima would undoubtedly ascend rapidly and smoothly, avoiding the pitfalls of the turbulent times. Let us begin the live stream. Today, instead of a chaotic brawl, you will teach while I rank up. Xuan turned to Decima. This was the content he had envisioned. Though Xuan's personal live streaming prowess was limited, he had witnessed countless broadcasts and had a reservoir of classic strategies to draw upon. Shall I guide you? Decima was momentarily taken aback by Xuan's proposition. Despite his own mastery at the kingly level, the individual beside him had just clinched the spring championship, clearly surpassing him in skill. Don't worry, it's merely for entertainment, Xuan reassured, sensing Decima's apprehension. This was also part of Xuan's premeditated plan. Teaching a champion resonated perfectly with Decima's role as an instructor. Moreover, in all the Decima streams Xuan had observed, the most explosive moments occurred during live guidance of his apprentice, Yue Cai. Very well, I shall do my best. Decima still harbored some doubts. Meanwhile, Xuan had already opened a ranked match and modified the live stream title, preparing for MSI, hiring the top lecturer in the national server for instruction. Decima, following Xuan's direction, adjusted his title to Live Teaching King, preparing for MSI. Oh my, Master Ma is truly remarkable, directly mentoring professional players. Who would dare question Master Ma's esteemed status as a gold medal lecturer now? Even EDG's king has come to seek his guidance. Master Ma, I adore you. Could you grant me a position as class representative? In Decima's live stream, the barrage of comments erupted as viewers expressed their exhilaration over Decima's ability to coach Xuan. Many of Xuan's audience were unfamiliar with Decima, and their curiosity led them to his live stream. Anticipation grew for Xuan's upcoming ranked matches. True to expectations, he chose the highly skilled champion Riven. The game quickly transitioned to the loading screen, and upon seeing the golden and silver frames of both teammates and opponents, the viewers were left in utter disbelief. The screen was flooded with question marks. Wait, is this for real? Guiding the spring championship winner in a gold and silver match? And preparing for MSI? Chapter 51. The classic denial mode unleashed. The great transforms into a red-skinned duck. The game has successfully loaded. Xuan skillfully maneuvered Riven to the top lane, facing off against the wandering mage. What shall we do at level 1? Xuan inquired, glancing at the great beside him. The great was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, immersing himself in his role. In a level 1 skirmish, you need not fear him. Riven's rapid QA delivers explosive damage. You can easily bypass the minion line and pressure him out of the experience zone. Understood. Lu Xian directed Riven towards the Wandering Mage. The streamer was poised to showcase the rapid QA, delivering a professional-level shock to the gold and silver rank players. It seemed the Wandering Mage was destined to be beaten into submission by the streamer. The audience in the live stream eagerly anticipated Lu Xian's approach. As Riven reached the Wandering Mage, she unleashed a QQQ combo. However, instead of the rapid QA, she faltered. The Wandering Mage stood still, launching Q skills at Lu Xian without evasion. The nearby minions, drawn by Lu Xian, joined the fray, attacking him alongside the Wandering Mage. Failing to weave in basic attacks to trigger Riven's passive damage, the 3 Q strikes only diminished the Wandering Mage's health slightly. In retaliation, the Wandering Mage, aided by the minions, severely wounded Riven. An Ignite spell was cast above Riven's head, and with a gasp, she collapsed to the ground. First blood. Lu Xian had given away the first kill. The Wandering Mage proved formidable. One should not underestimate gold and silver rank players. They possess skill, albeit occasionally lacking in rhythm and awareness. Lu Xian shook his head and sighed. The great stared in disbelief, and the audience in the live stream was equally astonished. My goodness, is this streamer really that incompetent? Is this the same streamer who bested Let Me in 957? Surely not. They speculated whether the streamer was merely performing for effect. With a 3Q combo, one could only wonder if they were impressed. The most respectful live stream for gold and silver players. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, as Lu Xian's performance elicited laughter from the viewers. Unfazed, Lu Xian continued to guide Riven onto the lane. Having failed to secure an advantage at level 1, he pondered what to do next and turned to the Great once more. The Great was momentarily stunned by the question. Reflecting, I suggested the rapid Q, not a hasty 3 quetzales. Now, with the Wandering Mage holding the advantage, a confrontation was ill-advised. It would be prudent to await jungle support while remaining vigilant against the enemy jungler's ganks. The Great contemplated this before stating, incorrect. We are at a disadvantage and must seek opportunities to farm while being cautious of the enemy jungler. Lu Xian's voice interrupted, no, we are indeed at a disadvantage and must find opportunities to develop, while also being wary of the enemy jungler's potential gank. The Great was taken aback, contemplating how this echoed his own thoughts. What was happening? Had the streamer entered a mode of torment? Teacher Ma, let's not engage with him. Let's play our own game. The comments surged, and many of Lu Xian's detractors fled from his stream to join the Great's broadcast. The experience of the esteemed player, Desai Ma, evoked a sense of helplessness among his admirers, reminiscent of witnessing their idol being overwhelmed by Lu Xian. Many began showering Desai Ma with gifts, urging him to refrain from further competition with Lu Xian. Meanwhile, in Lu Xian's live stream, a fierce confrontation unfolded between Bai Zi and Xuan Zi. Enthusiastic supporters believed Lu Xian was blameless, while Xuan Zi attempted to sway opinions by excessively praising Lu Xian's recent maneuvers, claiming that he was merely unfortunate to have been vanquished by the Flow Master. Unperturbed by the various narratives, Lu Xian deftly maneuvered Riven back to the safety of the tower. The audience was left in awe of Lu Xian's skill. This exemplified the principle of hypothetical reasoning. He anticipated that the opposing jungler would target the top lane, thus necessitating a retreat to the tower for defense. Lu Xian articulated this notion with an air of mystique. Nearby, Desai Ma could not help but murmur the phrase hypothetical reasoning. A classic moment unfolded, reminiscent of how he had evaded danger in professional matches, eliciting a tremor of apprehension among the naysayers. Observers who had witnessed the match began to elucidate Lu Xian's actions. Before any dissenters could voice their opinions, the opposing jungler, Yue Cai, emerged from the nearby brush. With Riven having retreated to the tower, Yue Cai found himself unable to pursue her, resorting instead to brandishing his spear in front of the tower to mask his embarrassment. Behold, this exemplifies the broadcaster's astute perception, exclaimed a viewer. Indeed, this is the principle of hypothetical reasoning. I have truly learned something today. Yue Cai had lain in wait for an extensive period. Had Riven returned to the lane earlier, she would have perished, leading to a catastrophic turn of events. Now, having evaded capture, this demonstrated the awareness of a professional player. The chat erupted with exuberant expressions and gifs flooded the screen. Xuan turned to Desai Ma and inquired, "What do you make of this situation?" Desai Ma pondered thoughtfully before responding. This was exceptionally strong. The counter-gank awareness was impeccable. Xuan shook his head. Incorrect, this was merely a feigned retreat. Desai Ma was left bewildered, while the audience erupted in laughter. Xuan's livestream proved to be immensely entertaining, a stark contrast to what they had previously witnessed. While other broadcasters clung to their bravado, Xuan initiated a spectacular performance. As time progressed, Xuan's Riven ascended to level 6, matched by the enemy's Wandering Mage. How do we proceed from here? Xuan again turned to Desai Ma. The Wandering Mage's ultimate lacks damage. We can engage in a skirmish, Desai Ma replied earnestly. Wrong. It is our ultimate that possesses explosive damage, allowing us to engage, Xuan interjected. Desai Ma found himself once again bewildered, prompting laughter from the audience. The broadcaster had entered a mode of negation, leaving Desai Ma feeling as though he were donning a mask of anguish. Viewers expressed sympathy for Desai Ma, while others actively engaged with the humor of the moment. Xuan maneuvered Riven to advance. On the day of the sword's rebirth, the night returns. As Riven unleashed her ultimate ability, the shattered runes of her broken blade transformed into a colossal sword. Under Xuan's command, she charged forward with her E-skill, surging towards the Wandering Mage. Alas, the mage had already activated his ultimate, Arcane Shift, and with a swift incantation, he vanished back to the safety of his tower. What to say? Xuan glanced at the nearby Decima, awaiting his commentary on the encounter. Decima, slightly flustered by the question, pondered for a moment before a moment of clarity struck him. I understand now. He employed a hypothetical strategy, assuming our jungler might be nearby. Incorrect. It was his fear of being unable to defeat me. Xuan's voice rang out. Decima turned a deep shade of crimson, resembling a blushing duck. Chapter 52. What a waste not to stream. You should pursue a professional career, Xuan chuckled upon, seeing Decima transformed into a red-skinned duck. He had not anticipated that the negative pattern created by Decima would equally affect him. Indeed, only magic can defeat magic. Xuan muted the livestream voice and turned to Decima, his expression earnest as he inquired, "Did you think I was conducting a live tutorial on Riven's ranked gameplay just now?" Decima, upon hearing the words "you think," instinctively felt a pang of anxiety, his immediate reaction being one of denial. Incorrect, he blurted out. Indeed, I was not streaming a Riven tutorial. Xuan's voice resonated. Decima was taken aback, surprised that he had not aired this time. However, it seemed that while he was not wrong, he still had misjudged the situation. I was instructing you on how to stream, Xuan reiterated. At this revelation, Decima's expression shifted dramatically as if a current had surged through his mind, suddenly illuminating the truth. He had always possessed a natural talent for streaming, and now he comprehended that Xuan had been orchestrating an entertaining spectacle all along. The juxtaposition of a professional player teaching in a gold-silver ranked match and an amateur guiding a professional player through an MSI encounter, intertwined with a series of denial patterns, had been nothing short of brilliant. From the inception of the stream, everything had been meticulously crafted for entertainment, each element flowing seamlessly into the next. Truly impressive. Only someone with genuine streaming experience could fathom the strength of Xuan's content. If he could maintain such caliber, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of streaming excellence. What a waste it is for you not to pursue streaming, Decima remarked, a tinge of envy in his voice towards Xuan's innate talent. On the contrary, it is a pity for you not to stream, Xuan replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on Decima. After a prolonged scrutiny, Decima confirmed that Xuan was not jesting. Xuan continued, "You are oblivious to the immense potential within you. Keep pushing, old Ma. You have every capability to become the most prominent streamer in the league. To reiterate, you are a top-tier talent." Me? Decima pondered, sensing a spark ignited within him. Ever since Xuan's previous guidance prompted him to alter his streaming style, his channel had gained traction, attracting thousands of viewers each broadcast. Frankly, He had felt a sense of satisfaction at achieving such a level. Yet, after Xian's words, Decima believed he should strive harder, aspiring to conquer even loftier peaks. Particularly, witnessing the influx of gifts in his stream within a mere half hour. The gifts surpassed the total of all his prior streams combined, highlighted the stark contrast between a top-tier streamer and an ordinary one. All right, let us continue. How far you grow from this wave of traffic depends on your efforts. Rest assured, once I claim victory at MSI, I will direct more traffic your way. Xian declared, signaling that the conversation had reached its conclusion. Why are you so kind to me? Decima could not resist asking Xian. On the contrary, I am not unkind to you, Xian replied with a smile. Is that so? Perhaps not, Decima mused. Perhaps so? Not necessarily, Xian countered playfully. Xian offered little explanation as the live stream continued. This time, he directly swapped seats with Decima, allowing Decima to play while he took on the role of mentor. How would this unfold? Decima, controlling Riven, positioned himself beside the minion wave. The Wandering Mage was positioned alongside the ranged minion, preparing to last hit. You don't have your ultimate yet, so focus on farming for now and wait for it, Xian suggested thoughtfully. Incorrect, it's the Wandering Mage who lacks his ultimate, thus we must eliminate him, Decima countered, launching into his classic denial. He promptly commanded Riven to dash towards the Wandering Mage with her E-skill. Initiating with a basic attack, he unleashed W, Spirit's Resentment, stunning the Wandering Mage. Swiftly, he activated Q to cancel the W animation, followed by a rapid succession of Q and basic attacks. By combining 3 QS with 3 basic attacks and utilizing movement to nullify Q's recovery, he executed the sequence faster than simply casting 3 QS directly. The explosive damage was instantaneous, vanquishing the Wandering Mage in a heartbeat. Goodness, what damage is this? Truly, the teacher's prowess is unmatched, King exclaimed, eager to learn. I'm already anticipating your Riven prowess at MSI. The chat room erupted with excitement. Many viewers left in awe of Decima's skills. Of course, several spectators claimed they could perform similarly, dismissing the feat as merely a matter of typing in chat. Not only did the chat become lively, but Decima's popularity surged, with gifts flooding in. Witnessing this, Decima gained further insights. The rapid Q and A combination, though impressive, was not solely responsible for such a reaction. Many seasoned Riven players could execute it with equal, if not greater, finesse. The exceptional viewership was a direct result of Xian's prior groundwork. The stark contrast fostered a remarkable entertainment effect. Have you truly considered streaming? Decima inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. No, I must pursue a professional career, Xian replied with a smile. Decima chuckled in response. As the livestream progressed, their audience numbers steadily climbed, with Xian and Decima engaging in mutual teaching, initiating a playful cycle of denial and banter. By the end of the day, Decima stabilized at 70,000 viewers, while Xian's count dwindled to merely 30,000. Xian was not surprised. Many watched him for amusement, likely departing after a brief glance. His streaming success had primarily served to draw traffic to Decima. Furthermore, Decima's earnings from the stream included a portion attributable to Xian's influence. After the stream concluded, Decima reviewed his gift earnings, which amounted to nearly 100,000. In contrast, Xian's results were even more astonishing, displaying a revenue flow of 1 million, halved by the platform's cut, leaving him with 500,000 before taxes. Should I truly consider streaming? Xian pondered, momentarily tempted, yet he quickly regained clarity. He understood that such revenue stemmed from his recent championship victory in the spring tournament, along with his extraordinary performance. After today, the audience would likely dissipate. If he abandoned his professional aspirations, the fervor would fade and viewers would vanish. Let us conclude our conversation for today. Do take care on your way back. In due time, I shall establish a venue in the vibrant city of Shanghai, where you may come to broadcast directly, which would indeed be more convenient. Xian bid farewell to Decima, simultaneously expressing his thoughts. This notion had also crossed Xian's mind. Currently, with only Decima as a single broadcaster, it is manageable. However, as the number of affiliated streamers increases, the necessity for a central hub becomes evident. After all, one cannot expect to reside in an internet CAF indefinitely, can one? Of course, this might also serve as a form of entertainment. Nevertheless, to secure a location in Shanghai, financial resources are imperative. Xuan glanced into his pocket. He had amassed over 1 million, yet it still fell short. He pondered what the representatives from the League would convey tomorrow. He hoped that Abu had inquired about the design fees on his behalf. With a furrowed brow, Xuan returned to the EDG base. Chapter 53. My Three No's, the arrival of the League designers the following morning at 9 o'clock. Xuan was roused from his slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. Xuan, are you awake? Xuan, came Abu's voice from the threshold. Rubbing his eyes groggily, Xuan reluctantly opened the door, a frown etched on his face. Hurry up, the League officials will be here soon, Abu remarked, somewhat exasperated by Xuan's lackadaisical attitude towards such a significant event. If it had been another player, they would likely have tossed and turned all night, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the officials by 7 or 8 in the morning. Yet, here was Xuan, still enveloped in sleep at 9 o'clock. Calm down. It's only 9. What has to rush? Xuan retorted casually, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Abu contemplated knocking again, but ultimately refrained, recalling the strict admonitions from Edward Yue. With a furrowed brow, he descended the stairs. 10 minutes later, Xuan finally made his way downstairs. Are you truly going to wait for the League officials looking like that? Abu remarked, bemused by Xuan's appearance. It was scarcely different from before, save for a splash of water on his face and what seemed to be a quick wash of his hair. I did wash my hair. Does that not demonstrate my regard for them? Xuan shot back, his irritation palpable. By the way, have you inquired about the consulting fee? Of course not. Who do you think you are? Do you even understand design? Abu replied, exasperation evident in his tone. In his view, despite Xuan's recent triumph in the Spring Championship, he remained, at heart, a dropout consumed by his obsession with gaming. This was not merely Xuan. Many professional players shared this trait, their cultural literacy evidently lacking, as could be discerned from their clumsy interviews. With such limited capabilities, how could they possibly offer any valuable insights? Most likely, they could only comment on the feel of the game or the abundance of visual effects. Given this level of understanding, Abu felt embarrassed to even broach the topic of a consulting fee. Never mind, I doubt I can make you understand. When they arrive, I'll handle it myself. Xuan conceded, recognizing that relying on Abu was futile. By the way, have you given any thought to the contract? The boss insists it must be signed before MSI, ensuring peace of mind for both you and him. Abu fixed his gaze on Xuan, his concern for the contract outweighing even the impending visit from the official designers. Edward Yue had issued a stern directive that Xuan must be signed before MSI. Xuan nodded in agreement. It's nearly ready. I've sent you the document via WeChat. Take a look at it. Upon hearing this, Abu swiftly opened WeChat and indeed found Xuan's message. As he delved into the document, he was taken aback. Good heavens! 99 pages. Is this a contract or a treaty? Abu exclaimed, bewildered. The document detailed an array of Xuan's stipulations. Salary increase is no issue. But what is this about your 3 no's? You want to play against opponents deemed too weak. You want to play if your teammates are weak. And you want to play in non-critical matches. So what exactly will you play? Abu's irritation flared as he scrutinized the document. Look at you, always in a rush. Xuan chuckled, then remarked, the opponent is simply too weak. There is no necessity for me to step onto the field. A Xuan can handle them effortlessly. As for my current teammates, they are adequate, but please do not replace them with some disorganized players. Even someone as skilled as Faker may struggle to uplift subpar teammates. The last point is even more straightforward. If it's not a crucial match, why would I participate? It's easy for opponents to analyze me. Rest assured, I will definitely play in the decisive games, and I will certainly secure victory. As Xuan spoke, his confidence grew. Abu sought a rationale to counter Xuan's assertions, but found himself at a loss for compelling arguments. While Xuan's reasoning may seem flawed, there appeared to be a modicum of truth to it. I cannot make a decision without first consulting with the boss. Abu contemplated aloud. The other conditions are not overly excessive, But these 3 stipulations require Ju's approval. Not a problem, Lu Xian replied casually. He was confident that Ju would acquiesce. For although the conditions were outrageous, Lu Xian had guaranteed victories in critical matches. Even if they lost occasionally, securing the championship in the end would suffice. It was akin to SKT in the league, who, despite a dismal start and struggling to qualify for the playoffs, surged forward to dominate the World Championship and claim victory. You may lose countless matches, but as long as you can win that pivotal one, it is acceptable. Of course, there were deeper reasons Lu Xian withheld from Abu. Reasons he could not disclose. Firstly, he required time to develop his business and could not dedicate himself entirely to gaming. Secondly, with the system at his disposal, training was unnecessary. Thirdly, his teammates were simply too inadequate. Even Faker could not elevate them, as the game ultimately involves 5 players. While it is possible to boost the state of teammates through occasional sacrifices, a foundation for improvement is essential, is it not? The previous encounter with the director had already served as a reminder to Lu Xian. Human potential is finite. Presently, it seemed that a maximum of approximately 150 could be accessed, and surpassing this threshold might result in mental overload. Moreover, one cannot instantly elevate oneself to 150. Time is a requisite. Thus, teammates must be reasonably competent. They need not be exceptional, but at the very least, they should not create a glaring disparity in matchups. If they were to reach a level comparable to their opponents, they would have already been disadvantaged in terms of rank and equipment, making it unplayable. As the two conversed, the official representatives from the league arrived, a man and a woman, both impeccably dressed and smiling, yet emanating an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Their gaze towards Lu Xian and Abu held an unmistakable condescension. "Hello, I am Abu, the manager of EDG," Abu greeted, approaching them with a smile and extending his hand. "I am Zhou Hui, a designer from the league's official team, and this is Zhang Lu, a planner from the league. The individual you were in contact with previously was our colleague from the business department." The man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, introduced himself and his companion. "You must be Lu Xian. I have watched your matches, and your performance with the Tide Caller was truly remarkable," the official designer Zhou Hui said, smiling as he approached Lu Xian. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian recognized that the individual was merely indulging in pleasantries, having not truly watched the match, and he chose not to expose the FAOD. It was all just a matter of social finesse. "I, too, have seen your design for the champion, Dr. Mundo, if I recall correctly. He bears quite a resemblance to you," Lu Xian remarked with a smile as he shook hands with the other man. "Dr. Mundo? Indeed, he is as dashing as I am, and I must admit, I drew inspiration for myself during the design," Zhou Hui replied, his grin widening. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Zhou Hui was entirely indifferent to the matches. It now seemed that this individual was even more astute than he had anticipated. How could someone who was oblivious to the League of Legends champions be a designer? Yet, upon reflection, it was plausible that he had merely crafted a few champion models without engaging in gameplay, a scenario not uncommon. After all, how else could one explain the presence of a champion like a barrel-wielding figure in a realm of swords and sorcery? Besides Zhou Hui, Zhang Lu produced her phone, displaying a photo of Dr. Mundo, causing Zhou Hui's smile to falter abruptly, his expression turning an unsettling shade of green with indignation. Even more so, Lu Xian thought, unwilling to coddle this man. Zhou Hui pointed at Lu Xian, seemingly prepared to unleash his frustration, but Zhang Lu intervened, halting him. "Let us return to the matter at hand, Mr. Lu Xian. We are here regarding the design of champion skins. We intend to create 2 new skins and would like to seek your input," Zhang Lu stated, directly articulating the purpose of their visit. Chapter 54. Summon Your Leader. The Divine King's design stuns the crowd indeed. In light of your performance during the Spring Championship Finals and your unique usage of special heroes, the League officials intend to create a set of skins for Garen and the Butcher. "We seek your personal insights on this matter," Zhou Hui elaborated. He regained his composure, reverting to his previous air of arrogance. Not only he, but also Zhang Lu, who accompanied him, exuded a similar demeanor. Their presence was merely to execute the orders from their superiors, leaving them perplexed by the purpose of their visit. In their eyes, consulting Xuan was utterly unnecessary. After all, he was merely a dropout, a boy ensnared by the internet, incapable of offering any constructive opinions. It was they with their advanced degrees and background from abroad, who could analyze gaming data to craft superior skins and devise more engaging events. Very well, however, I have one condition. I require a consulting fee, Xuan remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at the two. A consulting fee? Zhou Hui and Zhang Lu were taken aback. They had not anticipated such an absurd request from Xuan. Zhou Hui adjusted his glasses and addressed Xuan. I apologize, but such a precedent has never occurred, and I do not believe you can provide any valuable insights. Xuan maintained a smile, exuding calmness. That is only because you have never encountered someone like me before. If you too lack decision-making authority, you may refer to someone of higher rank. I assure you, my designs will be nothing short of extraordinary. To put it plainly, they will sell like hotcakes. Zhou Hui was about to engage Xuan in further debate when Zhang Lu interjected, pulling him back. I need to contact my supervisor, Zhang Lu stated as he stood to make a phone call, mumbling a series of words before returning. Bring him the designs we have already prepared, he instructed Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui furrowed his brow at this, but this is confidential internal material. If you show it to him, he will not have any objections. Those are the exact words from our leader, Zhang Lu replied. Hearing this, Zhou Hui finally retrieved a stack of documents from his bag and handed them to Xuan. This is our proposed design. Now you may share your opinions, Zhou Hui said, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes as he anticipated Xuan's embarrassment. As Xuan perused the materials, his frown deepened with each page he turned. What in the world is this? Primitive Garen and Primitive Butcher, both wielding bone clubs and adorned with leaves from trees. Who would buy this? Furthermore, there are no special effects. According to the description, Garen's ultimate involves a massive bone club falling from the sky, while the Butcher-S involves leaping to strike with his bone club. Are you captivated by my design? Zhou Hui observed Xuan's increasingly furrowed brow, his own smile widening in delight. I am impressed, Xuan conceded. Xuan tossed the materials on the table in frustration. Enough already. Zhou Hui began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Xuan. What kind of design is this? It is an affront not only to me, but also to Garen and Nasu's. Two formidable heroes reduced to mere primitives? Is this even appropriate? Zhou Hui was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xuan's frown was directed at his design. Then what kind of background do you propose? Zhou Hui shot a disgruntled glance at Xuan, believing him to be deliberately provoking him. Divine kings, two divine kings, inheritors of the wills of angels and demons, with ancestors tied to both realms. They are certainly not mere primitives. Hurry and summon your superior. I wish to discuss this matter in person. Upon hearing Xuan's declaration, Zhou Hui was left speechless, astonished that Xuan could articulate such a rationale. Zhang Lu, who stood nearby, was equally stunned. She had not anticipated that Xuan had conducted such thorough research. Though his remarks were brief, they perfectly encapsulated the backgrounds of the two heroes. In the game, Noxus and Demacia are opposing factions, much like angels and demons. And the title of Divine King is undoubtedly more compelling than that of a primitive. Please hold on a moment, Zhang Lu said, quickly rising to make a phone call. Speaking rapidly. Our leader will be here shortly. Just a moment. Before long, her superior arrived, dressed casually and exuding a friendly demeanor, presenting an approachable impression. Whether he was a wolf in sheep's clothing or not was of little concern to Xuan. He simply needed someone capable of solidifying the matter so he could profit from the two skins. Hello, I am Huang Shi, the project leader for the League, Huang Shi said, stepping forward to shake hands with Xuan. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xuan delved into the core of the discussion, elaborating on the design concepts for the Divine King Nasu's and Divine King Garen skins. He detailed everything from character backgrounds to models and even the intricate details of the skin effects. Initially, Zhou Hui regarded this with disdain, but as he listened, his astonishment grew. Xuan's design utterly eclipsed his own, making Zhou Hui feel as though he were the primitive one. Huang Shi and Zhang Lu were equally astonished. They had not expected Xuan to conceive such extraordinary skins. Regarding the consultation fee, There will be no issue. I will apply to headquarters. We can likely allocate 1 million. Huang Shi grinned at Lu Xian, clearly pleased with his designs. Zhou Hui and Zhang Lu were nearly drooling at the prospect. 1 million was no trivial sum for either of them, representing years of hard work. Yet, Lu Xian had merely spoken for less than an hour. 1 million per hour, astounding. Nevertheless, Zhou Hui and Zhang Lu had to concede that Lu Xian's designs were indeed exceptional. With the added prestige of Lu Xian's recent victory in the spring tournament using these two heroes, the skins would undoubtedly be a commercial success if crafted according to his vision, as the three assumed that Lu Xian would be exceedingly exhilarated. His brow furrowed instead. 1 million is far too little. 1 million is insufficient. Zhou Hui was perplexed. Indeed, comparisons can be disheartening. He thought to himself that even if his original project succeeded, the reward would merely be 30,000, which would suffice to bring him joy for an entire year. Huang Shi was equally bewildered, never anticipating that Lu Xian's appetite would be so grand. I have already presented the utmost sincerity. 1 million is the maximum amount that our design department can offer, and should this skin fail to sell well, we too will bear the responsibility. Huang Shi gazed at Lu Xian, his expression a mixture of emotions. Is the design department limited to just 1 million? What about other departments? The business department? Which department is responsible for selling the skins? I also have marketing design to consider. Upon hearing this, Huang Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you capable of handling it all? I am eager to learn more. Huang Shi turned his gaze towards Lu Xian. Kindly ask them to step away. Lu Xian gestured towards Zhou Hui and Zhang Lu. Huang Shi waved his hand, and the two quickly retreated outside. Lu Xian then turned to Abu. You should also step aside. Commercial secrets must not be divulged. Upon hearing this, Abu contemplated giving Lu Xian a piece of advice. But recalling Edward Zhu's admonition, he restrained himself and followed suit outside the base. Now, may we speak freely? Huang Shi could hardly contain his anticipation. Chapter 55. The Value of the War Order. Astonished League executives, I glanced at your ID badge. Lu Xian refrained from directly articulating his proposal, instead raising his gaze towards Huang Shi. Without hesitation, Huang Shi retrieved his ID badge from his pocket and handed it to Lu Xian. I am a chief planner and executor of this project for the League. Rest assured, if your marketing strategy proves effective, I can arrange for you to receive a share of the skin sales, Huang Shi stated earnestly, looking at Lu Xian. The designs Lu Xian previously proposed for the divine King Nasu's and Garen had greatly intrigued him. Otherwise, he would not have lingered here, engaging in idle chatter with Lu Xian. After confirming Huang Shi's identity by glancing at the ID badge, Lu Xian decided against further delay and directly presented his marketing plan. Have you ever played Dota? Lu Xian inquired. Of course, we study all MOBA games. What does this have to do with Dota? Huang Shi's curiosity grew with each moment. Then you should be familiar with the Little Green Book, right? Dota initially raised its championship prize pool through the sale of the Little Green Book. For each book sold, the prize pool increased by 250, and players purchasing the Little Green Book would unlock additional rewards as the championship prize pool grew, Lu Xian explained, nodding as Huang Shi followed along. Huang Shi, as the project lead, was well aware of this. He understood the competitive landscape thoroughly. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to grasp Lu Xian's intention and tentatively asked, Are you suggesting we adopt a similar sales model, creating a milestone for skin sales, where players can unlock additional rewards once a certain number of skins are purchased? After articulating his thoughts, Huang Shi found the feasibility appealing but felt it might not differ significantly from standard skin sales. After all, the Little Green Book sold so well due to players' passion for the game, supported by the championship prize pool. This purely skin sales prize pool would likely give players the impression that the league was profiting excessively, akin to directly informing them that a particular skin had generated millions in sales. However, such an approach would leave players feeling as if we were blatantly extracting money from their pockets. Huang Shi voiced his concerns. Wrong, utterly wrong. Lu Xian paused before continuing. Do you perceive me as a person driven solely by the pursuit of wealth? Quite the contrary. Huang Shi silently acknowledged the irony, considering Lu Xian's design fee of 1 million seemed insufficient, a clear testament to his avaricious nature. Lu Xian continued, "A gentleman appreciates wealth, but acquires it through righteous means. I aim to secure welfare for my family." He introduced his selling method, which he termed the pass or war order system. Upon purchase, players could complete in-game tasks to gain war order experience, elevating their war order level and unlocking corresponding rewards. Lu Xian divulged the essence of the war order system, a concept that would later become exceedingly prevalent, with every rechargeable game inevitably incorporating it, a testament to its formidable money-making prowess. In contrast to the current league, which relies solely on the simplistic sale of skins or repetitive lottery draws, this new approach is akin to a dimensional strike. The astonishment evident on Huang Shi's face reveals the profound impact this concept has had on him, an entirely unimagined method of skin sales. Compared to the enigmatic mechanical spirit of the clockwork sorceress, the radiant star of the magical girl, the lunar lantern of the rampaging Lolita, the melodious chords of the sweetheart baby, the magnificent symphony of the idol singer, and Lee Sin's divine dragon totem, these recycled lottery systems pale in comparison. The Battle Pass system possesses a certain allure. Were I a player, I too would find it irresistible to purchase, as it inherently enhances user engagement. You're nothing short of a commercial genius. It would be a pity not to pursue a career in business strategy. Huang Shi couldn't help but marvel at this formidable model. Not only is it applicable to the league, but it seems to be adopted by other games as well. And he was already eager to promote it. If successful, the resulting benefits could not only yield substantial rewards, but also elevate his rank significantly. Yet, there lies a fundamental truth. The essence is not in charging fees, but rather in offering free access. Lu Xian's voice resonated once more. Huang Shi was utterly taken aback. This isn't the core? Free is the essence? He found himself momentarily disoriented. Lu Xian elaborated. The rewards of the Battle Pass are divided into paid and free tiers. Players who do not purchase the Battle Pass can still receive free rewards and accumulate experience to level up their pass. Upon choosing to buy it, they can claim all paid rewards corresponding to their current pass level at once. Upon hearing this, Huang Shi was left in complete shock. It can be played this way? His heart raced with excitement. This ingenious strategy of offering free access before charging is a brilliant money-making tactic. Few can resist such temptation. Would you be interested in joining my team with a base salary of 1 million? Huang Shi seriously proposed to Lu Xian. It would be a grave misfortune for such talent to pursue a professional career. Lu Xian shook his head, maintaining his composure as he replied. Winning the S championship and successfully challenging the Koreans is my ultimate life goal. Young man, you possess ambition, and I have faith in you. Feel free to reach out whenever you wish to join. Huang Shi looked at Lu Xian with admiration, unable to resist offering him a business card. Lu Xian accepted it graciously. Although $1 million salary is enticing, he understood that he would likely be exposed within a couple of days if he took the offer. This exceptional design was not his creation. He was merely an ordinary player who had made a few purchases. Even if Lu Xian refrained from speaking about it, this concept would soon emerge in the Penguin system, potentially extending across various games. Currently, it simply happened to be absent, allowing Lu Xian to seize a unique opportunity. Such chances are rare. To apply this model to skin sales and enjoy a surge in sales is already commendable. Huang Shi contemplated for a moment before stating, I will apply to headquarters for a Battle Pass sale, guaranteeing you at least a $5 share, which is quite generous. Lu Xian nodded. A $5 share was indeed substantial. It is important to note that when professional players win championships, the revenue from selling a single skin seldom exceeds $5. The reason being that the number of individuals involved in profit sharing is exceedingly high, and the club takes a significant portion, leaving the actual amount that reaches the players rather meager. Moreover, this period witnesses the highest number of participants in the league, with nearly 100 million active users monthly. While it is unrealistic to expect every individual to make a purchase, conservatively estimating sales could exceed 1 million copies. Selling 1 million units would yield a profit of 5 million. The most crucial aspect, however, is that Lu Xian was required to contribute nothing. It was merely a conversation lasting 2 hours that morning. Huang Shi bid farewell to Lu Xian with great enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to return and arrange for the creation of the Battle Pass system. Lu Xian felt a sense of anticipation as well, curious about the ultimate number of sales. After everyone departed, Abu approached Lu Xian, gazing at him in disbelief. He had not expected Lu Xian to actually secure the consulting fee, and a staggering 1 million at that. Even more astonishing was Huang Shi's expression upon leaving. It seemed as if he had received profound insight from a sage, suddenly awakened to new understanding. "Are you still going to MSI?" Abu inquired, his confidence shaken by Lu Xian's recent maneuvers. Lu Xian, however, remained composed, replying, "Of course, not only will I attend, but I shall also claim victory." Chapter 56. The MSI commences. Is the God King skin about to launch? The day of departure has swiftly arrived. This time, the processing of EDG's passport went exceedingly smoothly, avoiding any recurrence of the chaotic incidents reminiscent of the past. Lu Xian, accompanied by the members of EDG, successfully boarded the flight to São Paulo. This city marks the first stop of the MSI, where the play-ins and group stages will unfold. Teams from the LPL, LCK, and LCS regions are exempt from the play-in rounds. Thus, EDG, SKT, and G2 advance directly to the group stage. Meanwhile, teams from other regions must compete in the play-ins to identify the 3 strongest teams that will progress to the group stage. As the airplane soared through the sky, Lu Xian and his companions arrived in São Paulo and checked into their designated hotel. Although the play-ins had yet to conclude, and there were still several days until EDG took the stage for the group matches, the team had already entered a state of preparation. The coach and the others gathered daily to watch the matches of the play-in teams, analyzing potential adversaries. However, Lu Xian stood apart. He roamed the streets of São Paulo like a carefree wanderer, visiting various landmarks, creating an impression more akin to that of a tourist than a competitor. The manager wished to intervene, but found himself utterly powerless. The contract had been signed, and Lu Xian's outrageous demands had all been acquiesced to. Pondered over the scene when he had conveyed Lu Xian's request to Zhu, his brow furrowing in concern. He had anticipated an explosive outburst from Zhu, but to his surprise, there was nary a frown. Zhu had chuckled amiably and promptly instructed his secretary to draft the contract template, hastily signing it with Lu Xian, as if fearing any delay would cause Lu Xian to vanish. "If I were the boss, I would never have so readily acquiesced to his demands." Shook his head, letting out a sigh, his face etched with helplessness. Meanwhile, Lu Xian strolled along the bustling streets of São Paulo, beaming with joy. Bored and seeking amusement, he decided to initiate a live stream. His first stop on this global journey, São Paulo, Brazil. Lu Xian faced the camera and greeted the viewers in the live stream. Upon noticing the surge in viewers, he was taken aback. Despite just starting the stream, an influx of spectators flooded in. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000. In mere moments, the count exceeded 100,000 and continued to rise. The number surpassed those of his previous stream in preparation for the MSI with Decima. Gift notifications and comments flooded the screen. Am I truly a live streaming prodigy? As Lu Xian contemplated this, he suddenly noticed a comment in the chat. "Is it true that you designed the King God skin? It's quite stylish." Upon reading this comment, Lu Xian promptly recalled and began searching online for information regarding the hero skins. The first result he encountered was a video revealing the God King skins for Draven and Garen. Lu Xian clicked to view the video, which explicitly stated that the skin was designed by him. No wonder so many people tuned in as soon as the live stream began. It all makes sense now. However, there was something oddly familiar about this skin. Lu Xian furrowed his brow as he examined the skins of the champions Nasus and Garen, feeling as if he had encountered them before. Could it be that this was modified from the primitive skins previously designed? Observing the character model's movements, he noted a striking resemblance to the primitive design by Zhou Hui, albeit with a completely transformed appearance enhanced by dazzling effects. It dawned on Lu Xian how rapidly this had come together. He realized that it was likely a modification of the primitive model. He held no objections, as long as the end product was a divine skin that could sell like hotcakes. Yet, Lu Xian sensed a troubling issue. The skin's release felt excessively rushed. Was there a fear of him losing at MSI? A vague suspicion began to form in his mind. It seemed the league wanted to capitalize on the momentum of his recent spring championship victory to hastily launch the skin. If EDG failed to secure victory at MSI, it would undoubtedly have a detrimental effect on the skin sales. After all, the current promotion was closely tied to Xuan, especially since he had made a statement during the post-spring interview suggesting that even gods could bleed, evoking a sense of impending confrontation with divine beings. If he were to lose, especially to Faker, the divine skin would become a laughingstock. Who would still want to purchase it? Xuan increasingly felt this possibility was plausible. Considering EDG's notorious track record in international matches, they could lose to any team, regardless of the economic disparity. If someone were to offer EDG a single, they could undoubtedly rival TES. In contrast, SKT was riding high, having clinched the MSI championship last year in the S tournament finals, with Faker already establishing a three-time championship dynasty. The disparity in strength between the World Championship SKT and the league was glaring, clearly favoring SKT as the more likely victor. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xuan abruptly ended the live stream and dialed Huang Shi's number. As soon as the call connected, Huang Shi's excited voice rang out. "Are you planning to join us, brother?" "No, I wanted to inquire about the revenue sharing for the Battle Pass." Xuan replied calmly. "We've already applied to headquarters, just as discussed. For each Battle Pass sold, you'll receive a 5 share. We plan to launch it in a couple of days, estimating at least 3 million sales." Huang Shi concluded with barely contained laughter. Not only was there the issue of skin sales, but the Battle Pass was also a factor. He had successfully promoted it, expanding his responsibilities beyond just the league to encompass multiple gaming sectors. Should the promotion yield positive results, Huang Shi's ranking would soar. "I owe you one, my friend. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me. Actually, there's something right now." "Oh, what is it?" Huang Shi asked, slightly taken aback. Xuan promptly shared his earlier thoughts, and Huang Shi, without hesitation, candidly responded. Indeed, as Xuan had anticipated, the league harbored concerns regarding EDG's potential defeat against SKT, prompting them to hastily sell battle passes. "I am determined to lead my team to victory at MSI, and thus, I hope to initiate the sale of the battle passes only after we have secured the championship." Xuan candidly articulated his demands. Upon hearing this, Huang Shi fell into silence. He was well aware that should Xuan triumph, the skins would undoubtedly sell even better. However, he harbored doubts about EDG's ability to overcome SKT. Huang Shi, being a spectator of the matches, recalled how the head coach had just proven who the world's foremost jungler was last year. Presently, the world's top jungler, Peanut, still represented SKT, and it seemed likely that he would once again dominate the head coach. "Very well, I shall assist you. I will exert my utmost efforts to facilitate this matter." Huang Shi finally resolved after a moment of contemplation, choosing to extend this courtesy to Xuan. With Xuan's proposed battle pass, he was not solely responsible for one project within the league, even in the event of loss. The success of battle passes in other games would not hinder his prospects for promotion. Conversely, should they emerge victorious, the profits would be substantial, likely resulting in a remarkable surge in skin sales, thereby establishing a hallmark achievement for him at Tencent and solidifying his position. Moreover, Huang Shi's willingness to comply with Xuan stemmed from his admiration for the individual. He sensed an extraordinary charm in Xuan and was inclined to take a chance. In the following days, Xuan continued to meander through the area, savoring local delicacies and immersing himself in the cultural milieu. The play-in stage gradually drew to a close, revealing the victors, and as the group stage commenced, the day of EDG's battle arrived. Chapter 57, EDG's consecutive defeats and the Brazilian barbecue poisoning incident after an intense competition in the qualifying rounds. The 3 teams that ultimately advanced to the group stage were Flash Wolves, FW, North America's TSM, and Vietnam's GM team. These 3 teams joined EDG, G2, and SKT, forming a total of 6 teams for the group stage. As it was the mid-season invitational, the entire MSI schedule was relatively short, considering that each region needed to return home to compete in their respective leagues for a chance to qualify for the World Championship. Thus, The group stage adopted a best-of-one double round-robin format. Taking EDG as an example, they were to face the other 5 teams in sequential best-of-one matches, with each team competing against one another twice, culminating in a total of 10 games. A victory would earn a team 1 point, while a loss would incur no penalties. The 4 teams with the highest points at the end would progress to the knockout stage, held at the Olympic Stadium in Rio de Janeiro, to determine the champion. Prior to the commencement of the matches, there was an opening ceremony. Xuan accompanied the EDG team to the venue. Abu was somewhat surprised by Xuan's presence, as he had assumed Xuan had already embarked on a solo adventure toward Rio de Janeiro. After all, Xuan had repeatedly stated that he would only intervene at critical moments. Abu felt that there would be little opportunity for Xuan to make his mark during the group stage, believing that while SKT was formidable, they could at most secure 2 victories against EDG. Moreover, after days of analysis, Abu did not think the other teams posed a significant threat to EDG. By his calculations, EDG could secure 8 points, and even with a misstep resulting in 1 loss, 7 points would suffice for a secure advancement. Abu shared his analytical conclusions with Xuan, only to receive an eye roll in return. Failing to respect your opponents will lead you to defeat. Stunned by Xuan's assertion, Abu was momentarily at a loss. If the team captain had made such a statement, it would be understandable, given that he had been studying MSI opponents since the spring season. However, Xuan, upon arriving in São Paulo, seemed to have focused more on the attractions and culinary delights of the area. Was this what he called respecting opponents? Abu contemplated debating further, but the opening ceremony had commenced, with electrifying music resonating throughout the venue. At the center of the stage was a vibrant local dance performance, brimming with passion. Before long, the performance concluded, leading into the team introductions. Let us welcome SKT. As the host's voice echoed, the SKT team took the stage, prompting the audience to erupt in cheers, chanting Faker's name in unison, their voices rising like a tidal wave, even surpassing the previously exhilarating music, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Witnessing this scene, Xuan felt a pang of admiration. This was the allure of Faker, the very essence of the team's spirit. For the vast majority of League of Legends enthusiasts, Faker's accolades were enough to solidify his legendary status, reigning champion of the World Championship, a 3-time victor by the age of 20. Countless prodigies had faltered before the soaring genius, epitomizing the notion that mere talent is but the threshold to his realm. The waves have washed away countless heroes, yet the Demon King remains unyielding. Alas, Xuan gazed at Faker, a profound expression gracing his features. Consider this as a moment of psychological preparation for him. Before shedding tears in the bird's nest, let him first weep in Rio de Janeiro, acclimating himself to the sorrow. For failure is an inescapable thread woven through the fabric of life. Beside Xuan, the coach, known as the factory director, fixated intently on Peanut, Faker as companion. In the S6 World Championship, the factory director had solidified his reputation as the world's premier jungler. Reminded of last year's humiliation at the S tournament, his fists clenched tightly. This time I shall prove. At a critical moment, Xuan quickly interrupted the factory director's train of thought. Abu has called us to the stage. Xuan was genuinely apprehensive about the factory director's proof. After all, in S3, he had successfully demonstrated that Insec was the world's top jungler. In S4, he had validated Dandy. In S5, he had affirmed Cacao. And in S6, he had proven Peanut. If this continued, the implications for the upcoming MSI could be dire. After all, the will of 7 was formidable to resist. As the EDG players took to the stage, the cheers from the audience noticeably diminished. However, to Xuan's surprise, there were still a few voices calling out his name. Unbeknownst to him, his performances with Garen and Nasus during the spring season had gone viral online. Years later, the legendary player Adam would openly state in an interview that it was his viewing of Xuan's Nasus and Garen that inspired him to pursue a professional career. Is this person king? Faker observed Xuan with newfound interest. Indeed, I have been studying him for several days. Huni, the top laner from SKT, chimed in. King is merely a player of video games. The Emperor engine is but the frantic beating of a nervous heart. while those formidable figures are merely the creations of a bald, caped hero. Are you studying EDG's king, or are you researching One Punch Man's king? They are nearly the same. Both are paper tigers. Other top laners may fear him, but I do not, especially since apart from a few matches in the spring season, there is hardly anything else worth analyzing, Huni stated, exhibiting both confidence and resignation. Please respect your opponent. Unlike Huni's optimistic outlook, Faker had reviewed Lu Xian's match footage, and even he had to concede that Lu Xian was formidable. Yet, he was merely strong. He had triumphed over many powerful adversaries. Each team had made their entrance, and the group stage was officially underway. Lu Xian did not take to the field immediately. The top lane was still held by Xuan. In their opening match against SKT, despite the early start time of 3:30 a.m., a significant number of domestic viewers were drawn to EDG's first game. Not only fans of EDG, but supporters of other teams also rallied in the live stream to cheer for EDG. After all, it was an international event, and everyone hoped for an EDG victory. However, a portion of the audience believed that miracles were unlikely and that EDG would inevitably be overwhelmed by SKT. In terms of disappointment, EDG only incites despair. SKT decisively concluded the match with an overwhelming performance, and the team's manager once again demonstrated that his previous assertions were not erroneous, as he was thoroughly outmatched by Peanut. Losing to SKT was not inherently problematic, especially as it was merely the first match and the audience could accept it. However, in the subsequent second match, EDG succumbed to TSM. The following day, they were defeated by the Vietnamese Team Jam, plunging into a disheartening 3-match losing streak. This ignited widespread dissatisfaction among domestic viewers, with a barrage of criticism raining down. Losing to SKT was one thing, but to lose to GM as well? Oh, the lamentations for EDG. Struggling against TSM, a team often deemed an internal battle deity, was disheartening. I almost forgot. EDG too is a deity of internal skirmishes, adept in domestic contests, yet lacking in international affairs, appearing even less competent than TSM. If they continue to falter, 2 more losses could lead them straight back home. Will they falter against the Flash Wolves next? And what of King? Why not allow King to take the stage? In the face of relentless public scrutiny, Abu hastily emerged to provide explanations. He first claimed that the team had yet to adjust to the time difference, then suggested that the players suffered food poisoning from Brazilian barbecue. Yet none of the viewers were convinced. Such excuses had been employed long ago in ancient times. The fans still vividly recall Nami's bowl of beef noodles from yesteryear. Lu Xian, perhaps you should take the field next. Abu cast a desperate glance towards Lu Xian. Chapter 58. Lu Xian takes the stage. The day of the broken swords reforging, the return of the night, Lu Xian nodded in agreement to Abu's request. Although he did not believe that EDG could effortlessly advance to the playoffs, he had not anticipated their performance to decline to such an extent. If he did not enter the arena now, and they continued to lose, EDG was at significant risk of being eliminated in the group stage. Lu Xian was not keen on witnessing such a scenario. He was eagerly awaiting the sale of championship skins. Glancing at the next opponent, the Flash Wolves FW team, Lu Xian felt a wave of familiarity wash over him, particularly with Karsa. The thought of Karsa and the current top laner of FW brought an involuntary smile to Lu Xian's face. He had not realized it before, but now he somewhat understood why Karsa had once been so overwhelmed when facing 369. It was because FW's top laner was of a similar ilk, one who did not practice champions and would directly constrain the team with his drafts. Coupled with even more audacious commentary. What are you laughing at? Abu, taken aback by Lu Xian's sudden laughter, was bewildered. Given EDG's current predicament, he found no reason to smile. The Flash Wolves were not a weak team, and a best-of-1, B01 format was fraught with unpredictability. Even SKT had just fallen to the Flash Wolves in their recent matchup. Unlike SKT, who had begun with a 3-0 record and could afford a loss, EDG's 0-3 start meant that another defeat would send them perilously close to the precipice of elimination. Their fate would then hinge on the performance of other teams, and even a perfect subsequent run would not guarantee advancement. It's nothing, just some happy thoughts, Lu Xian replied. dismissing the need to explain to Abu as he quietly awaited the commencement of the match. "Welcome back, dear viewers. I am commentator Wawa," announced the familiar voice. "And I am commentator Miller. You are now watching the second day of the group stage of the MSI Mid-Season Invitational, with the upcoming match featuring EDG against FW. The camera in the broadcast studio focused on Wawa and Miller, who noted that EDG had yet to secure a victory, while the Flash Wolves had already garnered 2 points and had just triumphed over SKT, riding high on momentum. Indeed, we have received news that King will take the stage as the top laner for EDG in this next match. Wawa's voice had scarcely faded before the chat room erupted. The screen was flooded with messages of King. Finally, King is getting his chance to play. But even his presence does not guarantee victory. FW's jungle is as formidable as peanuts, and he might end up being overwhelmed, some viewers mused. If they lose again, they might as well take an early vacation. As the chat whirled with excitement over Lu Xian's impending debut, there was also a palpable lack of faith in EDG. Their 3 consecutive defeats have been nothing short of shocking. "All right, both teams are entering the draft phase," Wawa's voice rang out, and the broadcast transitioned to the BP phase. In this match, Flash Wolves represented the blue side, while EDG donned the red. As we observe, Flash Wolves opted to ban both Kennen and Fiora in their first move. There is a prevailing notion that their top laner, MMD, has a pronounced aversion to these champions, particularly Fiora, with whom he possesses no familiarity, having never played a single match. Commentators Doimb and Miller engaged in a discussion about the team's bans, while sharing amusing anecdotes from outside the game. It is plausible that Flash Wolves believe these 2 champions would allow King to exhibit formidable prowess, especially considering Hyunhee's remarkable performance with Fiora in a previous match against SKT. However, this seems unlikely, as Flash Wolves have consistently chosen to ban these champions in their own regional competitions. At this juncture, both commentators chuckled. Their commentary reflected a lack of understanding regarding the match dynamics. MMD is indeed a formidable player, whether he is piloting champions like Cho'Gath or Fishman. It appears the commentators are biased toward EDG. Should they not favor their own region? Must they then lean toward the opposing one? The audience's comments erupted in lively debate. As the ban phase continued, Flash Wolves eliminated Aatrox, prompting a collective sigh from the audience and commentators alike. EDG responded by banning Karsa's signature Lee Sin, along with the previously strong mid laners Syndra and LeBlanc. The selection phase commenced, with Flash Wolves immediately securing the jungle champion Graves, the mid laner Talia, and the support Lulu. EDG, in turn, selected the jungle champion Sejuani, the mid laner Azir, and the AD carry Caitlyn. As the second round of bans began, Flash Wolves eliminated Garen and Dr. Mundo, drawing gas from the audience and leaving Doimb and Miller astonished. Banning 5 top laners indicates that Flash Wolves have thoroughly studied King, showing him due respect. EDG subsequently banned the potent AD carries Kog'Maw and Twitch. MMD, the top laner for Flash Wolves, sought his coach's counsel. "Shall I select Fishman? The opposing team likely lacks a capable counter for him," he mused. The coach, albeit somewhat resigned, concurred. MMD's skills are commendable, yet he is reluctant to diversify his champion pool, necessitating consistent bans of Kennen and Fiora. This time, due to the peculiar champion pool of the opposing top laner, they were compelled to ban 3 additional champions. Fortunately, MMD secured the champion he desired. Following the coach's advice, Flash Wolves MMD chose Fishman, while their AD carry selected Ashe. EDG support, Miko, opted for Karma, leaving the top lane champion yet to be chosen. Flash Wolves' composition is notably aggressive, reminiscent of their namesake. They excel at early game tempo, accumulating advantages through continuous skirmishes and swiftly concluding matches. Indeed, in previous encounters, including their bout against SKT, Flash Wolves concluded games within 30 minutes, leaving no opportunity for SKT to orchestrate a comeback. It remains uncertain what Champion King will ultimately select for the top lane. Will he opt for a late-game hero or choose to confront his adversaries head-on? Commentators Wawa and Miller delve into the intricacies of the Flash Wolves team while simultaneously keeping a keen eye on Lu Xian's champion choice. The audience, both present at the venue and watching the live broadcast, fixates on EDG's fifth pick, eagerly anticipating that Xuan will secure a champion adept at engaging in combat. Many spectators even find themselves fervently praying before their screens. No tree, no tree, no tree. Yet, when EDG's fifth pick is revealed, it is indeed the tree. Discontented murmurs arise among the crowd, only to be abruptly silenced as the tree is swiftly replaced, giving way to a striking white-haired beauty. On the day of the reforging of the broken sword and the knight's return, the sound of champion locking resonates. Amidst the collective anticipation, Xuan decisively locks in Riven. In this match, he has truly emerged as the carry. Chapter 59. Astonishing MMD. King S. Riven soars above as Xuan locked in Riven. The audience erupted in cheers. Given the character's intricate mechanics and previous nerfs, Riven had not graced the competitive scene for quite some time. The spectators had grown weary of the same top-lane champions, Garen, Galio, Thresh, heroes whose skills had become second nature even to those who did not play the game. In a live broadcast, viewers were astounded to see Xuan select Riven, filling the chat with question marks. Riven? Could King truly master such a mechanically demanding champion? Of course, Xuan had trained rigorously with Master Ma, the pioneer of the lightning-fast 3Q and the headbanging Riven style. The chat exploded with excitement, especially among those who had witnessed Xuan's previous teaching sessions with Decima. They were taken aback, as they had not anticipated that Xuan's debut match would feature Riven. In their view, Xuan had never demonstrated proficiency with a champion as mechanically intensive as Riven. Unlike champions like Darius, Garen, or Aatrox, which relied more on timing and understanding of the hero rather than intricate execution, Riven demanded true skill. The fluidity of her skill combos made it feel less like a MOBA and more akin to a fighting game. Some streamers even utilized game controllers to play her. Many dedicated Riven players furrowed their brows at Xuan's selection. Riven had already undergone a stealth nerf, while she still possessed the lightning-fast Q. Its speed had diminished considerably compared to the past. The designers had imposed a forced animation on Riven's Q, which could no longer be cancelled by clicking the ground. Only a fraction of the animation's downtime could be mitigated. The most evident change was that previously, a complete lightning-fast Q combo could be executed in 1.5 seconds, whereas now, even the smoothest execution required at least 2.3 seconds, though this appears to be a mere 0.8 seconds difference. Even high-tier players could devise various counterplays within that brief window, let alone professional competitors. Many fans of EDG, after their initial cheers, calmed down, realizing Riven might not be as effective as they had envisioned. If targeted by the enemy jungler and ganked multiple times, Riven could easily become ineffective. With 30 seconds remaining before the enemy arrived on the battlefield, the voice chat echoed, signaling that the players from EDG and Flash Wolves were maneuvering their champions toward the river. There was no explosive team fight. Both teams engaged briefly before returning to their lanes. Xuan maneuvered Riven into the brush in the top lane, patiently awaiting the arrival of Fishman. MMD, the top laner from Flash Wolves, entered the lane as Fishman, brandishing his spear. As he approached the brush where Xuan lay in wait, he promptly deployed a yellow trinket, revealing the hidden Riven within the thicket. Alas, this time Riven's ambush has been uncovered, sighed the commentator Dawa. Indeed, MMD's Fishman displayed remarkable caution. It is evident that the Flash Wolves team had previously scrutinized King's gameplay, aware of his tendency to lurk in the brush at level 1, added the commentator, Miller. Failing to secure a trade-off at this juncture is a missed opportunity. The audience felt a wave of despondency at this turn of events. After all, Riven is quite formidable in early skirmishes. Had the Fishman ventured into the brush just moments ago, he could have exploited the vision advantage to deliver a devastating blow, reducing the Fishman to half health. Riven could have begun to exert pressure from level 1, but now that the ambush did not succeed, the standard lane initiation would make it challenging to dominate the Fishman. As long as the Fishman plays cautiously, maintaining a solid position in the lane should prove relatively simple. When the time comes, he could call for jungle assistance, rendering Riven utterly ineffective. Xuan, however, remained composed, guiding Riven out of the brush. He was not surprised by the failure to catch the fishman off guard. After all, this is a professional match. The coaching staff and data analysts are no fools. They quickly discern the strengths and tendencies of each player concerning their preferred champions. This explains the existence of a rookie protection period, as rival teams are initially unfamiliar with new players. Once thoroughly analyzed, however, this protection period concludes and a player's true capabilities emerge. Xuan deftly controlled Riven to farm normally, occasionally using her Q ability, Blade of the Exile, to harass. MMD's Fishman remained exceedingly cautious, retreating upon seeing Riven's Q approach. He waited until Riven's Q was on cooldown before moving in to secure last hits. Though he sustained a few hits, he still gained experience from the minions and maintained a safe health line, consistently remaining above half health. By the time Riven reached level 3, the Fishman had also attained the same level. "Help me set up a gank shortly," MMD communicated over the team voice chat. Karsa promptly replied, "I'll join after I clear this camp. Just hold steady." "No problem," MMD responded confidently. Now that the Fishman was level 3, lacking flash but possessing the E ability for mobility, he remained in an untargetable state after using E. As long as he exercised a modicum of caution, Riven would struggle to contend with him. MMD controlled the Fishman to approach and secure the low-health minion. Xuan directed Riven forward, her radiant broken sword cleaving toward the Fishman's head. MMD, having noticed Riven's advance, preemptively unleashed his W ability. The Fishman's spear gleamed with light as it lunged toward Riven. Strike and retreat, MMD thought, preparing to activate his E ability, Trickster, the moment the damage from W was dealt. As the spear's glow faded, the damage from the Fishman's W struck swiftly. However, MMD soon realized that he could not execute his E ability. Riven's Q had already been unleashed. The elegant dance of Q, the unwavering advance of A, the resonant roar of W, and the igniting spirit of S form a seamless chain of attacks, rendering MMD in awe as it appears that Riven has taken flight before him. Even his little fish companion seems to soar, swiftly succumbing to a barrage of strikes. First blood is drawn as EDG's king, Riven, eliminates FW's MMD, Fizz. The system's kill announcement jolts MMD back from a shock. He can hardly believe that he was so swiftly dispatched while at half health and without even executing his E ability. Riven's combo was astonishingly rapid, keeping him perpetually ensnared in a state of control. He had never witnessed, nor even heard of, such an extraordinary display of Riven's prowess. P.S. A word of sincerity, diligently posting 3 updates daily, yet I did not anticipate the absence of appreciation. Chapter 60. The slow-motion combo astonishes the audience. Flash Wolves seize the advantage as King S. Riven annihilates MMD's Fishman. The commentator, Wawa, gasps in astonishment. Is Riven's damage truly this formidable? Miller expresses his surprise as well. Just moments ago, Xuan's Riven executed an instantaneous burst of damage, surpassing their previous perceptions of the champion. Wasn't she supposed to be nerfed? Where exactly did they strike her? The audience is left bewildered. King has truly mastered Riven. She is impressive, even more so than Master Moss. This must be the level of a true specialist, perhaps even exceeding that of the renowned players. I have never witnessed such fluidity in gameplay. How is it that his Q ability has no recovery time, and his W skill shows no stiffness? What is happening? The screen is filled with discussions about Xuan's prowess. To the untrained eye, it appears as mere spectacle. To the experts, it reveals intricate techniques. Following Xuan's selection of Riven, a multitude of Riven aficionados flocked to observe. They were equally astonished when Riven effortlessly eliminated the Fishman. This combination was unprecedented to them. Initially, after Riven was nerfed, the hero, along with the game itself, seemed to lose allure, yet confidence in Riven's potential was reignited. If one could execute combos as smoothly as King, Riven could remain a formidable force. But how was this combination achieved? A throng of Riven enthusiasts eagerly stared at the screen, yearning for a replay of the kill. The director graciously obliged, switching the live feed to the moment Xuan's Riven dispatched MMD's Fishman. Riven struck the Fishman once, then unleashed her Q ability, launching herself into the air, while the Fishman stood motionless, akin to a bot. As Riven completed her combo and ignited her opponent, the Fishman collapsed with an exclamation. This scene elicited laughter from the audience. What is going on with the Flash Wolves top laner? Where's the E skill? Why was it not utilized? Like the team captain, there seems to be a lapse in judgment. They mockingly assert that the Fishman appeared to be a bot. No, even bots know to evade attacks. The Riven specialists furrowed their brows, their expressions reflecting contemplation, though they initially failed to discern the intricacies of the play. It was only when the director slowed the footage that they finally comprehended Lu Xian's technique. The three-part Q launched the Fishman, and in the split second of the Fishman's ascent, he canceled the Q's recovery with an auto-attack, followed by an E skill to negate the auto-attack's recovery, seamlessly transitioning into an auto-attack paired with W, stunning the Fishman as he regained mobility. By the time the Fishman was able to act, Riven had already struck and ignited. But what about the W skill S stiffness? Was it canceled with S? This was a stroke of genius in combo execution. All the Riven aficionados were left in awe. They believed themselves to be well-versed in Riven's mechanics. Yet Lu Xian's execution shattered their understanding, particularly the cancellation of W's stiffness using S, something they had never witnessed before. Numerous skilled Riven players eagerly commenced their practice. However, upon engaging in their exercises, they soon realized the insurmountable challenge of achieving the fluidity demonstrated by Lu Xian. Despite their utmost concentration, success eluded them, often yielding only a solitary triumph out of 100 attempts, primarily due to the exceedingly precise timing required for skill execution. Each interval demanded to be less than 0.2 seconds, if not lower, a feat only attainable through muscle memory or robotic precision. Even those who had already mastered their craft found themselves in need of extensive training. Meanwhile, the audience, engrossed in studying Riven's combos, found themselves dismayed. MMD was taken aback when Lu Xian effortlessly eliminated him. Be cautious. The opposing Riven is an expert. If all else fails, rely on experience. I'll assist the bot lane. Karsa communicated through the team voice chat. All right, MMD replied, resigned. In the face of such a formidable Riven, even summoning the jungler would likely result in a double kill during the early game. They had no choice but to wait for Gangplank to explore other lanes for opportunities to develop, and then return to confront Riven. Drawing from his previous experience of being vanquished, MMD's Fishman adopted a more cautious approach this time. He refrained from approaching the low-health minions and instead stood timidly beside the ranged minions. However, Lu Xian showed no mercy, commanding Riven to advance and forcibly pushing the Fishman out of the experience zone. The audience reacted with jeers. Even through his headset, MMD could faintly hear the disdainful sounds, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Fuming, MMD maneuvered his Fishman closer to the turret, as the absence of the jungler left him with no source of security other than the tower itself. As time progressed, a fresh clash erupted between EDG and FW. This time, FW's mid and jungle duo initiated a proactive assault on the bot lane. FW's AD carry, Betty, unleashed Ashe's ultimate, which struck Zet's Caitlyn directly. Concealed in the brush, Karsa's Gangplank swiftly emerged, unleashing his skills upon Caitlyn. Meanwhile, FW's mid laner, Maple, feigned a ward placement with his Talia, promptly activating his ultimate. The R skill, Seismic Shove, materialized a lengthy wall that connected to EDG's bot lane turret, severing the escape route for Caitlyn and Karma. Talia glided along the wall, seamlessly arriving at the bot lane, establishing a fortitude advantage. Even as Caitlyn regained mobility and swiftly utilized her flash alongside Karma, they were still caught by Talia's preemptive W skill, Seismic Shove. Rocks emerged beneath Caitlyn and Karma, lifting them back into the fray. FW unleashed a barrage of skills, decisively eliminating Caitlyn and Karma. The jungler, Piglet, arrived tardily, brandishing his boar whip, and upon witnessing the demise of the bot lane duo, hastily retreated. Yet was ensnared by Lulu's flash and transformation spell. FW's players crossed the turret and pursued Piglet, swiftly dispatching him with ease. It was a commendable display of support, and FW's mid lane assistance was remarkably timely. Had it not been for Talia's wall, EDG's bot lane might have escaped, especially with the jungler's arrival. The commentators noted, "But where is Scout? Why is he still in mid lane?" In the realm of the bound spirits, EDG is indeed fortunate. Do not hesitate. What more is there to contemplate? The fans of EDG were rendered speechless at this spectacle. Splendid. From the communication channel of the Flash Wolves, the exuberant voice of MMD resonated. Although he maintained control of the fishmen beneath the tower, it was he who orchestrated this play. Witnessing the successful execution of a 0-for-3 exchange brought MMD immense joy. As long as I remained steadfast, I cannot fathom that he would dare to dive the tower and slay me, MMD mused, gazing at the Riven displayed on his screen. Suddenly, he was taken aback. He beheld the broken sword in Riven's grasp, which had inexplicably enlarged. Chapter 61. MMD was utterly bewildered. The Lightning Wolf duo was filled with murderous intent. Was Riven planning to dive the tower? The commentator noticed Lu Xian's maneuver. EDG had just suffered a devastating 0-for-3 from FW, and it seemed King sought opportunities in the top lane. Commentator added that although Riven was level 8, the Fishman had already reached level 6 and possessed his ultimate ability, along with an E skill, making the kill seem unlikely. Just as words faded, Lu Xian guided Riven toward the Fishman beneath the tower. The minion wave had arrived at the tower, drawing its ire. MMD, seeing Riven approach, hastily unleashed his ultimate, fearing that if he hesitated, he would lose his chance. Shark! The Fishman hurled his skill at Riven. Lu Xian remained unfazed, calmly maneuvering Riven, executing an E skill to deftly evade the Fishman's ultimate, and continued his advance. MMD, witnessing the ultimate being dodged, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Observing Riven's relentless approach, he recognized Lu Xian's intent to kill. After assessing his health, MMD felt a slight relief. As long as he could avoid Riven's ultimate, he might survive. After all, with the tower's protection, Riven could not sustain her assault for long beneath it, having just enough time for a single combo before retreating. While MMD pondered this, Lu Xian's Riven had already engaged. He initiated with the classic auto attack followed by Q. Dance of Blades was unleashed. Riven's Q struck the Fishman. As Riven inflicted damage, the tower's aggression shifted toward her, unleashing a beam of light aimed at Riven. Ignoring the tower's fury, Lu Xian pressed the attack on the Fishman. A Kosk combo executed. The Fishman was launched into the air. His health plummeted, reaching Riven's execution threshold. The Fishman could not retaliate. But Riven had taken a hit from the tower, losing a third of her health, and a second tower shot was imminent. She could only remain under the tower for a couple more seconds. MMD fixated on the massive sword in Riven's grasp, understanding that Lu Xian would strike within those fleeting moments. The moment he saw Riven raise her ultimate, he could activate his E skill, utilizing the elusive nature of his ability to evade Riven's ultimate. If he successfully dodged it, he would be safe. Riven, having exhausted her skills, would only be left with auto attacks, which lacked the potency to kill him and could potentially lead to her demise by the tower. Now it was the moment. MMD observed Riven's colossal sword rise sharply, and he quickly unleashed his E skill. The Fishman leaped into the air, entering an invulnerable state. What? A look of shock suddenly crossed MMD's face, not from the joy of evading Riven's ultimate, but because Riven's sword merely swung through the air without releasing any blade energy. Instead, a recall effect illuminated her form. King deceived MMD's Fishman with a return to base trick. The audience gasped in astonishment. Such a miraculous maneuver. MMD was completely outwitted. As the commentator Miller's voice faded, Fishman's E skill concluded, and in that very moment, Lu Xian unleashed Riven's ultimate ability. Riven's colossal sword swung forward with tremendous force, the sword's energy slicing through the air, instantly vanquishing the nearly depleted Fishman. EDG's King, Exile Blade, claimed the life of FW's MMD title spirit. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers as Lu Xian gracefully withdrew Riven from beneath the tower. Although the tower's assault struck Riven, she survived, retreating just beyond the reach of its attacks. Was MMD truly so befuddled as to fail to discern the difference between Riven's return to base and her ultimate? Perhaps the tension had overwhelmed him, prompting him to hastily activate his ultimate upon seeing Riven raise her hand. King's strategic prowess in this encounter was commendable, evidently shattering MMD's mental fortitude. The live broadcast chat was filled with frenzied commentary. MMD stared at the darkened screen, feeling disoriented. His hands trembled from the mounting pressure. Riven is simply too formidable. I can barely keep my composure. MMD lamented in the team voice chat. The defensive tower was no longer his protector. You should head to the bottom lane to farm. We'll take the top lane, suggested the Lightning Wolf support, Sword Art. All right, MMD acquiesced to the advice. While facing a duo in the bottom lane might prove challenging for farming, it was preferable to being tower dived. Meanwhile, shifting the duo lane to the top would allow them to exert pressure on Riven. Xuan returned to the fountain, entering the shop to upgrade his items. He immediately enhanced his scattered pieces, acquiring a black cleaver and cooldown reduction boots. The significant cooldown reduction would shorten Riven's skill cooldowns, granting him greater operational flexibility. As he guided Riven back to the lane, he noticed the Lightning Wolves had indeed swapped their bottom duo to the top. They VE changed lanes. Shall we follow suit? Miko inquired in the team voice chat. Let us wait a moment. I need to secure this wave first. The minions are too valuable, Xuan replied, glancing at the minion wave, which still contained a bounty of gold. Reluctantly, he decided to remain cautious. All right, just be careful. Thus, Xuan continued to command Riven in the top lane, farming diligently. The opposing duo of Ashe and Lulu periodically unleashed their skills to harass Riven. Despite the shield provided by Riven's E-skill, her health gradually diminished over time. Observing Riven's health drop to roughly half, the Lightning Wolves bottom duo felt a surge of ambition. When he comes back to farm, I'll hit him with my ultimate and see if I can take him down, said the AD carry from the Lightning Wolves. He has probably got his ultimate now. We should exercise caution, the support remarked, furrowing his brow. Riven's previous performance had been excessively impressive, leading him to believe a more conservative approach was prudent. You have your ultimate as well. When you see him activate his, just transform him into a sheep. I still have my W skill for slowing. What is there to fear? The AD carry from the Lightning Wolves remained resolute in his desire to confront Xuan's Riven. Very well, let us give it a try. Observing the unwavering determination of the AD, the support from Flash Wolves refrained from further persuasion. After all, Riven stands as the sole advantage for EDG at this moment. Should they manage to eliminate Riven once, it would significantly hinder her development, thereby solidifying their chances of victory. With the support's descent quelled, the Flash Wolves AD began to seek opportunities. As Riven stepped forward to secure a cannon minion, Ashe unleashed her ultimate ability. The magical arrow soared forth, striking Riven directly. A successful hit. Filled with excitement, Ashe advanced to engage Riven, while Lulu hurriedly bestowed an attack speed shield upon her. It seemed a kill was imminent. As Riven's health dwindled, the duo from Flash Wolves bot lane felt a surge of exhilaration. At that moment, Riven regained her composure from a stun. Instead of utilizing Flash to escape swiftly with E, she executed a forward E-flash. As she reached the vicinity of Lulu and Ashe, the runes of her broken sword had already expanded. Chapter 62. In an instant, the blade is drawn seamlessly. What is happening? Why is there no initiation animation? The AD carry of the Lightning Wolf was taken aback when Riven suddenly appeared before him, especially as Riven's runic blade had transformed into a colossal runic sword. There was no lengthy animation typically associated with her ultimate. She merely grew larger mid-E ability in a fluid motion. You seek to eliminate me despite your lack of development? On the other side of the screen, Xuan wore a grim expression. He had grown increasingly vexed with the incessant harassment from Ashe and Lulu, and now that Ashe was intent on taking his life, Xuan could no longer endure it. He charged forward, executing a swift ER flash directly into their midst. Utilizing his E ability to cancel the cast animation of his R ability and the flash's rigidity, he slashed with precision. A strike landed on Ashe, and the combo continued. W, Spirit S Roar, Q, Blade of the Broken Wings, R, Exile's Edge, Q, Blade of the Broken Wings, Ignite. Riven soared once more, her colossal sword relentlessly cleaving through Ashe and Lulu. As Ashe regained her senses from the stun, she attempted to flash away from Riven's ultimate, only to realize that Riven's ultimate had no preliminary motion. It was seamlessly integrated into the skill rotation, unleashed almost instantaneously upon Ashe. After the explosive sequence, Ashe was vanquished, while Lulu remained airborne. Riven delivered a blow to Lulu, who hastily cast her ultimate in an attempt to repel Riven. Yet, Xuan had no intention of sparing Lulu, pursuing her relentlessly. With a brief cooldown, his Q ability was ready once more, and he executed 2 swift displacements to catch up with Lulu. Kia. A torrent of damage erupted, and Lulu also fell. Double kill. EDG's King, Exile's Edge, eliminated FW's Betty, Frost Archer. EDG's King, Exile's Edge, dispatched FW's Sword Art, Pixie Sorceress. Xuan secured a double kill, with the bloodied Riven returning to base atop Lulu's corpse, his fluid execution leaving the audience and commentators in awe. Isn't King S. Riven exceptionally strong? He has transformed this game into a fighting arena. The runic blade expanded in an instant, and the execution of his ability was extraordinarily smooth. It was not merely the slow reaction of the FW duo, but the sheer speed of Riven's assault that evoked memories of the once feared Riven, capable of instantaneously dispatching opponents. Commentators and viewers alike relished Xuan's recent Riven performance. Even with a close-up replay, it felt insufficient. Riven's aficionados began to replay and analyze Xuan's combos. Eager to learn from the video, many viewers, filled with excitement, immediately launched the game to try their hand at Riven, feeling inspired by his display. Although morality held them back from queuing for ranked matches, desire overtook them as they promptly locked in Riven during the champion selection phase. The proclamation of the day of the runic blade's reforging, the return of the night echoed across various regions, and upon entering the game, teammates felt a shiver down their spines at the impending slaughter. The match continues, and although Xuan has secured a double kill, the Flash Wolves maintain their advantage. In the early game, Karsa's jungle rhythm was commendable, while Clearlove's contributions seemed rather lackluster. Among EDG's ranks, only Xuan's Riven held a lead in his matchup. The other positions lagged behind to varying extents, particularly the bottom lane, which faced a dire situation. Let us group up as much as possible. I will split push to divert attention. Xuan communicated through the team voice chat, directing his Riven towards the bottom lane. Currently in the lead, he recognized that his core items were not yet fully assembled for team fights. A single misstep could obliterate the advantages he had amassed. He needed further development and to acquire 1 or 2 more significant items. Moreover, while split pushing, the opposing top laner could not contend with him. It would require at least 2 or even 3 members to hunt him down. This would significantly alleviate the pressure on EDG's other players, granting them ample room to grow. After gaining their equipment, Zet's Caitlyn and Scout's Twisted Fate would deal considerable damage. Thus, Xuan guided Riven toward the bottom lane, beginning to farm minions and push the wave while remaining vigilant to the movements of the Flash Wolves. At the slightest hint of danger, he would retreat swiftly, denying the enemy any opportunity to catch him. Wow, King S' perceptive instincts have activated. The FW team has made several attempts without success, he noted. Indeed, the rest of EDG has begun to catch up quickly. If this continues, the late game will be challenging for FW. Running and hiding is rather dull. I would prefer to see Riven in action, not lurking in the shadows. What kind of hero is that? As the audience observed the initially disadvantageous scenario gradually improve due to Xuan's manipulation of Riven, excitement surged among them. However, some spectators expressed a desire to witness Riven's kills, showing little interest in the strategic development. As time progressed, Xuan's Riven had regained both summoner spells and completed a second major item, the Gore Drinker, which could be actively used to inflict area damage on nearby enemies and provide lifesteal. It's almost time. I just need to see a few of them approach. Xuan thought, continuing to guide Riven toward the bottom lane. If they come to catch me, you all can secure the Rift Herald. Xuan instructed in the team voice chat. No problem. Clear Love and the others began pushing the mid lane while simultaneously establishing vision around the Baron Pit. The Rift Herald in the MSI version had recently been updated, reducing the difficulty of securing it while enhancing its buff effect, proving to be quite formidable. Yet thus far, no team had regarded the Rift Herald as a strategic resource. This is understandable, as the recent update introduced numerous elements to analyze. This presented another advantage for Xuan, as he could think beyond the current meta with a perspective far surpassing that of his contemporaries. This Riven split push must be addressed. The bottom tier 2 tower is severely weakened, and if allowed to continue, it will threaten the high ground, Karsa remarked within the Flash Wolves team voice chat, directing his gangplank toward the lower jungle. Let us head over together. MMD directed the little fishman towards the bot lane. Ice and Lulu would handle the mid lane. The three of us would suffice. Maple, the mid laner of the Flash Wolves, remarked as he guided the Orianna to the red buff position in the bot jungle. From this vantage point, he could unleash his ultimate ability, radiating its effects to the second turret in the bot lane. Once Lu Xian's Riven arrived, they could execute a 3-on-1 ambush alongside the gangplank and the fishman. The Flash Wolves appeared poised to ensnare King. Gangplank activated the scan. There was no vision in the bush. Would King, like before, push the minion wave across the river and then retreat home? King approached, and an encounter with the three members of the Flash Wolves loomed. As the commentator's voice escalated with tension, Lu Xian's Riven approached the bush where Gangplank and the little fishman lay in wait. Orianna had already unleashed her ultimate, and a wall swiftly descended, severing Riven's escape route. Gangplank and the little fishman emerged from the foliage, and a fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 63. 1 against 3, Riven's most powerful combo, the shark. The fishman swiftly unleashed his ultimate ability while the gunner deployed his W smoke bomb skill. However, in that fleeting moment, Lu Xian's Riven twisted at an astonishing angle, more exaggerated than any scripted performance, simultaneously evading the gunner's W skill and the fishman's ultimate. Karsa, witnessing Riven's remarkable maneuvering, became infuriated as he observed his fishman behaving like a mere bot. He promptly commanded the gunner to employ his E-skill, drawing his weapon forward with haste. Incredible. Even my basic attacks were evaded. Yet, just as the gunner raised his hand, Riven swiftly retreated behind a minion, her body seamlessly blocking the gunner's attack. This sudden tug-of-war left Karsa utterly perplexed. Fortunately, the rock-throwing mage had arrived, executing her W skill to thrust Riven back, while simultaneously casting her E skill, scattering rocks across the ground. The terrain was now littered with the mage's stones, slowing Riven's movements and preventing her escape. Meanwhile, the fishman, undeterred, landed his Q on Riven and unleashed his W skill's damage. In a brief flurry, Riven's health had already plummeted to nearly half. It seemed Riven was on the brink of demise. Commentator Della sighed upon witnessing this scene. Although Riven possessed her flash, escape appeared grim, as the three opponents all had their flashes available and deceleration skills, poised to pursue her. Just as Dawa's words faded, Miller exclaimed in astonishment, "Is she going to counterattack?" On the screen, Riven moved, but rather than flashing away, she commenced with her classic auto-attack initiation. "My hand are stained with sin." Riven's runesword struck the fishman atop his head, and then she soared into the air. ARSQ, the greedy Hydra, Adakakra, the most formidable combo in history. The true airborne Riven. By the time the fishman realized what was happening, he had already been hit by Riven's expertly timed 3-hit Q, suffering the damage from the greedy Hydra before being slain by Riven's runesword. After vanquishing the fishman, Riven flashed away, evading both the gunner's ultimate and the mage's Q skill damage, reappearing beside the mage. The runesword struck the mage, and Riven executed her Q skill perfectly. She seamlessly transitioned from her E skill to cancel the Q animation, followed by an auto attack and W skill, stunning the mage in place. The Q skill canceled the W's animation, allowing her to flawlessly unleash her skill. The blade's trajectory even encompassed the gunner within its reach. Ultimately, she concluded with an auto attack, dispatching the severely weakened mage. Though the sequence may seem intricate, it unfolded with astonishing speed. Riven appeared as if she had never descended from the heavens, the fishman collapsing almost instantaneously, and the mage's life dwindling to nothing in a mere second. Exaggeration, absolute exaggeration. Is this truly the extent of human capability? Surely, this cannot be real. Even in training mode, few could replicate such feats, and this was a live match. In the fervor of a professional competition, how remarkably composed. Terrifying. This exemplifies the prowess of King. I am inclined to declare you the strongest top laner. Xuan executed an exaggerated maneuver that delighted the audience. They had never envisioned that a top laner could be played in such a manner. Despite sustaining numerous blows, Riven showcased an awe-inspiring performance. Designers, please refrain from nerfing her. This is unrelated to me, as only he could perform such feats. Riven is exceedingly powerful. Perhaps we should consider diminishing the prowess of the Blade Mistress. The designers noted, this is not Riven, this is Milan. Some Riven enthusiasts fervently prayed for her preservation, hoping she would not be weakened further. They remained optimistic, believing that even if she were to be significantly nerfed, as long as players cherished this champion and continually explored her capabilities, new strategies would undoubtedly emerge. However, it must be said that the designers exhibited a somewhat irritating tendency to balance for the sake of balance. A flurry of actions could not compare to Garen's simple QER ignite. Riven's rampage was far from over as she charged towards Gangplank. With no teammates to support him, and having just been struck by Riven's ultimate ability, Gangplank found himself at half health, unable to escape Riven's relentless pursuit, and was left with no choice but to confront her head-on. Yet, he was no match for her prowess. As Riven's E-skill came off cooldown, she effortlessly negated Gangplank's Q damage, followed by a swift Q forward. A standard lightspeed QA combo led to the demise of the wounded Gangplank. Triple kill. EDG King, Riven, eliminated FWMMD, Fizz, followed by the slaying of FW Maple, Talia, and finally, FW Karsa, Graves. The screen displayed the kill notifications as Xuan's Riven secured a triple kill. A 3-for-1 exchange turned against them. Was there any skill involved? It was not the Lightning Wolves' inadequacy, but rather King's overwhelming strength. Riven, perhaps a mentor? I too wish to learn those combos. The live chat erupted with fervor. Meanwhile, the rest of EDG was not idle. They seized an opportunity in the mid lane. Scout, playing the Wandering Mage, unleashed his ultimate, teleporting alongside the jungler to the rear of the Lightning Wolves duo. The jungler hurled his pig whip, striking the Frost Archer and freezing her in place. Lulu hastily cast her ultimate to protect the Frost Archer, but EDG's duo swiftly arrived. Scout ensnared the Frost Archer, and alongside Caitlyn and Karma, they quickly dispatched her. On the other side, the jungler set his sights on Lulu, charging directly at her, delivering relentless blows that slowed and eventually froze her. With a critical hit from ZS Caitlyn, the Lightning Wolves' support Lulu fell to the ground. This led to a complete team wipe for EDG. Seizing the momentum, they claimed the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Xuan's Riven had already reached the high ground. Before the FW team could respawn, she successfully took down the bottom lane's high ground tower. Although the live broadcast indicated that the Lightning Wolves held a slight economic advantage of 1,000 gold, their morale had been shattered by Xuan's Riven. The initial rhythm was lost, leading to a series of minor missteps. Either they perish in the bushes or are caught while overextending. Communication within the team ceases, and each player is left to their own devices. In stark contrast, EDG, under the astute leadership of Xuan, advances with relentless momentum. Xuan directs the assault, and the team unites to dismantle the enemy's bottom lane high ground. The Rift Herald is unleashed, crashing into two turret defenses with formidable force. Forced into a defensive position on the high ground, FW finds themselves at a disadvantage. Apart from Xuan's exceptionally developed Riven, Scout's roaming champion and Zed's Caitlyn have also joined the fray, delivering significant damage and achieving a remarkable 0-for-5 exchange. As the Rift Herald obliterates the crystal, EDG claims victory in this match. Chapter 64, The Casa Bible. Is it truly so arduous to secure a single barrel throughout an entire season? Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to EDG for achieving their inaugural victory in São Paulo. King's Riven has remarkably salvaged EDG from the precipice. The voices of commentators resonate as the audience erupts in cheers, fervently chanting King's name. This match was undeniably a personal showcase for Xuan's Riven, featuring exquisite combos and astonishing bursts of power, culminating in a spectacular triple kill against 3 opponents. Xuan has nearly pushed this champion to its limits. By the end of the match, he garnered a significant number of fans both domestically and internationally, significantly elevating his profile. In the EDG backstage lounge, Abu and Nof, upon witnessing the Flash Wolves base being obliterated by the Rift Herald, embraced one another in excitement, exclaiming nice. Conversely, in the Flash Wolves lounge, the coach and manager appeared rather despondent. They had anticipated a smooth victory over EDG today, only to be shattered by Xuan's airborne riven. As the match concluded, the Flash Wolves players returned to the lounge to engage in a post-match analysis. The first to speak was the team's support. Sword Art. Our defeat stemmed primarily from the opposing top laner's extensive champion pool. This riven is the most formidable I have ever encountered. In future matches against EDG, we must ensure this riven is not released. Coach Xuan turned to top laner MMD, echoing the support's sentiments. MMD, I believe it's essential for you to adapt. You truly need to practice additional champions. At the very least, if the enemy selects Fiora or Kennen, you ought to possess a strategy to counter them, correct? MMD displayed no signs of shame. Rather, he retorted defiantly. I simply cannot play against Fiora and Kennen. So what? With 5 bans available, can't we manage? I have already practiced playing Fizz top for the team. At this moment, Casa interjected, his anger palpable. Have you truly mastered your Fizz? Today, you were utterly obliterated by the enemy's Riven. You were completely outclassed. If you had any competence with Gragas, you could have selected him instead of throwing the match away like this. Casa's frustration escalated. He lamented how his exquisite start with Gangplank was squandered due to this Fizz mishap. Observing MMD's nonchalant demeanor, Casa pounded the table in exasperation. Is it truly so difficult to practice Gragas throughout an entire season? After taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Casa, in a classic exasperated gesture, remarked, It's not you. You always choose Fizz first, and your Fizz plays like utter garbage. MMD, undeterred, replied with indifference, Why should I practice champions? Allow me to illustrate. There's always an exceptionally long English word in every class. Even if you don't memorize that word, you can still pass. I'm that type of person. I feel it's efficient. So when I encounter individuals who excel at every champion, I simply cannot compete with them. You have become invincible, my child. Casa, utterly speechless in response to MMD, stormed out of the lounge. Observing this, Jama hurriedly followed him. 2 individuals arrived outside the competition venue. Coach, I'm not targeting MMD personally. I merely wish to express my thoughts on the matter, Khazar remarked, glancing at his companion, Janma, who acknowledged that he had indeed been somewhat agitated earlier. Janma patted Khazar on the shoulder, assuring him, MMD is just like that. Do not worry, he will not take it to heart. Sometimes I wonder if the issue lies with me, or perhaps we have grown too complacent in LMS. Every time we compete in LMS, we easily secure victory, often achieving consecutive wins. Yet when we face formidable teams on the world stage, it becomes exceedingly challenging to triumph over them. This is indeed a valid concern, Jean-Ma conceded. The overall strength of the LPL is currently significantly superior to ours. One can see this through players like King, who emerges with fierce talent annually. I find myself yearning to compete in the LPL. Khazar lifted his gaze to Jean-Ma, his eyes sincere. He longed to achieve recognition on the global stage. Yet LMS could not provide the vessel for his ambitions. Even if all the strongest positions from LMS teams were combined into a single squad, it would be difficult to make a substantial impact at the World Championships. Khazar believed that his opportunities might lie within the LPL, where he felt confident in his abilities. At the very least, I would not encounter an opponent like MMD in the top lane, someone who cannot even master a single champion throughout an entire season. I understand you, Jean-Ma replied, sharing the same sentiments. As the team's coach, he possessed a more comprehensive perspective than Khazar. The pool of players in LMS was inherently limited, and the development system paled in comparison to that of the LPL, lacking sufficient financial backing. If given a chance, he too would aspire to grow within the LPL. Let us return for now and adjust our mindset. We shall address everything after MSI concludes, Jean-Ma suggested, looking at Khazar. Khazar nodded, and the two made their way back. In contrast to the Lightning Wolves, The atmosphere in EDG's lounge was one of exuberance. EDG desperately needed this victory. As the commentator Dola had pointed out, if EDG were to lose this match, their chances of advancing from the group stage would be severely diminished. With a total of 10 matches, losing 4 consecutively was no trivial matter. "I apologize for dragging everyone down," Xuan said, casting a remorseful glance at his teammates. Xuan quickly interjected, "This is not your fault. If we were to assign blame, it should be directed at Abu and the others. After all that analysis, we only figured out how to be outclassed by our opponents. The LPL is a hard-shelled crab, yet we are soft-footed shrimp on the world stage. If we fear losing before even stepping onto the battlefield, we might as well book our return flights in advance to avoid any last-minute ticket scrambles." Xuan looked at the coach and others, finally voicing the frustrations that had built up over time. It felt far more satisfying to speak directly rather than through a screen, where words often failed to reach their ears. Is EDG weak? To be frank, Xuan did not perceive this team as weak. The primary issues stemmed from their mentality, fear of blame and loss. Once someone within the team stepped up, the others would surely follow suit. Yet if no one steps forward, then indeed, no one will. Just as Xuan took the initiative, the rest of EDG subsequently followed suit. If this continues, we will find it exceedingly difficult to contend with SKT in the future. I believe we must recalibrate our mindset. We must have the courage to step forward, even when faced with Faker, and be ready to wield our swords with confidence. Xuan then turned to Scout. "What do you think, Junior? Surely you don't believe the audience calling you Junior is a compliment? It stems from your previous role as Faker's substitute. They perceive you as inferior to him. Are you truly less skilled than he is? You need to stand tall." Scout looked at Xuan, bewildered, and replied, "I don't understand, Samida." Chapter 65. The winning streak begins. King K's address, facing SKT at this moment. Xuan realized that the current Scout was not yet the level 10 Scout he had envisioned. The series of statements he had just made had been entirely disregarded by Scout. With a sense of helplessness, Xuan turned to Abu. Abu glanced at the team translator beside him. "What he means is that he hopes you can step up in the next match against SKT. He believes you can defeat Faker." The translator relayed this to Scout, who, upon hearing it, looked at Xuan with excitement. "Thank you. You're welcome." Xuan replied with an awkward smile, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, he was not there to criticize, but merely hoped that EDG could adjust their performance. Otherwise, the upcoming matches would be quite challenging. The league is a team game involving 5 players, and while facing an ordinary team might be manageable, going up against SKT could easily expose vulnerabilities, leading to defeat. Xuan felt he had conveyed enough and decided not to continue. There were still several matches to be played in the group stage, and his intention was not to put undue pressure on his teammates. Over the next 2 days, Xuan found himself assigned to the carry role for 4 consecutive matches, showcasing champions such as Draven, Aatrox, Riven, and Garen, overpowering his opponents. It was not that the opposing teams did not wish to ban Xuan's champions. Rather, his champion pool was so extensive that they feared he might resort to other heroes. It was more prudent to allow him to play champions he was already familiar with. Nevertheless, the outcome remained devastating, as Xuan consistently dominated the top lane. EDG's score rose to 5 points, placing them on the cusp of advancement in 4th position. Simultaneously, the probability of Xuan being assigned to the carry role increased by an additional 8%. The team, including the coach, grew bolder in their plays, whether due to Xuan's previous words or his consistent performance. The subsequent matches were nearly one-sided, rendering their opponents powerless to retaliate. This was the true strength of EDG. Victories should be achieved decisively and efficiently. They were determined to maintain this momentum and a triumph over SKT the following day. As the audience gradually regained their confidence in EDG, anticipation grew for their rematch against SKT in the group stage. However, some discordant voices emerged. A video of Xuan's admonition surfaced online, depicting his remarks in the EDG lounge after their previous victory against Flash Wolves. This footage had been maliciously edited, altering the original meaning entirely. In the video, Xuan was seen addressing Xuan, then looking at the EDG team, saying, "It's your fault along with a few others. After extensive study, you were utterly defeated a bunch of softlings at the World Championship." He then turned to Scout. "SKT is tough. You're worse than Faker." The video, distorted by malicious editing, was accompanied by various absurd titles. King, the top laner of EDG, reprimanded his teammates after winning the match. Before the battle, King, aware of his inferiority to Huni, shifted the blame on his Scout. Is there palace intrigue within EDG? King seemingly seeks to oust Xuan. Xuan chuckled upon viewing these maliciously edited videos and refrained from stepping forward to clarify. Ultimately, results speak for themselves. Victory transforms him into a figure of tough love, while defeat renders explanations futile in the eyes of netizens. Furthermore, rumors, by their very nature, will eventually crumble under scrutiny. If he cannot withstand this minimal pressure, Xuan ought not to pursue a professional career. After all, detractors can find countless angles to criticize, even targeting Faker for merely treating his teammates to a single bottle of cola. However, Xuan is far more intrigued by the identity of the individual who leaked the original video. It is evident that this was a deliberate attempt to undermine him. Abu. Upon reflection, Xuan pinpointed the prime suspect, most likely Abu. Among those present, Abu bears the greatest suspicion. Lucian's current standing within the team has evidently irked Abu, who, unable to exert control over him, resorts to such tactics. Should EDG fail to clinch the championship at MSI, Xuan would swiftly become the focal point of public ire, with netizens rallying against him. Those with fragile mental fortitude might even consider retiring on the spot. This situation bears the hallmark of Abu's manipulative style, reminiscent of his notorious past involving sister death. Previously, there were instances where all EDG players were offered top salaries, yet some expressed a desire to return home, leading to absurd rotations within the team, actions evidently taken to prevent any player from threatening his position. Abu employs such strategies to solidify his standing within EDG. Presently, Xuan poses a significant threat to his authority, making Abu's actions understandable. The machinations of Baiyang, the late-born intention, seem to be in play even before MSI has concluded. Xuan furrowed his brow. Abu remains true to form, presenting one persona publicly while concealing his true self behind the scenes. Reciprocity is in order. Xuan had previously contemplated ways to eliminate Abu, yet had not encountered a suitable opportunity. After all, Abu is considered a founding member of EDG, but now, with Abu targeting Xuan, a golden opportunity has presented itself. If they can secure the MSI championship and subsequently expose Abu as the mastermind behind the scenes, Xuan could deliver a devastating blow. Even if he cannot force Abu to leave outright, he could significantly destabilize Abu's position within the organization. As Xuan pondered this, his phone rang. The call was from Huang Shi. The news was not optimistic. Headquarters still believed that releasing the God King Skin Battle Pass now would be preferable. However, a momentary silence fell on the line, and Xuan anticipated Huang Shi's next words. "But hinges on whether we can win against SKT in the upcoming match, right?" Indeed, the implication from headquarters was clear. If they could triumph over SKT today, the release would be postponed. If they were to lose, the Battle Pass would be launched immediately after the group stage. "Apologies, but I have exerted every effort to advocate for this." Huang Shi expressed a hint of remorse. "It's quite all right. Leave the rest to me. Let us do our best." On the other end of the line, Huang Shi's voice carried a somber tone, as SKT remained an indomitable force, having clinched the championship at the S5 World Championship and remaining undefeated ever since. Soon, the match commenced, with the players from EDG and SKT taking the stage. Xuan confidently shook the dice in his hand. The additional probability of rolling AC had surged to 8, making it highly likely he would achieve AC this time. Dice usage successful. However, as Xuan opened his palm, the dice revealed not AC, but Ascend. A peculiar expression crossed Xuan's face. It seemed this round truly was in my hands. Unexpectedly, the words he had exchanged with Huang Shi earlier transformed into the classic line of the hero he was about to choose. P.S. The backstage gifts are about to reach 100. Once they do, an additional update will be provided for everyone. Chapter 66. The Decisive B01. The death flow of Xuan commences. Welcome, everyone, to the mid-season invitational of League of Legends. I'm the commentator, Doim. I'm a commentator, Miller. As the familiar voices of the commentators resonate, they continue. Today marks the final day of the group stage. Upon the conclusion of today's matches, the top 4 teams in the standings will advance to Rio de Janeiro for the knockout stage, vying for the championship title. Indeed, the upcoming match is one that has captured the utmost attention, featuring EDG against SKT. Currently, SKT sits atop the leaderboard with 8 points, while EDG occupies the 4th position with 5 points. Should EDG triumph over SKT and subsequently secure victory against G2, they will assuredly advance today. However, if EDG falters against SKT, even a win against G2 would only yield them 6 points, which would place them in a tie with TSM if the latter achieves a clean sweep today, necessitating tiebreaker matches. Doim, I have conceived a possibility. If EDG manages to win one match today and TSM also claims a victory, then during the final match, should it extend past midnight, EDG would still be ranked 4th based on points. Might they not then directly qualify? The two commentators jest before the match, attempting to alleviate the pressure on EDG. Yet, the audience remains unconvinced. The live chat is rife with discontent. Just lose already. Their advancement depends on others' fortunes. EDG has discovered a way to avoid being swept 3-0 by SKT in the finals, which is to not reach the finals at all. What significance does it hold for TSM and EDG, 2 spinning tops, to qualify? They are both inexperienced in international play, should they reach the knockout stage. Regardless of their opponents, a 3-0 defeat seems inevitable. King has taken the stage. Did you not observe his pre-match address? Since King's appearance, has EDG ever lost a match? Henceforth, I shall not lose a single match and will advance to the finals, correct? The barrage of comments cascades through the chat. Aside from a few viewers who express a willingness to trust before questioning, the majority of the audience continues to berate EDG. This disdain is rooted in the fact that since their triumphant victory at the S5 MSI, including this very MSI, every encounter with LCK teams has resulted in a lopsided defeat, leaving them reluctant to place their faith in EDG once more. Such pre-match ridicule serves as a means of validation should EDG fail. Conversely, should they win, it would be a delightful surprise. In the backstage area, Guang anxiously observes the live stream, rallying support for the EDG team. Though it is merely a single B01 match, its significance is monumental. As Doim and Miller have articulated, for EDG to secure a stable advancement into the knockout stage, they must overcome SKT today. Beside him, Abu's expression is tense, but his thoughts are far more intricate. He yearns for EDG to triumph over SKT, even to claim the championship, thus validating his leadership. Yet, he simultaneously hopes for EDG's elimination, as this would place Lu Xian in the crosshairs, facilitating Abu's efforts to dismiss Lu Xian from the team. At the headquarters of the Penguin, Huang Shi sat within his office, his gaze fixed upon the screen displaying the live match between EDG and SKT. Come on, you must win. This match held immense significance for him. A loss would mean the coveted God King skin would be released immediately after the group stage concluded. Go, Faker. Meanwhile, TSM was fervently cheering for SKT, for in the realm of competition, the enemy of one's enemy can often be a friend. Should SKT emerge victorious, their chances of advancing would markedly increase. The outcome of this match was pivotal for countless individuals. As the teams entered the bandpick phase, the voice of commentator Wah resonated, transitioning the broadcast to the crucial hero selection segment. SKT occupied the blue side, while EDG took the red. In the first round of bans, SKT eliminated LeBlanc, Karma, and Ivern, while EDG countered with bans on Fiora, Lulu, and Twitch. SKT's top laner, Hyuni, confidently selected Rumble as his first choice. This ban phase was intriguing. Unlike other teams that might have opted to ban 3 top laners from King, they allowed them to remain available, prioritizing Rumble instead. It appeared Hyuni possessed considerable confidence, undeterred by the champions previously utilized by King. Notably, Xuan's Rumble had shone brightly during the group stage, particularly remembered for his match against Flash Wolves, where he expertly roasted MMD's Fishman, inflicting nearly 80,000 damage throughout the game. Commentators Wawa and Miller analyzed the ban pick phase, elucidating the strategies for the audience. Are you planning to secure top laner first? EDG's coach Nof inquired of Lu Xian. Under Lu Xian's leadership, EDG had achieved an impressive 5 consecutive victories, establishing him as the team's spiritual leader. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xian replied, I will select last for the top lane. Let us prioritize other positions first. Zed can take Ashe, and the jungler can opt for Lee Sin. Zed had no objections, as Ashe is indeed a formidable champion. However, the jungler expressed some doubt. Is that feasible? Last year's World Championship, I was utterly outmatched by Peanut, and I still carry that shadow. I was initially considering Rek'Sai. You are trying to prove who the world's best jungler is. Are you? Are you weaker than him? Picking Rek'Sai every match? Your Lee Sin and Elise were your signature champions. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow at the jungler, expressing his trust. Internally, he added a silent word, system. The current selection was crucial. If the jungler could quickly secure a lead, the rest of the team could rally effectively. What of Peanut? He believed in the rejuvenated jungler's capability to transform Peanut into mere fodder. Upon hearing Lu Xian's encouragement, the jungler steeled his resolve and promptly locked in Lee Sin. Wait, has the jungler lost his mind? He's gone for Lee Sin? Incredible. 4396 is in the house. Let's hope Faker doesn't find this amusing. Is he foregoing theatrics entirely? Has he already booked his flight, fearing he might miss it? The audience was astounded as the director selected the blind monk, causing the barrage of comments to erupt instantaneously. With the screen flooded by 4396 and 777, 7777, it seems the director is set to prove his mettle once more. Regardless of the outcome, the courage to make such a choice is commendable. Commentators Dada and Miller chuckled, alleviating some of the public pressure on EDG. Should this blind monk falter, it is likely that the director will find it challenging to hold his head high for a considerable time. The ban pick phase continued, with SKT opting for top laner Rumble, Jungle Graves, and AD carry Caitlyn in the first round. In contrast, EDG selected support Thresh, Jungle Blind Monk, and AD carry Ashe. In the second round of bans, SKT eliminated Kled and Jace, while EDG removed Syndra and Orianna. In the selection phase, SKT's Faker opted for Cassiopeia, while Support Wolf, having lost Thresh to the opposing team, chose the currently favored Zyra. Meanwhile, EDG's mid laner Scout picked the wave-clearing champion, Gragas. The final pick was reserved for Lu Xian's south top lane. The audience eagerly anticipated what Lu Xian would employ to counter Xuan's Rumble. A break was granted, a moment for the living to breathe. As the game's voice chat resonated, Xuan was locked in. Chapter 67. Lu Xian Smile, Life and Death Unpredictable Goodness. Xuan, is anyone still playing this champion? King was filled with trepidation, having been intimidated by Xuan's Rumble, succumbing to fear. EDG, in such critical moments, always seemed hesitant to take responsibility. None of them could be relied upon. The live broadcast chat erupted with scathing comments directed at Lu Xian. They had not anticipated that, at such a pivotal juncture, he would select Xuan, a champion virtually untouched throughout the MSI. This hulking mass of a champion appeared utterly futile. One could hardly find players even in ranked matches, let alone in professional games. The reworked Xuan paled in comparison to his earlier incarnation, which could obliterate foes with a mere glare. The current version, however, lacked any semblance of strength. Choosing Xuan was a lackluster decision. Xuan from SKT seemed somewhat dispirited. He had initially intended to confront Lu Xian head-on with Rumble, but now faced the unexpected challenge of tank. Was there some tactical design behind using this champion against Rumble? Faker furrowed his brow upon seeing Lu Xian's choice. Yet, after pondering for a while, he could discern nothing exceptional about Xuan. Post-rework, the champion was relegated to the role of a tank in the top lane, his unique trait being the passive ability to rise as a zombie upon death, allowing him to continue attacking for a brief period. However, Even in his zombie form, he would be utterly dominated by Rumble. With a couple of electronic harpoons and a W shield for acceleration, Rumble could easily evade Xuan, who would be unable to inflict any damage. At best, Xuan could clear a few minions after reviving, only to watch his health bar plummet rapidly thereafter. Even EDG had not foreseen Lu Xian's selection of Xuan. Just hold your ground. Wait until I reach level 3 to assist you, the jungler suggested, glancing at Lu Xian. Rumble was indeed formidable against tanks, particularly when piloted by Yue. Yet, Lu Xian shook his head resolutely. No need to come. What? You'll face immense pressure in lane. Rumble could easily take you down, the jungler replied, taken aback by Lu Xian's unwavering refusal. You'll understand what to do when the time comes, Lu Xian replied mysteriously. Lu Xian was unfazed by the reactions of the jungler or the EDG team. After all, this was the S7 season, and the notion of a death wish Xuan had only emerged in S8, becoming widely recognized thereafter. Choosing Xuan implicitly suggested he was opting for a strategy centered around self-sacrifice. As the opponents entered the game, they began to hurl insults. At this point, the perception of Xuan remained tethered to the era of the tanky top laner. Despite the absence of the Demolish rune in the current patch, SKT remained oblivious to the fact that he was employing a death wish strategy, leaving them vulnerable. Moreover, even without Demolish, the current version featured 2 other potent tools to aid in rapid tower pushing, surpassing the effectiveness of Demolish. Thresh had already been secured by Miko. Without any hard crowd control on the enemy team, Lu Xian could unleash his full potential unrestrained. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Xian could not help but chuckle. At that moment, the camera panned to him, and both the audience and commentators caught sight of this scene. As the Emperor K chuckled, the unpredictability of life and death lingered in the air. That smile seemed eerily familiar. It struck me, during the match against RNG, the Emperor wore that very same grin while playing Teemo. Surely, he wouldn't be concocting something again, would he? What a blatant display if he were to delve into tank experimentation. The officials would have no choice but to impose a suspension. In a live broadcast, the barrage of comments erupted as the match commenced. The heroes of both teams materialized in their respective springs, swiftly converging near the river. The initial skirmish was abandoned. I made my standard entry onto the stage, Yue remarked, already guiding his Rumble towards the top lane. Let S stabilize early. We shall prevail in the late game, Faker declared in the Team S voice chat. Their composition was remarkably robust. Early on, Graves could dictate the pace, Rumble would exert influence in the mid-game. And in the late game, both Caitlyn and Cassiopeia would provide formidable support. Conversely, EDG's lineup appeared rather perplexing, reminiscent of a casual ranked match. As the teams met in the river, no team fight erupted, and they retreated to their lanes. Except for Lu Xian Xuan, who maneuvered into the SKT jungle, heading towards the blue buff. What was King planning? Was he attempting to ambush Yue? But Yue had already reached the lane. The commentator, Dola, noted Lu Xian's actions. Such a pity. Had Yue passed by here, he would have surely faced Xuan's fully charged Q skill. Miller sighed in agreement. The minion wave was nearing the lane. Why was Xuan not moving? Observing Xuan's immobility at the blue buff, the audience was left bewildered. As the minions arrived, Lu Xian initiated his attack as the blue buff refreshed. What was Xuan doing? Had he learned W? Was he really engaging in the jungle? Dolo was astonished. He had never witnessed such a maneuver before. Could he possibly succeed? Would he perish? Miller, equally perplexed, speculated on Lu Xian's intentions. Lu Xian remained focused, relentlessly assaulting the blue buff. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The blue buff's health dwindled, mirroring Xuan's decline. Meanwhile, Lu Xian guided Xuan closer to the frog's position across from the blue buff. With approximately 400 health remaining, Xuan succumbed. The passive ability, Glory in Death, activated, transforming him into a zombie, granting him 100 lifesteal, rapid attack speed, and each strike inflicting additional damage equivalent to 10 of the target's maximum health. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Xuan vanquished the blue buff and turned towards a nearby frog. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Utilizing his passive lifesteal and additional damage, Xuan successfully dispatched the frog. With no further targets available, Xuan's health plummeted, and he fell lifeless. Congratulations, host. You successfully delivered a kill, enhancing your teammate's status by 11. The system notification rang out, and Lu Xian had teleported into the game. Xuan was expertly maneuvering Rumble to push the lane, steering clear the brush to avert the impending charged Q from Xuan. Suddenly, the teleport light illuminated, leaving Xuan utterly bewildered. To his astonishment, descending from the depths was Lu Xian, adorned with the coveted blue buff. What on earth was happening? Stunned, Xuan swiftly relayed this startling information to his SKT teammates. An unfortunate blunder had led to the jungler's blue being struck. This match was surely secured. Upon hearing this, Peanut couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, Faker's voice resonated. Peanut, he wouldn't have struck your blue, would he? You should check immediately. Chapter 68. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Little Peanut was bewildered, and the factory manager had lost his mind. Lu Xian controlled Xuan's TP to the lane, and, upon observing the minion situation, was instantly filled with joy. Xuan's Rumble, whether aiming to manage the temperature or hastily reach level 2, was utilizing his Q skill to incinerate the minions. Flames continuously erupted from a mechanical contraption piloted by Rumble, roasting the minions on Lu Xian's side, while Rumble's minions remained unscathed by the champion's damage. Consequently, although Lu Xian's jungle time was slightly delayed, by the time he arrived via TP, the enemy's first wave of ranged minions was still intact. Such a splendid beginning. He had only lost 3 melee minions in lane, yet he had secured the blue buff and the frog monster. Indeed, the latest strategies proved to be the most effective. Lu Xian couldn't help but reflect on this. In matches where the death-seeking Xuan was rampant, and where every game echoed with the cries of pests, such an opening was simply unattainable. Upon seeing Xuan selected, the opponents had already taken precautions before the game commenced. Once in game, they filled the jungle with wards and might even venture into the jungle specifically to thwart him. The likelihood of securing the blue buff was minimal, let alone managing to steal it as Lu Xian did, alongside the adjacent frog monster. Furthermore, with Lu Xian's death, the system had begun to take effect. The factory manager and others had furrowed their brows, unconsciously beginning to scratch their heads. As the lane continued, Lu Xian swiftly reached level 2 and learned the Q skill, maneuvering Xuan in front of the melee minions. With a brutal strike of the Q skill unleashed, Xuan raised his colossal axe high, gathering power. The mark of the earth's shame. Xuan roared, and upon completing the charge, he brought the axe crashing down, striking all enemy minions in the vicinity. The low-health minions were instantly eliminated, while the others soared into the air. At the moment Xuan raised his hand, Xuan shifted position to the side, successfully evading Xuan's Q skill. Simultaneously, he commanded Rumble to advance and utilized his Q skill to roast Xuan. Lu Xian activated Xuan's W skill, Soul Furnace, and moved towards Rumble. As Rumble retreated, he released his E skill, Electro Harpoon, a silver harpoon flying forth, striking Xuan and slowing him down, deftly escaping beyond Xuan's attack range. Is this really king? Quite pathetic, isn't it? Xuan observed Lu Xian's maneuvers with a look of disdain. Recalling that Faker had advised him before the match to respect his opponents, Xuan's scorn deepened. With such an adversary, he could easily secure solo kills in lane. Their strength was even inferior to that of Flash Wolf's MMD, rendering respect entirely unnecessary. On the EDG side, Lu Xian's smile grew even more pronounced. As Xuan's W skill was activated, the shield burst, enveloping all surrounding minions. Lu Xian had never intended to obliterate Xuan's Rumble. His focus had always been on the minion wave. For the death-seeking Xuan, controlling the wave was paramount. Pushing the minions forward was of utmost importance. The series of actions just executed were merely Lu Xian's theatrics, employing seemingly inept maneuvers to mask his fervent desire for the minion wave. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Lu Xian's Xuan resumed his task of clearing the minion wave. Xuan seized the opportunity to harass the enemy. Peanut, come and gank this Xuan. The minion wave is about to reach the tower, Xuan called out to the jungler in the team voice chat. He ceased controlling Rumble to push the lane and instead focused on farming under the turret. Xuan was in a precarious state, and with the jungler's assistance, he could easily be eliminated. Were it not for the concern of an ambush from the opposing jungler, Huni would have been tempted to leap over the minions to take down Xuan directly. Before Huni's words could settle, Peanut's astonished voice erupted in the team chat. "Oh my goodness, where are my jungle monsters?" Little Peanut stood beside the blue buff, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. The blue buff had vanished. Could it be true, as Faker had said, that Xuan had claimed it? Was it possible for him to duel the blue buff at level 1? Little Peanut was incredulous as he maneuvered Graves toward the nearby frog. But the frog was also nowhere to be found. Gazing at the barren jungle, Little Peanut was utterly flabbergasted. It was one thing for Xuan to contest the blue buff, considering his passive allowed him to revive. But to consume the frog as well was simply outrageous. Was this truly achievable? Bewildered, Little Peanut made his way toward the 3 wolves. Thankfully, the 3 wolves were still present. He exhaled in relief. If they had also disappeared, he would have truly lost his composure. Having ventured to inspect the blue buff, he had hardly farmed in the lower jungle, only taking the red buff and a couple of small birds, leaving him at a mere level 2. Little Peanut began to farm the 3 wolves, launching his Q ability into the line, striking the wolves, followed by 2 basic attacks, and then swiftly activating his E skill to reload his weapon. Just as he was halfway through defeating the 3 wolves, a sudden sound rang out. Graves' health dipped slightly, marked by a sign above his head. It was the blind monk's sonic wave. The jungler, Clear Love, had arrived. Initially intending to assist in ganking Faker mid lane to alleviate Scout's pressure, he had finished clearing the red buff, and, upon noticing Lu Xian's Xuan wreaking havoc in Little Peanut's upper jungle, a spark of inspiration struck him. This could be an opportunity. Thus, after clearing the F6 camp, he made his way over and indeed stumbled upon a chance to ambush Little Peanut. The level 2 Graves was no match for the level 3 blind monk, especially given that Little Peanut's Graves was in poor condition and had just expended all his abilities. The blind monk approached Graves, unleashing the second portion of his Q damage while swiftly slamming the ground with his E ability, Cripple, applying slow. He pursued with a flurry of 5 basic attacks, interspersed with his W ability for shielding and lifesteal. The wounded Graves flashed away, but Clear Love followed suit, delivering a kick that sealed Graves' fate. "First blood," shouted the excited commentator. EDG's Clear Love 7, the blind monk, has slain SKT's Peanut, Graves. Clear Love's blind monk secured the first blood. This sequence of events is indeed a chain reaction, commencing from King Xuan's initial jungle invasion, which was meticulously orchestrated. Following this series of kills, it has become exceedingly challenging for Graves to perform effectively. Miller further commented, "Goodness, is that the director? Has he caught Peanut? What is Peanut's situation? Could he have succumbed to the will of the 7th? Has the director lost his mind? He insists that this year is reminiscent of S5. He intends to arrange SKT, and now they have returned. EDG has made a triumphant comeback." The audience was left in awe by the director's audacious kill. He boldly invaded the jungle and executed Peanut with a flash, displaying a persona that diverges from the director they had come to know, resembling more the director from the S5 era. As Lu Xian witnessed Peanut's demise at the hands of the director, a smile graced his face. Controlling Xuan, he advanced directly towards the rumble beneath the tower, determined to lend further assistance to the director. Chapter 69. The deceptive intelligence of Huni and the misfortune of SKT. As Huni observed Xuan approaching him with determination, he was momentarily taken aback. What was this fellow intending? Was he about to breach my tower? Surely, the coach must have arrived. Yes, it had to be the coach. Thoughts raced through Huni's mind as he quickly grasped the situation at hand. The blind monk, who had just dispatched Graves, was likely lurking nearby in the tri-brush. Otherwise, what purpose would Xuan have in approaching? Surely, he wouldn't be seeking his own demise? I cannot allow Xuan to draw near. With this thought, Huni promptly commanded Rumble to retreat. Although he still possessed his flash, Xuan's ability could prove troublesome with its slow, and upon death, he could resurrect as a zombie, making it easy for the blind monk to tower dive. If he fled now, the monk, despite lacking flash, could still escape, especially with the option to teleport back into the fray, thus incurring minimal loss. Conversely, the monk would suffer a disruption in rhythm if he failed to capture him. Hence, Hyuni directed Rumble towards his second tower. What on earth? Why are you running? Lu Xian was equally bewildered by Hyuni's maneuver. Is he truly unwilling to concede a kill? With no other choice, Lu Xian redirected Xuan towards the nearby defensive tower. Activating W for a shield, he struck once, twice, thrice. W detonated on the minions, while Q charged to clear the wave. At that moment, Hyuni's Rumble had returned home, and he shared vital information over the team voice chat. The coach is currently in the upper jungle. Understood, came Bang's voice over the comms. The SKT bot lane duo, comprising Caitlyn and Zyra, intensified their assault. Wolf's Zyra unleashed her E ability, ensnaring roots that sprouted from her, successfully binding Miko's Thresh in place. Bang swiftly laid a trap beneath Thresh's feet, who, just as he emerged from his immobilized state, was ensnared once more. Caitlyn's passive triggered, landing a critical headshot on Thresh, causing his health to plummet below half. The SKT duo did not retreat, aware that the coach was absent from the bot lane, and continued their advance, intent on forcing the EDG duo back to base. Just as SKT pressed forward, Thresh, who had been retreating alongside Ashe, suddenly flashed forward, tossing a lantern behind him. This is bad. Observing Thresh's actions, Bang's Caitlyn immediately flashed as well. Zyra, reacting just a moment too late, found herself ensnared by Thresh's Q ability, which struck Wolf's Zyra, allowing Thresh to follow up with a second Q. The lantern soared back, bringing along the blind monk. The coach's blind monk and Thresh surged towards Zyra. Yue Cai. The coach unleashed a flurry of blows upon Zyra, while Miko's Thresh, upon the conclusion of his Q ability, utilized his E skill to pull Zyra back. Despite Wolf's ability to flash, he is too lethargic to engage, now left with scant health and afflicted by the director's Q skill. Even if he were to use his flash, he would still be struck by the second Q and meet his demise. Moreover, the distance to the tower is too great for a retreat, so he resigns himself to his fate. The blind monk releases his second Q, dispatching the weakened Janna, and the director claims yet another kill. The blind monk's rhythm in this match is quite remarkable. Why did Rumble return home so abruptly? The commentary by Wawa and Miller resonates, leaving the spectators somewhat perplexed. The most bewildered are undoubtedly the SKT bot lane duo. Hyuni, didn't you say the blind monk was in the top lane? Isn't he using teleport? How did he suddenly appear in the bottom lane? Bang expresses his irritation in the team voice chat. Had Hyuni not claimed the blind monk was in the top lane, he would not have been so aggressive against Wolf. This misstep has squandered the slight advantage they had previously secured in the lane. Hyuni ponders this as he controls Rumble's teleport to the top lane, equally perplexed by the situation. If the blind monk was not in the top lane, what was the purpose of the enemy Xuan's presence? Upon seeing Rumble's teleport illuminate, Lu Xian promptly turns away, deciding not to risk a death this time. With the minion wave cleared, conceding a kill serves no purpose. The essence of sacrificial Xuan is not to perish aimlessly, but to die meaningfully, exchanging his life for resources. Purchasing 2 longswords, Lu Xian directs Xuan towards the lane. Halfway there, news of a kill reverberates through the game. EDG's Clear Love 7, the blind monk, has slain SKT's Peanut, the outlaw. After eliminating Janna, the blind monk does not return home but stealthily invades SKT's jungle, kicking down the unsuspecting Peanut, who is busy taking the small birds. Not only does he eliminate Peanut, but he also devours the remaining large bird and 3 small ones. Peanut stares blankly at the screen, unable to comprehend how the match has devolved into such chaos. The director's blind monk has reached level 5, while his Graves remains at level 2 with only 3 minions slain. Having believed Hyuni's unfounded claims, he initially intended to invade the director's top jungle, but reluctantly returns to his own jungle, only to find himself dispatched by the director shortly after. Beside Lu Xian, the director exclaims excitedly in the team voice chat, "I have finally proven." No, you can only prove it after this match. Lu Xian quickly interrupts, halting the director's spellcasting. Controlling Xuan back to the lane, Lu Xian resumes his duel with Rumble. Hyuni glances at Lu Xian's build, feeling somewhat bewildered. It is not as he expected. He anticipated magic resistance first. What could 2 longswords signify? Does he intend to slay me? The advantages of the director's blind monk do not translate into Hunie's own benefits. Without tankiness in the late game, what will this composition use to contend with us? Hunie scoffs, finding Lu Xian's build somewhat thoughtless. Unaware of Hunie's musings, Lu Xian focuses solely on pushing the lane. Before long, he has pushed the minion wave back to Hunie's tower, albeit at a cost. The health has already been reduced to a suboptimal state by Rumble. This way could spell death. Lu Xian glanced at Rumble's condition and the minion wave. Rumble was also at half health, and there were plenty of minions beneath the tower. If he were to die now, it would likely force Rumble back home, and he could also collect the minions under the tower, allowing his next wave to follow up seamlessly. Without hesitation, Lu Xian directed Xuan towards Hunie. Hunie, noticing Xuan's movement, was taken aback. He had just seen the junglers Lee Sin on the minimap, appearing in the mid lane. The rest of EDG's members were also visible on the minimap, and he did not believe that Lu Xian Xuan would dare confront him. No way. Is he really going to engage? Hunie was stunned. Xuan approached Rumble, initiating with his E ability and unleashed his ultimate, applying a slow to Rumble. Chapter 70, Delivering Infestation. Even the divine fears great fortune. What is he truly attempting to accomplish? Hunie was utterly astonished by Lu Xian's actions. This Xuan evidently lacked the capability to single-handedly eliminate his Rumble beneath the turret. Even with all abilities landing perfectly, it was inconceivable for Xuan to vanquish Rumble. Moreover, initiating with the E skill, Xuan had already drawn the attention of the turret. A beam of light surged forth, aimed directly at Lu Xian's Xuan. Yet, Lu Xian did not retreat, instead charging his Q skill. Unable to comprehend Lu Xian's intentions, Hunie instinctively repositioned himself to evade the attack, but was slowed by the E skill, and with limited mobility, he could not escape the range of Xuan's Q skill. You are nothing but a pest, Xuan roared, unleashing a fully charged Q skill that struck Rumble along with nearby minions. Those who perish fell, those whose sword took flight. What purpose does this serve? Hunie remained bewildered. Even after being struck by a fully charged Q skill, Rumble still retained a third of his health, with the W shield yet to be activated. As Xuan charged his Q, he had already been targeted by the turret. After enduring a second strike, his health was depleted, leaving him vulnerable to a mere touch. Rumble had yet to recover from the stun when minions, untouched by Xuan, swiftly eliminated Lu Xian's Xuan. Witnessing this, Lu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Had they known that Lu Xian was playing a strategy of self-sacrifice, Hunie would have surely attacked him upon Xuan's approach. Unlike Hunie, who refrained from using his skills and merely dodged the Q. In this exchange, Hunie failed to secure a kill, with the turret claiming Xuan's life. Transformed into a zombie, Xuan lumbered forward. Hunie, controlling Rumble, retreated while unleashing the E skill. The electronic harpoon aimed at the zombie Xuan to prevent its advance. However, Lu Xian's zombie had no intention of engaging Rumble. His sights were solely set on the minions and the turret. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The minions were swiftly dispatched, and before collapsing, one even managed to strike the turret. What is happening? What is King doing? Hunie refrained from attacking him. Having crossed the turret threshold, it was all so perplexing, leaving everyone bewildered. The audience was equally confounded, unable to decipher the unfolding events. Even Wawa and Miller found themselves at a loss for commentary. Meanwhile, Lu Xian received a system notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully delivering a kill. Teammate status has increased by 11. This round of sacrificing a life, with a kill not claimed by Rumble, proved to be immensely profitable. Hunie's Rumble was in dire straits, retreating to base under the turret. Lu Xian, on the other hand, upgraded his 2 long swords to Tiamat, granting his attacks area damage and the ability to be activated for additional area damage against surrounding enemy units. With this item in hand, wave clearing would become even swifter. Xuan teleported back into action, activating his W shield and charging his Q skill. The massive axe descended, the W exploded, and Tiamat was unleashed. In a single sequence, he obliterated the minions that had just spawned on the opposing side. On Lu Xian's side, he had already amassed nearly 2 waves of minions. Xuan began to assault the turret. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Although there was no explosion, the current turret lacked its shield, failing to trigger the barrier effect that comes from losing its shield. It retained its original dual resistances, which meant it was rather fragile, coupled with the surrounding minions. The turret's health diminished rapidly. By the time Rumble arrived on the lane, the turret was left with only a quarter of its health. Hunie's Rumble activated his QW combination, gaining a shield and accelerating as he charged toward Xuan, who remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to Rumble's presence. His sole focus was the turret. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Why wasn't Xuan retreating? Hunie was bewildered. While League of Legends is indeed a tower-pushing game, one shouldn't sacrifice oneself for a turret, right? Xuan wasn't attacking Rumble, and the turret also ignored Xuan, solely targeting the minions behind him. By the time Rumble eliminated Xuan, the turret was already severely damaged. As Xuan resurrected as a zombie, he unleashed a furious roar and continued his assault on the turret. 1 punch, 2 punches, and the turret exploded. Lucian claimed the first blood turret. What was going on with Xuan? Sacrificing himself for a turret? This allowed Rumble to secure a kill and thrive in his development. It was incomprehensible. Surely, they wouldn't begin developing strategies around this? One could argue that it was indeed a possibility. The live chat was chaotic, expressing confusion over Lucian's decision to sacrifice the turret. Clearly, he could have retreated. Was it worth trading his life for a turret? Upon resurrection, the level 6 Xuan did not head straight back to the top lane, but instead made his way towards the mid lane. Observing the mini-map, it was apparent that mid-lane combat between Faker and Scout had been intense, with both players retreating towards their respective towers, clearly planning to return to base. Lucian descended from the high ground in mid-lane, reaching the second turret position, and activated his ultimate ability, Fear the Reaper. Xuan radiated a crimson glow and charged forward. Xuan was unleashing his ultimate. Surely, he wasn't aiming to collide with Faker, was he? The commentators voiced their excitement. From their godlike perspective, they could see that Xuan had a genuine opportunity to strike Faker. What was that sound? Faker, who was in the midst of recalling at the second turret, faintly heard Xuan's ultimate activation but thought little of it, as it was quite common for Xuan to return to lane after using his ultimate. He pondered why Xuan was so determined to demolish the top turret. Just then, Lucian's Xuan arrived, crashing directly into Faker's Cassiopeia. The critically wounded Cassiopeia was instantly obliterated. EDG's king, the Undying Warrior, eliminated SKT's Faker, the Serpent Empress. EDG's king achieved a solo kill on Faker. Commentator exclaimed with excitement. Although King S. Xuan would also fall to the turret, the elimination of the formidable opponent would undoubtedly bolster EDG's morale. Miller's voice was tinged with exhilaration. After all, during that time, Faker was undeniably formidable, possessing an invincible pressure in the lane. A single kill against him could be proudly listed on one's resume. Opinions among the audience varied. Was this truly a kill on Faker? It was more akin to snatching a head. Even the divine can fear the whims of fate, as King aptly stated, a testament that even gods can bleed. The commentary was rather forced. Before the demise of the Serpent Woman, she had cast a venomous mist beneath her, inflicting damage on Xuan. Yet, it was indeed the Serpent Woman who secured the kill. Did this not apply pressure to the mid lane? Meanwhile, Lucian had already subdued Xuan and was advancing towards the first tower. Upon reaching the tower, he was struck down by its defenses, as the minion wave had also approached the tower. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The zombified Xuan began assaulting the turret. Scout, you should head to the top lane. I shall confront Faker, Lucian remarked in the team voice chat. Chapter 71, Positioning? What is positioning? The banner of command. No issues. Right? You find it difficult to maneuver against the Serpent Woman's skills, do you not? Scout expressed a hint of uncertainty. Initially, he felt considerable pressure while landing against Faker. Yet as time progressed, he began to find a matchup increasingly manageable. Despite Faker's formidable positioning with the Serpent Woman, frequently evading Scout's Malzahar's Q skill, Scout 2 had successfully dodged many of the Serpent Woman's W and Q skills. Otherwise, the situation would not have reached a balanced 5-5. In contrast, Lucian found Xuan to be excessively cumbersome, making him an easy target for the Serpent Woman's harassment. Fear not, Leave it to me, Xuan declared with unwavering confidence. Positioning? He deemed it unnecessary. Having revived, Xuan purchased a Legion shield and strode directly towards the mid lane. Faker's Serpent Woman had also returned to the fray. Upon spotting Xuan, she promptly unleashed her Q skill beneath his feet. Xuan attempted to maneuver, but was preemptively anticipated by Faker, landing the Serpent Woman's Q skill upon him. The Serpent Woman's E skill, Twin Fangs, was released, sending forth a green fang that struck Xuan, inflicting double damage and life-stealing effects. Xuan activated Xuan's W skill to mitigate some of the damage from the E skill. After a mere E activation, Faker's Serpent Woman retreated to the vicinity of the ranged minions, mindful of the high mana cost of her E skill in the early game. Her objective had been achieved, to deplete Xuan's W shield. Once the shield dissipated, she intended to continue her harassment. Xuan, meanwhile, raised his colossal axe, targeting the minions in the lane, and began to charge his Q. "You are but a worm," Xuan bellowed, unleashing a fully charged Q that obliterated a low-health minion, leaving the others severely weakened. The W shield detonated, synergizing with the damage from Tiamat, swiftly clearing the wave. Xuan's minions advanced towards Faker's defensive tower. Faker maneuvered the Serpent Woman to retreat beneath the tower, utilizing her Q and basic attacks to secure last hits. Xuan was not surprised by this turn of events. The Serpent Woman's Z skill had yet to undergo any revisions, meaning that while killing units did not return mana, it inflicted double damage and lifesteal on poison targets. The designers had adjusted her E skill's early mana cost due to its mindless use during lane, granting the Serpent Woman a distinct advantage. This adjustment rendered it nearly impossible for the Serpent Woman to push waves effectively. Faker's Serpent Woman, equipped with the Storm Rider's Surge and Barrier, clearly aimed for a late-game strategy, wielding items such as the Tear of the Goddess and a Sapphire Crystal, which diminished her wave-clearing capabilities. She could not compete with Xuan, relying solely on the tower's damage to last-hit weakened minions. Meanwhile, Xuan had begun to command Xuan to advance upon the tower. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The tower's health plummeted rapidly. As the second wave of minions arrived, Xuan did not retreat. His colossal axe was raised high as he charged his Q ability, striking not only the minions but also hitting Faker's Cassiopeia. What on earth was this fellow doing? Faker stared in bewilderment at Xuan's Xuan. Had he intentionally allowed himself to be hit by Xuan's Q? Xuan had already been struck by his own Q ability, and now the turret was targeting him. Yet Xuan remained steadfast, clearing the minions and attacking the turret. Surely, this meant Xuan was doomed, and the kill would be awarded to him. Such audacity was something Faker had only encountered in ranked matches against adversaries, where teammates might deliberately feed. But this was a professional arena. Was there discord within EDG? Was that earlier admonishment from King truly sincere? While Faker pondered these questions, Xuan was swiftly vanquished by the turret. Even in defeat, Xuan appeared robotic, his focus solely on the turret. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Cassiopeia's damage was insufficient. Before Xuan fell to the ground, he managed to demolish the turret. Had Xuan sacrificed himself once more? What was King thinking? Trading his life for a turret? Surely, even a servant to the game could not play in such a manner. Yet if this continued, perhaps Xuan's sacrifices would become invaluable, almost profitable. Gradually, spectators began to discern the brilliance of the situation, as the audience was vast, and skilled players often emerged from the masses. Professional players must weigh numerous factors, while viewers only need to consider the events unfolding before them. Xuan's Xuan revived once more, upgrading his Legion's Holy Shield into a Banner of Command. This was a delightful surprise prepared for Faker. In the current patch, although the Banner of Command could not stack with the Baron buff, it could empower minions, maintaining their magic resistance effect. This item was also a core component for a death-trading Xuan strategy, particularly effective against SKT's current lineup, which featured both Rumble and Cassiopeia, AP champions that would struggle against empowered minions immune to magic damage. King had procured a Banner of Command. The commentator was astonished. This was the first time he had witnessed this item in a competitive match. The banner's effect, which enhanced minions and granted them increased strength along with magic immunity. seemed particularly advantageous against Cassiopeia. The commentator elaborated on the banner S effects for the audience. After all, even in casual games, this item was seldom seen, let alone among viewers who no longer played the game. Faker as Cassiopeia upgraded her blue crystal into a catalyst of eons and returned to the lane. Noticing the banner of command on Xuan, her brow furrowing slightly. SKT had previously examined this item and concluded it lacked strategic significance, while it could enhance minions. It conflicted with the Baron buff. Moreover, its cost-effectiveness was questionable. If the top lane lacked sufficient durability, it could hinder the pace of the game, and a support player would find it challenging to afford, needing to purchase a Sightstone first, and by the time they could afford it, the game might nearly be over. Faker simply could not comprehend why Xuan's Xuan was opting for such an unusual item. With Xuan already in play, Xuan promptly enhanced his Swift champion and began utilizing QW to clear minions with the Tiamat. He efficiently cleared the wave and then turned his attention towards the top lane. Caution was warranted, for Xuan's ultimate was ready, poised to charge at him. Observing Xuan's movements, Faker quickly alerted Huni through the team voice chat. Upon hearing this, Huni swiftly maneuvered Rumble to retreat, as the first turret had already fallen to Xuan, leading him to withdraw to the vicinity of the second turret. "Scout, come assist me in taking the Rift Herald," he called out. However, Xuan's Xuan had no intention of colliding with Rumble. Instead, he made his way to the Baron pit to commence his assault on the Rift Herald. Though puzzled by the situation, Scout hastened to comply. Chapter 72, The Rift Herald, Zizirot Portal, and the Sacrificial Xuan. What purpose does this serve? Scout inquired while controlling Malzahar and assaulting the Rift Herald. "You'll understand shortly," Xuan responded, opting not to elaborate further. He was unsurprised by Scout's confusion, considering that the mid-season patch had recently reworked the Rift Herald. In the previous spring season, the Herald could not be summoned and merely granted a damage buff to heroes who collected it. Aside from providing a significant advantage in the top lane, teams generally refrained from engaging with it, especially since the top lane typically favored tanky champions, rendering the buff less impactful. With so many strategic elements to analyze, no team had yet recognized the tactical significance of the Rift Herald, except for Xuan's Sacrificial Xuan. Before long, the Rift Herald was vanquished, and Xuan's Xuan claimed the buff it left behind, making his way toward the top lane, which had accumulated 2 waves of minions. "Aren't you going to face Faker in lane?" Scout asked while maneuvering Malzahar back to base. "I will, but first, I need to borrow some gold from you," Xuan replied, as Xuan inched forward. With a charged Q, he unleashed an early W, causing an explosion, followed by a Tiamat area attack. The 2 waves of minions were swiftly cleared. This isn't borrowing, it's outright theft. Scout was left awestruck by Xuan's dexterity. After returning to base to purchase a Negatron cloak and a healing crystal, Xuan resumed his advance toward the lane. Meanwhile, Faker was in a state of distress, having just eliminated the enhanced minion Xuan had summoned. This was utterly infuriating. The Serpent Woman had low attack damage to begin with, and with the added magic resistance, Faker found himself struggling to secure a kill. Just as he prepared to push the minion wave forward and return home, a shout echoed through the air. "Here comes the bug!" With a furious roar, Xuan charged forth, disregarding the turret's assaults, and collided with Faker's Serpent Woman. She was once again sent flying. Fortunately, the Serpent Woman was at full health, benefiting from the Catalyst Stone's healing, sustaining only a fraction of her health despite subsequently taking damage from Xuan's QW abilities. Regaining control, Faker pulled the Serpent Woman back while casting his W ability to slow Xuan, preparing to pursue. However, as he was about to give chase, he froze in disbelief. Xuan's Xuan was not retreating. Instead, he stood firm against the turret's fire, clearing the surrounding minions before assaulting the turret itself. 1 strike, 2 strikes. 3 strikes, Xuan collapsed, revealing his zombie form. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, the zombie fell. What on earth is this Xuan doing? Is he just handing over kills to Faker? With the Serpent Woman already having secured 2 kills early on, she could easily snowball and spell doom for EDG. It's over. EDG is done for. The audience erupted in discontent as they witnessed Lu Xian's Xuan once again fall, inciting a wave of criticism. As the battle raged on, Lu Xian's Xuan had been resurrected and swiftly teleported back to the lane. With remarkable speed, he cleared the minions and unleashed a relentless assault on the defensive tower. Meanwhile, Faker's Cassiopeia, having previously suffered a setback, had returned home and was now en route to the battlefield. By the time she arrived, the tower had already succumbed to Lu Xian's relentless attacks. Lu Xian utilized his command, flagged to bolster the nearby cannon minions before leisurely retreating. The sight of the fortified minions re-emerging on the lane was enough to make even Faker suppress a curse. This was utterly insufferable. Let's shift to the mid lane and deal with that cannon minion, Faker lamented within his team. No sooner had he spoken than news broke of the bot lane duo's demise. Once again, it was the director's Lee Sin, executing a swift R-flash into a dragon's rage, sending Bang's Caitlyn reeling back, and in conjunction with Ash's damage, eliminated her in an instant. SKT's support, Wolf, playing Zyra, was ensnared by Thresh's hook and could not escape, allowing the director to claim yet another double kill, his pockets now overflowing. Where's Peanut? Shouldn't he come to counter-gank? Bang inquired through the team voice chat, glancing at the minimap to locate Peanut's position. The latter was still jungling and was only level 5. Level 5? How could he be just level 5? Bang exclaimed in disbelief, noting that the director's Lee Sin had already reached level 9, while Peanut's Graves lagged behind by 4 levels. The audience, witnessing the director's double kill, flooded the screen with an overwhelming display of 7, the number representing skill, underscoring the director's prowess and effectively relegating Peanut to a mere novice. Indeed, in crucial moments, we must rely on the director. The spirit of 7 is invincible. If this Xuan doesn't falter, we would have already secured victory. The barrage of comments praising the director ensued, interspersed with criticisms directed at Lu Xian's Xuan. Unperturbed by the opinions of others, Lu Xian, now in control of Xuan, returned to the fountain and constructed a Zizzarat portal. Thus, the death-oriented Xuan had acquired his essential equipment. Zizzarat portal, 55 armor, 55 magic resistance, 125 base health regeneration. Unique passive, Abyssal Rush. When near a tower, destroyed tower, or void gate, you gain a progressively increasing movement speed bonus, capped at 20 after 2 seconds. Unique active, generates a void gate that lasts for 120 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Every 4 seconds, the portal spawns a voidling. The first and every 4th voidling receives a damage bonus equal to 15 of her maximum health. Lu Xian surveyed the minion wave and noted that the opposing bot lane duo had switched to the mid lane, while Faker's Cassiopeia had taken position in the bot lane. In response, Lu Xian also transitioned his Xuan towards the bot lane. No way, he's back again. Faker scratched his head upon seeing Lu Xian's Xuan reappear. Fortunately, command, flag had just been used and was now on cooldown, alleviating his concerns about Lu Xian summoning another magic-resistant minion. As Faker pondered, Lu Xian's Xuan swiftly cleared the minion wave and stood beneath the turret. He placed a Zizzarat portal behind him, from which an unending stream of void beasts emerged, rushing towards the turret. Yet, this was not the end. Lu Xian promptly summoned the Rift Herald. The colossal Rift Herald, resembling a giant river crab, began to charge up, preparing to collide with the turret. Meanwhile, Lu Xian's Xuan had already arrived at the turret, initiating attacks. Was this truly correct? Lu Xian's series of maneuvers left Faker in astonishment. He hastily commanded the Serpent Woman to retreat, but just as she exited the turret's range, the Rift Herald crashed forward, obliterating the already weakened turret. Lu Xian's Xuan, leading the Rift Herald and the Void Beast summoned from the portal, pressed onward relentlessly. Chapter 73, a surge of momentum propelled the team to the high ground, leaving Faker momentarily dazed. The Void Beast summoned by Jot was capable of inflicting damage not only on the defensive towers, but also on the minions. In conjunction with Lu Xuan's Xuan, they cleared the waves with remarkable speed. Xuan utilized his E ability, the Killer Roar, to send Faker's newly spawned cannon minions flying. In no time, the minion wave reached the second tower. Due to distance constraints, the Void Beast could no longer target the tower. However, Xuan's standard of command was ready for deployment. Upon release, it enhanced the nearby cannon minions. The Rift Herald charged forward with fervor. Faker's Cassiopeia stood beneath the tower, only to be forcefully knocked aside by the Herald, losing a significant portion of health in the process. Desperate to eliminate Xuan, Faker hastily called for assistance through team voice chat. But his teammates in other lanes were all preoccupied with EDG's forces. The only potential ally, Peanut, was still clearing the jungle in the top lane. "Just let me finish this wave of monsters, and I'll head down," Peanut remarked while directing his gunner to attack the frog. Faker, feeling helpless, disregarded his mana consumption and swiftly cast his E ability to clear the minion wave. At that moment, Xuan let out a furious roar. Insect. With his ultimate ability ready, Xuan charged toward Faker's Cassiopeia. Assessing the damage, Faker activated his barrier but refrained from using his flash, wishing to conserve it for team fights. The empowered Xuan sent the serpent flying, following up with his Q ability. The W shield exploded, aided by the Tiamat. Despite Faker's immediate attempt to reposition, he found himself with merely a third of his health remaining and was compelled to retreat to base. Xuan, though low on health, showed no concern for the potential retaliation from SKT's other members and relentlessly battered the tower. The second tower succumbed to Xuan's relentless assault as the injured Xuan, accompanied by the nearly depleted Rift Herald and the enhanced cannon minions, pressed forward alongside a multitude of minions. SKT quickly regrouped towards the lower high ground. But upon their arrival, the weakened Rift Herald charged once more, swiftly diminishing the high ground tower's health. Xuan pressed on fearlessly, absorbing tower damage as he activated his W shield and commenced his assault on the tower. SKT's members hastily retaliated against Xuan, with Zyra unleashing her E ability followed by her ultimate, while Caitlyn laid down a trap at Xuan's feet, delivering critical damage. Xuan was knocked back and fell, only to resurrect as a zombie, fixated solely on the tower. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches with the support of the enhanced cannon minions and an overwhelming wave. He obliterated the high ground tower. Is it truly possible to play like this? Faker was astonished. In a single push, Xuan had demolished 3 towers. At that moment, the realization struck Faker. Xuan was not deliberately feeding. Rather, he was leveraging his passive ability in conjunction with his equipment effects to dismantle towers with astonishing efficiency. King led his Void Army to triumphantly breach SKT's high ground defense tower. The excited voice of the commentator, Doimb, filled the air, including the high ground tower. Xuan had already demolished 6 towers, and it hadn't even been 20 minutes. Miller chimed in, expressing his astonishment at Xuan's performance. Wow. Can it really be played like this? King's tactics were profoundly intricate, leaving even Faker bewildered. The champion took the tower damage intended for minions, and I was utterly impressed. Leading the charge and taking the initiative, it brought tears to my eyes. The screen was flooded with emotional reactions. Since the inception of League of Legends, it had always been the minions absorbing the tower's damage while champions pushed. Yet, here with Liu's Xuan, the tables had turned, as Xuan now bore the brunt of the tower's onslaught. Many viewers could no longer contain their excitement and promptly opened the game to replicate Liu's build, eager to join in. Even professional players were not exempt. G2's top laner, Expect, was no exception. It was simply irresistible. The peculiar Xuan build was so captivating that anyone who could resist playing it was remarkable. As Xuan pushed SKT's high ground, EDG's captain and others were not idle, gathering in the top lane to swiftly eliminate the enemy's rumble by the second tower. What should we do? Gather and push? The captain inquired through the team voice chat. You all push ahead. I will lead the bottom lane. If they chase me, you can secure the Baron, Liu suggested after some thought. With his Xuan build, he felt slightly lacking in direct confrontation, believing that a 4-to-1 split push would be more advantageous. Thus, the EDG team regrouped near the second tower in the top lane, while Liu's resurrected Xuan purchased the Titanic Hydra and proceeded towards the bottom lane. This match has become quite challenging. We have been outmaneuvered since the start, sighed Faker on the SKT side. Although he had recognized Liu's strategy, it was already too late. Xuan's items had fully come together, and, crucially, SKT lacked sufficient crowd control. It was no wonder they banned Syndra and prioritized Thresh in the draft. It all prepared them to counter this overwhelming Xuan. Support player Wolf's voice rang out, realizing that had he picked Thresh, Xuan would not have had such comfort. During the tower push, he could have been easily controlled. Alas, there were no what-ifs now. SKT had no one to restrain Xuan. They could only gather more players and quickly eliminate Xuan to mitigate his damage to the towers. Nevertheless, Xuan could still manage to demolish towers, even through multiple deaths. I am doing well in this match. Let us allow the second tower in the top lane to fall. If they dive, we can find an opportunity to strike back. The bottom lane still has a crystal, and the minion wave can hold for a while. Faker calmly stated in the team voice chat. Despite the dire situation for SKT, he still wished to attempt a comeback. His Cassiopeia was not underdeveloped. He had already secured Zhonya's Hourglass and Rylai's Crystal Scepter, and his Tear the Goddess was fully stacked, significantly increasing his damage output compared to the earlier stages when he struggled with mana. Faker yearned to make a stand once more. As time progressed, EDG successfully dismantled the second turret in the top lane, advancing further and applying pressure near SKT's top inhibitor turret. On the other hand, Lucian Xuan was leading the minion wave from the bottom lane, approaching the vicinity of SKT's fallen second turret. Shall we engage? Scout expressed his eager anticipation within the EDG team communication. At present, SKT's jungler, Graves, had become ineffective, and both Rumble and Caitlyn were only moderately developed. With only Faker's Cassiopeia showing commendable growth, yet still comparable to his Malzahar. A dive could potentially lead to a complete annihilation of SKT, thereby concluding the match. Furthermore, Xuan's presence in the bottom lane was exerting considerable psychological pressure on SKT, preventing them from focusing entirely on team fights. Let's engage, the team captain remarked in the voice chat, as the Blind Monk's queue was already launched. Chapter 74 Scout, cease this instant. What are you doing? Exclaimed Bo1, as the ethereal resonance of Tianyin Wave was unleashed by the Blind Monk, striking Huni's Rumble directly. The jungler executed a second Q, soaring forth, his intent to kick Huni's Rumble back into play. Yet, Huni had anticipated the jungler's maneuver. As the jungler approached, Huni's Rumble executed a timely flash. The jungler's kick failed to return Rumble, inadvertently placing him within the range of the high ground turret. Wolf's Janna swiftly unleashed her EQ abilities, summoning Flora from the ground, while tendrils surged toward the Blind Monk. Without hesitation, the jungler flashed backward, evading Janna's control. Thresh cast his lantern, rescuing the Blind Monk from peril. Meanwhile, the other members of EDG sprang into action, with Ashe's ultimate striking Peanut's Graves. Although the jungler could not displace Huni's Rumble, the skirmish had commenced. The clash between SKT and EDG erupted into chaos. Huni's Rumble unleashed his ultimate, hitting 4 adversaries. Scout S. Malzahar interrupted Rumble SQ with a well-timed ability. The positioning for Misfortune was favorable for output. Miko's Thresh flashed in with an EQ combo, ensnaring Misfortune, who was swiftly eliminated. Janna soon followed suit. It seemed that EDG was on the cusp of victory. Just as the commentator finished his sentence, Faker's Cassiopeia executed an astonishing reverse or flash from an improbable angle, petrifying all 4 members of EDG. Commentator was left astounded by Faker's play. This was the great Demon King, emerging in SKT's dire moment. Exclaimed in excitement. Despite his support for EDG, he could not deny the elegance of Faker's execution. Under immense pressure, he displayed the utmost skill. This was truly Faker. With EDG immobilized, Faker's Cassiopeia, in concert with Huni's Rumble, began to unleash devastating damage. The jungler's Blind Monk was the first to fall. As the remaining members regained their mobility, they found themselves afflicted by the toxins from Cassiopeia's abilities. With double damage from her E and the lifesteal effect, Faker's Cassiopeia resembled a war god, relentlessly casting her E. Her venomous fangs assailing EDG's ranks. Scout and the bot lane duo attempted a rapid counterattack. While Scout's R and E had previously been directed at Rumble, he was now left to rely solely on his Q to silence Cassiopeia. However, Faker's Cassiopeia, with her nimble movements, evaded Scout's cue, leaving only Zet's Ash capable of inflicting damage upon her. The mayhem persisted, with only Scout's Malzahar and Faker's Cassiopeia remaining in the fray. The minion wave had dissipated. Despite Cassiopeia's low health, Scout's Malzahar could not risk diving the turret to eliminate Faker. They had managed to hold their ground at last. As Faker began to exhale in relief, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed die. Lucien's Xuan charged forward, colliding with the Serpent Woman. With both abilities on cooldown, the exhausted Faker had no means to evade the rapidly advancing Xuan. The mighty Xuan crashed into the Serpent Woman. EDG's king, the undead warrior, eliminated SKT's Faker, the Serpent's Embrace. The game alert sounded, and Faker gazed at the Xuan on the screen, a bitter smile gracing his face. The primary reason for SKT's defeat in this match was undoubtedly this Xuan. Had it not been for Xuan's relentless tower pushing and his earlier consumption of Peanut's jungle camps, SKT's rhythm would not have spiraled into such disarray. Faker's Serpent Woman had perished. EDG now had the opportunity to seize victory. The two commentators exclaimed with fervor. Lucien had already pivoted towards the base's defensive tower. Scout's Malzahar swiftly followed suit, but as they passed Faker's fallen Serpent Woman, he could not resist making a playful dancing gesture. This moment was keenly observed by Lucien. "Scout, what are you doing?" Lucien couldn't help but shout. He was all too familiar with this scene. Previously, when BLG held the lead, they danced upon Faker's corpse, attempting to drag him out of the fountain to slay him. Ultimately, they ignited Faker's wrath, transforming him into a formidable force, and despite leading in the match, SKT turned the tide and claimed victory. Similar occurrences exist in other sports as well. For instance, during a match, spectators chanted Ma Long, 4 o'clock, and defeating Lin Dan will crown you the champion, invoking the true essence of martial spirits. I acknowledge your strength, possessing the ability to succeed me. You may walk past me and ascend to your throne. However, if your intent is to step over my corpse to rise, I regret to inform you that I shall thwart you. At that moment, Scout was doing just that, provoking Faker and awakening his fierce determination. "Oh, B01, that's no matter." Lucien realized this and maneuvered Xuan towards the SKT base crystal. The two outer turrets had already been dismantled. Now, alongside the minions bolstered by Scout's Malzahar, the void creatures from the Void Gate, and the empowered siege minions from the Banner of Command, they swiftly obliterated the outer turrets, reducing the crystal to a sliver of health just as the SKT players revived. By the time they emerged from the fountain, Lucien Xuan had already shattered SKT's base. Let us congratulate EDG for their triumph over SKT. Should EDG secure another victory against G2, they shall undoubtedly advance from the group stage, the commentator exclaimed with excitement, heralding the conclusion of the match. The audience remained captivated, especially by Lucien's audacious Xuan. They felt a lingering desire for more, wishing Lucien could play just a little longer. The barrage of comments in the live stream was filled with joy. Previously, someone mentioned offline crashing in a Faker with a big truck. King has taken care of that for you online. This Xuan is likely to have knocked Faker senseless tonight as he lays his head to rest. His mind will be haunted by the sounds of pests. To be honest, it possesses a certain toxicity, lacking the necessary speed to protect 1S family, and thus, I would not recommend its use in ranked matches. As the match concluded, the members of EDG and SKT exchanged fist bumps in farewell. As Lucien passed by Faker, the latter uttered a phrase in Korean. What did Faker just say? Upon returning to the lounge, Lucien turned to Scout beside him. He mentioned that he would be waiting for you in the finals. Scout then translated Faker's words for Lucien. Chapter 75. Is G2 also playing the sacrificial Xuan? It seems Faker remains unfazed. At this moment, the coach couldn't help but chuckle. The others joined in laughter, primarily due to Lucien's comical Xuan, who seemed to be relentlessly pursuing Faker throughout the match. Yet, one must concede that the pivotal factor in their victory was indeed Lucien Xuan. Lucien, deep in thought, realized that Faker and SKT were stronger than he had anticipated. However, he remained undeterred. Aside from the sacrificial Xuan strategy, He had devised additional tactics for Faker. Just as he was resting, a call from Huang Shi came through. Upon answering, Lu Xian heard Huang Shi's voice. Congratulations on defeating SKT. Thank you. Thank you, Lu Xian responded with a smile. After a brief pause, Huang Shi continued. The sale date for the skins has been confirmed. It will be right after MSI. However, I have another request. Would you be willing to join us for a live stream after the group stage? We hope to boost the excitement, but I'm uncertain if this would interfere with your training. Huang Shi felt a bit anxious. Professional players have a rigorous training regimen, especially during such critical moments. After the group stage, they would have only 5 days before the elimination matches, and with the need to travel from São Paulo to Rio de Janeiro, a distance of 439 kilometers, he doubted the feasibility of allocating a day for a live stream. Silence lingered on the other end of the line. Sighing, Huang Shi was preparing to say a few courteous words to alleviate the awkwardness when Lu Xian's voice broke through. Add an extra $1 for each skin, and additionally, provide me with 10,000 battle passes to give away during the stream. Huang Shi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Xian would indeed have time for a live stream. Is the club okay with this? Wouldn't it breach any regulations? Make sure to review the contract terms. You wouldn't want to end up giving all your earnings back to the club. Huang Shi cautioned in a hushed tone. Not to worry. My contract has been reviewed by a professional lawyer, Lu Xian replied confidently, a strategy he had learned from Xiao Hu. With a keen understanding of legal matters, he successfully extricated himself from contractual obligations. His contract with EDG was not merely an employment agreement. It resembled a collaborative outsourcing arrangement, akin to a coaching service. Of course, he was still required to receive a fixed salary, as Lu Xian was essential for key matches and needed to travel with the team for the World Championship. This was a point of contention for Abu, who couldn't comprehend why EDG's management had chosen to sign such a contract with Lu Xian, believing that one individual could not transform the entire EDG team, particularly given the recent outstanding performances from the coach and others. On the other end, Huang Shi felt a surge of joy upon hearing Lu Xian's words and quickly responded. All right, I will contact the higher-ups immediately to relay your requests. There should be no significant issues. Please wait for my news, and good luck in the next match. With that, Huang Shi hastily ended the call. Soon, the moment arrived for the match against G2. Welcome back, everyone. Today marks the final day of the group stage, and we hope this will be the last match of the day. If EDG can secure a victory against G2, they will successfully advance. Indeed, EDG had already triumphed over SKT, and I firmly believe they are in excellent form, poised to conquer G2 without a hitch. Now, both teams entered the BP phase. As the commentary duo, Wawa and Miller, began to speak, the live broadcast transitioned to the BP interface. EDG was positioned as the blue side, while G2 was on the red side. EDG initiated the ban by removing PerkZ, the mid laner from G2, known for his outstanding performance with Orianna, alongside the current meta favorites, Mouse and Kog'Maw. G2 responded by banning Lulu, Karma, and Kennen. As EDG proceeded with their picks, Lu Xian, despite being assigned to carry role this game, prioritized securing the powerful Lee Sin for Clearlove. Although this choice may not enhance Clearlove's state, it was evident that he had already regained his confidence. Furthermore, the disparity between G2's jungler and Peanut was apparent. Even if Clearlove could not dominate, he could at least achieve parity. G2's selection left commentators, viewers, and even Lu Xian in astonishment. G2's top laner, expect, boldly locked in Xuan. Are you sure that's wise? Inquired PerkZ, who later transitioned to the bot lane as an AD carry, echoing the sentiments of the audience. Looking at King's execution, it seems straightforward to me. I believe it's a sound choice, especially since we have already secured our advancement and may face EDG later. Choosing Xuan allows us to gauge their response, expect explained. AI Ponder expects reasoning and found it quite compelling. So G2 has locked in Xuan. Could they be planning to emulate King's strategy from the previous match, trading deaths for turret gold? It seemed plausible, considering that opting for a tank in the top lane was not the optimal choice in the current meta. As Wawa and Miller provided analysis on G2's Xuan selection, they posed the question, what champions effectively counter him? EDG's coach, Nof, glanced at Lu Xian. To untie the knot, one must first tie it, he mused. Lucian nodded in agreement. Thresh, Syndra, and Cho'Gath are key picks. Acquiring one will make him uncomfortable, 2 will cause significant distress, and 3 will likely make him wish to exit the game. All right, we'll proceed as you suggest, came the response. The BP continued, and in accordance with Lucian's advice, EDG promptly selected Syndra and Thresh. The current version saw few players opting for Cho'Gath, ensuring he was unlikely to be contested or banned. This proved true, as G2 subsequently chose their bot lane duo, Tahm Kench and Caitlyn. In the second round of the BP, EDG opted to ban LeBlanc and Janna, while G2 chose to eliminate Dr. Mundo and Aatrox. Subsequently, EDG selected Cho'Gath and Ashe, with G2 concluding their picks with Jace in the mid lane and Graves as their jungler. The lineups were finalized. EDG, top lane Cho'Gath, jungle Lee Sin, mid lane Syndra, AD carry Ashe, support Thresh. G2, top lane Xuan, jungle Graves, mid lane Jace, AD carry Caitlyn, support Tahm Kench. Is everything in order? Noph glanced at Lucian, who had followed his advice and chosen 3 champions that counter Xuan. Scout, slightly uncertain, remarked in the team voice chat, wouldn't it be better to select an AD mid laner? After all, he recalled the scene where Faker's Cassiopeia fiercely dominated the lane. Syndra, in comparison, was not significantly inferior. Don't worry, I'll teach you a trick shortly, Lucian replied with unwavering confidence. As the champions materialized in the fountain, the game commenced. Chapter 76 Expect, Don the Mask of Anguish. Is this the essence you speak of? Enough with the first-tier teams. I shall steal his blue buff. The voice of Expect resonated through the G2 team's communication. Perhaps you should reconsider, as you are employing a tactic that the opposing side can easily anticipate, remarked AP, expressing his disapproval of the top laner's plan. No worries. I shall take a look. If the timing is not right, I will withdraw, Expect replied, swiftly maneuvering Xuan to the river position in the top lane, keenly observing the movements of the EDG players. Soon, the minions appeared, and both G2 and EDG returned to their lanes. Lucian's monstrous champion made its presence known on the battlefield. Upon spotting the monstrous creature, Expect felt a surge of excitement and directed Xuan towards the EDG jungle's blue buff. Unbeknownst to him, a ward had been cleverly placed by Lucian, revealing every move Expect made. As Expect approached the blue buff, he imitated Lucian's previous actions, activating the W shield and commencing his assault on the blue buff. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The W shield detonated, and he consumed a potion. While relentlessly attacking the blue buff, Expect remained vigilant, sensing the thrill akin to sneaking into a cornfield. Why is this taking so long? Expect contemplated, sensing something amiss. He recalled how swiftly Lucian's Xuan had dispatched the blue buff. After consuming another potion and activating the W ability, he continued his fervent assault. Just as the blue buff's health was dwindling, a sudden explosive sound erupted. The Lee Sin's sonic wave shot forth, landing a kick squarely on Xuan's head. With the second Q unleashed, the Lee Sin, imbued with the red buff, soared in, delivering a decisive kick that felled the nearly dead Xuan, simultaneously executing the finishing blow on the blue buff with his smite. Transforming into a zombie, Xuan endeavored to pursue Lee Sin, but Lee Sin deftly utilized his second E to create distance. Unable to catch up, Xuan let out a woeful wail as his health plummeted, leading to his demise. Alas, I have labored in vain, Expect exclaimed, feeling a wave of frustration as he controlled the resurrected zombie to teleport back to lane. The time lost in the jungle, coupled with Lucian's deliberate control, meant that when Expect Xuan landed, the first wave of minions had already perished, leaving him devoid of both last hits and experience. While Lucian's monstrous champion had successfully devoured the entire wave, this led to a widening gap in both economy and levels, resulting in Expect suffering a setback from his ill-fated jungle endeavor. Why? Expect could not help but type in the chat. Witnessing this unfold, Lucian chuckled. Indeed, not all are cut from the same cloth. When AP once played the joyful wind boy, he too had typed in the chat about a 1v1. Clearly, Expect was bewildered by his Xuan's failure to secure the blue buff. Such bewilderment is not uncommon. Seemingly simple maneuvers, if lacking attention to detail, can lead to disastrous outcomes reminiscent of the tale of Shi. Earlier, Lu Xian had been closely observing Expect Xuan. The reason they had yet to eliminate the blue buff, even with the monk's arrival, was due to Xuan's remarkably slow demise, as he insisted on consuming 2 corrupting potions. Had he been slain by the blue buff sooner, he would have transformed into a zombie earlier, and the monk might not have been able to catch up. It was precisely this act of potion consumption that prompted Lu Xian to inform the coach that he could afford to arrive a bit later. Paying no heed to Expect's frustration, Lu Xian focused intently on last-hitting minions with his monstrous champion. Left with no alternative, Expect begrudgingly followed suit, concentrating on farming. As Xuan reached level 2 and acquired his Q ability, he imitated Lu Xian's Xuan, preparing to embark on a wave-clearing spree. Suddenly, as Xuan's Q was charged halfway, a purple circle appeared beneath him. The already level 2 monster, under Lu Xian's command, unleashed his Q ability, causing a multitude of sharp spikes to erupt from the purple circle and deliver a thorough foot massage to Xuan, disrupting the charge of his Q ability. This, Expect felt a surge of irritation. However, what exacerbated his anger was that not only could Lu Xian's monster interrupt his Q charge with the Q ability, but the W ability could do so as well. Each time Expect attempted to utter his lines, he was forcibly halted by Lu Xian's monstrous champion, making wave clearing exceedingly challenging. Initially intending to play a death-focused Xuan to torment the EDG players for entertainment, he found himself instead subjected to relentless torment by Lu Xian's monster. A mask of anguish adorned Expect's face. This landing phase was unbearably arduous. Perseverance, effort, and patience. He reassured himself that once he reached a higher level and acquired tower-pushing items, things would improve. After a period of farming, his Xuan finally attained level 6 and constructed a Tiamat. Mimicking Lu Xian's earlier strategy, he began to diligently clear waves. Since his Q ability was prone to interruption, he decided against using it. With the assistance of W's passive, Tiamat, and the effects of his E ability, he cleared waves quite swiftly. Moreover, Expect seized the opportunity to unleash several partially charged QS, successfully pushing the minion wave toward Lu Xian's side. Of course, the price he paid was substantial. Lu Xian's monster had reduced him to half health, edging him perilously close to the threshold of being executed by the monster's ultimate. Resolute, he decided to clear minions and push the tower. With determination, Expect unleashed his E ability, sending a nearby minion flying into Lu Xian's monster to slow it down, and then commenced charging his Q ability. Observing this, Lu Xian refrained from simply finishing off Xuan. Instead, he once again delivered a foot massage. The Q ability shattered, interrupting Xuan's charge and launching him into the air. Moments later, the turret's damage struck, ultimately slaying the nearly deceased Xuan. As Xuan resurrected as a zombie, he followed Lu Xian's earlier example, launching a furious assault on the tower. As Lu Xian's monstrous creature advanced, he activated his E skill, where, and unleashed his ultimate, Feast, delivering a lethal bite that dispatched Xuan's zombie form. Not only did he successfully stack a layer of passive ability, but his killing book also accumulated 4 layers. Indeed, Lu Xian's first item was the killing book, and he even recommended that Scout acquire it as well. Why not just refrain from feeding? Let us engage normally. Build some tank items, and we can still contend. The voice of AP resonated through the G2 team's communication, revealing that he had successfully navigated the early game. Although he hadn't secured a solo kill, his minion farm was significantly ahead, granting him a substantial advantage over Scout Syndra. Rest assured, I have grasped the essence. Expect declared with unwavering confidence. Xuan roared, activating his ultimate and charging directly into the turret. With no minions nearby, he instantly attracted the turret's ire. Simultaneously, Lu Xian's monstrous creature swiftly unleashed his Q skill, launching Xuan into the air. Given Xuan's lack of durability, he could not withstand the turret's damage and soon found himself lying on the ground, transformed into a zombie. EDG's king, Void Terror, eliminated G2's Expect Undead Warrior. Upon witnessing the kill notification on the screen, AP was momentarily stunned. Is this what you referred to as the essence? Do not fret. I shall attempt once more. Expect replied, waiting for Xuan to respawn before teleporting back into the fray. Chapter 77. The Delivery of Xuan. The Great Worm expects Xuan is merely level 6, while Lucian's Great Worm has already reached level 9, boasting an impressive 8 stacks of the kill book. In addition to the kill book, there lies a lunchbox, a testament to the exceptional nurturing Xuan has received. He has not suffered loss in minion waves, and has even handed over a few kills. Upon landing, Xuan proves to be no match for Lucian's Great Worm. Expect has come to a realization. If he continues to hand over kills, Xuan will soon lose his value. Thus, Xuan falls to Lucian's Great Worm yet again. In the ensuing moments, Expect activates his reckless mode. The ultimate is unleashed and teleportation is initiated. Boom. Shouts of fury echo continuously, yet they yield no results. Expect still fails to grasp the essence of the sacrificial Xuan, while lane control remains firmly in Lucian's grasp. However, it is not without effect, as at least Lucian's Great Worm accumulates stacks on the kill book and passive. Lucian is not surprised by this outcome. Mastering the sacrificial Xuan is indeed a challenging feat. He has played over 1,000 matches, from Season 8 to Season 15, often immersing himself in various instructional videos for practice. 1 minute on stage, 10 years of effort behind the scenes. If one were to inquire why Lucian perseveres, it is because individuals are most patient when plotting mischief. Much like Expect, the G2 top laner, who, despite the dire circumstances, continues to seek mastery with unwavering determination. This scene leaves both commentators and viewers astounded. Clearly, Expect's endeavor has not been particularly successful. If this continues, the growth of the Great Worm will become exceedingly formidable. This is hardly the sacrificial Xuan. It resembles a delivery Xuan instead. Each attempt merely feeds the Great Worm. How many layers of passive has the Great Worm accumulated already? Charging forward is akin to providing a spa treatment for King. Were it not for the World Championship, one might suspect that Xuan is merely an actor hired by King. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence in the G2 voice chat, Expect's exuberant voice resonates. AP, my banner of command is ready. I'm heading mid to annoy their mid laner. AP, upon hearing this, furrows his brow yet ultimately acquiesces to Expect as planned. Alright, but be cautious. Their Syndra also possesses a kill book. AP had witnessed Lucian's performance in the previous match, and the banner of command indeed proves effective against AP mid laners. No problem, just wait and see. With unwavering confidence, Expect maneuvers Xuan towards the mid lane, and upon reaching the lane, he promptly activates the banner of command, empowering the nearby cannon minion. Now, let us see how you handle this. Expect eagerly anticipates the torment he will inflict upon Syndra. After all, like the Snake Woman, AP mages struggle against cannon minions that are immune to magical damage. Having endured his own torment throughout the game, he is finally ready to inflict suffering upon others. The thought alone stirs a hint of excitement, though that exhilaration lasts only a fleeting second. In the next moment, Expect witnessed Syndra effortlessly seize the enhanced cannon minion with her W ability, which employs telekinesis. The initial activation allows her to lift an enemy unit, while a subsequent release casts the captured unit away. Quite effective indeed. Scout chuckled, recalling Lucian's instructions, as he promptly grasped the empowered minion and directed it towards his own second turret, discarding it behind the turret. As the minion landed, the turret's assault was immediately aimed at the enhanced minion. With the first turret still intact, the cannon minion scurried back towards it. Trapped between the two turrets, it managed only a few attacks before succumbing to the turret's onslaught. Is it not immune to magic? Expect stared in disbelief, acutely aware of its magic immunity, which was precisely why he had ventured mid. After all, the ultimate ability of the monstrous champion dealt true damage. He never anticipated such an outcome, feeling as though he had been toyed with. Immunity does not equate to control. This was the exact phrase Lucian had conveyed to Scout, and indeed, as Lucian had stated, the enhanced minion was merely immune to magical damage, not to control effects. Expect was engulfed in despair and confusion, uncertain of his next course of action. Meanwhile, news arrived that Jace had been slain in the top lane. The monstrous champion's items were formidable and with a level advantage. Lucian's champion had already acquired the Iceborne Gauntlet, relentlessly adhering to Jace and ultimately finishing him off with his ultimate ability, devouring him whole. Expect strategic lane swap had not only disrupted the previously advantageous mid lane, but also led to its collapse. Don't come down. The G2 AD player voiced in the voice chat, wishing to avoid further torment. The ensuing match devolved into a mere formality. Expect Xuan failed to demolish a single turret, and any attempt to engage in the top lane resulted in his demise at the hands of Lucian's monstrous champion. Venturing mid posed no threat to Syndra, as his items were woefully inadequate. A complete skill rotation from Syndra swiftly dispatched Xuan. Even in his zombie form, he was repelled by the weak, stunned, and pushed back, unable to approach the turret before Syndra's refreshed abilities obliterated him once more. AP's collapsed lane left him with no recourse. While only the G2 bot duo remained engaged in a tense standoff against the EDG duo, time continued to progress. The match reached the 35-minute mark, with EDG and G2 congregating near the Baron. Both bot lanes had achieved similar levels of development, and the junglers exchanged blows. Yet the mid and especially the top lanes were worlds apart in terms of progress. Following AP's disastrous lane swap, Scout's Syndra seized the advantage and transitioned into an aggressive playstyle. With a powerful burst of damage, particularly bolstered by the kill book gifted by Xuan, Jace simply could not withstand the onslaught. Though he narrowly escaped death several times with a sliver of health, he ultimately fell to Syndra's might on 2 occasions. Syndra's items outclassed Jace's by a significant margin. Moreover, Lucian's situation was even more astonishing. Expect's unconventional Xuan build had not left Lucian wanting. The monstrous champion not only had his kill book fully stacked, but also boasted a passive charge to 15 layers, alongside the Zhonya's Hourglass, Iceborne Gauntlet, fully stacked kill book, Mercury's Treads, Rylai's Crystal Scepter, and Thornmail. The colossal creature, fully equipped in formidable armor, stood as an impenetrable fortress, shielding the members of EDG behind it. In a desperate bid for victory, G2 initiated the assault. Expect unleashed the might of a Xuan, charging towards EDG with relentless force. With a thunderous roar, it abruptly ceased. Lucian's monstrous being thrust forward, effortlessly intercepting Xuan's ultimate ability. Remarkably, the creature sustained no damage, while under the concentrated fire from EDG, Xuan's health plummeted. The reality was stark. He was far too fragile, his chosen equipment ill-suited for team combat. Yet, retreating was not an option for G2. With only a support Tahm Kench, they could not withstand the onslaught. As Xuan fell to the ground, transformed into a lifeless zombie, the remaining 4 members of G2 donned expressions of anguish. How could they possibly fight on? Meanwhile, Lucian's monstrous being regained its mobility. With an expanded range due to its increased size, it unleashed its E-ability, sending spikes that cascaded over G2's bottom lane duo. Moreover, Lucian was lavishly equipped, wielding a fully stacked Magi's Soul Stealer alongside a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, bestowing him with considerable AP. The EWQ combination unleashed a thunderous effect, drastically depleting the health of G2's bottom lane duo. The recovering Tahm Kench hastily consumed the ADC, attempting to provide protection, but Lucian's monstrous being swiftly flashed in and executed a devastating R-ability upon him. Tahm Kench, caught off guard and unable to activate his shield, was obliterated in an instant. With the absence of Tahm's safeguard, the ADC fell prey to Scout Syndra, who dispatched her with ease. G2 crumbled like a house of cards, leaving the remaining members powerless to retaliate. AP's Jace fired a charged shot, landing a mere sliver of damage on Lucian's monstrous being. The rest of the team fared no better. As if they were merely a group attempting to vanquish an ancient boss, their efforts resulting in negligible impact on its health. The damage inflicted by EDG proved insurmountable for G2. Lacking a frontline, they were swiftly eliminated in a staggering 0-for-5 exchange. Seizing the momentum, EDG claimed the Baron and subsequently shattered G2's nexus, securing victory. The exhilarated voices of commentators Dada and Miller resonated, proclaiming, "Let's congratulate EDG on their successful advancement to the knockout stage. They shall journey to Rio de Janeiro to contend for the championship of this MSI." After a 2-year hiatus, EDG has once again reached the MSI finals. Can they replicate their S5 triumph and seize the MSI championship once more? Let's eagerly anticipate. Chapter 78. Team status and live lottery certification. With the conclusion of the match between EDG and G2, the group stage has come to a definitive close. Based on the point standings, G2, EDG, SKT, and FW have successfully advanced to the next round, where they will compete in the knockout stage held at the Olympic venue in Rio de Janeiro in 5 days. Following the match against EDG, G2's official account released 2 posts. The first congratulated EDG on their advancement, accompanied by an image of Xuan adorned with the EDG emblem, crashing into the SKT logo. The second post congratulated G2 on their own advancement, featuring an image of Xuan with accept inscribed on his head, smashing through the G2 emblem while unleashing 4 masks of agony. Players have grown accustomed to G2's playful antics, yet this particular display sparked considerable excitement, becoming a topic of much discussion among fans. The depiction was strikingly realistic. One Xuan obliterated the opponent while the other shattered his teammate. It would have been amusing had the latter Xuan been depicted in yellow, as that would certainly signify a delivery of unparalleled quality. One wonders if, after this match, the feeding Xuan will still be a sight to behold, even if merely as a delivery service. In contrast to G2's jubilance, the eliminated TSM and GM players appeared somewhat despondent. They have boarded their return flights, knowing that with the summer season approaching back home, their time for adjustment is limited. Gazing through the small airplane window at the ever-shrinking landscape below, both TSM and GM players share a sense of regret. Each of them has risen from the lowest ranks of the ladder, striving their way to high-ranking champions, ultimately earning their place in professional leagues. They have persevered through trials, transitioning from training to substitutes, and from secondary leagues to the official regional competitions. After enduring numerous challenges, they clinched the regional championship and secured a ticket to the World Championship, arriving with high hopes only to return empty-handed. This encapsulates the harshness of esports, as well as its allure. For every champion, countless others have fallen. Beneath the throne lie the remnants of those who aspired to greatness. Meanwhile, the 4 remaining teams are preparing for the upcoming matches. G2, in high spirits, has embarked on a self-driving journey, planning to travel directly from São Paulo to Rio de Janeiro. Conversely, SKT has re-entered a fervent training regimen, a mode that has persisted since the spring split of S5. Their performance has consistently led them to finals, from LCK to MSI to the World Championship, with virtually no respite throughout the year, engaging in high-intensity training each day. The rewards have been bountiful, from their S5 championship to another MSI title, 2 World Championship victories, and 3 regional championships. The number of titles they have secured in just the last 2 years surpasses what most players achieve in a lifetime. As for the Flash Wolves, the atmosphere within the team is peculiarly tense. While top laner MD appears relaxed, the rest are notably anxious. This is primarily due to their first BO5 opponent in the knockout stage being none other than SKT. Since their triumph in S5, SKT has yet to lose a BO5 at the World Championship. Let us not be overly anxious. We have already secured a place among the top 4, and reaching the knockout stage is, in itself, a triumph. MMD, the top laner of the Flash Wolves, chuckled in an attempt to lighten the mood within the team, only to find the atmosphere growing even more awkward. Meanwhile, the members of EDG had begun to analyze G2, with the team leader passionately elaborating on strategies while the others listened intently, occasionally nodding in agreement. Yet, the absence of Xuan was palpable. In the hotel lobby, Xuan was engaged in a phone call. "Hello, has it been agreed upon? Tomorrow, you say? Very well, no problem. I shall be online punctually." After hanging up, a smile graced Xuan's face. The call had been from Huang Shi. The officials not only consented to his request, but also proactively proposed a price. For each sale of the God King Battle Pass, Xuan would receive a sum of 7 yuan. The post-tax revenue would be managed by the officials. Furthermore, the number of battle passes allocated for Xuan's giveaways had been increased from 10,000 to 20,000. The officials were clearly investing heavily. Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. The considerable effort from the Penguin Company was undoubtedly aimed at ensuring that the Battle Pass left an exceptionally favorable impression on players, paving the way for the introduction of Battle Passes in League of Legends and other titles within the Penguin franchise. With this in mind, Xuan resolved to further amplify the excitement. He mused that if the livestream tomorrow proved successful, it would undoubtedly lead to a surge in the sales of the God King Battle Pass and significantly enhance his own reputation. Is notoriety beneficial? Certainly. From streaming traffic to brand endorsements, substantial viewership is essential for securing such opportunities. This principle applies not only to individuals but to games as well. Presently, the sponsors of the league are Mercedes, Ely, and L'Oreal. However, as the league's popularity waned, sponsors were quick to withdraw. In order to maximize the hype for tomorrow's livestream, mere basic interactions with the officials would hardly suffice. After all, Xuan had witnessed far too many unprecedented feats. Contemplating the upcoming giveaway event, Xuan promptly retrieved his phone and contacted the lawyer who had previously assisted him in drafting contracts. The call connected swiftly. "Hello, Mr. Liu. How may I assist you? Could you help me get in touch with a notary office? I wish to arrange a notarization." Xuan stated his request straightforwardly. "Notarization? What kind of notarization? A property notarization?" The lawyer inquired, intrigued. "Well, it could be considered that, but it's for virtual property." "Virtual property?" The lawyer was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a request. "I intend to conduct a giveaway event with game skins as prizes. I need a notary to verify the authenticity of this action, ensuring it is unequivocally genuine." "Ah, I see. I understand now. No problem. I will contact one for you. You can discuss the specifics regarding pricing with them." After exchanging pleasantries, the call concluded. Shortly thereafter, Xuan received a call from the notary office, which was also encountering a request of this nature for the first time. "No problem. The lottery can be notarized to ensure its authenticity and validity. I have estimated the cost to be around 5,000 yuan. Would that be acceptable to you?" "Certainly." Xuan readily agreed, provided there are no unforeseen circumstances. This investment of 5,000 yuan is poised to generate a buzz that far exceeds several million in promotional expenses, thereby igniting the live stream scheduled for tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Xuan reached out to Huang Shi to share this idea. Upon hearing it, Huang Shi was greatly astonished. "It's truly a pity that you're not pursuing marketing and instead opting for a professional career." Although the method of a notarized lottery may appear absurd, Huang Shi believed its results would be remarkably effective, especially in a time when numerous online streamers engage in deceptive lottery practices rife with tricks. Winning a car often means receiving a model instead, while claiming victory over electronic products results in items older than the streamer themselves, purportedly brand new and unopened, even with a grand prize of gold bars. The actual gold is so minuscule it requires a microscope to be seen. Some winners are even directly blocked after their supposed victory. In contrast, Xuan's approach of enlisting a notary office undoubtedly guarantees absolute authenticity and sufficient topicality. A night of silence passed. When the time for the live stream arrived the next day, Xuan logged in punctually and connected with the official team. The notary office was also prepared, ready to connect at any moment. Chapter 79. Is King to be judged? Welcome, everyone, to the official League of Legends livestream. I am your host, Momo, and alongside me is my co-host, Xiao. In the official livestream, one host is cosplaying as Ari while the other embodies the spirit of Janna, both warmly greeting the audience. Today, we have the privilege of inviting EDG's top laner, King, to serve as the ambassador for our Divine Battle Pass. Hello, I am King, the top laner for EDG. Xuan offered a brief introduction as the livestream commenced in earnest. The initial segment showcased promotional animations for the skins of the Divine Champions, Draven and Garen, followed by inquiries regarding Xuan's design philosophy. He deftly navigated the questions while the two hosts extolled the spectacular effects of the Divine skins. Their words emphasized that purchasing these skins was a boon, while abstaining would be a regrettable loss. Xuan found himself drifting into a stupor, and the audience appeared equally lethargic until the hosts unveiled the sales method for the Battle Pass, igniting enthusiasm throughout the livestream. To express gratitude for the unwavering support of players, this skin sale would adopt the Battle Pass format. By purchasing the Battle Pass for merely 89 yuan and reaching the corresponding levels, players could directly obtain 2 legendary divine skins. As host Xiao Xiao spoke, the screen began displaying details of the Battle Pass, distinguishing between free and paid rewards. By completing match tasks, players could earn Battle Pass experience to level up. Even without spending money, one could still garner coins and experience rewards, along with 2 standard skins for Garen and Draven. Is this for real? How generous! Exclaimed a viewer. You clearly don't understand the nuances of the Battle Pass. Another chimed in. It starts off benevolent, but can become quite the trap later. A stark contrast indeed. For 89 yuan, acquiring 2 legendary skins along with numerous rewards felt like an absolute steal. I must purchase this, not just for myself, but also arrange for my good friends to have one each. The chat was abuzz, as viewers were encountering the Battle Pass for the first time and found it refreshingly appealing. Comparatively, with skins often priced at 99 or even 129 yuan, this offer felt incredibly fair. 2 skins for just 89, and the effect were nothing short of impressive, perhaps even superior. Particularly, Draven's divine skin boasted rich voice lines and stunning effects. The ultimate ability's wolf head effect and howling sound, accompanied by the iconic pentakill voice line, "I am the colossal wave sweeping the land," were enough to ignite excitement. Just by viewing the game as promotion, one could hardly resist the urge to purchase, especially for Draven players, who would yearn to equip the skin and leap into the fray for a pentakill. While ranked games might be challenging, one could easily dominate in simpler AI matches. As the host began to elaborate on the Battle Pass, a surge of viewers flocked into the livestream, quickly elevating the audience count from 20,000 to 100,000. With the introductions nearing completion, it was time for the giveaway segment. Next, EDG's top laner, King, would present some delightful rewards to the audience. In a live broadcast, we will be drawing 20,000 Battle Pass redemption codes to gift to our audience. The camera shifts to Xuan, who smiles slightly and establishes a connection with the notary office. Upon establishing the link, personnel from a notary office appear beside Xuan on the live stream, dressed in official uniforms, in a setting that resembles a courtroom. To ensure the absolute authenticity and validity of the lottery event, I have specifically invited personnel from the notary office to oversee the proceedings. Xuan provides a brief introduction. The notary office then begins to read the rules of the notarization. This event, commissioned by Xuan, pertains to the lottery for the League of Legends Divine King Pass, ensuring that the lottery is fair, transparent, and genuine. This revelation leaves the audience in the live stream astonished. In previous broadcasts, hosts have resorted to various tricks to evade accountability, whether it was delivering subpar products or outright blacklisting participants. Many have exploited the guise of a lottery to attract viewers, only to offer worthless prizes even to those fortunate enough to win. This is the first time the audience has witnessed someone like Xuan, who has engaged in notary for verification. The professionalism is indeed refreshing. However, the audience is even more engaged. The live chat begins to flood with peculiar comments. What's going on? Is King sentenced? Too many deaths caught, right? Who told you to play as a feeding Xuan? How many years will he get? Will the streamer still compete afterward? I say they should first sentence the G2 top laner. His delivery Xuan fed even more. The chat quickly devolves from discussing the integrity of the Battle Pass to speculating on the potential sentencing of Xuan for his feeding behavior. Some viewers, with great seriousness, begin to concoct stories, claiming that considering Xuan's previous deaths as Teemo, he should be sentenced to at least 8 years. A multitude of viewers begins to flood into the live stream, not merely for the Battle Pass release, but to witness the judgment of Xuan. While Xuan anticipated some showmanship, he did not expect the traffic to be so overwhelming. The backstage count of viewers skyrockets, soaring from 100,000 to 1 million, and it continues to rise. Shall we begin? The notary personnel inquires. Let us start. Xuan hastily responds, fearing that if they delay any longer, viewers might sentence him to 800 years, far beyond the 500 years of the great sage equaling heaven. The lottery event officially commences. The notary personnel begins to read the rules and details of the lottery, item by item, reminiscent of reciting legal statutes with great precision. The lottery proceeds in an orderly manner, and soon all the Battle Pass redemption codes are drawn. Winning viewers flood the screen with messages of 666. Additionally, many viewers shower Xuan with gifts during the stream. With a quick glance, Xuan notes that in less than an hour, nearly 500,000 in gifts have been sent, yielding approximately 250,000 after platform deductions. However, more than the gifts, the ultimate sales figures of the Divine King Battle Pass remain the most eagerly anticipated outcome. The prelude to this live broadcast has yielded remarkable results. If we can successfully conquer SKT and secure the championship at MSI, the sales of the Battle Pass will undoubtedly soar. Although a single Battle Pass is divided into 7 segments, which may seem modest, what if we were to sell 1 million, or even 3 million, 5 million? After all, this is currently the peak period for player engagement in the League of Legends, a year that many perceive as filled with promise. For those spectators left without a prize, they unleash a torrent of accusations and conspiracy theories. Is it a certainty that a notary will always provide validation? Can we assume that Bolt will consistently run the 100 meters in 9.58 seconds? Is Tyson's prowess in boxing an absolute guarantee of success? Can EDG, under King S leadership, definitively triumph over SKT? The young streamer has concluded their broadcast, and the prizes have been drawn. The revelry has drawn to a close, and 5 days have swiftly elapsed. Before we know it, the day of the knockout stage has arrived. The first match features a clash between EDG and G2. Chapter 80. The passage of time may render the challenge of defeating the formidable hand of fate daunting. Yet if it is the time of King, the endeavor should be more manageable. Rio de Janeiro, the Olympic Stadium. The opening ceremony unfolds with exuberant music and dance, accompanied by the resounding cheers of the audience. As the performance concludes, the giant screen of the arena begins to showcase an official documentary. First, the spotlight falls on the G2 team, with captivating moments from their previous group matches flashing across the screen. Exemplary team fights, a solo kill by AP/S Syndra, and the moment they dismantled the enemy S base. The scene then shifts to the visage of G2's mid laner, AP. Last year, at the mid-season invitational, our fans expected victory, but we faltered, ending with a disheartening record of 2 wins and 8 losses, losing all but the match against the wildcard team. However, I wish to assert that it is precisely because of our disappointing performance last year that we shall not return empty-handed this time. Our sole objective is to claim the MSI championship. I will return with the trophy. AP gazes into the camera, his determination palpable. The crowd erupts in applause. The screen transitions to showcase the emblem of EDG, revealing an array of spectacular kills and team performances. Xuan S. Riven taking on 3 opponents. The jungle play of the leader, kicking Xiaohu to his demise. Additionally, there are scenes of the leader strategizing at the blackboard. The camera shifts again, revealing the leader S face on the screen. As I have stated before, I aim to prove who the World S Premier jungler truly is. This time, I will demonstrate that my team is the strongest in the world. As the leader finishes his declaration, his smile vanishes, replaced by an icy demeanor as he transitions into a serious mode. The audience erupts into cheers once more. Backstage at EDG, the leader observes this scene, a smile gracing his face. How was that? Did I do well? The leader is clearly pleased with his appearance. Not bad. Xuan nods beside him, feeling a twinge of awkwardness at witnessing a familiar figure basking in self-importance. Welcome, esteemed viewers, to the semifinals of the mid-season invitational. I am your commentator, Xuan, and I am commentator Rita. The commentary team has shifted to Xuan and Rita. Today marks the first match of the semifinals, a highly anticipated clash between EDG and G2. The victorious team will advance to the finals to vie for the MSI Championship Trophy. Indeed, in the previous best-of-1 matchup, EDG triumphed over G2 without a loss. We hope EDG can maintain their winning streak and successfully reach the finals. One wonders if we might have the chance to witness G2's top player. Select Xuan once again. If he picks Xuan 3 times, EDG would surely secure their position. As the UNS words conclude, the chat on the live broadcast begins to flood with comments. The takeout has arrived, and thus, both teams commence the ban pick phase. On the screen, the BP phase has commenced. G2 is positioned as the blue side, while EDG occupies the red side. G2 has chosen to ban Xuan, Kled, and Gangplank, while EDG has opted to ban Olaf, Kinnan, and Gragas. The initial bans are rather intriguing. G2 has directly eliminated Xuan, yet refrained from banning other signature champions of King. Could it be that G2 possesses a clever strategy to counter King? The voice of Xuan resonates, indicating that G2 has prepared something for this best-of-5 match. As Rita's commentary concludes, G2's first pick has been revealed, the formidable Dr. Mundo. Expect G2's top laner decisively locks in this champion. It seems that Mundo indeed carries substantial weight in this matchup. Xuan expresses surprise upon witnessing G2's selection of Dr. Mundo. Given the champions previously utilized by EDG's top laner King, Mundo appears to hold a distinct advantage in lane. Moreover, EDG has frequently relied on their top laner's tremendous lead to secure victories in prior matches. With Mundo selected, at the very least, he should maintain his footing against King. Both Xuan and Rita analyze the situation seriously, concluding that G2's choice of Dr. Mundo is quite astute, as he can effectively contend with the warrior champions that Xuan has previously employed. On the other hand, EDG's members reveal their concern upon seeing G2's choice of Mundo. As Xuan and Rita have mentioned, the champions Xuan has previously selected have struggled against Mundo, and if targeted by the jungler, the situation could become even more precarious. After all, Mundo's lane dominance is formidable. Should we consider picking Yue Cai for a safer option? Nof glances at Xuan and suggests, "No need. I have a champion to handle him." Xuan replies confidently, revealing his chosen champion. It is an astute elder, the Keeper of Time. Are you certain you wish to use him? Coach Nof is taken aback, unable to fathom Xuan's decision to play time. This champion does not seem capable of holding his ground against Mundo. Rest assured, I shall ensure he never wishes to play Mundo again. Xuan chuckles, confident in his selection. He has chosen to play a high-stakes game with this champion. Very well, if you are so assured, go ahead, Nof concedes, witnessing Xuan's unwavering confidence. Xuan promptly locks in the Keeper of Time, and EDG subsequently selects Ashe. By choosing the Keeper of Time, EDG seems to be attempting to prevent G2 from replicating their previous strategy against Yue. The Keeper of Time's E-skill, which provides acceleration, combined with Mundo, is indeed potent. Thus, EDG's selection effectively serves as a ban by proxy. Xuan and Rita elucidate the draft phase, mistakenly assuming that Xuan's selection of the Keeper of Time is intended for Miko. Not only they, but G2 shares this assumption as well. Upon witnessing the selection of the Keeper of Time, G2's top laner expect displays a look of regret. What a pity. I was looking forward to enjoying the benefits of the acceleration skill. Nevertheless, Ghost will suffice. The selection process continued as G2 secured both Varus and Thresh, while EDG opted for Lulu. Lulu? The choice left everyone, including the commentators, utterly astonished. Wasn't there a time-manipulating support already? Could it be a mistake? Surely. One cannot turn back time in the World Championship. Strangely enough, the Time Warden indeed has the ability to rewind time. The live chat was abuzz with excitement. On another note, G2 and EDG had completed their bans. G2 eliminated Obama and Oriana, while EDG chose to ban away Fishman and Zyra. Ultimately, both teams' lineups were confirmed. G2 featured Darius in the top lane, Lee Sin in the jungle, Syndra in the mid lane, Varus as the AD carry, and Thresh as support. On the other hand, EDG fielded a Time Warden in the top lane, Graves in the jungle, LeBlanc in the mid lane, Ashe as the AD carry, and Lulu as support. So, they truly intend to pit Time against Darius. Commentator Xuan was taken aback. It might be challenging for Time to contend with Darius, but if it is King S time, the match could be more favorable. Rita found herself filled with anticipation. Chapter 81. An explosive encounter as the champion selection concluded. The match commenced swiftly, with both teams' heroes emerging from their respective fountains. The first-level skirmish was anticipated, with the opposing team demonstrating a formidable presence. On the EDG side, The voice of the jungler resonated through the team's communication, garnering unanimous agreement from his teammates. They positioned themselves in the river, observing the G2 player's incursion, and prudently retreated to avoid the early confrontation. Meanwhile, Xuan, controlling the Time Mage, made his way to the upper river, stealthily taking refuge in the triangular brush above the enemy's frog camp. Through the minimap, he discerned that the enemy champion, Dr. Mundo, had attempted to engage in the first-level skirmish, but had since retreated home to rejoin the minion wave. The Time Mage lay in ambush, poised to unleash a surprise on Dr. Mundo. Concealed within the brush, he was relatively difficult to detect, and his Q ability was quite likely to hit its target. Moreover, the base damage of the Time Mage SQ skill was notably significant. Commentators Xuan and Rita took note of Xuan's tactical maneuver. On the screen, Dr. Mundo indeed approached alongside the minion wave. Xuan, controlling the Time Mage, launched a time bomb directly onto Dr. Mundo's head, followed by a swift auto-attack, and then retreated. In this instance, the Time Mage was equipped with the Cloudwalker ability, which granted him 3 gold coins for each successful attack. Though modest, the accumulation of these coins could prove substantial. Rita observed the 3 gold notification appearing above Dr. Mundo's head, exclaiming that this exchange was a clear profit. Dr. Mundo, now marked by the bomb, quickly realized the situation but refrained from pursuing the Time Mage. Recognizing that he was only level 1, and that the Time Mage possessed both Flash and Ghost for escape. 3 seconds later, the bomb detonated, dealing damage not only to Dr. Mundo, but also to the surrounding minions. Is the damage truly that significant? Expect furrowed his brow as he noted the slight reduction in his health. Yet, he dismissed the concern, reasoning that the Time Mage SQ was not a targeted ability and required a wind-up, allowing him to evade it with careful positioning. As Xuan returned to lane with the Time Mage, the cooldown for Cloudwalker concluded, prompting him to land another auto-attack on Dr. Mundo, gaining an additional 3 gold. The damage was minimal but highly insulting. Just wait until I reach level 3. You'll be in for a surprise, expect thought, growing increasingly frustrated by the harassment. Determined to reach level 3 swiftly, expect focused on clearing minions with Dr. Mundo. As he approached a low-health red minion and swung his axe, Xuan seized the moment to throw another time bomb, landing it squarely on the minion's head. As Dr. Mundo's axe struck, the minion perished, triggering the bomb's explosion and inflicting further damage upon him. Let us see how many more times you can hit me. Expect thought as he continued to control Dr. Mundo to clear the wave, unleashing his Q ability, which spun his axe, dealing damage to all nearby minions. Before long, the champion, Draven, ascended to level 2, promptly acquiring his E skill, Whirling Death, in anticipation of an opportunity to ensnare the opponent, Xylian. Should he manage to catch Xylian off guard and make him suffer a hit from a Q skill, it would undoubtedly pressure the enemy significantly. At that juncture, he would summon his jungler. Even if they could not secure a tower dive kill, they could certainly force Xylian to retreat. Xylian, equipped with Flash and Ghost, would inevitably suffer losses in terms of minions and experience. Once the lane disadvantage was established, engaging in combat would become considerably easier. Thus, Expect began to farm minions while actively seeking opportunities. Xylian advanced, intent on attacking minions. This moment was astutely seized by Expect. At this distance, Draven could unleash his E skill to pull Xylian back. Moreover, Xylian was still at level 1. Expect skillfully maneuvered Draven forward a step and released the E skill. Just then, Xylian, who had intended to attack a minion, executed an unexpected sidestep, as if he had anticipated Draven's move and deftly twisted away, evading the E skill. Simultaneously, he cast his Q skill, deploying a time bomb that landed squarely atop Draven's head. Furthermore, a nearby blue melee minion fell, elevating Xylian to level 2. With his W skill, Time Warp, Xylian traversed through time, refreshing the Q skill as Time Bomb. He approached Draven, who, witnessing this, unleashed his Q skill, entering a fray with his spinning axe. However, just as Xylian was advancing, he abruptly halted and released another time bomb, which landed on Draven once more. The bomb's additional effect was triggered, causing the first bomb to detonate prematurely and inflict a stun, leaving Expect's Draven immobilized. His axe continued to whirl, yet he failed to strike the elder Xylian. Seizing the opportunity, while Draven was stunned, Xylian moved forward to land an attack, while the second bomb detonated, activating the effect of the electrocute rune. A purple lightning bolt descended, inflicting area damage upon Draven and the surrounding minions. Expects Draven's health plummeted below half. As Draven recovered from the stun, Xylian had already retreated to a safe distance. King Xylian was surprisingly dominating Draven. Commentator Xuan was astounded. Rita, too, was taken aback. They had not anticipated such an outcome. Xylian had not lost any health, while Draven was already below half. Was this a scripted performance? Such erratic movements? From the outset, Draven had not missed a single cue, the first one in the brush notwithstanding. What about the subsequent ones? Did G2's top laner lack competence? What a dismal display of movement. Was Xylian's Q skill damage truly that high? Indeed, aside from Sona, which support possesses low base damage, without economy to purchase items, if base damage were not sufficiently high, one might as well remove the champion altogether. The audience in the live broadcast was equally flabbergasted, having anticipated a massacre by Draven. Unexpectedly, Draven was being toyed with by Xylian as if he were a mere plaything. And this was only at level 2. What a remarkable turn of events. At this moment, the positioning of time is somewhat commendable. In a little while, assist me in capturing him. He lacks mobility, and I shall await the opportune moment to use Flash to engage. Expect begins to call for the jungler, while simultaneously being cautious with his positioning, striving to evade the low-health minions and utilizing the Q ability to poke. Yet, despite these efforts, he is still struck twice by the Time Elder. Is the Q ability of Time not exceedingly outrageous? It appears as though the G2 top laner possesses a magnet, incessantly landing QS. Already at low health, why does this Nasu's not return home? The chat in the live stream is filled with chaos, as the G2 top laner Nasu's has been reduced to a sliver of health. Although he has reached level 3, he is hesitant to engage with the full health time. He is compelled to retreat beneath the tower, preparing to return to base. Time also retreats to base, but halfway through his return, taking advantage of the minion wave approaching the tower, Nasu's loses vision. Lucian cancels his return and stealthily enters the bush at the forefront. In this position, should Nasu's dare to step forward a last hit, he can effortlessly throw a bomb from the farthest distance onto him. Here he comes. As Lucian reaches the front of the bush, he expects Nasu's advancing to collect minions. P.S. Today we are set to compete in MSI again. Let us channel our love into power and cheer for LPL together. Go BLG, go Al. Why is my score only 6 points? It makes my stomach ache, dear friends. Chapter 82. Pushing into the experience zone. Tower diving with a bomb this play by Expect is perilous indeed. Yet, he could not resist. Primarily because neglecting this wave of minions would result in a significant loss. The commentators, Xuan and Rita, possessed a god's eye view, observing Lucian stealthily concealed in the brush. Alas, this situation has worsened. As Rita's words faded, the Chronokeeper SQ ability was unleashed, striking directly at the low-health minion. A dire predicament ensued. The moment Expect realized the danger, the second Q from the Chronokeeper had already arrived. The dual QS stacked and detonated instantly, inflicting damage upon the Noxian hand and stunning him in place. Furthermore, the destruction of the low-health minion triggered the second Q's damage, leading to the immediate demise of the stunned Noxian. First blood. EDG's king, Chronokeeper, has slain G2's Expect Noxian hand. The game notification chimed, and the live stream's chat exploded with excitement. The Chronokeeper soloed the Noxian hand. The Centenarian knocked down the youthful contender. The crux of the matter is that neglecting this wave was not an option. If I were the top laner, I would be disheartened. Aside from the principal actors, both EDG and G2's other team members were left bewildered. They had not anticipated that Lucian's Chronokeeper would secure the first blood against Expect. Is this right? Is there no issue? What transpired? G2's jungler, while controlling the Lee Sin in the jungle, patiently inquired in the team voice chat. It's fine, I was careless, no problem. Just finish your jungle and come top. Expect's face flushed with anger. Being soloed by a support-type champion like the Chrono Keeper on the grand stage of the World Championship semifinals, was undeniably humiliating. He maneuvered the Noxian hand back to lane, while Lucien's Chrono Keeper returned as well. Not only was he a level ahead of the Noxian hand, but his equipment also surpassed Expect's by an additional item. Doran's ring, boots, and a spellbook compared to Expect's Doran's blade and boots. Upon seeing the Noxian hand return to lane, Lucien advanced with the Chrono Keeper. Recognizing this, Expect focused intently, controlling the Noxian hand's movements and fixating on Lucien's Chrono Keeper, bracing for the time bomb. However, Lucien refrained from deploying the bomb, merely approaching to strike the Noxian hand once before retreating. Gold 3 popped up over the Noxian hand. Expect, now even more incensed, managed to regain his composure. Given his previous experience, he refrained from further pushing the lane, opting instead to let the wave go and stand aside, merely absorbing experience. Yet Lucien had no intention of letting the Noxian hand off easily. He pressed forward once more with the Chrono Keeper. Back for more, are we? Expect was beginning to simmer, but the Chrono Keeper's auto attacks were inescapable, forcing him to endure the hit. The effect of the Cloudwalker was triggered. Gold 3 appeared above the Noxian hand. Yet the Time Elder did not depart. Instead, he unleashed a bomb, casting it squarely atop the head of the hand of Noxus. With the explosive perched upon him, Noxus's champion found himself in a precarious predicament. Advancing risked another bomb being thrown, while retreating meant forfeiting valuable experience from the minion wave. In a state of agitation, he spun in circles. Just as he twirled, the Time Elder drew nearer, casting an E-skill, the Time Winder. As crimson energy runes erupted from his being, ensnaring Noxus's champion. The effect of the E-skill took hold, drastically reducing Noxus's movement speed. The Time Elder then activated his W skill, traversing into the future, and refreshed his Q skill, the Time Bomb, which he promptly hurled. The slowed Noxus was unable to evade, and the bomb materialized directly above him. The dual Q skills overlapped, resulting in an explosion that triggered a stunning effect. The Time Elder followed up with a deft strike, activating the Thunder effect as purple lightning descended, further diminishing Noxus's health. As Noxus regained mobility, the Time Elder had already distanced himself. Any pursuit would prove futile. However, another bomb remained on Noxus's head, which detonated, further depleting his health. Having just entered the game, he had already suffered a third of his health and damage. Behind the computer screen, Expect's breath quickened. What's going on? Are you alright? The jungler Trick, hearing Expect's labored breathing, couldn't he help but glance over. Why is your face so red? Startled by Expect's flushed complexion, Trick inquired. I'm fine. Perhaps it's just a bit warm. Expect labored through several deep breaths, gradually regaining composure. Warm? ISNT the air conditioning on? I'm feeling a bit cold. Trick found the situation perplexing, but chose not to press further. Meanwhile, on the lane, Luchuan's Time Elder continued to exert pressure on the hand of Noxus, positioning himself beside the ranged minions to deny Noxus experience. Whenever Noxus dared approach, he would inevitably be greeted by at least one bomb. Occasionally, Luchuan would unwittingly toss an additional bomb, resulting in a double Q stack, stunning him with an explosive auto attack that triggered Thunder. Why did I choose to play Noxus? Expect lamented, growing increasingly vexed. Had he foreseen this torment, he would have opted for a champion like Alistar. At least the Minotaur could retaliate with a charge, striking back at his adversaries. As Luchuan observed Noxus's health dwindling, he ceased to intentionally control the minion wave. The minions began to push forward, approaching Noxus's tower. Finally, I can last hit. Expect thought, nearly brought to tears by the prospect. Not only had he been deprived of last hitting, but he had also missed out on experience for an extended duration. The Time Elder had reached level 5, while Expect's Noxus languished at level 3, just shy of the experience needed to attain level 4. Expect maneuvered Noxus forward, intending to secure a last hit on the low-health minion. Calculating the health points, he determined that even if he were to be struck by a bomb, it wouldn't be fatal. As Noxus approached the minion, he swung his axe, cleaving into the low-health target, only to have a countdown for the time bomb appear above his head. Luchuan's Time Elder's bomb struck Noxus once more. Fortunately, he managed to consume the sports car. Expect swiftly retreated, creating distance from the Time Elder. This separation ensured that even if the Time Elder were to unleash his Q ability, it would not reach his champion, Draven. Just as Expect contemplated this, positioning Draven closer to the turret, he witnessed Lu Xian's Time Elder activate his sprint and charge towards him. Was he truly attempting a tower dive? Expect was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Xian would dare to execute such a bold maneuver. In haste, he commanded Draven to activate his own sprint and retreat, while Lu Xian's Time Elder already bore a bomb atop his head. Simultaneously, his E-ability's acceleration effect was triggered, propelling him forward and swiftly closing the gap to Draven. Chapter 83. The frustration of Expect. In utter despair, donned a mask of anguish as he beheld the relentless Time Elder clinging to him. Countless times, he had envisioned dragging this elderly figure before him, but his thoughts then were consumed by a desire for merciless vengeance, an iron fist to disable and a deadly assault to obliterate the Time Elder. Yet now, he found himself in a precarious position, with dwindling health and a ticking time bomb upon his head, as the Time Elder loomed ominously close. In a moment of desperation, Expect activated his W skill, delivering a debilitating strike that momentarily slowed the Time Elder. However, the bomb atop the Elder's head detonated at that very instant, claiming the life of the already weakened champion and thwarting any subsequent combination of attacks. The recent attempt to evade the Time Elder had left Expect positioned well beyond the range of the tower's assault, rendering him vulnerable. The Time Elder merely slowed, remained unharmed, and ambled away with an air of nonchalance. Witnessing this, Expect's frustration boiled over, and he could not suppress a furious outcry. This moment was fortuitously captured by the broadcast, and perhaps the realization of still being in a match or an intuitive sense of the camera's presence prompted Expect's fury to dissipate, replaced by a forced smile. Yet the fire of indignation within him threatened to inflict internal wounds, as he coughed several times to regain his composure. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted in laughter, their comments flooding the screen. Who conceived of this tormenting Time Elder in the top lane? Was winning worth such underhanded tactics? They called it a tactical counter, but it was not as if King had dictated Expect's choice of champion. He had chosen to play Nasu's himself. Observers noted Expect's expression shift dramatically, akin to a Sichuan opera performer changing masks, in stark contrast to the joviality of the comments. The atmosphere on the G2 side grew increasingly tense. Being solo killed once could be chalked up to a mere accident, but to suffer another solo death so soon, especially under the tower at the hands of Time Elder, was a significant blow to morale. Play it safe. Wait until I hit level 6 to assist you, G2's jungler, Trick, advised over the team voice chat. Attempting to ambush the Time Elder now would be ill-advised. Once he reached level 6 and acquired his ultimate ability, even if the Time Elder possessed his ultimate, Trick could still kick him back, leaving him to await his fate in a stationary position. All right, Expect replied with difficulty. While he was uncertain if Nasu's could endure until then, in reality, he felt as though he was nearing his breaking point. Were it not for the prestigious nature of the tournament, he might have considered withdrawing altogether. With no intention of dealing damage, he invested all his gold in magic resistance and made his way up the lane, while the Time Elder returned to the battlefield. This time, the hand of Noxus exhibited an unprecedented caution, foregoing even the replenishment of his health with minions. Focusing intently on evading the temporal bombs of the Timekeeper while seeking experience from a distance. Yet, despite his vigilance, he still fell victim to several explosions. As the landing phase progressed, Expect felt the heat radiating from his face intensify. The Timekeeper's Q ability was insufferably vexing, particularly when cast upon low-health minions, rendering him virtually defenseless. Furthermore, Lu Xian's predictions were astonishingly accurate, often anticipating the movements of Expect's champion and dropping the bombs directly upon his head. With each detonation, Expect's health dwindled to half, and the minion wave once again crashed beneath his tower. As time elapsed, the hand of Noxus reached level 6, while Lu Xian's Timekeeper ascended to level 8. At long last, Trick's Lee Sin arrived on the scene. Upon spotting the blind monk in the river, Expect was nearly moved to tears with excitement. With the cooldown of his ghost ability complete, he swiftly activated it and charged toward Lu Xian's timekeeper. Upon witnessing this maneuver, Lu Xian instantly grasped the situation. However, instead of activating his ghost ability, he first employed his E-skill to hasten his retreat. Just as the timekeeper began to back away, a sonic wave hurtled toward him, and Li Sin's Q ability successfully struck the timekeeper. With the second cast of Q, Li Sin leapt beside the timekeeper and executed a precise dragon's rage, sending Lu Xian's champion careening toward Expect. At last, I have you. Expect could scarcely contain his exhilaration. He unleashed a combination of EQW, synergizing with Li Sin's damage to reduce the timekeeper to critical health. Just as Expect prepared to deliver the final blow with his ultimate, the Noxian Guillotine, to end the timekeeper's nefarious existence, Lu Xian swiftly hurled 2 Q abilities at himself. The dual QS exploded in a dazzling display, stunning not only the hand of Noxus, but also incapacitating the approaching Li Sin. Seizing the moment of their disorientation, the timekeeper activated his ghost ability and darted away from the encirclement of both champions. Don't run, Expect shouted in frustration, resuming the pursuit. As the timekeeper reached the tower, a radiant glow enveloped the hand of Noxus. With a flash, he leapt directly in front of the timekeeper, brandishing his colossal axe for a downward strike. However, in the instant Expect activated his ultimate, the timekeeper had already cast his ability upon himself. The mighty axe cleaved into the timekeeper, depleting his health entirely. And though the timekeeper collapsed, the effect of his ability, Time Warp, granted him a second chance at life, preventing his demise. In a cruel twist of fate, it was Expect's hand of Noxus that ventured into the tower's attack range, drawing its ire. A bolt of energy surged forth, swiftly annihilating Expect's beleaguered champion. EDG King, Timekeeper, has slain G2 Expect, hand of Noxus. The game notification echoed, marking Expect's utter defeat. I truly wish I could annihilate this moment. Expect, filled with exasperation, erupted into a torrent of invective, abruptly rising from his seat. A glance around revealed his astonished teammates staring back at him, and realizing the match was still underway, he hastily resumed his seat. The viewers in a live stream were thoroughly amused by the earlier antics of the champion. This poor champion had been driven to the brink of madness. Surely not, my dear sir. Even a novice can wield such power. If it were you, you would be equally infuriated. Yet, it seems that the more one strikes, the more aggrieved one becomes. The audience couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Expect. Anyone in his position would surely be driven to insanity by Lu Xian's time mage. Scout, steady yourself. I shall lend you my support, came Lu Xian's voice over the EDG team communication, as he spoke while already directing the time mage towards the mid lane. Chapter 84. Why was there no mention of the disappearance in the upper lane? The time-worn elder, who was wandering frantically, noticed Scout's increasingly aggressive playstyle during their confrontation. He proactively engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with the opposing AP's Syndra. Could it be that the enemy jungler had arrived? Observing Scout's sudden aggression with his LeBlanc, AP furrowed his brow. He cautiously distanced himself from LeBlanc while utilizing his skills to inflict damage. With a decisive weakling begone, he repelled LeBlanc, stunning her in the process. Although LeBlanc had entered a precarious state, AP refrained from advancing too aggressively, mindful of the enemy jungler's graves potentially lurking nearby. He continued to play cautiously, focusing on last-hitting minions until he spotted Graves in the bottom lane. Seizing the opportunity, AP acted swiftly. With Graves absent, he snatched a minion from the ground and hurled it towards Scout's LeBlanc, simultaneously predicting her movements and unleashing his Q ability. If this Q struck true, he would follow up with a flash, and the number of minions on the field would suffice for Syndra's ultimate to obliterate LeBlanc. Just as AP prepared to execute his plan, the sound of a winding clock suddenly echoed. Lu Xian's time-worn elder surged forth from the river with remarkable speed. The unexpected arrival left AP momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the time-worn elder, he hurriedly commanded Syndra to retreat. However, it was too late. Lu Xian directed his time-worn elder to toss a Q-skill time bomb at the ranged minion behind Syndra. With a swift succession of QWQ, 2 time bombs were unleashed upon the minions adjacent to Syndra. The combined force of the double Q detonated instantaneously. The ranged minion was obliterated, and Syndra sustained damage from the time bombs, becoming stunned in the process. Lu Xian's time-worn elder advanced, delivering a basic attack to the weakened minion, which promptly perished. The timed bomb on its head was prematurely detonated, resulting in the demise of AP's already weakened Syndra. EDG's king, the Time Guardian, secured the kill on G2's per KZ, the Dark Sovereign. Is the damage from this time-worn elder truly so high? AP was taken aback. He had intended to conserve his flash, but he never anticipated that Lu Xian's Q and basic attack would eliminate the ranged minion, triggering the second time bomb. Had circumstances been different, he would have undoubtedly managed to escape. Yet, in the realm of possibilities, there are no ifs. And the outcome was that he fell victim to Lu Xian's explosive time-worn elder. The audience in the live-streaming room was equally astonished. This time-worn elder was not merely aggravating. The proficiency displayed in executing such rapid minion kills was indicative of a seasoned player. Clearly, G2 had underestimated King. In his debut match, he had been an unyielding force, often more proactive than the jungler. AP's misfortune could be attributed to King's cunning. This time-worn elder was a formidable foe, claiming kills while simultaneously clearing minion waves, leaving Scout to toil in vain. Meanwhile, within G2's team voice chat, AP's voice expressed his frustration. Why was there no mention of the disappearance in the upper lane? I thought he had returned home, but I never expected he would venture into the mid lane. In the top lane, Expect from G2 was enveloped in a sense of helplessness. Yet, inexplicably, a strange thrill coursed through him. Perhaps a result of the Time Elder's antics, or the realization that his teammates were also enduring the same torment. I'm leaving for a moment. I'll be back soon, Lu Xian remarked, already commanding the Time Elder towards the top lane. With the acceleration from his E skill and the cooldown reduction on his W skill, the Time Elder moved with remarkable speed, swiftly returning to the lane. Meanwhile, the enemy champion Draven had just pushed the minion wave, and a wave of support arrived, albeit missing a few melee minions. On the other side, the jungler, Gangplank, found an opportunity in the bottom lane, successfully teaming up with EDG South bot lane duo to eliminate G2 support, Thresh, while ZS Ashe secured the kill. G2's jungler, Lee Sin, had his rhythm disrupted after attempting to ambush Lu Xian's Time Elder, and was now fervently farming in the jungle. It appeared that EDG was on the verge of victory. Xuan observed EDG's advantageous position across the board and couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, the Time Elder's selection has proven remarkably effective." Rita chuckled beside him, adding, "Being an LPL commentator, I sincerely hope for EDG to triumph over G2. Meanwhile, Expect, facing Lu Xian, donned a mask of anguish once more. He had initially chosen Draven to avenge his previous demise at the hands of the overbearing Xuan, eager to overpower Lu Xian. However, he found himself bewildered by the Time Elder's explosive prowess. Now he felt somewhat disoriented, uncertain whether to approach for minion last hits. Striking would result in an explosion, yet abstaining would lead to the same fate. Retreating from the experience zone to the tower was no refuge either. The rift felt vast, yet there was no sanctuary for him. Fortunately, as the Time Elder's bomb was launched, the minion wave pushed back towards the tower, and with the Time Elder vanishing from the lane, Expect was granted a brief respite. Time has elapsed. Perhaps he has gone to gank. Be cautious in mid and bot lane, Expect promptly advised in the team voice chat. As for the Time Elder's whereabouts, he had little concern. Though it may seem selfish, he secretly wished for the Time Elder to continue ganking and never return. With a newfound sense of ease, Expect began to feast upon the minions beneath the tower, finally free from the dread of an explosive demise. However, it wasn't too long before the voice chat erupted with Mithy's startled cry. The Time Elder has come to the bot lane, and LeBlanc is here too. All five of them are down here. Expect hastily switched his view to the bottom lane. There, the G2 bot lane duo, Varus and Thresh, trembled beneath the tower. The five members of EDG had congregated before the tower, poised to push the minion wave, ready to dive. With the Time Elder's ultimate skill, resurrecting allies, the impending assault was all but effortless. Fall back, ignore the tower, AP urged urgently in the team voice chat. He and the jungler had exerted every effort to rush to the bottom lane, yet the ambush by EDG was utterly unforeseen. The distant waters could not quench the immediate thirst. By the time he and the jungler arrived, it was likely that the bottom lane duo would already be lifeless. This situation was undeniably untenable. A steadfast defense would not only result in casualties, but also the destruction of the tower. As AP spoke, the G2 bottom lane duo had already executed a hasty retreat, but on EDG's side, the Frost Archer's enchanted crystal arrow had already been unleashed. The colossal magical arrow soared forth, striking directly at the Thresh who stood before Varus. The members of EDG swiftly advanced to pursue, with Lulu applying her W to hasten Graves, while LeBlanc dashed forward, her E-skill unleashing a chain that ensnared Thresh. Xuan then used his E-skill to accelerate himself, bypassing the inevitably doomed Thresh to chase after Varus. He cast his Q skill, landing it squarely upon Varus's head. A second Q was thrown, but slightly veered off course, landing on the ground instead. Observing that the second Q had missed, G2's AD player breathed a sigh of relief. Varus' health was far from optimal, and while one Q could be manageable, two could prove dire. Just as he contemplated this, Lucien's Chronokeeper accelerated again, picking up the detonator that had fallen to the ground, and with a swift flash, he appeared right beside Varus. Chapter 85. Highland Dragon, Canyon Parkour Championship in a sudden burst. The time bomb atop Elder Time detonated, instantly obliterating the nearly defeated Varus. EDG's king, the Guardian of Time, claimed the life of G2's Xuan, the Arrow of Retribution. Once more, the Elder Time had taken a life. How ruthless, as the bomb fell to the ground only to be picked up again. Must G2 be shown no mercy? This was King S-Time Dragon indeed. The audience was once again left in awe by Lucien's extraordinary maneuvers. They had never witnessed such a display from Time in a professional setting. In casual games, Time typically left an impression of merely accelerating and tossing a bomb for minor harassment, often thwarted by evasive maneuvers from opponents. The most significant contribution was the ultimate ability, utilized to safeguard pivotal champions. Yet here was Lucien, whose bomb seemed to strike true with astonishing accuracy. If they missed, he simply retrieved them, transforming into a self-destructive juggernaut to wreak havoc. Moreover, the bomb's damage was staggering, a stark contrast to the support time. It was as if one were comparing a devastating earthquake to a mere C4 explosive. Xuan, feeling frustrated, remarked in the team voice chat, "We need to find a way to eliminate this time once." He had just been unable to unleash his ultimate ability due to the cooldown. Otherwise, he could have kept Time under the tower. However, upon reflection, he realized that it would be futile as Time had the means to revive. As time passed, the game continued. Expect's voice echoed once more in the team chat. Time has vanished. The G2 players, upon hearing Expect's voice, instinctively recalled the sound of the bomb's explosion. Their anxiety palpable as they fixated on the screen, vigilant for any signs of movement or aggressive maneuvers from their opponents on the lane. Could he be returning home to purchase items? AP inquired in the team voice chat. That seems unlikely. He has been gone for some time now. With the E-skill for acceleration, he would have returned to lane by now. Stay cautious, Expect analyzed seriously. The rest of G2 remained speechless, observing the performance of their Nasus, which bore a striking resemblance to a casual player who could only issue a question mark. Even when he did, he failed to provide support, scolding others for their deaths, as if his mere question mark could cause the enemy to spontaneously combust. Just as when EDG's five-man squad dove the tower, there was simply no escape. But they were powerless. Nasus had already been overwhelmed, unable to roam like Time, whose presence only grew more formidable. What was King, the player, attempting with his Time? Suddenly, the commentator Xuan's voice resonated. The match footage displayed Lu Xian's Elder Time, not venturing to the top or bottom lanes, but rather arriving at the mid lane. However, he was not there to ambush AP. Instead, he accelerated past G2's high ground defenses, charging directly toward their base. Though the turret struck him once, Elder Time still retained a healthy amount of health. Upon reaching the high ground, he encountered Varus, who was just about to set forth. With a swift motion, the dual Q was cast, landing squarely atop the head of Varys. At that moment, how did time come be here? Sven only realized the bomb had appeared above Varys' head when he saw it. He had been intently focused on the lower lane, searching for traces of Lux's potential arrival, never anticipating that time had already ascended to the high ground. The second tower remained intact, yet time had already reached the heights. And what equipment did time possess? What devastating damage did this bomb inflict? As the first bomb detonated, Varys' health plummeted significantly. The Elder Time stepped forward, delivering a basic attack, and with the explosion of the second bomb, the thunder effect triggered, leaving Varys severely weakened. Varys hastily flashed backward, sprinting toward the fountain. However, he was swiftly pursued by the accelerated time, who, equipped with a Liandry's Anguish and CD boots, along with an unexpected blue buff, had his cooldowns fully reset. With a fully charged W skill lasting 3 seconds, it quickly became available again. Lux used her W skill to traverse the future, and the cooldown for her QE skills ended instantaneously. The E skill of time was unleashed, sending forth a reddish-brown rune that ensnared Varys, reducing his speed by 99. Varys was rendered immobile, forced to unleash his skill upon time. Although the skill successfully struck, confining Lux beneath the outer turret. The Elder Time's time bomb had already ascended above Varys' head. The turret's damage struck time, but before he could recover from Varys' ultimate, he was swiftly dispatched. However, thanks to the resurrection from his skill, he merely feigned death. Yet, the bomb above Varys' head detonated, obliterating him in an instant. EDG King, the Time Guardian, eliminated G2's Ven, the piercing arrow. This scene left the commentators utterly astonished. King S-Time had slain an enemy on G2's high ground, single-handedly infiltrating their territory. Commentators Xuan was left speechless. Was this truly a professional match? Perhaps this exemplified the adage that boldness accompanies skill. Beside him, Rita chuckled. Meanwhile, the members of G2 were filled with fury, abandoning their positions as soon as the Elder Time appeared on the high ground. They were determined to eliminate Lux. As time resurrected, they all surged forth from the fountain. Draven activated his ghost, leading the charge, closely followed by Lee Sin, Syndra, and Thresh. Sensing the urgency, Lux likewise activated her ghost, fleeing from the high ground. G2 clearly had no intention of letting time escape so easily. Their frustration was palpable as they pursued him relentlessly. Forming a linear formation, Lux sprinted ahead, with G2's Draven in second, Lee Sin third, Thresh fourth, and Syndra fifth, turning the chase into a thrilling race through the canyon. When Lux found herself too far ahead, she paused for a moment, waiting for G2 to catch up. Finally, the leading Draven seized an opportunity, with Expect using his flash to close the distance and employing his E skill to draw time closer. In a dramatic turn of events, 2 timed explosives were hurled by the enigmatic timekeeper, landing squarely upon his own head. As the bombs detonated, the formidable champion, Draven, found himself incapacitated before he could unleash his signature Q ability, rendered motionless by the disorienting effects of the blast. Meanwhile, Xuan, adeptly maneuvering, activated his E ability, creating a swift distance between himself and Draven. Once Draven regained his senses, the timekeeper unleashed another freshly charged E ability, ensnaring him in a debilitating slow. Just prior to the second Q explosion, the cooldown on his W had elapsed, allowing him to launch yet another Q, simultaneously casting an E ability to further hinder Draven's movements. As Draven finally attempted to break free, he was once again immobilized, and just as he managed a slight movement, yet another bomb soared towards him, stunning him anew. Thus, Expect's Draven found himself subjected to the relentless torment of the timekeeper, standing helplessly as he oscillated between states of disorientation and a staggering 99 slow, unable to traverse even 2 meters before meeting his demise at the hands of the explosive devices. A sense of relief washed over Expect as his champion fell. Meanwhile, the remaining members of G2 were intercepted by the formidable forces of EDG, led by their captain, who effectively severed the line formation, easily dispatching Thresh, Lee Sin, and Syndra. Had it not been for Sven's timely resurrection as Varys, a complete team wipe would have surely graced the screen. Chapter 86. The Dice Manifestation. I do not wish for others to easily utilize what they find. It remains unclear whether G2 perceives their disadvantage as insurmountable or simply wishes to avoid further devastation from Lu Xian's Chronobreaker. In the ensuing moments, whether in skirmishes or on the lanes, there was an unmistakable sense of resignation. They refrained from actively seeking opportunities, and even in the dragon fights, they charged in regardless of their team's shortcomings. Each detonation of Lu Xian's Chronobreaker left a swath of disorientation, accompanied by overwhelming damage. Together with the output from the rest of EDG, G2 faced consecutive total annihilations. As G2's disadvantage grew increasingly pronounced, they were swiftly forced back to their high ground, culminating in the destruction of their nexus. Let us extend our congratulations to EDG for their triumph in the first match, and take a brief respite as we anticipate the forthcoming thrilling encounters. The voice of commentators Yuan resonated, announcing the conclusion of the first game, with EDG emerging victorious. The camera panned to the members of EDG. Apart from Lu Xian, whose expression remained stoic, the others were adorned with smiles. The scene then shifted to G2, where the expressions of its members revealed not resentment over their initial defeat, but rather a sense of relief and enlightenment, akin to a rebirth, as if they had just been released from confinement. This spectacle amused the viewers. Perhaps EDG was too benevolent, and they ought to have continued their assault, allowing King S. Chronobreaker to wreak havoc for 50 minutes, leaving G2 in a state of despair, rendering further play unnecessary. They were already on the brink of despondency, likely haunted by the echoes of the Chronobreaker's explosions. Regrettably, such a time should have been reserved for confronting Faker. The SKT coaching staff would undoubtedly strategize against it in advance. Could EDG truly reach the finals? Surely. It was merely a stroke of luck that they had selected a champion capable of countering Darius. Hyuni would not grant such opportunities. Various comments streamed across the screen, some intentionally disparaging EDG. In the G2 locker room, AP and his companions were reviewing the previous match. We absolutely cannot allow them to select the Chronobreaker again. And Xuan must also be banned, AP said, his brow furrowed. He had no desire to witness those champions any longer. G2's coach turned to Expect and inquired, "What do you think? Should we bring Darius back?" Given the current circumstances, Darius still seemed a viable option against the opposing top laner. His comment was tinged with resignation, as EDG's top laner King was a veritable ocean of champions, making it impossible to ban them all, especially with other formidable champions in the current meta to consider. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Trick nudged Expect, bringing him back to reality. I asked if he would play Darius next match. No more. I refused to play him again. Expect hastily waved his hands, shaking his head vigorously as if caught in a tambourine-esque rhythm. Rest assured, the opposing top laner's time will be banned without hesitation, along with Xuan. If there are any other top laners that you find uncomfortable to face, they shall be banned as well. The G2 coach suppresses his inner frustration, observing Expect's current state, realizing that this is the only recourse. Upon hearing that time will be banned, Expect's previously vacant gaze instantly rekindles with determination. Then I have nothing to fear. Let us bring forth the butcher once more, and I shall engage in a true duel of men. Expect reinvigorates his spirit, regaining his confidence. As long as the opposing team does not select any distasteful champions, he is certain he can dominate the lane. He has reviewed their previous matches and found them lacking in strength. Very well, let us proceed with the butcher once again. We still hold an advantage in the other positions. As long as you can stabilize the top lane and keep an eye on their top laner, we can undoubtedly secure victory. The G2 coach concludes his remarks, and the team members gather to rally each other before preparing to take the stage. On the EDG side, the atmosphere is considerably more relaxed. In the previous match, they achieved a straightforward victory thanks to Lu Xian's time. As he transitioned from time to the mid lane, 2 bombs obliterated AP, after which Lu Xian entered a mode of free-flowing prowess. Any minor disadvantages in the early game were swiftly rectified. It felt as though they exerted little effort to win the match. What about the next game? Coach Nof inquires, glancing at Lu Xian. Lu Xian has now become the very soul of EDG, with strategies predominantly revolving around him. In the champion selection phase, Nof is inclined to heed Lu Xian's opinions first. Let us assess the situation and observe the BP dynamics post-start. Lu Xian remarks while toying with a die in his hand. "Where did you acquire that die?" "It looks rather peculiar," remarked the factory manager, observing the unusual object in Lu Xian's grasp. Lu Xian, taken aback by the comment, responds, "Can you see it?" "Of course. I'm not blind," the factory manager retorts, a hint of exasperation on his face. He continues, "Why does it not display 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Instead, it shows 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 9? Lu Xian is momentarily stunned. The die he possesses should have been inscribed with C, feed, and throw instead. "What is this?" Lu Xian shows the side marked with CTO, the factory manager. 3. "I'm not illiterate." The factory manager rolls his eyes. "And this side?" Lu Xian flips to the throw side. 9. "ISNT that 9 points? Are you intentionally trying to amuse yourself at my expense?" The factory manager, feeling increasingly bemused, presses on. "Why would you possess such a strange die?" "I simply do not wish for my die to be easily utilized by others if found," Lu Xian replies with a smile. "It's merely a die. What's the fuss?" The factory manager waves his hand dismissively and steps aside to rest. Lu Xian gazes at the die in his hand, chuckling to himself. The meaning he intended differs from the factory manager's interpretation. The die's effects and the numerical values are, in fact, inversely correlated. Represents 3 points, feed signifies 6 points, and throw corresponds to 9 points. However, how did this object suddenly manifest? Could it be due to frequent usage? Lu Xian was filled with doubt, yet the dice remained silent, devoid of any means of communication apart from the activation of its effects, akin to a lifeless machine. "Let us proceed. It's time to take the stage." Coach Nof's voice resonated. Lu Xian joined his EDG teammates as they ascended to the platform. Seated in his position, he deftly shook the dice in his hand. Although the dice had materialized, Lu Xian felt no anxiety about being observed, for it displayed the number 369. Furthermore, shaking the dice was hardly illegal. Many professional basketball players, such as Kobe and LeBron, often chew gum while playing, a behavior not uncommon among esports athletes as well, serving as a form of stress relief. His shaking of the dice was merely a means to alleviate tension. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, dice, reveal your magic." Lu Xian chanted softly as he shook the dice, then promptly cast it onto the table. Dice usage successful. Lu Xian gazed at the dice, now resting on the surface. The inscription on the golden dice read, and the entire sequence was flawlessly captured by the broadcast team. Chapter 87. Fortune favors not. All must perish. As the commentator Xuan observed Lu Xian with closed eyes, murmuring incantations, he promptly commenced his narration. "We witnessed, prior to the commencement of the second match against G2, that EDG's top player, King, was fervently beseeching the heavens. This gesture has become King's signature. During his inaugural match representing EDG against RNG, he employed the same ritual. That time, he successfully invoked the presence of the formidable Aatrox, whose exceptional prowess enabled him to vanquish RNG. One wonders whom King shall summon in this instance." Zan, with an air of authority, recounted this tale, leaving Rethi momentarily speechless. It dawned on her, upon hearing Xuan's words, that there was indeed truth to this recollection. The audience in the live stream, prompted by Xuan's remarks, also began to anticipate the outcome of King's invocation. Zan, pleased with his own commentary, turned his attention back to Lu Xian, who had now opened his eyes. He cast a die. The number displayed was 3. Xuan was bewildered. What manner of action was this? He had presumed Lu Xian was merely engaged in prayer. In his years of experience, he had only witnessed players chewing gum. What was this dice throwing about? Although not explicitly prohibited, like smoking or betel nut chewing, it seemed rather peculiar. Moreover, fortune appeared to be lacking, as the die revealed a mere 3, a lowly number. The director zoomed in, providing a close-up of the die. King's die appeared rather unusual, with numbers only ranging from 3 to 6, suggesting that the outcome of King's throw was indeed the lowest possible. One could only hope that this result would not adversely affect King's mindset. Xuan sighed as he noted this development. Meanwhile, the live chat was inundated with a barrage of 333,333 messages. Over at EDG, the coach, Factory, observed Lu Xian's dice throw and shook his head, remarking, "Your luck is lacking." Indeed, it was. Lu Xian sighed, preparing to take the lead once more. To be frank, his previous match had left his hands somewhat sore. He wished instead for a roll of 69, to either blend in or perhaps deliberately falter. Thus commenced the BP phase, with Xuan's voice resonating. G2 and EDG officially began the second match's ban phase. G2, positioned as the red side, and EDG as the blue side, initiated their bans. EDG banned Olaf, Fishman, and LeBlanc, while G2 opted to ban Time, Xuan, and Kennen outright. It was evident that G2 had no desire to witness King's Time Elder again, promptly relegating it to the ban list. Xuan's voice carried a hint of regret as he expressed his desire to witness such gameplay. When you're playing and the opposing top player picks a Time Elder, it's rather enjoyable, he mused. But without Time and Xuan, what will King play? Surely not a head-sending Teemo? Surely he ISNT, relying on the numbers on the dice to determine his hero selection? The smallest number, the worst condition. The least desirable hero choice? My friend, your argument seems quite plausible. The live chat began aflood with comments, and soon it transformed into a sea of concern regarding Lu's state in this match. G2 had an abundance of heroes to ban, while EDG was in a self-service mode, free to select any champion they desired. For the first pick, Zet swiftly chose Callista. Meanwhile, G2 opted for Dr. Mundo and Graves. Another Dr. Mundo? EDG's coach Nof furrowed his brow upon observing G2 South top lane selection and turned to Lu Xian. Do you have a champion to counter him? Of course. Let me take Renekton, and you can play Nidalee, Captain. Lu Xian glanced at Captain. Although he had drawn a carry champion this time, which wouldn't enhance Captain's performance. His exceptional analytical skills would still enable him to grasp the game's dynamics perfectly, ensuring Captain could appear at the right moments. Moreover, Captain's awareness was commendable. However, sometimes his execution faltered due to his condition. Yet, if Lu Xian played Renekton, a simple W could secure an enemy. Captain surely wouldn't miss his cue, would he? Isn't Renekton challenging to play against Dr. Mundo early on? Captain expressed some concern. No worries, it will be much easier once you arrive. Lu Xian replied nonchalantly, feeling a bit fatigued today and wishing to conclude the match promptly. The selection of the Renekton and Nidalee duo had but one aim, to finish the game within 25 minutes. If it were another top laner, they would likely find themselves battling for 40 to 50 minutes. Let's heed Lu Xian's advice. Coach Nof decisively affirmed. Since Lu Xian had taken the stage, he had never led EDG to defeat. Thus, EDG finalized their picks of Nidalee and Renekton. The enemy Renekton? Fantastic. Expect nearly leaped from his seat in excitement. The previous match against Time, Mage, had truly driven him to madness. At last, he had the opportunity for revenge. Although Dr. Mundo wasn't the easiest matchup for Renekton, at least he was a standard fighter in the top lane. He believed in his skills and was confident he could leverage his mechanics to gain an advantage in lane, especially with the jungler's support. Catching Renekton would be considerably simpler than dealing with Time Mage. Just keep coming to the top lane and catch him. Expect glanced at his jungler Trick. Trick nodded vigorously. Rest assured, he too had suffered at the hands of Time Mage's bombs. Without Expect even saying a word, he would be present in the top lane. As for King's selection of Renekton, this champion ISNT particularly strong in the current meta. The only notable performance was when JM's top laner Hanser played him against TSM during the group stage, demonstrating decent team fight capabilities in mid-game, but faltering significantly in the late game, especially in the later stages compared to other top laners. Commentator Xuan's voice resonated, expressing his skepticism regarding Renekton as a viable choice. Beside him, Rithi was taken aback. Wait, how do you know such intricate details? You can even pinpoint the exact day and player? To elicit from Rita the reasons for the decline of the crocodile in the later stages. She could certainly enumerate a few points, yet it would be improbable for her to articulate them with the precision of Xuan, who can pinpoint the performance of team players in their matchups. The live commentary section of the match began to flood with messages, initiated by an unknown user proclaiming dynasty collapse. Following this, the screen was inundated with similar sentiments, accompanied by a plethora of tearful emojis. As the Xuan aptly noted, the audience harbored little faith in King's choice of the crocodile. In the late game, the super minions become nearly unstoppable. The crocodile struggles to inflict damage, and building tanky items proves ineffective. After all, it lacks the damage reduction abilities typical of conventional tanks, and with a focus on building durability, the healing from the Q ability along with other skill damage diminishes significantly. Provided G2 can endure until the late game, the crocodile shall become a mere specter. In matches that often extend to 40 or even 50 minutes, dragging the game into the late stages is exceedingly straightforward. The drafting phase between G2 and EDG persisted, and soon both teams finalized their selections. The ultimate lineups were confirmed. G2 featured Darius in the top lane, Graves in the jungle, Syndra in the mid lane, Ashe as the AD carry, and Karma as support. EDG fielded the Crocodile in the top lane, Nidalee in the jungle, Talia in the mid lane, Callista as the AD carry, and Thresh as support. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Crush them. As the game commenced, the screen illuminated with the visages of the heroes from G2 and EDG, who had already congregated at the river. Chapter 88. The top-tier laner S maneuver begins with typing. There were no explosive team fights as both sides commenced their lanes normally. Xuan controlled the Crocodile champion, refraining from entering the brush directly, opting instead to wait beneath the tower for the minions to arrive. It was highly probable that Expect's Draven lay in ambush within the foliage, and should he be caught, it would lead to a significant disadvantage. This was a notion he understood all too well. He needed to play cautiously until reaching level 3 or await the arrival of the jungler, who was playing Nidalee, to assist him. As long as he could stabilize the lane, taking on Draven post-level 3 would prove manageable. Regrettably, he had not been fortunate enough to roll for a gift. Otherwise, he could have showcased a Frost Staff Crocodile, rendering him impervious to defeat. Xuan sighed inwardly, yet a sense of anticipation welled within him. He looked forward to concluding this match, hoping to roll for a gift in the next, thus proving to the world that the Burial Crocodile was indeed the correct choice. He yearned to savor the experience fully. However, for now, securing victory in this match was paramount. A loss would necessitate playing an additional game, which would entail overtime. Before the minions had even spawned, G2's top laner suddenly typed in the chat, "Come to the brush, 1v1. Upon seeing this, Xuan chuckled to himself, thinking, why not just declare you've won? A 1v1? He could simply stand still and allow himself to be slain. After contemplating for a moment, Xuan replied in the chat with a K. Simultaneously, he conveyed to his team via voice chat, "Jungler, level up to 3 quickly and come for a gank." No problem. The jungler, piloting Nidalee, had already begun ferociously attacking the red buff. On G2's side, Expect's mood brightened upon seeing Xuan's OK in the chat. He quickly informed his team through voice chat, "King has taken the bait. Come help me gank him soon. I want him to experience the torment." The G2 jungler promptly responded, while the Graves was rapidly assaulting the blue buff. Was this an intention to engage in a level 1 duel? Surely, the Crocodile could not best Draven. King shouldn't he fall for this trap? Should he? The commentator Xuan also noted the chat interaction. Meanwhile, Xuan's Crocodile advanced with a minion wave, positioning himself closely behind the melee minions, and directly entered the brush. Expect's Draven stood waiting in the first bush. How bold of him! Expect rejoiced, anticipating the Crocodile's entry into the brush, ready to unleash his abilities upon him, exacting vengeance for a previous encounter. As Xuan's Crocodile entered the brush, Draven struck with his ability, triggering a slow and bleed effect. He had taken the bait. Observing Draven's direct assault and his intent to chase, Xuan responded with an A combo, charging forward recklessly. Utilizing the edge of his E ability, he grazed Draven, seamlessly executing the second part of his E to create distance. After the exchange, he had only absorbed one ability from Draven, resulting in a relatively even trade. More importantly, Draven's attack had drawn the ire of 3 enemy melee minions, causing the blue side's melee minions to retaliate against the red side's ranged minions. The minion wave was thrown into disarray, and even if Draven intended to control it, the wave would inevitably push towards Lucien's side. This is the true objective of Lucien, to disrupt the minion wave. Otherwise, if the champion Nasus maintains control over the lane, the early game can be quite vexatious. Now that the minion wave has advanced towards Lucien's side, Nasus can no longer exert control, as long as he does not remain stationary. He will undoubtedly gain experience from the minions. With levels not being suppressed, Lucien has already secured victory in this round of strategy. King S Crocodile intentionally entered the brush, creating chaos in the minion wave, making it difficult for Nasus to regain control. Commentator Xuan, witnessing this development, let out a sigh of relief. However, if it remains a one-on-one confrontation, Crocodile still finds it challenging to contend with Nasus in the early game. At this moment, summoning the jungler for assistance would be the wisest course. King should not have acquiesced to expect as challenge. Yet having already consented, it seems unlikely he could call for the jungler now. As Xuan spoke, he noticed the jungler, the Lady of the Hunt, completing her red buff, foregoing the F6 camp, and heading directly towards the wolves. This jungle path clearly indicates a route of red buff wolves blue buff, aiming for a swift level 3. If it weren't for the intent to gank top lane, the Lady of the Hunt could have efficiently cleared her jungle without such urgency. Could it be that King was attempting to deceive Expect? Might the jungler still head to the top lane? Judging by the Lady of the Hunt's jungle route, is highly plausible. Xuan quickly changed his tone, and many viewers began to discern the underlying strategy. This is quite underhanded. Wasn't a one-on-one agreed upon? King referred to a brush duel. Had they not just engaged in one? What followed was likely a two-on-one on the lane. Such duplicitous tactics. Expect is far too naive. Naive? Not at all. Come here, 100 on the line. I'll play Nasus while you play Crocodile, and we'll duel it out at level 1. Whoever backs down is a fool. The barrage of comments erupted, creating a cacophony. At that moment, the director shifted the camera to G2's jungler, Trick. Trick's Graves, having completed his blue buff, also skipped the adjacent frog and proceeded to the wolves without using his smite. This jungle strategy appears to be aimed at reaching level 3 swiftly. Could he also be planning a gank top lane? Observing graves jungle patterns, Xuan promptly articulated, starting with the buff without using smite, and then proceeding to the wolves without using it either. Conserve smite for the next buff. This is currently the fastest route to level 3, and it does not incur any damage, ensuring the jungler's optimal state. If not in haste to reach level 3 for a gank, other more suitable jungle routes could be selected for growth. Is this the tug-of-war of top-tier players? Pulling from the very onset, Xuan passionately narrated. The director even divided the screen. On one side, the Lady of the Hunt executed her Q skill from a distance, hurling her spear that struck the large wolf among the three, then transforming into a leopard and pouncing forward. On the other side, Graves maneuvered around the wolves while refreshing his basic attacks with his E skill, stacking his passive. After finishing the wolves, both junglers moved towards their respective next buffs. Clearly, the Lady of the Hunt was advancing at a quicker pace. Transformed into a cougar, the female leopard leaped forward, her speed surpassing that of Graves. Is it fast enough? Hurry and get to it. The voice of Expect resonated through the G2 team's communication, his eagerness palpable as he yearned to eliminate Lucien's Crocodile. Almost there. Look for an opportunity to inflict some damage first. Trick's Graves was on the verge of finishing off the red buff. No problem. Upon hearing this, Expect began to scout for chances. Heaven bless. A glimmer of hope brightened Expect's expression as he spotted the crocodile, unable to resist advancing to finish off the wounded vehicle. Meet your demise. Seizing the moment, Expect unleashed his E ability, Ruthless Predator. Just as the crocodile approached the vehicle, forcefully yanking Lucien's crocodile closer. The W ability, Crippling Strike, inflicted bleeding and slowed the target. Just as Expect prepared to pursue and force out the crocodile's E ability, he noticed the crocodile had used it to evade behind him. Oh no! The enemy jungler has arrived. Expect reacted swiftly, retreating while simultaneously flashing away. Yet it was too late. The position of Lu Xian's crocodile had entirely sealed off his escape route. In the instant Expect used his flash, Lu Xian's crocodile had already dashed to his side, landing a W that stunned the champion in place. At that moment, the arriving jungle champion, the female leopard, appeared, hurling her javelin towards the stunned champion. Chapter 89. The commencement of military training in a moment of despair. Expect's champion, the formidable Draven, was rendered immobile for 5 seconds by the wrath of Lu Xian's crocodile. Unable to evade the spear of the jungle's Leona, Draven was ensnared, his movements utterly restrained. The spear, launched from the furthest distance, struck Draven with precision, causing a significant drop in his health. With a swift execution of her ultimate ability, Leona transformed into her powerful feline form, pouncing forward to land upon Draven, delivering a crushing blow that sank her fangs into his vital arteries. As Expect regained his mobility, he found himself grievously wounded. Before he could activate his escape, Lu Xian's crocodile unleashed a devastating attack, the massive runic blade cleaving through Draven's remaining health, culminating in his demise. First blood was claimed by EDG's king, the Desert Butcher, who vanquished G2's Expect, the Hand of Noxus. The seamless synergy between Leona and Lu Xian facilitated King's triumph, while Draven was left at a considerable disadvantage, losing a significant wave of minions. The commentator, Xuan, spoke with palpable excitement as the scene unfolded, showcasing Leona and Lu Xian pushing the minion wave towards Draven's turret. Emerging from the brush, G2's jungle champion, Graves, turned back towards the turret, recognizing that he stood no chance against the duo of Lu Xian and Leona. He resolved to collect the minions that Draven could no longer approach. "You're too slow," the G2 top laner lamented. Had Graves arrived first, it would have undoubtedly been Lu Xian who fell. "I was as swift as I could be. And wasn't it you who claimed he fell for the trap?" Graves replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Despite his best efforts to clear the jungle quickly, he could not match Leona's speed. Indeed, he was caught off guard. "Please assist me with a gank, or I may very well explode in frustration," the G2 top laner insisted, while managing to control Draven back to the lane. Lu Xian also returned, but with the loss of minions and the first blood secured by Lu Xian, he found himself significantly behind in both equipment and experience. Expect dared not confront Lu Xian directly, instead opting to position Draven near the ranged minions, cautiously nurturing his growth. Upon reaching level 3, he tentatively moved to secure last hits, albeit with great care. Observing this, Lu Xian refrained from engaging Draven, knowing that the initial aggressor would bear the brunt of the exchange. Should he choose to initiate, Draven could easily retaliate with his own combo, inflicting greater damage upon Lu Xian. The stakes were too high for such a risky engagement, especially given Draven's formidable rage damage at 5 stacks. There was no need to engage in this perilous gamble. "Leona, come quickly," Lu Xian's voice resonated through the team communication. "I'm on my way," Leona responded, dispatching the magic toad by the blue buff before hastening toward the top lane, where the minion wave had already pressed up against Draven's turret. Upon witnessing the minion wave approach the tower, Expect let out a sigh of relief. The enemy had already pressed under the turret. It was time to act. "Hurry up," Expect called out in the team voice chat. "I'll head there right after finishing F6. G2's jungler, Trick, was fervently engaged in battle with the F6 using Graves. Expect, controlling Nasu's, advanced to strike at the low-health ranged minion, only to suddenly spot Lu Xuan's crocodile approaching him. Not again, he thought, as he quickly activated his ghost, but it was too late. The crocodile lunged forward, landing an E on Nasu's, followed by a red rage-infused W that left him stunned in place. The turret, drawn by Lu Xuan's crocodile, unleashed a beam of energy. However, preceding the turret's beam was a spear from the jungle, thrown by the jungler, which struck Nasu's squarely on the head. The jungler's leopards transformed into a cougar, leaping in once more to bite down on Nasu's. The turret's attack struck Lu Xuan's crocodile, who retaliated with a Q ability, Tyrant's Rage, spinning his massive rune blade to inflict significant damage while simultaneously restoring a portion of his health. As the turret prepared for its second strike, Lu Xuan had already repositioned his crocodile with a second E. The jungler's leopard also retreated from the turret's range. Nasu's regained his mobility, but was at a loss for where to flee, as the escape route was blocked by the leopard. He was unable to clear the minions beneath the tower. "Where's the jungler? Stop farming and come quickly," Expect implored in the team voice chat. "I'm on my way. Just hold on a bit longer." Trix Graves had completed F6 and was making his way to the top lane. Xuan's crocodile and the jungler's leopard moved strategically beneath the turret, evidently waiting for their skills to cool down. The leopard, adorned with red and blue buffs, transformed back into human form and set traps around the turret, occasionally stepping forward to strike Nasu's. Meanwhile, the crocodile poked at the turret without actively engaging Nasu's. Observing the two, Expect could only helplessly use his Q ability to clear the minions. Yet a single Q could not eliminate the minions beneath the tower, and the cannon minion was particularly resilient, enduring multiple turret hits. Just then, Xuan's crocodile made a move, initiating with W and biting down on Nasu's once more. The jungler's leopard, seizing the moment Nasu's was stunned, had already released her Q ability, piercing the stunned Nasu's with another spear. Although Nasu's quickly regained his actions, the ignite had already been applied to him. The crocodile unleashed EQE in a ferocious onslaught, following up with Tyrant's Rage and another charge. After enduring a turret hit, the crocodile deftly evaded the turret's range with his second E, and the jungler's leopard also withdrew. Only Nasu's remained, barely alive and ignited. 2 seconds later, the ignite consumed him. Trix Graves finally arrived, only to find Nasu's had perished, resigning himself to farm the minions beneath the turret. "Could you not have arrived a bit earlier? Must you really press F6? The opposing team, featuring both Renekton and Nidalee, clearly intends to pin me down. Expect, somewhat irked by the training regimen, finds himself at a loss. Nevertheless, my development this match is satisfactory. As long as you can maintain stability in the top lane, we will prevail in the late game when Renekton becomes less relevant. I shall assist other lanes in establishing an advantage, and then we can jointly ambush this Renekton." Trick remarked, controlling Graves to finish off the minions beneath the turret before venturing off to engage the Krugs. "This Renekton, with low health and no retreat, is ripe for the taking. After you finish the Krugs, you should seize the opportunity to ambush him." Expect observed Xian's Renekton lingering in the lane with half health, clearly intending to farm the approaching wave of minions. He does not wish to forfeit the experience from the minions. This presents a chance. Renekton possesses Flash, making him difficult to eliminate. It would be wiser for you to focus on your own development while he is in a weakened state. Trick, however, had no intention of pursuing Renekton. After finishing the Krugs, he returned home. "Then I shall take matters into my own hands." Expect calculated the damage. This Renekton had not returned home to upgrade his items, and in his current state, should a confrontation ensue, he was confident that with skillful play, he could indeed vanquish Renekton. If he could secure that kill, it would turn the tide on the earlier disadvantage. Chapter 90. On the road is your father? ID swap. I thought the opponent was the factory director as the game commenced. The champion Nasu's arrived at the lane, equipped similarly to the crocodile, bearing a Doran's blade and a long sword. Although the crocodile had previously slain him, he had not returned home to upgrade his gear. Currently, he was merely 1 level higher, and Nasu's was on the verge of reaching level 4 as well. After a brief skirmish near the minion wave, Expect's Nasu's attained level 4 and began to assertively push forward. He positioned himself directly in front of a low-health melee minion. Should the crocodile attempt to secure a last hit, he would have the opportunity for a solo kill. At that moment, Xian's crocodile approached, heading towards the weakened melee minion. Now was the moment. Expect felt a surge of excitement, finally presented with a chance to counterattack. He activated Nasu's E ability, interrupting the crocodile's E skill, and unleashed his Q ability, dealing significant damage as the outer edge struck the crocodile, causing its health to plummet drastically. Xian, maneuvering his crocodile to retreat, was pursued by Expect, who was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He caught up. Expect was almost in tears from exhilaration as he unleashed Nasu's W ability, applying a slow to the crocodile. If he could land just 2 more strikes, he would vanquish the feeble crocodile. At that instant, The fleeing crocodile unexpectedly turned around, utilizing his red rage W to bite down on Nasu's. A piercing female scream echoed as a javelin was hurled from the brush, striking Nasu squarely on the head. The factory director's Leona emerged from the underbrush and lunged at Nasu's, executing her Q ability with a vicious bite. Lucien's crocodile, wielding the rune blade, dealt AQ damage before retreating. Nasu's regained his mobility, but he could no longer catch the wounded crocodile. Before him stood the fully healthy Leona. The predator and prey had exchanged roles, and Expect suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap. The crocodile had intentionally engaged with his E ability. He had been deceived. Desperately, he commanded Nasu's to retreat, but the factory director had no intention of letting him escape so easily. Leona transformed back into her human form and relentlessly pursued Nasu's, landing a series of attacks. The injured Nasu's finally made it back to the safety of the turret, but just then, the factory director unleashed a preemptive Q shot. The javelin flew from Leona's hand, striking Nasu's once more, and he fell. EDG, Clear Love 7, Wild Huntress, secured the kill on G2 Expect, Nasu's. The factory director exhibited remarkable patience during this play, lying in wait for such a long time. Failing to eliminate Nasu's would have been a significant setback. The commentator Xuan's voice resonated, offering a godlike perspective, revealing the movements of both teams. After assisting Lu Xian in the turret dive to kill Nasu's, the factory director's Leona had remained hidden in the brush, only revealing herself when the action commenced. Had Nasu's not engaged at that moment, the factory director's jungle rhythm would have undoubtedly been disrupted. The viewers in the live broadcast were left in awe. Is this the factory director? If I had obscured the ID, I would have assumed the opposing Graves was the factory director, steadfastly fixated on that F6. Had he arrived sooner, Nasu's would have been entirely safe from turret dive. In the midst of an intense match, frustration mounted as the players grappled with the challenges of ranked play. The top lane seemed to echo with the sentiment of disdain, questioning the prowess of the opponents. The situation was far from advantageous. The jungle champion, Nidalee, remained at level 3, while Graves had already ascended to level 5. Despite nurturing a crocodile champion, the overall landscape of the lanes remained unfavorable, casting doubts on EDG's prospects as the game progressed into its later stages. The audience expressed their astonishment at the coach's exaggerated military training, which appeared to focus entirely on the crocodile, indicating a strategy aimed at early to mid-game dominance, a gamble that seemed perilous. On the other side, G2's Expect appeared disheartened after being caught, feeling the weight of the relentless pressure that mirrored their previous encounter. Just as despair began to settle, a glimmer of hope emerged. G2's PerKZ, the Dark Sorcerer, managed to eliminate EDG's scout, the Pigeon, with the jungle and mid-lane synergy claiming a crucial kill. The commentator, Xuan, sighed, noting that Scout's positioning